Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 452, Extreme Speed. The five-element sovereign felt his head spin. A mouthful of warm blood rushed up from his stomach and spurted out. Most of his arm and 2 legs had crumbled in the void. However, the five-element sovereign did not consider this important. What was important was that cracks had started to appear on the star within his body. There were about 4 or 5 cracks. If these cracks weren't mended using the best resources, the five-element sovereign would need at least a century to fully recover given his current cultivation base. The five-element sovereign had overlooked the present era for many years. When he had attained nebula grade, he had already been standing at the top of the entire galaxy. Little had he known that, just as he made up his mind, this accident would occur. Having a kid defeat his strongest offensive strategy was extraordinarily shameful and humiliating. The energy formed by the layers of the great chaotic hole was like a stellar, invincible explosion. This explosion destroyed his five-element grind, a technique that could crush even nebula-grade entities. As a matter of fact, judging from this alone, the five-element sovereign had already failed. However, how could he accept such a failure? He was the great five-element sovereign after all. Ever since his birth, he had only looked down on the people below him. How could he fail? How could he admit his own failure? Besides, if he failed, his years of effort would go to waste and he would become a laughingstock. He had been the #1 martialist through the ages, yet he could not even defeat a kid who had only cultivated for a little over 100 years. This was really shameful. A crystal-like, red medicinal pellet appeared on the five-element sovereign's hand before he swallowed it immediately. In an instant, the limbs that had crumbled into the void grew again rapidly. Although this process was very fast, only the five-element sovereign knew how painful it was. That's a great 6-layered chaotic hole explosion. One of the rulers of the 9 paths gathered in the great hall exclaimed. The rulers of the 9 paths had not expected this great explosion. Although the power of this explosion could not hurt them, they were stunned by its sheer amount of force. If Luo Yunyang had a cultivation base equivalent to theirs, then many people gazed at the electronic screen, searching for Luo Yunyang's silhouette. Unfortunately, the equipment used to monitor the Kunyu planet had also been damaged badly by the explosion. Only darkness was visible. All they could see was a blurry fog. This must be the great chaotic hole explosion. The Autumn Water Path Master's pleasant voice rang out in the great hall. Wan Yinghao also died from an explosion like this. Wan Yinghao was an equally famous person. Although his name was not as well known as the five-element sovereigns, he had also been a talented individual who had astonished the 9 paths. This kind of talent had always been valued in the Bloody Massacre path. However, when he had lost to the five-element sovereign during a competition, Wan Yinghao had chosen to cultivate the Great Chaotic Hole path. He had ultimately died by losing control of the Great Chaotic Hole. Although the Autumn Water Path Master did not mention Luo Yunyang, hearing Wan Yinghao's name gave people the impression that even Luo Yunyang, who was albeit more powerful than Wan Yinghao, had probably been killed by the Great Chaotic Hole. An explosion caused by a Great Chaotic Hole did not discriminate between friend and foe. The Bloody Massacre Path Master turned pale. Although he had already expected that Luo Yunyang would inevitably walk down the same path as his Bloody Massacre Path predecessor, he felt deep regret when he saw the exploding Great Chaotic Hole. If he had been able to enter the extreme mysterious realm, perhaps Luo Yunyang could have. When the screen cleared up gradually, the five-element sovereign started to come into view. As he watched the five-element sovereign use all his might to grow his arm and legs from infant size to adult size, the Dark Shadow Path ruler exclaimed, "A super-restoring divine crystal." The acute metal path master had an ugly look on his face. After all, the cost of a super-restoring divine crystal was too high. This crystal could allow a ruler to heal all their injuries instantly. Thus, it was considered a top-grade ultimate treasure in every path. The acute metal path only had 3 or 4 of these ultimate treasures in store. The five-element sovereign only had 1 of them because the acute metal path respected him so much. Seems like the acute metal path regards the five-element sovereign really highly. Not only did he self-sever his cultivation, but he also had a super-restoring divine crystal. What an unfair advantage, said the Fiery Sun Path ruler. His words were tinged with jealousy. In his opinion, the best outcome of this battle would be for both sides to suffer great damage. Then, the probability of Linky getting the extreme mystic token would increase greatly. However, he had not expected that, before his own disciple could succeed, the deranged 5-element sovereign would use a super-restoring divine crystal. This was simply outrageous. The acute metal path master naturally had to pour out the unhappiness he felt in his heart. Luo Yunyang, who had the extreme mystic token, was no longer a contestant. Luo Yunyang's injuries had to be worse than everyone's, as he had triggered the explosion of the 6-layered chaotic hole. His soul must have already been scattered into pieces. Luo Yunyang, the dark shadow path master, suddenly pointed at the screen in shock. The existences around him possessed high levels of cultivation, they wouldn't be phased much even if the sky fell. However, Luo Yunyang's strange appearance was extremely startling. As the dark shadow path master uttered Luo Yunyang's name, many gazes turned in Luo Yunyang's direction. A figure was rapidly stabilizing itself in the void. Although this figure looked battered and exhausted, everyone present could recognize it. Luo Yunyang hadn't actually died. Luo Yunyang hadn't died. This was great. Luo Yunyang. It was really Luo Yunyang. He had not died even under these circumstances. This man really defied nature's order. Each path master had different thoughts on this event. However, unlike the path masters, almost all the blood disciples in the Meru realm were excited. Luo Yunyang hadn't died. He had actually survived the pressure of the sovereign. Luo Yunyang actually hadn't died. The great 6-layered chaotic hole had exploded, yet he had not died. Ha ha ha, I knew that Luo Yunyang wouldn't die. Damn, let's see how you'll bully us now. Someone shouted loudly, his tone full of glee. Enter the extreme mysterious realm. Enter the extreme mysterious realm. The loud shouts of the blood disciples did not make the rulers of the bloody massacre path feel uncomfortable. Delight was also evident on the various rulers' faces. Luo Yunyang was a disciple they regarded highly. Plus, they were well aware of the importance of the extreme mysterious realm. What did Luo Yunyang's survival mean? It naturally meant that the bloody massacre path still had hope. As the rolling dust disappeared quickly, Luo Yunyang and the 5-element sovereign appeared clearly in the void. Although the 5-element sovereign had fully recovered, his face was completely ashen. His expression as he looked at Luo Yunyang was filled with murderous intent. The Blood Sky ruler's eyes flashed dimly before he immediately contacted the Blood Thunder ruler. If possible, you must help Luo Yunyang survive. I don't care if it costs us the extreme mystic token. The Blood Thunder ruler's reply was simply one word. Understood. I must admit that I fell for your trick this time, kid. However, I don't believe that your great chaotic hole can explode again. The 5-element sovereign said as he stared at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at the 5-element sovereign with a tranquil expression. His body had also sustained serious injuries. Out of his 176 power points, Luo Yunyang could only use about 30 in his current condition. In other words, he had lost 1/5 of his combat power. However, this loss wasn't too severe for him. He still had an attribute regulator. Plus, Luo Yunyang had landed 3,000 meters away from the Kunyu planet. The Kunyu star was right in front of his eyes. Luo Yunyang had already confirmed the right coordinates for entering the extreme mysterious realm. Most importantly, there was a distance of about 100 miles between him and the 5-element sovereign. All these factors were Luo Yunyang's greatest weapons. Thus, he did not pay any attention to the 5-element sovereign. The moment the 5-element sovereign spoke, he quickly made some adjustments by using his attribute regulator. The attribute regulator's numbers changed drastically based on the thoughts in Luo Yunyang's mind. Power: 176 fire, 152 mind, 10 speed, 166 constitution, 10 origin source law, 252 wind, 252 earth, 0 fire, 0 water, 0. When the conversions were completed, Luo Yunyang rose into the air and rushed in the direction of that particular point of the Kunyu planet. Luo Yunyang escaped. Someone cried out in disbelief and surprise in the virtual world. Apparently, this person had been hoping that Luo Yunyang and the 5-element sovereign would have another face-off. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had escaped, which made him feel a hint of regret. Meanwhile, in the great hall where the rulers of the 9 paths had gathered, the Wild Gale Path Master said mockingly, he chose to run away. That's ridiculous. Does he not know that the 5-element sovereign's 5-element shift can give one the fastest speed in the world? The 5-element shift could indeed give one the most extreme speed in the world. How could the Bloody Massacre Path Master not know this? Although he started to worry, Luo Yunyang seemed to have no other choice. I think that he should just face him. Even if he dies, he will at least seem more heroic. The Deep Earth Path Master said unenthusiastically. Chapter 453. So close, yet so far. Luo Yunyang was fully confident in himself. His speed and wind origin source law had been raised to the maximum. Among the manuals that Luo Yunyang had bought, there was a book called Breezing Through 1000 Mountains. This was a secret movement technique manual based on the Breezing Through 1000 Mountains chart. This technique was widely known for its speed, which was why Luo Yunyang was executing it now. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled a distance of 1000 mountain ranges. The 5-element sovereign wasn't surprised that Luo Yunyang had chosen to escape. After all, it would be more of a surprise if Luo Yunyang hadn't escaped. However, he was also very confident in his own speed. Luo Yunyang's escaping speed was fast, but his 5-element shift was faster. He firmly believed that no one below the nebula grade would be able to escape from him. Unfortunately, as Luo Yunyang's figure flashed by, the 5-element sovereign started to worry. He was lightning quick. Luo Yunyang's escaping ability was far better than the 5-element sovereign had imagined. He had originally planned to chase Luo Yunyang after 2 seconds, as he was waiting for him to recover fully. However, he had no choice but to give up on this idea, as Luo Yunyang's speed was simply too fast. In 2 seconds, he had already lost track of Luo Yunyang. The 5-element sovereign took a step and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already 1000 miles away. This had all happened in the blink of an eye. The 5-element sovereign was now at the last location where Luo Yunyang had appeared. However, Luo Yunyang was 1000 miles away again. Luo Yunyang kept moving forward. Each time his body flashed, he moved 1000 miles away. Although when the 5-element sovereign took a step forward, he appeared rather simple and slow, he also appeared in a different location in the blink of an eye. The 5-element sovereign was definitely better than Luo Yunyang at executing his individual movement technique. However, Luo Yunyang's speed had managed to bridge this gap. The huge screen quickly adjusted the void scale according to where the two of them were heading. On the screen, they both looked like small black dots. Quick, quick, quick. The blood disciples from the Bloody Massacre path couldn't even see where Luo Yunyang and the 5-element sovereign were located. All they could see were 2 black dots. One black dot was rapidly pursuing the other. The rulers of the Bloody Massacre path were watching Luo Yunyang in shock as he traversed through the void. His speed had exceeded everyone's imagination. They had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would be capable of moving so fast. The 5-element sovereign's 5-element shift was able to borrow the power of the 5 elemental forces and take 1000-mile leaps. However, Luo Yunyang's speed was also capable of traversing thousands of miles in a split second. The two of them took off almost at the same time, so the gap between them was about the same. Brother Luo is really awesome, some blood disciples exclaimed. The Bloody Massacre path members were exceptionally skilled at assassinating people, so their speed was exceptional as well. However, the speed that Luo Yunyang displayed had exceeded the limit of the average Bloody Massacre path disciple's speed. Even some rulers might not be able to match his speed. Fast, fast, fast. The 5-element sovereign is really cocky. He was really unlucky that he met Brother Luo this time. Damn it, this feels so good, he's so old and shameless. Let's see if there's anything up his sleeves. The members of the Bloody Massacre path were naturally closer to Luo Yunyang. Thus, they were all delighted when they saw his speed. Quick, take a look at the announcement section. Someone says that Brother Luo's speed has reached its limit, but the 5-element sovereign's speed is still increasing. Some people cried out in surprise in the Meru realm as they switched over to the announcement section to see that post. Rubbish, the 5-element sovereign is the one who has reached his limit. Otherwise, he would have caught up to Brother Luo by now. That's right, the person that posted this crap must be from the acute metal path. How could the 5-element sovereign? As the blood disciples were talking among themselves, someone pointed at the screen and said, "Look. It seems like the 5-element sovereign's speed has increased again. Look at his body." On the screen, the 5-element sovereign still looked the same. However, his handsome face seemed to have aged 10 years. He still looked handsome. Even though he had aged, it seemed like he had become much more mature. However, His aging appearance implied that he was moving at full capacity. The 300 miles became 200 in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the gap was only 100 miles. The five-element sovereign would be able to catch up with Luo Yunyang any second now. Luo Yunyang couldn't allow that to happen. The loss of his power attributes had resulted in his inability to resist the five-element sovereign. Hence, he now had to dash into the extreme mysterious realm's entry point as fast as possible and enter by using the extreme mystery token. Power: 176 fire, 152 mind, 10 speed, 166 constitution, 10 origin source law, 252 wind, 252 earth, 0 fire, 0 water, 0. The attributes on the attribute regulator had already reached their limits. His power attribute, which he could adjust, was still recovering. He had to maintain his speed as well, which made it difficult to subtract any attribute points from it. The only attributes that could be adjusted were his mind and constitution. Luo Yunyang clenched his teeth resolutely as he decreased his mind attribute to 0.5 points. To ordinary people, 0.5 points may have seemed like a huge number, yet it was far from what Luo Yunyang had wanted. This made Luo Yunyang feel like he had hit a new low. When he could no longer decrease his mind attribute, his speed increased a lot. However, the gap between him and the five-element sovereign was still shrinking. 50 miles, 40 miles, 30 miles. The five-element sovereign realized that Luo Yunyang's speed was increasing. He also noticed that the entry point to the extreme mysterious realm was on a mountain peak just a few hundred miles away. Although the entry point was really evident, the five-element sovereign, who was determined to get his hands on the extreme mystic token, had done his research long ago. He had to hurry. Such an opportunity for instant success couldn't be handed over at the final moment. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles. Luo Yunyang could feel the crazy man on his back without even turning his head. The five-element sovereign's speed was still faster than his, which meant that he would catch up with him before he reached the entry point. No, he had to increase his speed. Spatial dimension laws couldn't be adjusted. Thus, after looking at all the numbers on his attributes regulator, Luo Yunyang made a decision. If his power attribute could not be adjusted, he would adjust his constitution attribute. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to take action, all the path masters of the 9 paths that were seated in the palace hall suddenly stood up. The current situation had exceeded their expectations. They had originally thought that the five-element sovereign, who possessed the fastest speed, would be able to catch up with Luo Yunyang very soon. However, they had never thought that Luo Yunyang would be even quicker. Unfortunately, the five-element sovereign still lived up to his name. After exhausting his capacity, the insurmountable distance had decreased and he had almost caught up with Luo Yunyang. There are still 1,000 miles left. Based on their respective speed, this will only take an instant. However, I'm afraid that things will be difficult for Luo Yunyang. Although a thought suddenly appeared in the bloody massacre path master's mind, he remained quiet. One step could make a huge difference. It could determine whether one succeeded or failed. One step could. Luo Yunyang has accelerated, someone said deeply. The bloody massacre path master didn't care who had spoken. His eyes were glued tightly on the screen as the distance between the 2 black spots shrank rapidly. The gap between them was only 10 miles now. The bloody massacre path master, who had been feeling uneasy, suddenly felt hopeful. Luo Yunyang hadn't let him down after all. However, as he watched Luo Yunyang through the screen, he realized that Luo Yunyang's body was starting to crack. Luo Yunyang was wearing clothes, so the bloody massacre path master was only able to see the various cracks that formed on his neck. There had to be more on his body. Luo Yunyang was getting closer to the dimensional entry point. The distance kept decreasing. 800 miles, 500 miles, 300 miles. The dimensional entry point was in sight, while Luo Yunyang had taken out the extreme mystery token. Once Luo Yunyang entered the dimensional point, he would be able to use the token to enter the extreme mysterious realm. The five-element sovereign was getting anxious. He had sacrificed almost everything for that token. It would be a massive blow if he wasn't able to catch up to Luo Yunyang or enter the extreme mysterious realm. However, even though he had already used all his energy during the pursuit, the distance between him and Luo Yunyang kept increasing. They were also getting closer to the entry point. 100 miles, 80 miles, 30 miles. If this went on, he would only be able to watch helplessly as Luo Yunyang entered the extreme mysterious realm. This was something he didn't want to experience. Hence, when the gap between them closed a little, he started to move at full capacity again. At the moment, the gap was only 300 feet. Luo Yunyang's distance from the extreme mysterious entry point was also 300 feet. 300 feet. A distance that was merely a step for both of them. However, this was an extremely important step. Chapter 454, Breaking Chains and Soaring Like a Dragon. As Luo Yunyang's eyes were turning red, the cracks on his body were causing him excruciating pain. He was just 300 feet away from heaven, yet also 300 feet away from the hell of the five-element sovereign. Of course, Luo Yunyang did not want to go to hell. He had made up his mind the moment he had decided to hold on to the extreme mystery token. Now that success was only a step away, Luo Yunyang knew that he couldn't relax at all. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. He kept accelerating frantically. Luo Yunyang forced himself to use half the normal amount of time to cover this distance, which took him 1/10 of an instant. This also doubled up the number of cracks on his body. As cracks kept appearing on his body, Luo Yunyang felt his constitution weaken. The star in his body was on the verge of exploding. Luo Yunyang didn't feel too good, as his body kept suffering the backlash of his decision. Usually, when this sort of backlash occurred, Luo Yunyang would simply increase his constitution attribute. However, this wasn't important right now. Rush, 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 get back here. The five-element sovereign stopped pursuing Luo Yunyang, as he realized that he wasn't going to catch up with him. Even if he managed to reach the entry point along with Luo Yunyang, he would have no way of entering the extreme mysterious realm without the token. Therefore, when he and Luo Yunyang were as close as possible to one another, he chose to stop. His palm then transformed into a five-element chaotic hole in the void. The suction of the five-element chaotic hole enveloped Luo Yunyang's body when he was only 3 meters away from the entry point. 3 meters. 3 meters. The entry point was just 3 meters away. He would win the battle over the extreme mystery token if he entered through the entry point, which was just 3 meters away. The strange, fascinating extreme mysterious realm was just 3 meters away. Just as he was about to cross this distance, his body was pulled back by the suction of the five-element chaotic hole. Although Luo Yunyang had always been an expert on the devouring ability of chaotic holes, this time, he was facing the five-element sovereign. Under the circumstances, he knew that the five-element sovereign would easily catch up to him if he hesitated for even a moment. This was the most critical moment for both him and the five-element sovereign, as they had gone all out. Luo Yunyang couldn't stop now. He couldn't give up this opportunity to the five-element sovereign. His brain was working overtime. He knew that increasing his speed would be no use now. There were only 3 meters left. Thus, Luo Yunyang made a decision. The reason the five-element chaotic hole had been able to suck onto Luo Yunyang was because of his power. Hence, in an instant, Luo Yunyang converted all his attribute points into constitution and power points. Then, he transferred all his origin source law points to the earth origin source law. The earth origin source law was as heavy as a mountain. Thanks to the increase of his constitution, his body rapidly healed the cracks while also reducing the restriction caused by the five-element chaotic hole. Even though he adjusted his attributes to deal with the inertia, Luo Yunyang's speed wasn't reduced much. The five-element sovereign was still advancing furiously as he executed the five-element chaotic hole to slow Luo Yunyang down. In the blink of an eye, the five-element sovereign advanced 300 meters forward. However, at the same time, Luo Yunyang had managed to move 3 meters away. 3 meters was an extremely short distance. However, it had allowed Luo Yunyang's body to reach the entry point. His hand was now holding on to the extreme mystic token, which was already halfway into the entry point. When he noticed this, the five-element sovereign hurriedly stretched out his arm to grab onto Luo Yunyang's shoulder. He was quick enough to catch Luo Yunyang's arm in a split second. The five-element sovereign was delighted. His heart was finally able to calm down. He had at last caught up with Luo Yunyang. Everything he had sacrificed and worked for had paid off. Meanwhile, a deep respect for Luo Yunyang grew within him. That young man could actually. Just as the five-element sovereign felt overjoyed, an extremely intense premonition formed in his heart. The five-element sovereign urged forward his powers through his arm without hesitation in an effort to control Luo Yunyang's body. He could still feel the weight of that arm. It was completely under his control. The arm separated from Luo Yunyang's body and exploded violently in the five-element sovereign's hands. The boundless energy generated from this explosion spread towards the five-element sovereign. However, this wasn't important. Luo Yunyang's body was currently shrouded by an invisible power. Although the five-element sovereign could sense this power, the power was also repelling him. In a split second, the energy had disappeared completely along with Luo Yunyang. Everything had remained as it was. The mountains, the breeze, the Kunyu planet. However, Luo Yunyang had strangely disappeared along with the extreme mystic token that had been in his hands. After self-severing his cultivation and joining the battle for the token in a bid to achieve greatness, the five-element sovereign had achieved nothing in the end. This pathetic, miserable feeling made the five-element sovereign livid. He felt like killing someone, yet he could do nothing. He had to keep this all to himself. A sound suddenly rang out, waking the five-element sovereign up from this fit of madness. When he lowered his head, he saw a black ring on the ground. It was Luo Yunyang's myriad convergence ring. The myriad convergence ring had caused him plenty of problems during his fight. However, the ring had fallen onto the ground as Luo Yunyang's arm had exploded. There was a resolute look on the five-element sovereign's face as he picked up the myriad convergence ring. Hundreds of miles away in the void, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro were standing silently, their eyes glowing slightly in admiration. Both the five-element sovereign and Luo Yunyang had possessed a cultivation base far greater than theirs. The five-element sovereign's performance had been based on years of cultivation. What about Luo Yunyang, though? As they recalled what Luo Yunyang had done during his battle with the five-element sovereign, they realized that the gap between them and Luo Yunyang was too big. Luo Yunyang had seemed completely distant and terrifying. Even if the five-element sovereign had never appeared, Luo Yunyang would still have won. Not only because he possessed strong moves, but because his speed was also a massive advantage. When the five-element sovereign turned to look at the two of them, Kei Linki suddenly felt his knees go weak. Unprecedented fear crept into his mind while he felt like he was about to collapse. He knew that if the five-element sovereign went crazy right now, he and his beloved Qin Shuiro would not stand a chance. Hence, they both cupped their hands in salute towards the five-element sovereign. The five-element sovereign remained silent. After a quick glance, he turned around and left with Luo Yunyang's myriad convergence ring. The bloody massacre path's Meru realm was boiling with emotions. The five-element sovereign's pursuit had made many people's hearts skip a beat. Most of them had been looking forward to seeing Luo Yunyang win. However, this final display of power between the two contestants had left everyone feeling uncertain. Luo Yunyang had ultimately managed to enter the extreme mysterious realm without an arm after winning a hard-fought battle that had lasted 5 years. Senior Yunyang is really formidable. Someone created a huge banner with these words in the Meru realm. This banner was like a dignified declaration that Luo Yunyang had won the battle on the bloody massacre path's behalf. According to the Meru realm's rules, a banner like this would cost thousands of contribution points. In the past, the Blood Disciples had been very thrifty with their contribution point spendings. However, this time, they were willing to splurge on such an expensive banner. Meanwhile, all kinds of fireworks were exploding all over the Blood Spirit sky. That kid, the Blood Space ruler, could not find the right words to describe his feelings. Luo Yunyang had surprised him and made him really proud. How could the Blood Space ruler not be proud of such an exceptional disciple like Luo Yunyang? As the bloody massacre path was boiling with emotions, the acute metal path and all the other paths were in a solemn mood. When the extreme mystery token had appeared, everyone had acted as though they had been injected with amphetamines. However, the dust had now settled. The other path masters all turned to the bloody massacre path master. Their eyes were filled with envy and a slightly congratulatory intent. What an unexpected outcome. That young man was pretty wicked. The Deep Earth Path Master's voice resounded through the huge palace hall. However, the Acute Metal Path Master replied coldly, "It may seem like Luo Yunyang won, but he is actually a sinner of the human race. Everyone must have seen the five-element sovereign's qualifications. Do any of you think that Luo Yunyang can surpass him? The extreme mysterious realm is the sacred land that contains the supreme inheritance of the human race. How much of it can Luo Yunyang hope to obtain? If the five-element sovereign had entered instead, he might have been able to acquire the biggest part of that inheritance. However, Luo Yunyang will just waste these resources." The Bloody Massacre Path Master. glared at the acute metal path master and answered without any hint of politeness, "That's utter rubbish." Then, the bloody massacre path master disappeared from the palace hall. Chapter 455. The supreme realm of the human race. It seemed like an instant had passed, yet it also felt like a long time. The moment the mysterious light shrouded him and he disappeared, Luo Yunyang finally felt relaxed for once. As he was completely relaxed, he found himself within an expanse of void. The sixth factor was extremely dense within this void. Compared to the bloody massacre path's blood spirit sky, it was much stronger there. As Luo Yunyang entered, a dense cloud of spiritual influence came rushing frantically towards his body. Luo Yunyang lifted his head to look at his surroundings. What he saw were blue skies, white clouds, green trees, high mountains, and a giant golden tower that was 1,000,000 feet tall. The endless tower shot straight into the sky. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't an ignorant, inexperienced person, this was the first time he was seeing such a tall tower. He roughly estimated that it was 1,000,000 feet tall, as he couldn't even see its top. Was this the extreme mysterious realm? While Luo Yunyang was puzzled, he felt something scanning his heart. A sound that resembled an alarm rang next to his ears, startling him. Then, a mechanical voice said, "Genetics scanned and verified, human. Eligible. Genetics standard. 90% regressive. Poor. Preliminary findings. Martial cultivation base, star boundary. Telekinetic ability, initial star boundary. Due to lack of information during the scan, the origin source law cultivation results are unavailable. Comprehensive results from the above findings. Evaluation. Grade H, temporarily assigned to the beginner cultivation zone." Luo Yunyang wanted to object when he heard the evaluation results. How could he receive a poor grade when he was considered one of the most extraordinary geniuses in the entire galaxy? As Luo Yunyang was cursing silently, he felt his body once again get shrouded by an energy that he could not resist. Crash! Luo Yunyang landed hard in the middle of a huge metallic pool. The pool, which was made from a purple gold metal, had no carvings or patterns. If Luo Yunyang had to describe this pool, he would use the words, deep, and cold. The pool was very deep, and the entire purple gold structure was very cold. The empty pool looked like a prison cell. Just as Luo Yunyang was pondering secretly if this was the beginner cultivation zone, a stream of liquid came pouring over his head. In an instant, the liquid had filled up the pool while Luo Yunyang was inside. At first, Luo Yunyang thought that the liquid was just water. However, as his body came into contact with the liquid, a feeling welled in his heart. It felt like there was a small dragon in the liquid that was constantly trying to stick against his body. Energy. This was a form of energy made from nutritional fluid. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but recall the nutritional fluid he had enjoyed in the bloody massacre path. Over the years, that nutritional fluid had played an integral role that had contributed to his rapid cultivation base improvement. Luo Yunyang was the #1 blood disciple, so the quality of the nutritional fluid he had been given had been extraordinary. However, this was nothing compared to the nutritional fluid that he was bathing in right now. The nutritional fluid in the pool was of a higher quality than the one provided by the bloody massacre path. After realizing this, Luo Yunyang started to use his cultivation technique and began absorbing the energy. The star in Luo Yunyang's body had been formed with the fundamental planetary source as a core. Hence, its energy absorption rate was 10 times faster than normal star grades. Waves of energy entered his body as the star, which was already exceptionally concentrated, grew even more boundless. Luo Yunyang could even subtly feel some of that energy being nurtured in the star. Although he did not know what this was, he sensed that it should be something good. When Luo Yunyang felt the star in his body struggling to absorb the nutritional fluid, he stopped cultivating. The nutritional fluid filled the pool again. However, this time, the color of the fluid was much clearer. Less than half of the nutritional fluid was absorbed. Evaluation grade lowered to H. The mechanical voice was heard again. This time, Luo Yunyang felt confused. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He had almost been drowned by the energy of the nutritional fluid pool, yet his evaluation grade had dropped. However, this also made Luo Yunyang more confident in the extreme mysterious realm. "Beginner, please proceed to the drill hall." The mechanical voice spoke again just as Luo Yunyang had started flexing his arm, which had been regenerated after absorbing the nutritional fluid. Luo Yunyang strolled casually towards the metallic door he saw in front of him. The purple-gold nutritional fluid pool gave Luo Yunyang a deep, cold feeling. However, as he entered the drill hall, he realized that he had used these two words too soon. The drill hall was also made from purple and gold metal. However, it was thousands of feet tall and occupied a big area. Grade H beginner, you're the 3,654,215th cultivator. Therefore, your serial number is 3,654,215. You have a total of 1 million points. When your points are depleted, you will be expelled from the beginner cultivation zone. Of course, you could gain points in the beginner cultivation zone by cultivating. Now, please confirm your cultivation program: telekinesis cultivation, power cultivation, movement technique cultivation, or constitution cultivation. Luo Yunyang was a little dumbfounded as he heard his 4 choices. What was happening? Why were the 4 options in the extreme mysterious realm similar to the attributes in his attribute regulator? After pondering this for a moment, Luo Yunyang made a decision. He chose telekinesis. Please enter passage 2. The mechanical voice echoed as a long passage appeared in the massive hall. Luo Yunyang could sense that passage 2 was very long before he even entered it. However, as soon as he stepped into it, he realized that he was already inside a secret chamber. The secret chamber was only 100 feet wide. When Luo Yunyang entered the chamber, the mechanical voice said, 3,654,215th beginner, your first mission is to control the first form of the flaming heavenly shuttle. Please complete this mission within 20 hours. The required points are 300. The flaming heavenly shuttle was a weapon shaped like a weaving shuttle that was about 1 foot long. As Luo Yunyang held the flaming heavenly shuttle in his hands, an introduction chart appeared in his mind. The flaming heavenly shuttle was composed by 33,000 flying needles. The first form it transformed into was a war blade. However, the needles that formed the war blade were all different in shape and size. Actually, it could be said that the position of each flying needle inside the war blade was different. Luo Yunyang only had one thought after seeing the first form of the flaming heavenly shuttle. He was clueless about the type of mind power required to control the shuttle. The appearance of the flaming heavenly shuttle was followed by hundreds of instructional diagrams on its first form. Luo Yunyang memorized these diagrams in his mind, yet he didn't follow the instructions. Instead, he used his mind power to try and control the flaming heavenly shuttle. The flaming heavenly shuttle alone already had a higher value than the myriad convergence ring. Up, down, left, right, Luo Yunyang was using his mind power to move the shuttle in all sorts of positions. Although it was rather easy at first, as he progressed to the 300th attempt, the concentrated flying needles suddenly crumbled. Even though Luo Yunyang had used his mind power to prevent this, it was no use. The flaming heavenly shuttle was like a mischievous kid. Failure, failure, failure. After failing consecutively for 10 times, Luo Yunyang began to follow the hundreds of instructional diagrams in an effort to control the flaming heavenly shuttle. 300 flying needles, 500 flying needles, 1,000 flying needles. As the number of flying needles that Luo Yunyang controlled kept increasing, Luo Yunyang felt his telekinetic power increase as well. Most importantly, he felt his telekinetic power advance. If an ordinary telekinetic power was represented figuratively by an ordinary man, then his current level of telekinetic power was akin to an elite with years of training. Although an ordinary person and an elite might be similar in terms of physique, the gap between them was really wide. As Luo Yunyang was indulging into this cultivation, the mechanical voice was heard yet again. Your cultivation period has ended. We will now proceed with the test. Please manipulate the flaming heavenly shuttle into its first form. Luo Yunyang was speechless. How was he going to take this test when he hadn't even controlled half of the flaming heavenly shuttle? He felt slightly irritated as he attempted to manipulate the flaming heavenly shuttle. He had to take this test, no matter what. Luo Yunyang's manipulation forced the flaming heavenly shuttle's flying needles to start transforming into a blade. However, this transformation was only half completed, as another half of a section was missing. Just as Luo Yunyang was trying hard to complete the blade, it crumbled completely. The instant the blade crumbled, Luo Yunyang realized that his mind power was completely exhausted. Failure. Test unsuccessful. 1,000 points will be deducted. As he realized how weird the extreme mysterious realm was, Luo Yunyang took a deep breath. He had always been proud of his telekinetic ability. However, this test had knocked him out until he had ultimately failed. This outcome made him expect more from the extreme mysterious realm, as he believed that his decision to fight for the extreme mystery token had been a wise choice. Chapter 456. The supreme parallel cultivation of the four attributes. Luo Yunyang was slowly moving towards the center of a purple-gold cultivation room. The room was 100 feet wide, and Luo Yunyang felt his entire body shiver with every step he took. In the end, he actually felt every inch of his muscles tear due to that extreme gravity. With every step he took, Luo Yunyang was silently using a type of breathing technique. Thanks to this technique, Luo Yunyang was constantly relieved from the pain he felt in his body. This type of breathing technique, which had no name, was acquired after Luo Yunyang attempted to take the Constitution test. Endure, endure, he had to endure. Although Luo Yunyang knew very little about the extreme mysterious realm, this strict setup made him understand what a rare opportunity this was. Even though the 9 paths were strong and had their own individual mystic realms, such as the blood spirit sky, they were nothing compared to this place. Luo Yunyang did not have access to the origin source law training. However, he had a strong hunch that he would definitely be surprised once he gained access to it. Unfortunately, even though Luo Yunyang tried his best to endure this increasingly crushing gravity, he still found it impossible to move his legs. 1/10 of the white dwarf star's gravity. Test unsuccessful. 1,000 points deducted. In the same cultivation room were 13,600 purple gold metallic stakes arranged in a very mysterious manner. There was also a light spot on every stake. Each light spot displayed some numbers. These numbers represented the order of the stakes that Luo Yunyang had to cross in a single attempt. If the sequence was wrong, his attempt would be considered unsuccessful. The requirement was 3,600 metallic stakes per second, which was only the beginner's level. Luo Yunyang had challenged the 5-element sovereign in terms of speed during their battle for the extreme mystery token earlier. At the time, Luo Yunyang had felt his speed reach its limits. However, he no longer felt that way. Just like the previous test, Luo Yunyang had cultivated a movement technique for 20 hours prior to taking this test. Maybe these were incoherent actions that couldn't be considered a movement technique. However, Luo Yunyang believed that he saw some improvement after practicing those small motions. This improvement raised his existing limits. Begin. When the mechanical voice spoke, Luo Yunyang took flight. The small actions he had practiced appeared. However, despite his fast speed, he only managed to dash past 1,600 purple gold metallic stakes in a second. The movement technique speed test was unsuccessful. 1,000 points deducted. Compared to the previous 3 tests, the last power test was the simplest. Luo Yunyang blasted a hard punch against the metal ball suspended before him. The metallic ball was a machine used to test the power of the participant, as it could determine if the participant's strength met the requirements. Power test unsuccessful. 1,000 points deducted. Luo Yunyang, who was used to the mechanical voice by now, had been mentally prepared for failure. After all, it was impossible for him to execute a punch that could shatter a star without using origin source laws. He had used 300 points during each test and a total of 1,200 points for all 4 tests. He had then failed the tests, so 1,000 points had been deducted each time and 4,000 points had been deducted in total. This meant that Luo Yunyang had lost over 5,000 points in total during this cultivation period. Although 5,000 points was a small sum compared to 1 million points, this was just the beginning. Cultivator, your results during the 4th test were very poor. Based on my analysis, I suggest that you focus on your telekinetic power. The mechanical voice was heard again. This meant that, after analyzing all his tests, the machine had decided that cultivating his telekinetic ability showed more potential than anything else. Focusing on one aspect seemed like a good use of his 1 million accumulated points. However, after thinking this through, Luo Yunyang started to believe that this was no good. Although this sort of cultivation would be good at first, it would be hard for him to make use of the advantage of his attribute regulator later on. Luo Yunyang believed that the cultivation would only get tougher as it progressed. Thus, he would also receive fewer points as a result. This cultivating opportunity would end when all his 1 million accumulated points were used up. Hence, even though this type of cultivation method would be quite beneficial, it was still far from what Luo Yunyang intended to do. The more he experienced the might of the extreme mysterious realm, the more strongly he felt about the boundlessness of martial cultivation. Thus, Luo Yunyang was unwilling to give up on an opportunity that was right in front of him. Although his cultivation rate would be slow if 4 different forces were cultivated at the same time, with every improvement, the chances of him escaping danger by using his attribute regulator would increase. Hence, Luo Yunyang replied resolutely, I've decided to cultivate the 4 of them at the same time. The mechanical voice didn't respond after hearing his decision. It seemed as if the machine was shocked. After what seemed like a long time, the mechanical voice said, Warning. 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 Beginner 3,654,215, you have made a very, very wrong decision. This is very, very, very dangerous. I strictly advise you against this decision and hope that you will retract it. It would not benefit you. Although it would improve your capabilities, you could also end up wasting all your previous efforts and failing. Out of countless cultivators, only elite geniuses have been able to pick 2 types to cultivate. Their genetics were better and stronger than yours by 100 times, and their constitution was 1,000 times more powerful. Their cultivation base was also better by. A string of advice came pouring out of the machine speaker. The intelligent system behind the beginner cultivation zone was obviously very worked up. What if I insist? Luo Yunyang, who had made his decision, naturally wouldn't change his mind just because of some advice. After hearing his question, the mechanical voice became cold and indifferent. Based on my scope of authority, I can only advise you. However, I sincerely hope that you will reconsider. You only have 1 million accumulated points. Given your constitution, if you choose telekinesis, you will be able to reach the 10th stage of the first level. However, if you go ahead with your decision, you will only be able to reach the 3rd stage of the first level of all 4 types of cultivation, maybe not even that. It's better to secure one thing than to lose everything. I hope that you will seriously reconsider. Luo Yunyang felt the machine's intelligence becoming more and more human-like. I know what I'm doing. I think that no cultivator should be tied to a tree. We should explore our surroundings. Therefore, I'll stick to my decision. However, I truly appreciate your suggestion. After listening to Luo Yunyang's mischievous, unrepentant reply, the machine said reluctantly, Beginner 3,654,215, I feel sorry for the decision you have made. However, my settings give me no choice but to respect it. I am going to give you the opportunity to amend your decision within 30 days. You can find me at any time if you change your mind. Luo Yunyang smiled but didn't say anything else. Beginner 3,654,215, your body has reached its limits after these rounds of cultivation. You can choose to recover from this fatigue by using the nutritional fluid pool. Its price is 100 points. The nutritional fluid is able to alleviate your fatigue and absorb nutritious matter to increase your cultivation base. I would advise you to use it. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before he eventually agreed. He would consume the nutritional fluid in the same pool. However, he felt that his absorption rate had increased compared to the previous time. Both his body and mind relaxed as soon as he started soaking in that nutritional fluid pool. It would be great if this was free. Power. 180 Fire. 152 Mind. 47 Speed. 68 Constitution. 77 Origin Source Laws. 252 Wind. 63 Earth. 61 Fire. 66 Water. 64 After soaking himself in the nutritional fluid pool and spending 100 hours cultivating along with his nutritional fluid bath, Luo Yunyang activated his attribute regulator and realized that all his attributes had increased slightly. His power attribute had experienced the biggest increase. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. Luo Yunyang, who had made his decision, was not concerned about anything else. He just traveled back and forth between the 4 cultivation rooms. Whenever he reached his limits in one of the rooms, he would enter another. Failure, failure, failure. After failing over and over, his points started diminishing more and more. 990,000, 980,000, 970,000. Although the speed at which his points dwindled was very fast, Luo Yunyang's progress was also evident. This progress gave him the ability to manipulate the flaming heavenly shuttle's flying needles better, allowed him to stay longer in the gravity room, and it's been a month, Beginner 3,654,215. You have broken a record. You've spent the longest time ever in the first stage. Now, you can still amend your decision if you want to. I think that you should take my advice. the mechanical voice said patiently. Luo Yunyang had gradually started to experience the benefits of his decision as his 4 attributes improved. Why would he change his decision now? No worries, no worries. It doesn't matter if I made the wrong decision. We learn from our mistakes. Despite the numerous warnings of the machine, Luo Yunyang remained unmoved, smiling in a very teasing manner. Once again, the machine went silent. Chapter 457. Greatness starts from the bottom. Luo Yunyang had his eyes shut while he was sitting in a lotus position on the floor of the purple gold cultivation room. The flaming heavenly shuttle rested quietly on the floor beside him. After a long time, Luo Yunyang suddenly opened his eyes. There was a chilly glint in them now. Rise! Specks of light flew out of the flaming heavenly shuttle at Luo Yunyang's command and transformed into a war blade about a foot long. The outer appearance of the blade was very ordinary. However, Luo Yunyang could feel the great power contained within the blade as he held it. Although this power wasn't as strong as Luo Yunyang's best attack, it was still better than most of his attacks had been in the past. The moment the blade was formed, Luo Yunyang could feel that, although there wasn't a lot of origin source law within it, everything was perfectly fused together. Beginner 3,654,215, you've passed the first stage test of the telekinesis cultivation. Your reward is 3,000 points. The mechanical voice said in Luo Yunyang's ears. 3,000 points were not much compared to the points Luo Yunyang had wasted during his attempts to control the flaming heavenly shuttle. He had spent a total of 50,000 points on the flaming heavenly shuttle's first form alone. Although Luo Yunyang found the consumption of points painful, he knew that it was a necessity. One day later, Luo Yunyang landed a heavy punch on the metallic ball in the cultivation room and a red number appeared on the screen. Pass. 3,000 points. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang entered the gravity room. Half an hour later, he had successfully passed the 3,600 metallic stakes in a flash. 811,200 points. This was the amount of points Luo Yunyang was left with after clearing the 4 first-level tests. At the rate that his points were used, he wouldn't have enough to pass the 4th level. Just as Luo Yunyang was thinking about using his attribute regulator to earn more points and move on to cultivate the 2nd level, the mechanical voice said, Beginner 3,654,215, you have completed the 1st level and earned a chance to enter one of the following options: the mysterious underworld platform, the galaxy temple, the godly extermination palace, or the desolate heavenly path. Please make your decision now. The mysterious underworld platform, the galaxy temple, the godly extermination palace, or the desolate heavenly path. What were all these? As Luo Yunyang got confused, information on these 4 options entered his mind. The mysterious underworld platform, the galaxy temple, the godly extermination palace and the desolate heavenly path corresponded to power cultivation, mind cultivation, constitution cultivation, and movement technique cultivation respectively. Each time a cultivator advanced a level, they would get a chance to pick one of these 4 options. If cultivation was considered a waste of points, then picking any of these 4 options was like being given free points. The 4 options were simply a series of tests that examined the cultivator's control on each of the corresponding aspects. The more stages one passed successfully, the more points one would be rewarded with. Luo Yunyang quickly understood the meaning when the contents of the 4 options flooded his mind. When he'd passed the 1st level and had been rewarded 3,000 points, he had felt that there was a huge flaw in the rules of this cultivation zone. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate and pass each level. Even geniuses many times better than him would ultimately succumb and fail as their points were depleted. Hence, he understood right away when the 4 options appeared. I choose the mysterious underworld platform. Luo Yunyang said decisively. He had decided to attempt all the options, so it didn't matter which one was first. As Luo Yunyang made his decision, he realized that his consciousness had strangely appeared on a high platform. Beginner 3,654,215, your mental and physical state have already been reflected in the mysterious underworld platform. When you pass the 1st stage, you will be rewarded with 1,000 points. 1,000 points seemed kind of stingy. As Luo Yunyang was thinking about that, there was a flash of light on the high platform. Suddenly, a strange-looking massive body about 10 feet tall appeared. That strange being had 4 eyes, 4 arms and 6 legs. The moment the strange-looking man appeared, a thought popped into Luo Yunyang's mind: this was the mysterious underworld race. Luo Yunyang did not know what the mysterious underworld race was like exactly. There weren't many detailed records even in the Bloody Massacre Path's massive collection of ancient passages. However, Luo Yunyang's heart filled with disgust when he saw the appearance of this member of the mysterious underworld clan. His disgust gave rise to an impulse to exterminate the mysterious underworld race. As he felt this strange desire, Luo Yunyang was enlightened. Even though he had never seen anyone from the mysterious underworld race before, this feeling was caused by the hatred that existed in his blood. There was hatred in his bloodline. This hatred had existed for countless years, hidden deep within the blood vessels of the human race. Even the endless passing of time would not be able to exterminate this hatred. When the strange-looking man saw Luo Yunyang, similar rage and hatred erupted from him as he glared at Luo Yunyang in the same way. Without hesitation, Luo Yunyang and that strange man rushed towards each other and punched out. The fist technique that Luo Yunyang executed had been acquired during his power cultivation. Thus, it contained his full power. Boom! Their two fists collided in the void. The strange-looking man from the mysterious underworld race, who refused to accept this result, transformed into a sprinkle of dust and disappeared in the void. Although Luo Yunyang had won the battle, he felt that he had exhausted all his energy. Beginner 3,654,215, you have successfully defeated the first-level ordinary grade mysterious underworld being. You have been rewarded with 1,000 points. Do you still wish to continue? Luo Yunyang chose to continue without hesitation. As soon as he voiced his decision, another figure from the mysterious underworld race appeared on the platform. Although Luo Yunyang believed that the level of this mysterious underworld being was similar to the previous ones, this aura was clearly different. It was probably 10 times stronger. This was a general-grade mysterious underworld being. Luo Yunyang's killing intent surged as its name appeared. Luo Yunyang hurriedly made some adjustments by using his attribute regulator right away. Due to the rage in his heart, he allocated most of his attribute points directly to his power attribute. Boom! The general-grade mysterious underworld being turned into ashes after colliding with Luo Yunyang's fist. Compared to Luo Yunyang's previous attempt, this was much easier. Beginner 3,654,215, you've successfully defeated the first-level general-grade mysterious underworld being. You have been rewarded with 10,000 points. Do you still wish to continue? The mechanical voice asked again. This time, it sounded slightly excited. Defeating the general-grade mysterious underworld being had earned Luo Yunyang 10,000 points. Luo Yunyang felt that it had been much easier this time, as he had increased his power attribute by using the attribute regulator. Naturally, Luo Yunyang chose to continue with this challenge. A chief-grade mysterious underworld being was subsequently crushed into ashes by his fist, causing Luo Yunyang to earn 100,000 points. However, just as Luo Yunyang had started to experience a few successes, a mysterious underworld being with a silver physical body appeared on the mysterious underworld platform. Although the silver mysterious underworld being wasn't real, its aura was terrifyingly overwhelming. Luo Yunyang was victorious. He was awarded 1,000,000 points. The immense hatred deep in his bloodline made Luo Yunyang use his power to the fullest as he faced the mysterious underworld being without hesitation. This time, a massive energy entered his body as he collided with the mysterious underworld being. Due to this overwhelming energy, Luo Yunyang had no time to resist. He instantly collapsed in the void. Although he knew that all this was an illusion, when Luo Yunyang regained his consciousness, he felt unwillingness deep in his heart. This unwillingness was unbearable. Lost. He had actually lost. Beginner 3,654,215, you were defeated by the first-level king-grade mysterious underworld being. You have been rewarded with no points. The challenge has ended. The mechanical voice, which now had a trace of sentiment, echoed in Luo Yunyang's ears. After listening to his results, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but voice the question that was on his mind. Are there any more first-level mysterious underworld beings beyond the king grade? Yes, according to the mysterious underworld's ranking system, there are ordinary grade, general grade, chief grade, king grade, imperial grade and emperor grade beings. The mechanical voice sounded lifeless again. Luo Yunyang was silent for a while. Even with the aid of the attribute regulator, he had still been defeated by the king-grade mysterious underworld being. If he were to face an imperial grade or emperor grade being, then the difference would be. Given his own cultivation base, Luo Yunyang thought about the hatred hidden in his bloodline. It was a kind of hatred that was difficult to change or erase. Without the ability to control this hatred, he would have no chance of winning if he encountered any imperial-grade or emperor-grade mysterious underworld beings. Luo Yunyang, you have 3 opportunities left for the following challenges: the Galaxy Temple, the Godly Extermination Palace, and the Desolate Heavenly Path. Are you going to accept a challenge now? Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed with the raging intent to fight when he heard the mechanical voice. Although he couldn't compare to an imperial-grade or emperor-grade mysterious underworld being, thanks to the rise of his attributes, he would surely catch up with and defeat the elite-level mysterious underworld beings. All except the challenge of the Godly Extermination Palace. Chapter 458, The Honorary Emperor. 180 years later, Luo Yunyang's body flashed with gleams of golden light in the Godly Extermination Palace. These golden lights that were shining on Luo Yunyang made him look like a celestial being clad in golden armor. Opposite Luo Yunyang stood a creature of similar size. However, the creature's body was wrapped in thick 5-colored scales and 3 horns were protruding from its head. This was a familiar sight for Luo Yunyang. The creature was a member of the divine incarcerated race. Divine incarcerated beings were widely used in the Godly Extermination Palace's training. Their race also invoked a deep hatred within Luo Yunyang's bloodline. Although Luo Yunyang didn't know anything about the origin of the divine incarcerated race, this situation was similar to the one he had experienced with the mysterious underworld race. When he first saw this race, deep, immense hatred welled from the bottom of his heart. It was an unforgettable, indelible kind of hatred. As the creature covered in 5-colored scales appeared, Luo Yunyang, who had already adjusted his attributes to the maximum, clashed with it. Although this was a virtual platform, the collision felt like 2 massive stars smashing in the void. Boom! An earth-shaking sound reverberated throughout the void. The massive divine incarcerated being's eyes were full of doubt and disbelief. However, in the end, it was still turned into ashes. Beginner 3,654,215, you have defeated the Godly Extermination Palace's Level 13 Emperor-grade Divine Incarcerated Being. 100 million points have been awarded. The mechanical voice said clearly in Luo Yunyang's ears. Emperor-grade Divine Incarcerated Being. Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed with faint excitement. During the past 30 years, Luo Yunyang had defeated the Level 9 beings in the mysterious underworld platform, the Galaxy Temple, the Godly Extermination Palace and the Desolate Heavenly Path. This cultivation had helped him improve tremendously both his physical and mental attributes. However, the Level 9 Emperor-grade Divine Incarcerated Being in the Godly Extermination Palace was like an unscalable mountain that hindered his progress. In the end, after years of hard work, Luo Yunyang managed to defeat the Emperor-grade Divine Incarcerated Being with the help of his attribute regulator. He had finally succeeded. Beginner 3,654,215, you've completed all the courses of the Beginner Cultivation Zone and cleared the challenges of the Galaxy Temple, the mysterious underworld platform, the Godly Extermination Palace and the Desolate Heavenly Path with flying colors. You have been rewarded with 10 billion points. Based on your performance, you are eligible to proceed to the Intermediate Cultivation Zone. Thanks to your accumulated points, you have successfully earned the best reward in the Beginner Cultivation Zone. Beginner 3,654,215, you will now be receiving the human race's honorary emperor title. Please remain modest, continue cultivating until you reach the apex and keep contributing to the continuation of the human race. You're already an honorary emperor. Thus, effective today, you'll have the highest scope of authority in the entire training system. The mechanical voice said in Luo Yunyang's ears, stunning him completely. Highest scope of authority? What was all this about? As Luo Yunyang's thoughts were in turmoil, he heard the mechanical voice speak again. Respected honorary emperor, the training system has recognized you as the master. Do you accept this? How could he disagree? Luo Yunyang had put his thoughts into his cultivation ever since he had entered the extreme mysterious realm. As his cultivation had improved, he had started deeply respecting the step-by-step training provided by the system. In the beginner cultivation zone, every stage of cultivation contained a set of movement and breathing techniques. Although these techniques did not have names, they had been extremely invaluable to Luo Yunyang's cultivation during all these years. During his past cultivation, power had been power and origin source laws had been just origin source laws. However, thanks to the step-by-step training provided, Luo Yunyang had realized that both offense and defense could be incorporated into origin source laws. This knowledge alone had far surpassed what he had been taught in the 9 paths. Of course, based on Luo Yunyang's intuition, if the 9 sky books were combined into one, that book would surpass this knowledge as well. Power: 830 fire, 800 mind, 765 speed, 763 constitution, 768 origin source laws, 1002 wind, 243 earth, 251 fire, 273 water, 207. His attributes had increased tremendously ever since he had first arrived there. At first, Luo Yunyang had estimated that he would need to be at least at the nebula grade for his power attribute to reach the golden figure of 800 points. However, although he was only at the peak star grade now, his power attribute had already reached 800 points. When Luo Yunyang had ascended to the star grade boundary by using the fundamental source, his power attribute had only been like an ordinary martialist's. He had actually only had a single-digit power. In comparison, his current power was worth the power of over 800 star grade entities. His mind, speed and constitution attributes had also increased like lightning, while the 4 cultivation methods had also vastly improved his origin source law attributes. Some top-notch powerhouses believed that the comprehension of origin source laws was not a daily affair. Any occasional occurrence could also improve the comprehension of origin source laws. In the past, Luo Yunyang had always doubted this saying. However, he now firmly believed in it. During his cultivation, he had never cultivated any origin source laws. Still, through the cultivation of his power, constitution and mind, he had been able to comprehend a lot of things that he'd had trouble with in the past. As a result, Luo Yunyang's strength had improved more than 100-fold. Respected Honorary Emperor, you have acquired the highest authority at this training facility. Is there anything you need? The mechanical voice interrupted Luo Yunyang's train of thought. A mischievous idea popped into Luo Yunyang's mind when he heard the voice. The corner of his mouth rose slightly into a smirk as he said, "I'm someone that likes to experience new things. I'm sick of your voice. Can you change into a different one? All right, may I know what type of voice you prefer, my respected Honorary Emperor? You have the following options: tender and gentle like water, outspoken and straightforward, mature and charming, sweet and pleasant." Luo Yunyang felt a little dizzy while listening to his options. They were indeed plentiful. Although his memory was incomparably good, he was still stunned by the countless choices he had to make at the moment. Meanwhile, he was cursing silently the designer of this training facility. Damn, what a brilliant design. I'll pick the first one then. Luo Yunyang made a random decision. Okay, my respected Honorary Emperor. It's a pleasure to be at your service. If you have any other requests, please feel free to approach me, a soothing, gentle voice said in Luo Yunyang's ears. Luo Yunyang breathed a big sigh of relief when he heard this. His head had gotten heavy after hearing that mechanical voice for so many years. At last, he didn't need to listen to that piercing voice anymore. Where is my reward? The first thing that came into Luo Yunyang's mind was the reward that the system had mentioned. Respect Honorary Emperor, this is a reward that no one has received ever since the start of the beginner cultivation zone. Although the human race is not inferior to clans like the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race, it's unheard of for us to be better than them in terms of cultivation. This shows that the basic cultivation techniques left by the 4 supreme saints are undoubtedly correct. Luo Yunyang felt like the gentle voice was whispering in his ear. As he listened to these compliments, he sighed to himself. This had happened because of his attribute regulator, not because of the cultivation techniques left by the 4 supreme saints. If he hadn't managed to earn so many points with the aid of his attribute regulator, he wouldn't have completed all the courses. Oh, wait, what's the name of the cultivation techniques left by the 4 supreme saints? Luo Yunyang was pretty curious about this. When he had only been a beginner, the intelligent system that controlled the entire training facility hadn't treated him very friendly. Now, he could ask anything he wanted, as he had already become the master of the training facility. What's its name? It should be the basic potential cultivation technique. The system replied after pondering the question for a moment. What a boring name for such an impressive technique. Although Luo Yunyang wanted to criticize this choice, his urge to ask if there were any follow-up techniques was more important. Respected Honorary Emperor, the purpose of the 4 cultivation techniques is to improve the potential of your power, mind, speed and constitution. You will enjoy huge benefits if you continue to cultivate. What follows is the advanced cultivation zone. I do not know anything about it. This answer was basically a non-answer. Although he felt like cursing, Luo Yunyang eventually decided not to push this right now. He wanted to see what this reward that had never been received by anyone else was. According to the system, it should be something extraordinary. Give me the reward. Sorry, my respected honorary emperor. You can only retrieve your reward by entering the treasury. Please follow me. A rainbow-colored passage suddenly appeared in the purple-gold room. When Luo Yunyang stepped onto the passage, he felt the lights before him flashing. It seemed like the purple-gold cultivation room around him had disappeared without a trace. This didn't feel very good. Luo Yunyang couldn't feel anything. His surroundings had turned pitch black. Chapter 459. The Chaotic Four Origin Bead. This was a void. The space was very small, almost 3 feet wide. Meanwhile, the surrounding atmosphere made Luo Yunyang feel that it was exceptionally stable. At least it didn't seem like it was going to be shattered by spatial turbulence. The fact that the reward had been placed in such a space made Luo Yunyang's expectations grow. Although he was not ignorant, the way the treasure was stored had certainly surprised him. After all, the huge tower was already very sturdy. However, storing the treasure in a separate void would make it even more secure. Actually, if he had not met the requirements to receive this reward, the intelligent system that controlled the beginner cultivation zone would also have had trouble obtaining the treasure. What exactly was it? As Luo Yunyang looked at the small space, he quickly found his target. A bead the size of a small thumb was floating in the void. The bead wasn't very eye-catching and it exuded no aura. However, Luo Yunyang could feel a really mysterious sensation contained within it. Although he walked over to the bead quickly and grabbed it with his hands, there was no reaction from the bead at all. As soon as he got hold of it, a flood of information entered Luo Yunyang's mind. This is a chaotic four-origin bead. Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed. According to the information transmitted into his head, the chaotic four-origin bead wasn't really a bead. It was an origin source that belonged to a certain type of top-tier beast that existed in the universe. The people that had left the bead had been indeed the 4 supreme saints. The chaotic four-origin bead had been obtained by the 4 supreme saints accidentally when they'd come across a wounded chaotic four-origin beast. After joining forces to kill the most high-ranking dire beast in the whole universe, they had acquired this bead. According to the information left behind by them, not only did chaotic four-origin dire beasts possess exceptional combat abilities, but they also possessed a range of mystical powers. This could actually be considered the most valuable treasure for external incarnation cultivation. However, it had been useless to the 4 supreme saints considering their cultivation base. Hence, after their research, they had decided to use the 4-origin chaotic whole pearl as the biggest reward in the beginner cultivation zone, where it could only be attainable by achieving the best results. There had never been someone like Luo Yunyang, who possessed an attribute regulator, in the countless years that the beginner cultivation zone had existed. Therefore, the bead had always remained in this small space. Although it had taken Luo Yunyang only an instant to reach the small space, he was actually a long way from the extreme mysterious realm. It was the Supreme Saint's method that had allowed Luo Yunyang to reach this spot. Incorporating enough spiritual consciousness into the chaotic four-origin bead could make the bead recognize its owner and provide them with enough energy to produce a chaotic four-origin dire beast. As Luo Yunyang glanced at the grayish bead, he immediately sent a trace of his spiritual consciousness into the chaotic four-origin bead without hesitation. According to the 4 supreme saints, the chaotic four-origin bead was priceless and the chaotic four-origin dire beast that would be nurtured would have a natural star-grade cultivation. As long as it made sufficient effort to cultivate, its future achievements would be limitless. Most importantly, the chaotic four-origin dire beast would possess plenty of innate mystic techniques that were envied by a lot of other races. However, there were very few chaotic four-origin dire beasts in the universe. Hence, not many people were able to find one and use it as a doppelganger. Even the 4 supreme saints had only chanced upon an injured beast coincidentally. When Luo Yunyang incorporated his spiritual consciousness into the chaotic four-origin bead, the bead, which had originally been in Luo Yunyang's hands, appeared silently in his mind. What surprised Luo Yunyang was that he felt a life form gestating within the bead. Although the chaotic four-origin dire beast was still developing, Luo Yunyang could already sense its aura. This was a superb, ultimate treasure. As Luo Yunyang was looking around the space for any other treasures that had been left behind, he suddenly felt a force spiraling around his body and bringing him back to the purple gold cultivation room in an instant. "Respected Honorary Emperor, are there any further instructions?" The gentle voice echoed around the room. Luo Yunyang didn't know when the dire beast was going to appear. Hence, after pondering this for a moment, he made a decision. "Proceed to the advanced cultivation zone. Your wish is my command." As the mechanical voice spoke again in Luo Yunyang's ears, a familiar energy shrouded his body and carried him away. However, as the energy flooded his body for a while, Luo Yunyang realized that he was still in the purple gold cultivation room. At first, he thought that the beginner cultivation zone and the advanced cultivation zone looked similar, yet he slowly realized that something was wrong. The most glaring evidence was the passage that Luo Yunyang had exited from, which was still in the same location. Refining systems, refining systems. The gentle voice became mechanical once again. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After half an hour, the gentle voice was heard again. "Respected Honorary Emperor, after a system scan, it was detected that the components that were supposed to be present are missing. This training facility is only able to open the beginner cultivation zone." Luo Yunyang had been feeling ambitious to improve even further as he approached the nebula grade. However, he had not expected that there would be a problem with the training facility. "What is going on?" Luo Yunyang asked, sounding slightly peeved. "Respected Honorary Emperor, after long self-inspection, the system realized that this training facility is only part of the elite human race training facility. There is some kind of corruption in the system's memory that makes it impossible to extract a valid memory from the data. I am asking for your forgiveness, respected Honorary Emperor." Luo Yunyang was dumbfounded. After experiencing the power of the training facility in the extreme mysterious realm, he had never thought that he would only get to see a small portion. The most important advanced levels couldn't be activated. This made Luo Yunyang feel rather uncomfortable. "Respect Honorary Emperor, the system is unable to assist you in your cultivation. If you wish to stay in the training facility, please remain in the beginner cultivation zone and make a choice. If you do not intend to proceed with your selection, please leave. According to the human race's decree, as the Honorary Emperor, you are required to assist the training facility in the search for the lost component. Once the component is found, you will be able to activate the advanced cultivation zone and receive the higher level training provided by the training facility. Is there anything else I may assist you with, respected Honorary Emperor?" Even though he felt a little disappointed, Luo Yunyang quickly accepted reality. After all, he had received plenty of benefits from the training facility. His power was a good example. His current strength was no weaker than the nebula grade, and his general progress was something that ordinary nebula grades couldn't achieve. It would be difficult for him to improve further if he remained here. Hence, Luo Yunyang decided to leave. Based on his space-time calculations, he had spent 180 years in the training facility. Although he knew that the bloody massacre path would definitely take great care of his family and he had left enough contributions points for Yunxi to exchange for the medication that would treat her injury, it had still been 180 years. He also didn't know how his sister, Luo Donger, or his family had been living for the past 180 years. Luo Yunyang felt his heart flood with warmth as he thought of his family. Although his mother and sister's cultivation was ordinary, he had left enough resources for them to live a long time. "I've decided to leave for the time being. How will I get back here after leaving?" Luo Yunyang was reluctant to part ways with the training facility. "You are the Honorary Emperor. You will be given a token that will allow you to return to the training facility whenever you want." Luo Yunyang heard the gentle voice in his ears again. "Because you are the Honorary Emperor, you also have the authority to erect 3 entry points in the outside world. Those points will allow you to return as well. Of course, your token will only allow you to return alone." Luo Yunyang nodded his head. It was wonderful to be able to come and go freely. Besides, these 3 entry points gave Luo Yunyang some hope. "When I made my way here, I lost plenty of weapons. Do you have any weapons or armor here?" Luo Yunyang asked just as he was about to leave. Although the intelligent system was surprised by Luo Yunyang's request, it didn't dare say no. Instead, it explained, "There's only the armor used during cultivation training in the flaming heavenly shuttle. However, these are only used for cultivation training. Aren't I the Honorary Emperor? You shouldn't be expecting any more cultivators anyway, right?" Luo Yunyang, who was not satisfied with the intelligent system's reply, cursed silently. He had the highest authority, so why negotiate when he could take what he wanted by force? The gentle voice finally gave in to Luo Yunyang's unyielding reply, and a set of armor and a pair of flaming heavenly shuttles appeared before Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, dense clouds gathered in the Da Alliance. Countless half-naked, strong young men were tugging on a rope with a massive mountain-like statue tied to one end. The statue was like a celestial being staring arrogantly in every direction. A whip made from golden thread lashed viciously at a bulky man. The man, who was lying on the floor, fainted instantly. Hurry up and do your job, you lowly slaves. Chapter 461. A clear intention to kill this person was asking for directions when he was about to die. The lady in black could not believe her ears. She must have heard wrong. What sort of person would be asking for directions at this point in time? However, the knife in her hand seemed as heavy as a mountain. It was almost impossible for her to wield it. Although many thoughts went through her mind, she was too disheartened to process them. This is no longer the Da Alliance, she said. The Da Alliance no longer exists. Then, the lady took a closer look at the person asking for directions. He was not tall, and he was wearing black armor made out of an unknown material. The armor looked thin, yet it gave one a sense of sturdiness and robustness. The man was very good-looking, and his expression was relaxed. As she was looking at him, the lady felt a sense of familiarity. She felt as though she had met him at some point somewhere else. However, she was unable to come up with any particular memory. The Da Alliance no longer exists. You mean that the Da Alliance dissolved on its own? The man asked in bewilderment. You seem dubious. Who exactly are you? Asked one of the martialists from the Golden Daughter race sternly. The moment he spoke, an icy glare flickered through the eyes of the man in black. Although he did not utter a word, in the blink of an eye, the member of the Golden Daughter race that had been speaking stopped completely. Ah, 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 he screamed, putting his head in both hands while rolling about in the sky. He seemed to be in great pain. You dare! The other Golden Daughter powerhouses wanted to react. However, before they could do so, a wave of boundless energy swept through them, making it hard for them to even breathe. This force was so massive that they felt like the person standing in front of them was not a human, but a planet. A giant, massive planet. Boom! The martialist who was struggling frantically suddenly blew up in midair. Following his death, fury suddenly filled the entire void. This fury spread far and wide in an instant. Everyone trembled in fear in the face of such fury. The Five-Element Sovereign, it's the great Five-Element Sovereign, said the black-armored man angrily. The lady's expression changed from fear to surprise when she heard his words. As the leader of the resistance movement, she knew full well that the Five-Element Sovereign was the main reason for the calamities that had befallen them. However, she only felt fear and hatred for the godlike Five-Element Sovereign. Although she did not want to admit defeat in front of the mighty Five-Element Sovereign, she simply felt helpless. The man in the black armor had just shouted the name of the Five-Element Sovereign as though it was nothing. At his furious roar, tens of thousands of individuals start to rise from the ground. These people were the martialists of the Golden Daughter clan. The devilish martialists of the Golden Daughter race were struggling for their lives. However, it seemed as though a mighty invisible hand in the void was grabbing them and rendering them helpless. What are you? I am Suoluo from the Golden Daughter race. Our race serves the acute metal path. We, said a Star 1 grade powerhouse. Before him, the resistance forces were nothing more than annoying mayflies. He looked just like a deeply entrenched, giant tree. However, although his voice sounded intense, anyone listening would be able to point out the shakiness and fear in it. Furthermore, he was also struggling to break free to no avail. I am Luo Yunyang, said the man in the black armor. Many of the younger fighters did not know what the significance behind this name was. However, the lady in black felt a ray of hope upon hearing his name. Just before she had become the leader of the resistance force, when she had first entered the resistance, a legend had been going around. People had believed that one day, Luo Yunyang would return. Who was Luo Yunyang? Nobody had ever told her. However, his name had slowly become a symbol for her. Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang. The Star 1 grade martialist of the Golden Daughter race cried in disbelief. Didn't you fall? Weren't you supposed to fall in the sacred land of the human race? How can you still be alive? How were you able to return right now? The martialist shook with fear as he spoke. As he faced Luo Yunyang, he felt as though he was paying his respects to the Five-Element Sovereign. He felt absolutely powerless. While Luo Yunyang glared at him, many thoughts and memories popped into his mind. I did not die, which means that all of you shall die today, shouted Luo Yunyang furiously as the statue of the five-element sovereign rose as high as the mountains and was turned to debris in midair. When Luo Yunyang said the word, die, every member of the Golden Daughter race crumbled apart. The Star 1 grade powerhouse was the last to die, as his cultivation base allowed him to struggle futilely against Luo Yunyang's move for a moment longer. The sovereign isn't going to let you off. He has regained his cultivation base. He won't let you get away with this, the Golden Daughter powerhouse shouted. However, those were his last words before his body crumbled silently in the void. The lady in black stared at the unbelievably strong man. She just couldn't believe that all of this was real. However, what she had just witnessed told her that this was undeniably true. She just could not believe that someone as strong as a mountain was still alive. You are Luo Yunyang? She asked, sounding slightly afraid. Luo Yunyang glanced at the lady, who was breathing heavily in her black robes, before he nodded. I am indeed Luo Yunyang. You, the lady seemed to have a lot to say to him. However, she couldn't find the right words at the moment. Watch over them well. I am leaving. Luo Yunyang's consciousness had wrapped around the entire Da Alliance. Everything that had happened had been clearly etched in his mind. What are you going to do? Shouted the lady as Luo Yunyang rose into the air. From her point of view, Luo Yunyang looked like a lamp that brightened her spirits and gave her hope during a desperate time. Luo Yunyang looked her in the eye and said, kill someone. By the time his reply reached her ears, Luo Yunyang was already thousands of miles away. Although the lady had great eyesight and could see very far, Luo Yunyang had turned into a small black dot in an instant. Ha ha ha, the wretched Golden Daughter race is finally dead. Ha ha ha, brothers, revenge has finally been served. There is hope for us. We no longer have to go through such arduous days anymore. We can finally live. Mother, mother, can you see this? Our tough days have come to an end. All sorts of cries, exclamations and shouts rose, forming a collective voice across the land. The lady in black watched the euphoric crowd joyously. After letting out a deep sigh of relief, she moved quickly in the direction of the crowd. After all, there were still many things she had to do. She did not want to disappoint the person who had entrusted her with this job. As he flew higher, Luo Yunyang activated his blood crystal spaceship. After getting on board, a slightly more peaceful expression formed on his face and his previous killing intent faded away. The five-element sovereign, Luo Yunyang slowly recited this name. During his 100 years of cultivation, he never would have thought that the five-element sovereign, who had once fought with him over the extreme mystic token, would actually do such a thing. If the five-element sovereign couldn't take revenge on Luo Yunyang, he would seek revenge on his family. After Luo Yunyang's family had sought shelter with the Bloody Massacre Path, he had taken control of the Blue Rain Empire and rained calamities and chaos down on the Da Alliance. Luo Yunyang started to fume as he watched the memories he had extracted from the members of the Golden Daughter race. Although his friends and family were sheltered by the Bloody Massacre Path and were already in range of the Blood Spirit Sky, Luo Yunyang felt a raging fire burn in his heart as he recalled those appalling, cruel images. Kill, kill, kill. A voice kept saying in Luo Yunyang's heart. As these angry thoughts filled his brain, the chaotic four-origin bead that had been gestating in his mind started to churn furiously. The blood crystal spaceship was traveling at a great speed. Suddenly, a familiar voice said, "My beloved master, your humble servant Badabu is at your service." When Badabu completed his sentence, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had traveled back in time to the moment Badabu had first joined him. Destination: Imperial City of the Blue Rain Empire. Luo Yunyang ordered. As soon as he gave this order, Badabu's voice rang out in his ears. "Respected master, you have an unread message. My noble master, you have an unread message. Master, you have an unread message." Badabu's voice kept going on until there were about 10 voices speaking at the same time. Luo Yunyang waited until Badabu had finally stopped reporting before saying, "Open them and go through the contents one by one." His expression turned solemn as he gave this order. Chapter 460, 5 Elements Up High. The young man, who had been beaten sore, had curled up like a boiled prawn and started shrieking in pain. Strips of bloody scars kept appearing on his flesh as it was lacerated from the whipping. When the whip fell again, a piece of flesh came flying off and drifted along with the whip. Sir, he is young and ignorant. Sir, please be magnanimous. Just let him off this time, a tanned young man said while kneeling and kowtowing. Before the young man could finish speaking, the whip had already lashed out at him. A foot-long scar appeared on his face instantly. A thuggish man wearing an unbuttoned shirt that revealed his chest hair glared with cold purple-red eyes. Cheap bastard, where do you get this logic? So what if I whipped him a few times? I don't care if he's whipped to death. The thug, who was still pissed, kicked the man who was curled on the ground, eliciting a miserable scream from him. All of you are cheap slaves. You bastards are just slaves of the great five-element sovereign. I can smack any one of you till you drop dead if I want to. The thuggish man, who looked a little tired after his fit of rage, pointed forward. Goddammit, keep a close eye on the progress for me. You better move at least 30 miles today. I will make sure that anyone that skives off dies a tragic death. As soon as he said this, he stomped heavily on the young man lying on the ground, instantly squashing him into human pulp. Hooting laughter was heard repeatedly as everyone trembled in fear. The silent memorial was held on a vacant plot of land at night. There were no offerings, just faces full of hatred and despair. He was just a little slow, said a frail, helpless voice. There was no response. Almost everyone was completely silent. A whimpering sound reverberated around the big night sky, as if the sky was crying in their stead. The Resistance Army. How is the Resistance Army? Someone said courageously at last. There was still no response. However, when the Resistance Army was mentioned, everyone's eyes lit up. The Resistance Army was their only hope. The Resistance Army has been defeated. It's unclear if the great general was able to escape, said an honest young man. Although he only had one arm, his eyes were beaming with determination. Everyone's eyes quickly shifted onto him. He felt eyes full of anger, suspicion, and resentment. You're lying, someone blurted out, not caring if he was too loud. I have no need to lie. I was captured by them yesterday. Those pieces of trash from the Golden Daughter race captured me, the young man said hatefully. Was the great general able to escape? Someone asked worriedly. He should be fine. The great general has an exceptional cultivation base. Those ordinary pieces of trash from the Golden Daughter race cannot catch him. I heard that speed is his specialty. Some people nodded their heads immediately, as if by nodding their heads they would help the great general, who they had entrusted their hope with, escape. Only the young man who had spoken was worried. When he had been captured, the great general that he revered had already been injured. The great general's injury had been very serious, while the cultivation base of the people who had attacked him wasn't any lower than his. You are from the Resistance Army. Can you tell us why people from the Golden Daughter race are always bullying us around? Asked a skinny young man around 13 or 14 years old. The honest young man hesitated for a moment before mumbling, I can't explain this clearly either. It seems like it's because of a crime committed by an important individual. As soon as he said that, he pointed at the huge statue and said, there. That is the important individual. The statue, which had been carved out of a mountain, depicted a familiar face. Many of the people present had been seeing that statue ever since their birth. Furthermore, countless people that were suffering like them were constantly dragging the statue forward by day and night. They didn't know where the statue had come from, or who it was, but they knew that it was the source of their misery. The great general said that the Golden Daughter race is able to humiliate us because we are weak. The honest young man's words made many people ponder. The young man didn't speak again. Although he had complete faith in the great general, at the moment, he felt a little desperate. The Resistance Army troops had been getting smaller by the day, while their enemies. Black Band Thief, you cannot escape now. Surrender immediately. Our governor said that if you surrender, we will spare your life. A cold voice was suddenly heard in the night sky. There was surprise on the honest young man's face when he heard the words Black Band Thief. He stood up abruptly, disregarding the danger that he was in. Meanwhile, many more people turned their gazes in the direction of the voice. Up in the night sky, dozens of light shadows flew straight in from a distance. Thanks to the illumination provided by these lights, a figure in black was seen desperately running forward. Although the speed of the black figure was very fast, based on the way it flew, it seemed like the figure had been injured. This had to be a really serious injury. It's the great general. The honest young man wanted to fly away. However, before he could muster up any energy, immense pain filled his body, making him collapse like a puppet on the ground. The source core within his dantian had already been destroyed, rendering him unable to muster up any power to fly into the sky. It's impossible for both of us to exist together. Even if I were to perish today, the Da Alliance would avenge me and chase down all of you golden daughters. A resolute voice said amid that dark, gloomy atmosphere. It was the voice of a woman, which shocked a lot of people. They had never thought that the revered great general would actually be a woman. Well said, Black Band Thief. Do you believe what you just said, though? The might of our golden daughters could even turn an empire into dust. Besides, we are fulfilling the great five elements sovereign's orders. The man who had taken the lead stepped onto a disc that was flying in the air. He was fast and his words were confident. Meanwhile, his subordinates surrounded the woman in black. Each of them had a disc under their feet. Their discs soon converged into a huge circle. This circle was the famous weapon of the Golden Daughter race called the Tianluo Ring. According to the legend of the Golden Daughter race, no one could escape after being encircled by the Tianluo Ring. The five-element sovereign, so what? Just wait. Once that person gets out of the sacred land, the five-element sovereign will pay for everything. The man standing on top of the disc snorted and said coldly, when that person gets out. Ha ha, you are really ignorant. Do you know what the record for the longest time spent in that sacred land is? Let me tell you, it's 1 damn year. That person has already been gone 100 years. Do you realize that? 100 goddamn years. Then, he added, I heard that the flow of time there is different than it is here. The scale is 1.8, which means that he has already spent 180 years there. Think about it, how could he still come out of that place? The woman's face turned gloomy as she heard this. Although she knew what was being said, she just refused to accept the truth. She didn't want to accept that the person in question was dead. She didn't want to lose hope. However, she was now at the end of the line. She had nowhere else to go. The last bit of hope in her heart seemed on the verge of crumbling. All sorts of thoughts circulated in her mind. As she watched the slaves rounded up by that group of savages, her hopes dimmed. Kill! The woman shrieked as she wielded the long blade in her hands and transformed into a streak of blade light. The blade, which was 10 feet long, contained her immense anger and fury. As she unleashed the blade, the woman realized that this was the strongest move she had ever executed. Unfortunately, it exhausted all the energy in her body. You're overestimating yourself. After a cold snort, the discs below the men's feet began to transform into a wall of light about 100 feet tall. Compared to that wall of light, the woman's blade looked extremely insignificant. She had no more strength or power to strike again. Instead, she pointed the blade at her own neck. The eyes of the people watching the battle suddenly filled with shock, sadness, unwillingness and pain. Most of them were extremely frightened as they instinctively shut their eyes. However, a finger suddenly rested on the long blade. When the finger was pulled back, a voice said, "Excuse me, is this the Da Alliance?" Chapter 462. A clash between the strongest rulers. Stars of all shapes and sizes existed in vast galaxies. Although a pure golden planet couldn't produce light, it was shimmering like the stars in the night sky just by reflecting light. In the past, the Da Alliance would have considered this a treasure planet, as the raw metals on it were too precious. Class A alloy could be forged by using the metals on this planet and be subsequently used to create higher-level weapons. However, this planet was just hanging lifelessly in the void. Actually, it was in a perpetual state of tranquility. In the distance, a spaceship flew out of a space jump node. Based on the direction of the spaceship, it seemed like it was heading straight towards the planet, even though it was still millions of miles away. The interior of this splendid spaceship was incomparably luxurious. 3 men in silver-white garments were sitting quietly next to the communication device. "There's no response from Master," said a short, fat man who looked like a huge smiling flower in full bloom. His appearance was actually rather comical. However, anyone who was familiar with this fat man knew that he wasn't someone easy to be around. Just 10 years ago, he had leveled a city to the ground because someone had badmouthed him. The fat man had a peak star-grade cultivation base. Although the other 2 men had a similar star-grade cultivation, they still treated the fat man with great respect. "Master is training in seclusion, so he can't pick up your call. I believe he is aware that we have arrived," said a Golden Daughter clansman who had the characteristic eyes of the Golden Daughter race. As he spoke, his eyes were beaming with the intent to please the fat man. Although his cultivation was not much weaker than the Fat Man's, the Golden Daughter clan was only a small tribe. Compared to the Fat Man, who was a beloved subordinate of the Five-Element Sovereign, the Golden Daughter clan was too insignificant. The Fat Man was pleased. Although he did not like the Golden Daughter clan, he was still satisfied that this lad knew his own place. Yes, the Golden Daughter clan must work extra hard on the Sin Planet. I heard that last year, there were more births than deaths there. This cannot be the case. The Fat Man pointed his finger outwards and said nonchalantly, Master doesn't want his enemies to live too comfortably. Whoever makes the enemy too comfortable is going against the Master's will. The Golden Daughter clansman scowled. He quickly wiped his smile as he pleaded, Rest assured, sir. I'll inform them right away to pick up their pace. I will kill whoever dares be lazy. The Fat Man was undecided. Fortunately, the lad from the Golden Daughter clan was quite sensible. He acted on command, and his attitude was worthy of recognition. After carefully and cautiously coaxing the Fat Man with a few more words, the Golden Daughter clansman asked politely, Sir, when do you think everything that's happening on this planet will end? How could it end? That person offended my master and cost him an important opportunity. Even if that person dies, my master still won't swallow this indignity. Yes, absolutely. The Golden Daughter race clansman and his partner hurriedly agreed with the Fat Man. My master originally wanted to kill all the relatives of that person to wash away the hatred in his heart. However, the despicable Blood Space Ruler took them all to the Blood Spirit Sky, ruining my master's mood. The Fat Man smiled coldly. The Blood Space Ruler must be regretting his actions by now. Not only has my master fully recovered from his cultivation, but he has also improved. He is currently at the peak Nebula grade. Judging by my master's talent, his fighting abilities must already be on par with the rulers. I believe that it won't be long before the rulers have to bow down before him. As the Fat Man was boasting proudly, the huge spaceship started to vibrate and the system said, Warning. Magnetic interference. The Fat Man's expression was very calm. A peak star-grade entity like him wouldn't be affected even if the spaceship were to collapse. After all, his physical body was strong enough to traverse through space. What's happening? The Fat Man asked as the golden planet got larger and larger on the monitor until it suddenly started to explode. As it started splitting apart, the planet began to crack and a five-colored ray of light shot out of its core, illuminating the sky. As the golden treasure planet split into two, many people surged upwards along with a massive energy. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the five-colored beam. Despite his small stature, massive energy erupted towards it. As the energy shrouded the trio in the spaceship, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. Master, your subordinates would like to pay their respects. The trio in the spaceship flew out and kowtowed without hesitation. The Five-Element Sovereign, whose hair had already turned half-white, seemed to emanate a much stronger deadly, desolate aura. He didn't care much about the three subordinates in front of him. Have you brought everything? He asked coldly without batting an eyelid. Sovereign, these are 100 years worth of offerings. The Fat Man hurriedly removed the interspatial ring on his finger and offered it respectfully to the Five-Element Sovereign. With a wave of the Five-Element Sovereign's hands, the interspatial ring flew over. When his spiritual consciousness spread over the ring, a smile appeared on his face. The man immediately laughed hysterically and said, Good. You did well. When I absorb the Five-Element Magnet, I will ascend to the galaxy grade. By then, we'll see if that blood space fogey will be able to stop me. The Fat Man trembled in fear as he watched the Five-Element Sovereign laugh maniacally. He felt like his master had become much crazier. As he was deep in thought, the Fat Man's communication device suddenly started ringing, startling him. He had personally watched the Five-Element Sovereign mercilessly annihilate a beloved subordinate just because his communication device had rung at the wrong time. Why had such an unlucky thing happened to him of all people? The outcome was unimaginable. Answer it. What is the matter? It was unclear whether the Five-Element Sovereign was in a good mood or not. However, there was a faint smile on his face. Actually, the smirk on the Five-Element Sovereign's face frightened the Fat Man even more. His master was an emotionless man. To be honest, he had never understood his master's exact emotions before. As the Fat Man put the call through, he silently cursed the fella in charge of the Blue Rain Empire, who had called him. The communication device was silent. Only a video was being projected. On the screen, a figure was zipping around like lightning. Anyone that came into contact with this figure was instantly butchered. The person who had called the fat man was among the casualties. Although that figure was near his comrade, the fat man was still unable to get a good look at the blurry silhouette. In the midst of this chaos and confusion, the fat man realized that the figure seemed very familiar. He must have seen it before. Everyone died instantly without getting a chance to retaliate or even squeak. Who was this? How did he possess such overwhelming strength? The fat man was shaking. Although he looked down on his comrades, he knew very well that his cultivation wasn't that much higher than theirs. If his comrades were to die in such a manner, his fate wouldn't differ much either. The only possible outcome of such a battle would be death. As the fat man started feeling worried that the scene unfolding on the screen would enrage his master, he heard hysterical laughter beside him once again. This laughter sounded like a devilish wail that terrified the fat man even more. He almost crouched down on the ground in fear. Luo Yunyang. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunyang, you're still alive. You came back from the extreme mysterious realm. Good. Who cares if you returned? You stole my opportunity. Now I'll make sure that you have nothing left. Move, move, move out. We're heading to the Blue Rain Empire through the passageway I've created. Proceed to the space jump node immediately. Now, now. The five-element sovereign barked out before he immediately entered a spaceship that was still in motion. The spaceship started blazing towards the jump node. As soon as the five-element sovereign settled down, the fat man said respectfully, "We'll reach the Blue Rain Empire in just 1 hour through this space jump node." Got it. As the five-element sovereign's spaceship entered the jump node, news of Luo Yunyang's return reached the bloody massacre path. Luo Yunyang is back. He told the Blood Space ruler that he massacred all the acute metal path disciples in the Blue Rain Empire. The news spread far and wide rapidly. Soon, everyone in the Blood Spirit sky knew about this. Along with the news of Luo Yunyang's return, the information that the five-element sovereign was rushing towards the Blue Rain Empire was also scouted out by the Bloody Massacre Path's surveillance. The two men would be meeting head-on in just 1 hour. Unless either one of them intentionally avoided this confrontation, the news about Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign was like a torrential tsunami that rapidly swept across the 9 paths. In the Meru realm, a simulated location chart that included the position of both Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign had appeared. On the bottom part of the front page was a row of bright red words, "Who shall be the crowned victor?" This is a clash between the strongest rulers. The 9 paths in the entire galaxy were over the moon. Chapter 463. Battle, Battle, Battle. Bloody Massacre Path, Blood Spirit Sky. Luo Yunyang, who had just completed his training for the day, walked out of his cultivation room looking emotionless and extremely cold. Bloody Massacre Path, Blood Spirit Sky. District 3 disciple Luo Donger was no longer the weakling she had been in the past. Although she was still miles away in terms of strength compared to the true elites and geniuses of the Bloody Massacre Path, she was already a star-grade martialist. Star-grade martialists could dominate over most people. However, Luo Donger knew very well that she was still light years away from challenging the opponent that was currently approaching. Beep, beep, beep. Donger, your brother has returned from the extreme mysterious realm. Quick, switch on your communication device and enter the Meru realm. As soon as she switched on her communication device, which had been turned off during her training, a message arrived. When she read the message, her expression changed slightly. It wasn't a prank. This message was from Sister Yunxi. Soon, hundreds of messages from people like the Flame Emperor, the Eagle King and other members of the Da Alliance arrived. Of course, her mother also messaged her. In the end, the message that triggered her emotions the most was the one from her brother. Donger, I'm back, how are you doing? Although the message was only one short sentence, it was enough to make Luo Donger tear up. She had waited too long to discover her brother's whereabouts. Her heart was beating extremely fast as she dialed that ever-familiar number again. The call didn't go through. Too many people were trying to call that number at the same time, so she was unable to contact her brother. Luo Donger felt slightly disheartened as she quickly entered the Meru realm. She was immediately greeted by a row of bright red words. Who shall be the crowned victor? This is a clash between the strongest rulers. Without any hesitation, or reading the post below, Luo Donger responded by posting, Luo Yunyang will definitely win. Luo Donger was no longer the small frail girl of the past. She was currently a star-grade martialist. Thus, she knew clearly what a strong opponent her brother was going to face. Although she did not know what her brother's cultivation base was right now, based on what she knew about her beloved brother, she believed that he would definitely emerge victorious. This wasn't blind faith. She was truly confident about Luo Yunyang's abilities. The Blood Space Ruler and the others had gathered in the palace hall of the Meru realm. The Blood Thunder Ruler was currently speaking. Back then, in order to enter the extreme mysterious realm, the five-element sovereign self-severed his cultivation and burned up all his potential. He was really determined. However, he had also received a massive amount of resources from the acute metal path on his path to recovery. All other types of resources aside, the amount of golden magnetic fruits given to him by the acute metal path alone, which they had exchanged with the divine union, was enough to help him achieve a full recovery. The acute metal path had invested heavily in him indeed. The Blood Thunder Ruler's tone turned serious as he added, "It's good to feel shame and improve on what one lacks." Although the five-element sovereign was very talented in the past, he definitely did not invest enough into his cultivation. However, he has now improved tremendously by investing more effort than anybody else in cultivating. Except for when he caused trouble for Luo Yunyang, he has rarely been seen all these years. According to the acute metal path, he has been training in seclusion all this while. I estimate that he should be much stronger now than before he self-severed his cultivation. There are even rumors going around that he's already creeping up onto our level. Then, the Blood Thunder Ruler said gravely, "Hence, I suggest that we ask Luo Yunyang to retreat and avoid this confrontation. If he disagrees, we should send people to bring him back." The Blood Thunder Ruler's words silenced the people around him. The Bloody Massacre Path would never choose to retreat if there was another solution. However, things were different now. What is Luo Yunyang's stance? The Bloody Massacre Path Master asked. He is committed to this battle. It's also too late for us to send anyone over. The two of them are too close to each other. One of the rulers waved his hands and said, "Even if we were to head there by using intergalactic teleportation or some other means, we wouldn't reach the Blue Rain Empire before they confronted each other." Have we contacted the acute metal path? Are they able to stop the five-element sovereign? The Bloody Massacre Path Master asked again. Yes, we have contacted them. The bastard on the other end of the line claimed that they couldn't reach the five-element sovereign. Based on his attitude, he must have thought that they are sure to win. He probably never had any intention of contacting the five-element sovereign, the Blood Thunder Ruler said furiously. The Bloody Massacre Path Master pondered this for a moment before glancing at the Blood Space Ruler. Do you think that Luo Yunyang has any chance of winning this time? Yes, although Luo Yunyang has only been cultivating under me for a short time, I think that I know him pretty well. He isn't a reckless person, he would never put his life in danger if he wasn't confident about winning. Plus, he has been in the extreme mysterious realm for years. The Blood Space Ruler then added confidently, "Therefore, I believe that he will surely emerge victorious this time." The Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded his head and said, "In that case, we won't stop this battle. However, you and the Blood Thunder Ruler will head over and make sure that no one is there to interrupt the battle." Of course, although the Bloody Massacre Path Master didn't finish his sentence, no one present was a fool. They all knew instantly what he meant. Meanwhile, in the acute metal path's Meru realm, a similar meeting had convened. In the acute metal path master's opinion, the five-element sovereign was poised to win this battle. Although he had suffered a setback during the battle for the extreme mysterious token and wasted a huge amount of resources, the acute metal path had managed to supply him with enough resources to recuperate his losses. The five-element sovereign was currently stronger by leaps and bounds. The people from the Bloody Massacre Path will not make it in time. The Metal Peak Ruler and the Broken Metal Ruler will head out right now and make sure that no one from the Bloody Massacre Path is able to interfere. The acute metal path master's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he said, "Although we have never acted directly against Luo Yunyang, the enmity between us is already set in stone." The two rulers who had been appointed by the acute metal path master replied in unison, "Rest assured, Path Master. We know what to do. The Fiery Sun Path, the Autumn Water Path, the Deep Earth Path." All the paths had heard that the two elites who had failed to obtain the extreme mysterious token in the past had ended their private training. Everyone had their eyes glued on this situation, waiting for news regarding Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign in their virtual realms. The five-element sovereign has stepped into the space jump node. He is 30 minutes away from the imperial planet of the Blue Rain Empire. Luo Yunyang is leaving the Blue Rain Empire's imperial planet. Could he be planning to escape? You fool, He's headed in the direction of the five-element sovereign. Think before you speak, idiot. Luo Yunyang's return is phenomenal. However, I heard that the five-element sovereign has become much stronger than he was before he self-severed his cultivation. Of course, did you know that in order to restore the potential he burned, the acute metal path exchanged fruit with the divine union? I do not know what this fruit is, but I've heard that it's worth 10 nebula systems. Time passed quickly as people chattered and commented. However, most people were still concerned about the distance between the two fighters. 10,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 3,000 miles. The two men sensed each other's presence when their spaceships were 300 miles apart. Between them was a deserted planet. Although no one said a word, they both flew out of their spaceships at the same time and headed straight for that deserted planet. The planet wasn't small. Actually, two huge mountains were towering up into the clouds. Although there was no form of life on the planet, it still managed to look imposing. Luo Yunyang. As the five-element sovereign landed on the left mountain first, his eyes were filled with burning hatred. He only felt hatred for Luo Yunyang, the offender who had stolen his greatest opportunity. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang was also staring at the five-element sovereign. As he set foot onto the planet, he started to slowly adapt to its environment. Sinners shouldn't involve their families. Luo Yunyang hadn't thought that the five-element sovereign would harm his family just because of his failure to obtain the extreme mysterious token. However, what he had seen after returning from the extreme mysterious realm had enraged him. His friends and family had thankfully been protected by the bloody massacre path and kept safe. However, the Da Alliance had become the punching bag that the five-element sovereign had vented his anger on. As he looked at his unyielding, resentful eyes, Luo Yunyang felt a flame burning in his chest. You despicable old piece of sh*t. Luo Yunyang sneered coldly at the five-element sovereign, who was eyeing him like a starving wolf. The five-element sovereign had never thought that someone at a similar level with him would call him out this way while the entire Milky Way was watching. As he remembered the way Luo Yunyang had humiliated him in the past, the five-element sovereign's rage got out of control in an instant. You must have a death wish. The five-element sovereign shrieked as a long sword about 5 feet long appeared in his hands. The sword was ice cold. As he looked at the long sword in the five-element sovereign's hands, a blade appeared in Luo Yunyang's palm as well. This was the practice blade that he had taken before leaving the extreme mysterious realm. However, Luo Yunyang and the blade in his hand fused with the tall, looming mountain in an instant. Dense killing intent radiated from their bodies, shrouding the planet before they even collided. Chapter 464. A sword river of 1,000 streams crushes a blade mountain. Quick, retreat. The fat man who followed the five-element sovereign yelled at his Golden Daughter clan comrade. The Golden Daughter race elite was also at the star grade, so he was slightly annoyed by the fat man's cautiousness. He was a beefy man with the guts of a small rodent. They were still inside the spaceship, several hundred miles away from Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang shouldn't be able to do anything to them, even if he was very strong. Do you think that I'm making a big fuss over nothing? I know what kind of sh*t you are up to. Damn you, you ungrateful B*****. I wouldn't give a damn about you if we weren't in the same spaceship. The fat man, who got angry when he realized that his comrade was paying no attention to his instructions, slapped the Golden Daughter clansman on the face. The Golden Daughter clansman, who felt humiliated and furious deep down, could only swallow his anger and explain hurriedly, "How could I dare question you, sir? I'm just..." As the Golden Daughter clansman was speaking, the five-element sovereign and Luo Yunyang took flight at the same time. Their killing intent immediately filled the atmosphere and shot up into the sky like an arrow. Die! The five-element sovereign shrieked. As he waved his long sword, a blade light with a silver river trailing behind appeared in the void. The silver river, which contained immeasurable strength that extended thousands of miles away, moved directly towards Luo Yunyang. The river destroyed everything in its path. Even countless meteorites of different sizes were not spared. Instead, they disappeared when the river swept past them. The Golden Daughter elite was sweating by now. Although he wasn't the target of the river, the power contained in the silver river was enough to make him shiver in fear. He felt like an ant in the face of that immense, overwhelming river that emanated a powerful sword intent. If their spaceship had retreated any slower, they would have been sliced into two along with the spaceship. As he sweated profusely, he now looked at the fat man with much more respect. Earlier, He had been silently cursing the fat man. However, it now seemed like the fat man's rude warning had somehow saved his life. Unfortunately, as he unconsciously turned to look at the fat man, he discovered that the ever-proud, boastful fat man was sweating buckets just like he was. Although the fat man realized that the Golden Daughter elite was watching him, he didn't bother hiding the awkwardness he felt. He had just experienced a brush with death, so he couldn't care less about losing face. At the moment, he was watching Luo Yunyang. The fat man had complete faith in the five-element sovereign, who had not only recovered from his injuries but also improved. However, he expected a lot from Luo Yunyang as well. Luo Yunyang wouldn't fall with just a single move from his master. Although he didn't know why he thought this way, this was indeed what was going through his mind. Luo Yunyang watched the surging sword river coldly. As it crashed towards him from above, it looked both long and wide. If Luo Yunyang hadn't been to the extreme mysterious realm, his best plan would have been to use his speed to try and escape as far away as possible. If he had not cultivated the great chaotic whole path or comprehended the thousands of secret techniques created by the geniuses of the 9 paths, he would have had no chance of surviving this silver path of death. Therefore, Luo Yunyang did not evade the sword or hide. He didn't even use his great chaotic whole path. In an instant, the long blade in his hand moved and thousands of wind-based mystic techniques were executed. A green mountain of blade light appeared in front of Luo Yunyang and collided with the silver river. The mountain and the sword light river were made of metal and wind, 2 original sources. After that devastating clash, the star below Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign began to crack. In a second, a crevice thousands of feet deep appeared, revealing the core of the star. It felt like the planet was about to split into 2 at any moment. The five-element sovereign is really crazy. Even a nebula-grade entity would find it difficult to form a river with just a sword technique. Luo Yunyang is very strong too. That green blade mountain isn't any less impressive than the sword river. Yeah, back when the 2 of them had been competing for the extreme mystery token, Luo Yunyang had felt a little inferior. However, it now seems like they are equally matched. Looks like Luo Yunyang has already become a nebula-grade powerhouse. If he advanced to the nebula grade in just 100-odd years, he must be a genius. If only I could enter the extreme mysterious realm. Who knows, perhaps I could become a ruler-level powerhouse too. Imagine if the five-element sovereign, Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign's communications devices allowed the virtual realms to broadcast the battle between them in real time. Naturally, the people who were able to watch the battle were all at least star-grade elite martialists. They also had to pay a fee to watch. The virtual realms controlled by the 9 paths were much more overbearing than normal. Almost everyone in the blood spirit sky clenched their fists tightly when they saw the trail of the sword river approaching Luo Yunyang. Yang Shang and the other blood disciples were very nervous. They actually even looked a little sad. When the five-element sovereign's cultivation base had regressed after being self-severed, some of them had considered overtaking the weak five-element sovereign during their cultivation journey. However, the five-element sovereign's display of power blew them away and made them feel very depressed. When Luo Yunyang's blade mountain appeared, they let out a sigh of relief. In their opinion, this wasn't just Luo Yunyang's victory, but also theirs. Ha ha, what a great blade mountain, Luo Yunyang. Seems like the time you spent in the extreme mysterious realm was worth it. However, if you only have small tricks like this up your sleeve, the extreme mysterious token was wasted on you. The five-element sovereign's eyes turned bloodshot. It should have been mine. It should be mine. You stole it from me. You took away my opportunity. Now, go to hell. The five-element sovereign roared hysterically as he swung the long sword in his hand once again, unleashing 5 different sword lights that expanded as they traversed through the void. They were red, green, yellow, black, and white. The 5 sword lights transformed into 5 trails of sword river and scattered in 5 different directions. However, as they descended, they had the same target, Luo Yunyang. While the 5 trails flashed through the void, waves of vast sword intent sealed the endless void momentarily. The moment the 5 trails of sword river appeared, the audience became solemn. Even ruler-level powerhouses grimaced as they watched the five-element sovereign. Each and every trail of sword river controlled by the five-element sovereign was comparable to a top-notch nebula-grade attack. Meanwhile, the power of the sword river was complemented by the 5 sword lights, thus doubling its offensive capabilities. It could be said that, at the moment, the 5 colored sword lights had increased their attacking strength several times. Even ruler-level entities would have to face this attack head-on if they had to deal with this river of sword light. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up as he stood beneath the overhanging sword river. He suddenly moved the blade in his hand, using all the mystic techniques that he had mastered. Green blade light, yellow blade light, red blade light, black blade light. 4 blade lights converged to form a blade mountain 4 times larger than the previous one. This mountain shrouded Luo Yunyang's head. When the surging sword river collided madly with the blade light, the boundless energy of the blade and the sword lights instantly filled the entire void. A blade light that was deflected during the collision landed on a small moon at least 1,000 miles away, shattering it instantly. The countless meteorites orbiting around the nameless planet were shattered during this collision, while the nameless planet looked as though it had suffered an incredibly devastating assault. Its surface was littered with thousands of craters and potholes. There was a massive gorge, a mountain penetrated by the sword and blade lights, and a mountain peak that had been completely flattened. Everyone watching the battle had no doubt that if Luo Yunyang and the 5-element sovereign wanted to, they could thoroughly destroy that nameless planet in an instant. The blade light and the sword light continued to clash as voices discussed this battle. In the various virtual realms. At first, I had been doubtful when the Meru realm had claimed that this was going to be a battle between the strongest entities below the rulers. However, I'm completely convinced now. Damn it, what a display of might and power. The 5-element sovereign is indeed the strongest person at the nebula grade. Those 5 sword lights are devastating. I'm also at the nebula grade, but if I had to face that sword river, I would not be able to parry a single one. Luo Yunyang's blade mountain is equally amazing. It seems like the two of them are the strongest geniuses among the human race. Unfortunately, ice and fire cannot coexist. All sorts of comments flooded the Meru realm as the blade light and the sword light clashed for 10 more minutes before dissipating. The 5-element sovereign was now the epitome of calmness. He stared at Luo Yunyang arrogantly, full of self-confidence. Seems like you did learn something in the extreme mysterious realm. But so what? Today, I'll let you have a taste of my true power. As he spoke, a 5-colored staff appeared in the 5-element sovereign's hands. Although the staff was very small, as he held it in his hands, a suffocating, pulverizing aura emanated from his body. This image stupefied all the spectators, who suddenly realized that the 5-element sovereign was going to execute his ultimate move. Everything that had happened so far had only been a warm-up. Chapter 465, The 5-element annihilation beam in the acute metal path's virtual realm. Every elite disciple had widened their eyes in astonishment. Although they were fully confident in the 5-element sovereign, they were still shaken by his performance. The 5-element sovereign still had more tricks up his sleeves. The sword river formed by the sword light had stunned and terrified some of them. They couldn't believe that a nebula-grade martialist could be so overwhelming. Of course, Luo Yunyang's blade mountain was equally astonishing. In their opinion, these two men were like unassailable mountains. However, they had never expected that the 5-element sovereign would discard the sword in his hand. This was a warm-up. The surging sword river that could destroy a planet was nothing but a warm-up. How could that be? The 5-element sovereign is indeed the greatest genius the acute metal path has produced in 100 years. From the start of his cultivation until he reached the nebula grade, he has always been unequaled and unrivaled. He self-severed his cultivation in order to obtain the extreme mysterious token. However, not only has he now regained his previous cultivation, but it seems like he has even improved. Isn't he a perfect role model for us? The disciples that worshipped and adored the 5-element sovereign chanted their slogan while waving their hands in unison. The sovereign will reign, Luo Yunyang will fight in vain. The sovereign will reign, Luo Yunyang will fight in vain. In a moment, the slogan was already resonating throughout the entire acute metal path's virtual realm. Although they were in the same virtual realm, the rulers from the acute metal path were able to see their own disciples' actions through the monitor. This bunch of kids must have gone crazy. Although the intense metal ruler's eyes were on the virtual monitor, his mind was focused on the group of young disciples. Even though the 5-element sovereign was important, these young disciples couldn't be ignored either. Youth was a form of capital. If the acute metal path didn't have this group of youngsters, it would have no future. The acute metal path master smiled and said, it wouldn't be bad to let the 5-element sovereign spur them on. It would be just like lighting up a candle to illuminate one's surroundings. Path Master, when you first decided to assist the 5-element sovereign in recovering from his injuries, I disagreed, the intense metal ruler said, as though he was criticizing himself. Now, it seems like I'm the one with a myopic view. Your way of thinking is very forward indeed. What a brilliant plan. The intense metal ruler was infamous for his unyielding, unbending nature in the acute metal path. Therefore, admitting his mistake was no easy feat. The acute metal path master felt very good. After listening to the intense metal ruler's words, a smile crept onto his face. However, that smile lasted for only a second before it was wiped away. The acute metal path master said, "Okay, stop praising me. I just thought that if someone was willing to force themselves into such dire states, they must have enough courage and abilities to grab hold of all the opportunities available in order to rebound and recover from a seemingly impossible situation. The five-element sovereign didn't get here just based on his talent. His willpower and ability to comprehend also played a big role. Back when he self-severed his cultivation, I had already decided that, even if he failed to obtain that token, I wouldn't ever give up on such a talented individual." The acute metal path master's eyes were serious as he spoke. Luo Yunyang, who had been wielding his long blade, suddenly sheathed it. In a split second, a shuttle-like weapon appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. "Hee, I was just fooling around with you," he said cheekily. When Luo Yunyang sheathed his blade, various elites of the acute metal path were shocked. Although the five-element sovereign had some more cards up his sleeves, Luo Yunyang, whose blade mountain was already amazing, had also withheld his true strength. "How could that be? How can this be? Both of them are disgusting," xianxia blurted in the fiery sun path's virtual realm. Just moments ago, Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign's blade mountain and sword river had made them feel depressed. However, the five-element sovereign wasn't the only one who had reserved his strength. Luo Yunyang had been doing the same. It seemed like the gap between xianxia and those two had already reached an insurmountable point. Meanwhile, all the martialists of the fiery sun path had ugly looks on their faces. Those of them who had been to the bloody massacre path before were holding their breath, afraid that any form of carelessness would bring about disaster. They felt like puny flies staring at a majestic dragon. "Ha ha ha, I knew it, I knew you were a telekinesis master and a great chaotic whole path expert." The five-element sovereign stared at the small shuttle in Luo Yunyang's hand as he roared with hysterical laughter. Meanwhile, a jet-black ring appeared in his hand. "This myriad convergence ring is your most valuable treasure. Do you want me to return it to you? It's your best weapon after all." He had the myriad convergence ring. Back when Luo Yunyang had fought against the five-element sovereign over the extreme mystic token, the myriad convergence ring had fallen into the five-element sovereign's hands along with Luo Yunyang's severed arm. If the best way to attack someone personally was to humiliate them, then the myriad convergence ring in the five-element sovereign's hands was undoubtedly Luo Yunyang's biggest humiliation. What the five-element sovereign wanted to do most was cut the crap and humiliate Luo Yunyang directly. Luo Yunyang wasn't too bothered that his myriad convergence ring was in the hands of the five-element sovereign. All the years he had spent training in the extreme mysterious realm had made his mind cultivation exceptional. "You can have it. It has already successfully fulfilled its mission by sending me to the extreme mysterious realm." When he mentioned the extreme mysterious realm, the five-element sovereign's expression became ugly again. The extreme mysterious realm was a painful memory that lingered unwaveringly deep in his heart. "Still talking big when you're about to die, I see. Are you hoping that the bloody massacre path will rescue you? They won't make it in time. Now, have a taste of my five-element annihilation beam." The five-element sovereign waved his staff as he spoke, causing a five-colored ray of light to shoot directly towards Luo Yunyang. Although the ray of light was extremely thin, as it wavered, it transformed into 10, 100, 1,000 rays. Countless light rays shrouded the void, encompassing everything in an instant. The planet, which had originally been badly damaged by the blade and sword lights, was decimated as soon as it came into contact with those five-colored rays of light. The powers of the five elements can complement and oppose one another. Once they converge into light, the power produced is amplified multi-fold. The formerly calm bloody massacre path master now appeared slightly concerned. He would definitely have found a way to deal with this if he had been there. What would Luo Yunyang do, though? Although he knew that Luo Yunyang must have improved a lot in the extreme mysterious realm, the seemingly overwhelming five-element annihilation beam still made him feel uncomfortable. He would inevitably have nowhere to hide. By the time the bloody massacre path master spoke, the overwhelming five-element beam was already blazing towards Luo Yunyang. Suddenly, a tiny chaotic hole started to appear from Luo Yunyang's back. As he stood in front of the chaotic hole, Luo Yunyang didn't seem very concerned about the impending annihilation beam. He obviously had no intention of dodging it. He didn't even intend to make a move. As the seemingly endless ray of five-element light was surging towards Luo Yunyang, it was devoured by the layers of the chaotic hole. Although the chaotic hole that had appeared behind Luo Yunyang was very small, it had already reached the 8th layer. This was also the strongest state that the person who had designed the myriad convergence ring had reached. The five-element sovereign, who was unfazed by Luo Yunyang's chaotic hole, snorted and waved his staff. The light rays, which had at first spread far and wide, suddenly converged. As they did, the void and everything else in it seemed to freeze in time. "Ah, why does it feel like I'm unable to move?" a woman from the autumn water path who had been spectating the battle said in surprise. This was a very strange feeling. It was so strange that she didn't know what to do about it. While the woman was talking, a number of her friends around her shared the same sentiment. They all turned to look at Qin Shuiro, who was sitting in a corner. They believed that only Qin Shuiro might be able to solve the mystery of this strange sensation they were experiencing. Although Qin Shuiro was silent, there was a strange look in her eyes. The five-element annihilation beam alone was very strong. However, when it converged, it even managed to suppress the flow of time. It seemed like the power of the beam had increased tenfold. Interesting. However, I'm not afraid of this. Luo Yunyang's hands moved quickly as he spoke. Meanwhile, the needles of the flaming heavenly shuttle quickly transformed into the 9th, 10th, and eventually the 18th chaotic hole. The 18 rotating chaotic holes turned the area behind Luo Yunyang into a pitch-black mass. The five-colored elemental beam of light seemed to freeze in the void because of the chaotic holes. Is this the sort of power nebula-grade entities like us are supposed to have? A nebula-grade martialist asked with a sigh. Even a ruler-level martialist would find facing these two men unimaginable. Some rulers even looked a little worried. They were worried indeed. They were concerned about Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign. Although the two of them did not pose much of a threat to them right now, once they reached the nebula grade, they would be unstoppable. While the Blood Space Ruler and the Blood Thunder Ruler were rushing towards the battle scene, they were still able to get updates on the situation through their communication devices. "Seems like we don't have to rush. They currently appear to be in a deadlock," the Blood Thunder Ruler said as he watched the display on his communication device. Luo Yunyang seems to have undergone a massive transformation. As the Blood Space Ruler nodded his head, he received a message from the two rulers of the acute metal path, who were rushing over as well. They were basically letting them know that there was no need to rush. Luo Yunyang has started attacking. The Blood Thunder Ruler, who was watching the match, exclaimed disappointedly. This isn't smart. His chaotic hole technique is exceptional in defense, but if he attacks now. As the Blood Thunder Ruler was speaking, Luo Yunyang took flight and started charging towards the five-element sovereign. What stunned the Blood Space Ruler and everyone else was that the ever-unpredictable Luo Yunyang had actually stopped using his great chaotic hole technique. Chapter 466. A single crushing blow. Most people thought that Luo Yunyang's great chaotic hole path was a defensive technique that was effective in large-scale battles. On the other hand, the five-element sovereign's five-element annihilation beam was an offensive technique. The two techniques were evenly matched. If this deadlock went on, the victor would be uncertain. However, Luo Yunyang had decided to turn his defense into offense. This surprised the audience. Actually, even the five-element sovereign found it inconceivable. Based on his understanding of Luo Yunyang, although his opponent was young, he also had deep foresight. This bewildered the five-element sovereign, as he was unable to comprehend why Luo Yunyang acted so impulsively. What was even more unimaginable was that, as Luo Yunyang took flight, he actually withdrew his chaotic hole, which was supposed to protect his body as he flew towards the five-element sovereign. What Luo Yunyang was facing wasn't the five-element sovereign, but his five-element annihilation beam. He has a death wish. The five-element sovereign smiled as he watched Luo Yunyang flying towards him. As he drew a circle in the void with his staff, the overwhelming five-element annihilation beam instantly shot towards Luo Yunyang like a raging tsunami. Unrelenting waves were followed by an unceasing torrent. Luo Yunyang, who was surrounded by the five-element annihilation beam, was like a slippery fish constantly darting about in the ocean. Every time he darted, he managed to slip between the 5-element extinction beams. Although the 5-element extinction beams were very close to hitting him, Luo Yunyang was somehow able to escape unscathed. The 5-element sovereign was unfazed by Luo Yunyang's constant maneuvers. In his opinion, the 5-element annihilation beam controlled by him covered too large of an area. Hence, it was normal for such gaps to exist. However, the elemental rays covered a 50-mile radius around him. Once Luo Yunyang entered this radius, the overwhelming 5-element annihilation beam wouldn't have any more gaps or holes. It was impossible for anyone to break through such dense, concentrated 5-element annihilation beams. The 5-element sovereign waited patiently like a seasoned hunter. He was controlling the 5-element annihilation beam and restraining its power so it would not scare Luo Yunyang off with its might. Luo Yunyang felt like a fish swimming against the current as he pushed through the streams of 5-element annihilation beams. 50 miles, 30 miles, 10 miles. This sort of gap was something Luo Yunyang and the 5-element sovereign could cross in the blink of an eye. Just as Luo Yunyang got within 10 miles of his opponent, the 5-element sovereign waved his staff once more. This time, the small staff transformed into 10,000 staff lights that descended towards Luo Yunyang. These lights were like a rampaging avalanche. Luo Yunyang had nowhere to escape now. When the overwhelming staff lights appeared, Luo Yunyang suddenly accelerated and his body flew straight into the avalanche of light. The 5-element sovereign smiled when Luo Yunyang entered the mass of light. He concluded that his overbearing barrage of light had injured Luo Yunyang the moment he had entered it. Although it wasn't a direct hit, the light must have touched Luo Yunyang. Even if Luo Yunyang wanted to escape, he was confident that he would suffer for his mistake. However, the 5-element sovereign had gotten ahead of himself. As he was preparing to make his next move, Luo Yunyang appeared in front of him. Instead of brandishing his blade or using the shuttle, Luo Yunyang crashed towards the 5-element sovereign like a massive boulder. The 5-element sovereign had not expected this. While he was puzzled by how Luo Yunyang was able to accelerate so quickly, he still felt no fear. He was a nebula-grade martialist after all. There was absolutely nothing scary about Luo Yunyang dashing towards him. He didn't evade him, not because he didn't want to, but because Luo Yunyang was too darn fast. In an instant, their bodies collided. When they knocked into each other, the 5-element sovereign felt as if he had been rammed by a white dwarf star. His spiritual consciousness buzzed for a moment before blacking out slightly. Then, he felt like he had been sent flying. Everything in him was suddenly obliterated by that impact. The moment the 5-element sovereign's physical body broke apart, Luo Yunyang conjured the flaming heavenly shuttle. A stream of rotating chaotic holes appeared immediately and frantically devoured all the 5-element sovereign's belongings. The 5-element sovereign's staff and his interspatial ring were now in Luo Yunyang's possession. The 5-element annihilation beam had disappeared completely, and the 5-element sovereign was nowhere to be seen on the video broadcasted through numerous communication devices. How is this possible? The acute metal path rulers who had been rushing over were stunned and flabbergasted. This sort of thing was not supposed to happen to a ruler-level martialist. However, it was actually a reality. The 5-element sovereign, whom they had considered almost unbeatable, had been defeated and killed by Luo Yunyang. The two rulers exchanged a look. Both of them were momentarily speechless. They'd only had one mission: to prevent the bloody massacre path from intervening as the 5-element sovereign took Luo Yunyang's life. However, they felt completely lost now. They just didn't know what to tell their path master. "We didn't fail," one of the rulers told his partner after pondering the situation for a moment. His comrade nodded his head lightly. "I never expected that Luo Yunyang would be so powerful. Do you think that the extreme mysterious realm really has the ability to make someone get reborn?" The other ruler, who didn't care much about their responsibilities, asked. "It must be a mysterious technique." Meanwhile, the many people watching the live broadcast of the battle were stunned by what had just happened. "Am I seeing things? What happened? How did the 5-element sovereign lose? No. How did he die?" Luoxuan asked in shock back in the fiery sun path. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang should have gotten a beating when he'd moved against the flow and rushed towards the 5-element sovereign. He had also believed that when that massive sea of staff lights had flown over at Luo Yunyang, it would have at least skinned him alive, if not killed him. However, he had never thought that Luo Yunyang would kill the 5-element sovereign in just a split second. Luoxuan's comrades didn't answer. Instead, Most of them looked at Linky. Linky mulled this over for a second before saying, I didn't manage to see what happened clearly either. Although many people were disappointed with Linky's reply, they also found it very normal. In the autumn water path, Qin Shuiro and the others were replaying the image of Luo Yunyang taking the five-element sovereign's life. Although they had already slowed it down 1,000 times, Luo Yunyang's speed was still exceptionally fast. Of course, the staff wielded by the five-element sovereign had also been as fast as lightning. However, they were only able to see the staff light of the five-element sovereign. The gaps between each staff light were very small, yet Luo Yunyang had still been able to flit from one gap to another. Once, a staff light had nearly grazed Luo Yunyang's body, but he had still been able to escape. See that, Luo Yunyang relied entirely on his battle instincts. Although this is no mystic technique, facing such an opponent is truly dangerous, said an old woman with a grim expression. After giving a thorough commentary on Luo Yunyang's actions, she took a deep breath and said, you must all remember that, while it's important to cultivate mystic techniques, one's basic techniques and foundation must also be solid. Understand? Qin Shuiro and the others didn't say a word, as their eyes remained glued to the last scene. The distance between Luo Yunyang and the five-element sovereign was already minuscule, and the gaps between the staff lights were airtight. Even a needle would find it hard to slide into a gap. Luo Yunyang did not dodge. As the staff rained down on him, he used his body to shield himself against the hundreds of blows of the five-element sovereign. After that flurry of blows, Luo Yunyang accelerated again. The five-element sovereign failed to react in time before Luo Yunyang came crashing into him. In an instant, the five-element sovereign's body crumbled. Thanks to the slow-motion replay, everyone was able to see the fear and disbelief on the five-element sovereign's face. Flexible responsiveness, powerful impact, and a defensive ability that sparks fear in everyone. These are the reasons Luo Yunyang was able to kill the five-element sovereign, the old woman lamented. Qin Shuiro wasn't paying attention to the old woman's words. She actually felt a little terrified as she watched Luo Yunyang's actions. The fear she felt rose from the depths of her heart. Admiration also accompanied that fear. This admiration made her willingly acknowledge Luo Yunyang's strength. Luo Yunyang, who had just killed the five-element sovereign, naturally didn't know anything about Qin Shuiro's evaluation of his victory. When he killed the five-element sovereign, his communication device started ringing. On the other end of the line was the Bloody Massacre Path Master. Return to the Blood Spirit Sky immediately. Luo Yunyang knew that his battle with the five-element sovereign had landed him in the center of public criticism. Hence, after agreeing, he summoned his blood crystal spaceship and flew towards the Blood Spirit Sky. Half an hour after his departure, he met the Blood Thunder ruler and the other people who were supposed to receive him. Great job, Yunyang, the Blood Thunder ruler said joyfully after patting Luo Yunyang on the shoulder gently. The five-element sovereign deserved to die. Luo Yunyang was deeply grateful that the Bloody Massacre Path had shielded and protected his family when the five-element sovereign had threatened them. As he smiled and greeted the two rulers, the Blood Thunder ruler's expression suddenly changed. Yunyang, look at your communication device, he said. Chapter 467. The Kang Yuan system ruler-level martialists had superb control over their emotions, so they were able to remain emotionless even when a situation was grave. However, the Blood Thunder ruler's expression made Luo Yunyang feel instinctively worried. He swiftly turned on his communication device and immediately saw a piece of news on the public section of the Meru realm. Luo Yunyang has displayed a cultivation beyond the limits of the human race. I think that he must have acquired some sort of godly, mystic technique from the extreme mysterious realm. The extreme mysterious realm belongs to the entire human race, not just to Luo Yunyang. He should publicize what he learned while he was there and allow human cultivation to improve even further. Although the content of the post was short, a thought grew in Luo Yunyang's mind when he saw it. The writer's motive was appalling. Although the person who had posted this didn't seem strong, he was able to provoke other people in the 9 paths into making a move against Luo Yunyang. The other 8 paths had teamed up because of this post, which put immense pressure on Luo Yunyang. Rulers, what do you think? Although Luo Yunyang was irritated, he still remembered his manners and asked the 2 rulers for their opinion. I've already reported the matter to the Path Master, the Blood Thunder ruler said gravely. He says that you do not have to worry about this. He will handle it. Luo Yunyang was stunned by the Bloody Massacre Path Master's reply. He had not thought of this. Somewhere else, on a bustling, lively planet, a handsome middle-aged man slowly raised his wine cup. He was a nebula-grade martialist from the Deep Earth Path, as well as the leader of the planet he was on. He was also considered a prominent figure in the entire galaxy. The man was currently feeling very proud of himself. Although he wasn't acquainted with Luo Yunyang, he was very jealous of that lucky B** starred. Of course, he had also hoped to obtain the knowledge Luo Yunyang had acquired in the extreme mysterious realm. Once he was able to force Luo Yunyang to announce what he had found in the extreme mysterious realm, he was confident that he would obtain a piece of that inherited knowledge. When he did, as long as he spread it, the man was burning with passion as he imagined the benefits he would enjoy. "Sir De Yun, why are you in such a good mood today?" A lady in a light yellow dress asked gently. De Yun glanced at the lady, feeling very pleased with himself. He smiled candidly as he said, "Something good has happened." As he spoke, De Yun extended his hands towards the lady's curvaceous body and caressed her gently. "Sages live leisurely, while fools work hard. Do you know what this means?" This lady was no ordinary woman. She could read body language very well. When she saw De Yun's delight, she didn't want to annoy him. Thus, she deliberately pretended to be ignorant and feigned anger coquettishly. "How would I know? I hope you will enlighten a young lady like me." De Yun was feeling increasingly proud of himself. The lady in front of him was a stunning, unforgettable beauty. Not only was she pleasant to look at, but she was also kind and considerate. Her every frown and smile, even her wrinkled brows, made De Yun feel like he was scratching an itch. It was in De Yun's nature to fancy this kind of meek, helpless woman who seemed a little silly. Just as he was about to explain everything to her in detail, someone said, "Of course I understand what it means." Startled, De Yun immediately jumped, observing carefully his surroundings before he said sternly, "Who is it? Who are you? You must know my identity. I'm a clan head of the acute metal path. If you dare harm me, there's no need to bring your path master into this. I will record a video while killing you and send it to your path master later." The man spoke like he was in control of everything as he made his way forward slowly. Although his steps seemed very leisurely, he had already approached De Yun. De Yun felt like a small bug facing a devastating opponent. His heart was shaking, while his entire body was trembling in fear. One could even say that he was scared shitless, as he had lost control of his own trembling body. "You're a ruler, so why lower yourself to my level? Besides, if you were planning to do anything to me, you'd face the wrath of the entire acute metal path, you." De Yun, who was really afraid for his life, waved his hands frantically in an effort to convince that frightening individual. The man looked at De Yun before smiling coldly. With a gentle sweep of his hand, De Yun was instantly beheaded. Meanwhile, an image of De Yun's corpse with his eyes wide open appeared below the post he had made in the virtual world. The man who had murdered De Yun had no intention of hiding or saying a word. However, the people who had originally asked the entire human race to demand that Luo Yunyang hands over the inheritance of the extreme mysterious realm disappeared silently in shock. Although De Yun's picture had been posted anonymously, every elite in the galaxy was able to rely on certain clues and trails to discover De Yun's identity. This strong suppression made many people feel slightly more afraid deep down. They knew that if they stirred up any waves, they could end up like De Yun. Some top-ranking martialists recognized the identity of the murderer. However, not only did they dare not expose him, but they actually humbly tried to cover this up. Half a day later, almost all the people who had tried to use the power of the masses to pressure Luo Yunyang had stopped talking and leaving comments. Most people no longer dared even have such thoughts. When Luo Yunyang naturally saw the video, he realized that the person who had murdered De Yun was the Bloody Massacre Path Master. His respect for the Bloody Massacre Path Master intensified after this. Luo Yunyang clearly needed such a tough, unyielding attitude. If the person who had made this move had been weaker, not only would they have failed to suppress the masses, but they could also have suffered a severe backlash. However, because it was the Bloody Massacre Path Master who had made the move, no one dared voice their objections. Hence, the Bloody Massacre Path Master became the limit that Luo Yunyang was about to surpass. Luo Yunyang's combat abilities would probably be able to reach a level similar to the Bloody Massacre Path Masters after breaking through to the Nebula Grade realm. With the assistance of the Blood Thunder ruler, Luo Yunyang arrived quickly to the Blood Spirit Sky and finally saw his mother Shen Yunying and Luo Donger, who was nearly an adult now. Thanks to the Bloody Massacre Path's spiritual medicine, Shen Yunyang looked even younger than she had before. Luo Donger, on the other hand, had ditched her playful nature. She looked much colder now, although she was still playfully passionate with her brother. Luo Yunyang could obviously sense that his sister had changed. Besides doting on her, Luo Yunyang was also determined to ensure that his sister would no longer suffer any grievances. As he thought about meeting up with the Flame Emperor and the Eagle King, he felt both sadness and joy. The Eagle King and everyone else had been evacuated by the Bloody Massacre Path in advance and had thus escaped the Five-Element Sovereign's persecution. However, they knew very well what had happened to the Da Alliance after their departure. Although they resented these events, they felt more helpless than ever. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang had already killed the Five-Element Sovereign, so they would be able to return to the Da Alliance after meeting him. This wasn't really a conversation, but a good drinking session. A sentiment rose in Luo Yunyang's heart as he watched the spaceship depart. He felt that, although he was still able to hang out with the Flame Emperor and everyone else, an insurmountable gap already existed between them. This gap kept developing as Luo Yunyang's cultivation base rose along with the changes in his status. Even if Luo Yunyang wanted to change and prevent this from happening, it would be impossible for him to do so. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but sigh. It was really lonely being at the top. You're still at the star grade. The Bloody Massacre Path Master sounded emotional when he saw Luo Yunyang for the first time in years. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. He had nothing to hide in front of the Bloody Massacre Path Master. Good, good, good. If you killed the Nebula Grade 5 Element Sovereign while still being at the Star Grade, your natural aptitude definitely isn't any weaker than the geniuses nurtured by the Demigod Tribe. When he mentioned the Demigod Tribe, a slightly bitter look appeared in the Bloody Massacre Path Master's eyes. Even though the Bloody Massacre Path Master was able to hide it, Luo Yunyang was still able to see it. Doubt suddenly filled Luo Yunyang's heart. He had gradually become part of the upper level of the Bloody Massacre Path, so he knew all about certain matters regarding the Bloody Massacre Path. The Bloody Massacre Path and the entire human race were part of the Divine Union, which was led by the Demigod Tribe. Thus, they could be considered a part of the Divine Union. The Bloody Massacre Path Master was not a narrow-minded person. However, the way he talked about the Demigod Tribe naturally betrayed the extent of his hatred. Path Master, are we able to challenge the different paths in order to view their sky books? Luo Yunyang asked eagerly as he pushed aside his suspicion. The Bloody Massacre Path looked at Luo Yunyang and replied with a smile, "No one would be a match for you if you challenge them. However, the rules only allow 5 participants." The Bloody Massacre Path Master's words made Luo Yunyang's heart shiver. He knew that what the Bloody Massacre Path Master had said was true. If he were to participate in the challenge along with Yongshang and everyone else, could the others win like he could? Would they instead be giving away this opportunity to other people? However, after studying the various secrets of the origin source laws, Luo Yunyang knew that this was also an opportunity for him to improve. The reason he had not broken through to the Nebula Grade was also because he wanted to read the sky books. It would not be impossible for you to read the sky books of the other paths. However, that would involve a rather dangerous plan. When he saw Luo Yunyang's disappointed expression, the Bloody Massacre Path Master extended his hand and tapped his communication device. Immediately, a message appeared on the screen in the palace hall. This is the Kang Yuan Systems Gold Horn Crystal Collection. 100 pieces for 6 months of viewing the sky books of all the 9 paths. Luo Yunyang's eyes shifted a little when he read these words. Path Master, is the Kang Yuan system a safe place? Of course not. It is actually considered extremely dangerous. The Bloody Massacre Path Master said seriously. Otherwise, the other paths wouldn't have been willing to give up such a precious opportunity. I'll choose it then, Luo Yunyang said right away. Chapter 468. Many tribes stepping into the Nebula Grade realm was not a big deal for Luo Yunyang. He believed that he was already up to that standard and could break through to the Nebula Grade if he wished to. However, breaking through to the Nebula Grade would be a great leap for him. He hadn't done so because he thought that there were some deficiencies in his origin source law, especially in the Great Chaotic Whole Path. Despite receiving plenty of assistance from the mystic techniques created by the geniuses, Luo Yunyang faintly felt that there was a flaw in his Great Chaotic Whole Path while his cultivation increased. It was actually a big flaw. Although this flaw could be ignored, Luo Yunyang somehow felt that there would be a huge impact on his cultivation if he chose to ignore it and proceed. Based on his evaluation, the best solution would be to browse through all 9 sets of sky books. I'm going to the Kang Yuan system, Luo Yunyang said with a determined look. The Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded. If you've made up your mind, just make the necessary preparations. A spaceship will be heading from the 9 paths to the Kang Yuan system in a month. You can follow it. Bear in mind that when you are in the Kang Yuan system, you should never believe any other tribe besides the human tribe. The Bloody Massacre Path Master seemed very serious when he said that, as though he was beseeching Luo Yunyang to listen. Luo Yunyang nodded. He knew that there had to be a reason that the Bloody Massacre Path Master placed so much emphasis on this matter. When he saw Luo Yunyang's response, the Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded and said, "You should spend these last few days in the library and take a look at the situation in the Kang Yuan system. Although the maps are not complete, they should help save you some trouble." After Luo Yunyang left, the Blood Space Ruler walked over to the Bloody Massacre Path Master. He glanced at the Bloody Massacre Path Master as he said, "Permitting Luo Yunyang to head to the Kang Yuan system makes me somewhat uneasy." The Bloody Massacre Path Master had a resolute expression on his face. The edge of a treasured sword is sharpened through constant grinding. Without life and death situations, it's hard to produce an elite martialist. Besides, the human race has no shortage of ordinary powerhouses. The Blood Space Ruler seemed like he wanted to say something, but he eventually decided against it. Instead, he nodded with a solemn expression. According to the available archives, there were about 6 to 7 explanations on how the Kang Yuan system had appeared. Luo Yunyang thought that they all made sense. However, he ignored all other explanations and focused on the first one. According to this explanation, the Kang Yuan system was a landing site for a Metal Origin sacred beast. Because of the influence of the sacred beast, the system was able to produce the rare gold horn crystal. Many people agreed with this explanation, while others disagreed. Those that agreed felt that the Metal Origin source law there was much denser than the other origin source laws. Those that disagreed believed that a lone Metal Origin sacred beast was not enough to have such a huge impact on the system. The Kang Yuan system, which was 100 light-years long and 60 light-years wide, was shaped like a rectangle. Although this expanse was densely packed with stars, there weren't many inhabitable places. This was a rough outline of the Kang Yuan system. After reading every detail about the Kang Yuan system, Luo Yunyang went through some memoirs written by the people who had been there to collect gold horn crystals. He spent his remaining free time with his family and Yunxi. Nowadays, Luo Yunyang enjoyed a very high status in the blood spirit sky. However, fully healing Yunxi's injuries was still beyond his expertise. The reason was simple. The Bloody Massacre Path did not have the right medicine. Even though Luo Yunyang had asked some of the rulers of the Bloody Massacre Path to look for medicine in the other 8 paths, there had been no news from them. Luckily, Luo Yunyang had obtained enough contribution points from the 5-element sovereign, so he was able to exchange them for sufficient medicine to keep Yunxi's injury in check. The items left behind by the 5-element sovereign hadn't disappointed Luo Yunyang. Apart from some precious materials, he had also acquired some cultivation notes written by the 5-element sovereign himself. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, the 5-element sovereign's notes on cultivation were his most important reward. Although Luo Yunyang had defeated the 5-element sovereign, he had to admit that the 5-element sovereign had been a true powerhouse. Time passed really quickly. One day, as Luo Yunyang was fishing by a pond in the blood spirit sky with Yunxi, his communication device rang. "The spaceship has arrived. Come here at once." The message had been sent by the Bloody Massacre Path Master. Luo Yunyang had already informed Yunxi that he would embark on some important mission beforehand. Thus, he explained with a smile, "Message from the Path Master. The spaceship is ready to pick me up." Although she was aware that Luo Yunyang was going on a mission, Yunxi had no idea how dangerous the Kang Yuan system was. She glanced at Luo Yunyang with her beautiful eyes as she said, "Have a safe journey." The spaceship flying to the Kang Yuan system was a star alloy spaceship way more precious than the blood crystal spaceship. Luo Yunyang felt that even 100 Blue Rain Empires couldn't compare to this spaceship. As he entered the spaceship, he was accompanied by the Blood Space Ruler. "You have exchanged lots of materials, Yunyang. I have 2 portions of fast recovery medicine here. Take it." The Blood Space Ruler took a ring out of his sleeve and passed it to Luo Yunyang before he boarded. Without waiting for Luo Yunyang to speak, the blood space ruler said, "Hey, lad. Listen carefully, you have to come back alive." Luo Yunyang smiled at the blood space ruler and said, "It's just the Kang Yuan system. I should be fine." The blood space ruler smiled. "All right, I shall await your return then." The spaceship had only made a temporary stop, so Luo Yunyang did not have much time to speak with the blood space ruler. He just nodded at the man and made his way into the spaceship. No one was there to welcome him. There was only the artificial intelligence of the spaceship, which led Luo Yunyang to a room with a 100 feet circumference. The journey from the 9th star to the Kang Yuan system will take about 30 days. You are advised not to move around too much during the journey. Although the emotionless, mechanic tone of the artificial intelligence was stiff, Luo Yunyang was not bothered by it. After checking out his surroundings, he decided to cultivate in seclusion. After all, this would be a very boring journey if he didn't cultivate. Beep, beep, beep. Entering space jump node, entering space jump node. All passengers please stop cultivating now. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang heard a warning. Although his cultivation session was incomplete, he decided to stop immediately. The spaceship kept vibrating constantly for an entire day before the mechanical voice spoke again. Entering the Kang Yuan system, entering the Kang Yuan system. Reality simulation. Although Luo Yunyang knew some things about the Kang Yuan system, he was still curious to know more about it. He wanted to know about the gold horn crystal production and what its rejection of nebula-grade martialists was like. As the wall of the spaceship transformed like water, in a split second, a sky appeared all around Luo Yunyang. Vast skies and lands could make one feel lost. Meteorites of different sizes also appeared around Luo Yunyang. One particular meteorite made Luo Yunyang feel like reaching out to grab it. After watching for 15 minutes, Luo Yunyang felt the impulse to kill someone well in his heart. Although this impulsion was small, he found it difficult to remove the thought from his mind. He mentally recalled the information he had read about the Kang Yuan system. For some reason, the people who visited this expanse of space of the Kang Yuan system would feel irritable if they stayed for a long time. Despite this impulse, Luo Yunyang didn't look away. Instead, he stared at the starry sky even more intensely. Since it was difficult to change the circumstances of this starry sky, it was better to adapt to them as soon as possible. 5 hours later, Luo Yunyang, who had been resisting this nagging feeling, started feeling tired. This exhaustion was completely worth it, as he felt no anxiety at the moment. Instead, he felt as calm as water. Humans, you are entering a controlled area of the wuxia tribe with your spaceship. Hand over 1 piece of gold horn crystal as a toll fee. Toll fee, 1 piece of gold horn crystal. Wuxia tribe. Luo Yunyang furrowed his eyebrows. This had not been mentioned in any archive. However, considering how confident the wuxia tribe's announcement was, it was obvious that they were not kidding. When Luo Yunyang turned on the reality simulation again, he saw a golden, fist-sized, pentagonal crystal get thrown out of the spaceship. The toll had been paid. The administrator of the spaceship, whom he had yet to see, had just paid a piece of gold horn crystal. Luo Yunyang, you are entering the Kang Yuan system, yet you have not produced 1/3 of the toll fee. Therefore, you owe this spaceship 1/3 of a gold horn crystal. Luo Yunyang felt very displeased. He was here to earn gold horn crystals and get the opportunity to read the sky books of the 9 paths. However, before he had even entered the base camp of the human race, he already had to pay 1/3 of a gold horn crystal. Plus, the toll fee was actually paid to the wuxia tribe. As far as I know, the road to the base camp of the Kang Yuan system is controlled by the human tribe. Why are we supposed to pay this toll fee? This fee collection was started 100 years ago, when we lost the multi-dragon galaxy, a robotic voice replied calmly. Behind this calm voice, Luo Yunyang could sense well-concealed anger. Before he could ask any more questions, an announcement rang out within the spaceship. We have arrived. Welcome to the human tribe's base camp in the Kang Yuan system. Chapter 469. The heart of the strong Luo Yunyang believed that this human base could only be described with one word: law-abiding. The base was set up 3 kilometers within a plain-looking planet with no special features. Once the entrance was sealed, this planet would not betray any trace of the people living there. As Luo Yunyang walked out of the spaceship, he saw 2 men in silver combat attire talking. One of them was a lofty man with a full beard. When Luo Yunyang walked out, the man glanced sideways at him. His sharp gaze showed that he was very dissatisfied with Luo Yunyang's arrival. Fourth, it's not like you don't know how dangerous it is here. Why did you allow a pretty boy to come along? I'm telling you, we'll hand over those gold horn crystals in 10 years. Right now, we don't even have half the gold horn crystals required. You can tell the masters of the 9 paths as much and ask for some top powerhouses to come over. If we don't hand over enough gold horn crystals, 3 galaxies will be taken away from us. The man's voice was clearly filled with anxiety. He patted his head as he said, the 5-element sovereign has a lot of potential. I know all about his cultivation base. If he joins us, our chances of obtaining gold horn crystals will be enhanced greatly. The man everyone called forth was a scrawny guy. Although he was tiny, he gave off a fierce vibe. As he heard a buff man who was taller than him by 2 heads complain, that guy said, Luo Yunyang just killed the 5-element sovereign. The bulky man looked as if he had just stuffed an egg into his mouth. After appearing momentarily awkward, he asked, really? Why would I lie to you? The scrawny man answered in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, that's great, we have at last brought a powerhouse with us. Luo Yunyang, I'm Tu Shang. You can call me Lao too. I'm the person in charge of this base for now. I'm also from the Deep Earth Path. Tu Shang stretched his hand out towards Luo Yunyang, looking very happy to meet him. When he heard that he had killed the 5-element sovereign, Tu Shang seemed to regret not meeting Luo Yunyang earlier. Luo Yunyang found this funny. Tu Shang immediately made a good impression on him. Given Tu Zhang's cultivation level, Luo Yunyang believed that he was a nebulous 6th grade. A powerhouse of his level was usually a commander-in-chief in the Milky Way. Hello, Chief Tu. I'm new here, please treat me kindly. As the saying went, kindness was always returned tenfold. Luo Yunyang held out both hands and shook Tu Zhang's hands. As he held the other man's hands, Luo Yunyang felt a great force coming from Tu Zhang's palms and rushing towards him. Powerhouses like Tu Shang preferred to understand things themselves rather than trust hearsay. Thus, Tu Shang had just made a direct move on Luo Yunyang. This was just a test of his power. In the Kang Yuan system, only powerhouses that are below the nebula grades could conduct themselves in this region of the universe. The most powerful individuals were the nebula grade powerhouses. When Tu Shang had been younger, the 5-element sovereign had not risen to power yet. He had been in the Kang Yuan system for a very long time already. After watching some videos of the 5-element sovereign's battles, Tu Shang had concluded that he was not as good as the 5-element sovereign. However, this didn't mean that he lacked the courage to fight. On the contrary, Tu Shang loved challenging powerhouses. As he held his own arm and exerted force on it, Luo Yunyang watched the honest, bearded Tu Shang. He did not move an inch. He did not even move to turn the power around. When he saw that Luo Yunyang did not even have to use any strength, Tu Shang realized that he had underestimated his opponent a little. In the Kang Yuan system, both cultivation base and combat awareness were essential. If one's combat awareness was not strong enough, one would become prey and get killed. As the person in charge, Tu Shang believed that he should show Luo Yunyang the harsh reality of this place. Thus, he did not weaken the strength in his hands. Instead, he pushed more power into them. In an instant, Tu Zhang's power increased by 30%. This kind of power could crush the highest grade of star alloy into powder. However, as this power was used against Luo Yunyang, Tu Shang realized that something was wrong. Although Luo Yunyang was not using much power, his arms were like 2 hard pieces of steel. No matter how much power Tu Shang used, Luo Yunyang simply did not react. Could he have used too little power? No, Tu Shang knew his own body well. He did not plan on letting Luo Yunyang off easy. Not bad, Chief Tu. Luo Yunyang's arm suddenly broke free from Chief Tu's control and patted Tu Shang hard on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Tu Shang was perspiring. As he glanced at Luo Yunyang, his whole body shivered. Although Luo Yunyang had used his palm, Tu Shang felt like a giant piece of iron meteorite had smashed hard against his back. This fellow was insanely powerful. It was no wonder that he had killed the 5-element sovereign. Tu Shang knew that he was rather lacking compared to Luo Yunyang. The difference between them was not small. Tu Shang secretly regretted his rashness as he grabbed Luo Yunyang. Brother, it's so great that you're here. Let's go meet everyone. From this day on, you'll be our chief. You can't say no. The man called forth, who had been paying attention to the bickering Luo Yunyang and Tu Shang, looked at Tu Shang and said, "Remember, the toll this time was 1 gold horn crystal. Luo Yunyang has to contribute 1/3. Although Tu Shang looked a little sullen, he still said in the end, "Okay, I'll pay brother Luo's share." Fourth nodded and went back into the spaceship. Luo Yunyang followed Tu Shang to the base's Great Hall. Although the hall was 3 kilometers underground, the virtual reality function allowed people to view the sky. As long as Tu Shang and the others desired, they could change the surrounding environment into a cloudless sky or a cloudy beach. Over 10 martialists were sitting in the Great Hall. Some of them were having a conversation, some were resting, and some were playing games on their communication devices. "Everyone, let me introduce you to Luo Yunyang, a martialist from the Bloody Massacre path. I just fought against him and realized that I was no match for him. Actions speak louder than words. Thus, from this day on, he'll be our chief." Tu Zhang's introduction was very simple. In just a few sentences, he gave up his position as chief. Luo Yunyang, who had come to this place for the gold horn crystals, had no interest in being chief. "Thank you for your high praise, Chief Tu. Chief Tu and I were evenly matched. It was basically a draw. Ha ha, I just came here, so I don't understand the situation well enough. I think it would be better for Chief Tu to remain in charge." More than 10 people were sizing up Luo Yunyang as he spoke. 2 of them smiled at him. When he looked at their smiles and compared them to the data he had seen, Luo Yunyang realized that they were the 2 powerhouses of the Bloody Massacre path who had entered the Kang Yuan system. Meng Tian and Josephs were both at the preliminary stage of the Nebula grade. However, judging by their imposing manner, they were much stronger than the average Bloody Massacre path Nebula grade martialist. It was no wonder that, in the entire history of the Bloody Massacre path, all rulers had basically been trained in the Kang Yuan system. This place wasn't just perfect for earning gold horn crystals. It also allowed people to raise their cultivation base. Ha ha, Chief Tu, I was actually a little unconvinced when you became chief. Dang it, you just gave your position away to a child. Do you think we are fools? Said a big, tall man with eyes as clear and blue as a puddle of water. The moment Luo Yunyang's eyes landed on this man, he realized that his most powerful technique was his pair of eyes. "If you are unsatisfied with me, Duo Lucy, then just come for me. Let's fight over the position of the chief. You don't have to brag all the time." The 2 men glared at each other as if they were about to fight. However, Luo Yunyang felt that there was no deep hatred between them. Everything was fair and square, which he rather liked. Although Duo Lucy's emerald eyes flashed, he did not speak immediately. Instead, he turned towards Luo Yunyang and said, "You said that you were inferior to him. If I defeat him, will I become chief?" Tu Shang had just opened his mouth, when a beeping sound rang throughout the Great Hall. The sound made the squabbling crowd appear horrified. Reporting, "Squad 3 is in danger. Squad 3 is in danger. Rescue needed urgently. Rescue needed urgently." The robotic voice sounded hurried. Squad 3 was obviously in great danger. "This is a red level 3 rescue operation. Seems like Squad 3 came across something big. They are in the range of the Siku planet. Let's head over now." Although Tu Shang had just modestly given up his position as chief, he took responsibility immediately. As soon as Tu Shang spoke, everyone stood up. Even Duo Lucy, who had been impolite to Tu Shang, obeyed. Luo Yunyang sensed a spirit of camaraderie among this diverse crew. "Hey, didn't you want to be chief? Let's compete and see who rescues the most people," Duo Lucy told Luo Yunyang loudly as they headed out. Chapter 470. The 10 Millennia King Beast. Countless overwhelming tentacles were waving around wildly in the vast starry sky. These tentacles were very fast. Just in a matter of moments, they had already covered an area of 3,000 miles. These tentacles were also astonishingly powerful. Even the dark meteorites in the void were crushed into fragments by the tentacles in an instant. "Get lost." A tall, sturdy martialist was waving a giant axe in his hands like crazy, chopping down a tentacle at least 1 meter thick hard. Amidst loud sounds of metal clashing against metal, the axe, which had the might to split the skies, was deflected back heavily. That meter-thick tentacle sprung away into the void like a bent bow. Meanwhile, the mighty axe had silently dissolved into nothing. The tall, sturdy man did not have any time to take a breather. As the first tentacle was severed and thrown in the air, no less than 10 tentacles rushed towards him wildly. Every single tentacle was as strong as the one that had been chopped off. Attack! The big man's axe turned into a ray of light that blocked all the tentacles. However, the tentacles did not fly off. Instead, they changed direction rapidly like snakes and attacked the man non-stop. "Boss, I can't hold on anymore," the big man shouted madly. Near the big man was another man who was wielding double knives. Although the man wasn't tall, his entire body emitted a formidable aura. The scar that extended from between his eyebrows down to the corner of his mouth made people fear him. "Shang, hold on, didn't you say that after you became a ruler, you'd make Junior Sister marry you? Junior Sister is still waiting for you. Her father's cultivation base is declining. If you become a ruler, no one will stop this marriage. Don't tell me that you want to make your wife a widow before she even marries you." The words of the fierce man with the double knives evoked some strange chuckles. Among these sounds of laughter was a miserable shriek. The shriek came from a man with a titan-like body. One of the man's arms had already been crushed into dust. His body was also currently enveloped tightly by an enormous tentacle. The tentacle was recoiling rapidly, ready to shift the lofty man in a different direction. "King Kong, damn it! Pay more attention," someone berated him. Countless blade wheels formed a wildly spinning giant windmill that engulfed the tentacle. In an instant, the tentacle was cut into two. However, the handsome man who had helped had been bound up by numerous tentacles. "Hurry up, assemble around young Master Lu." The man carrying the double knives howled deeply. In a flash, the 8 martialists holding the fort gathered around the man who had activated the knife wheel. As they formed a circle, they waved their weapons constantly, hacking away at those tentacles. "Brothers, hold on, I have already sent a distress signal. Chief Tu will come save us." Although the man holding the double knives was extremely tired, he still did his duty as the team leader. "Boss, Chief Tu is great. However, even if he wants to save us, he will still be powerless. He doesn't have the ability to save us. If only I hadn't made the wrong decision. This is a 10 millennia king beast at the Nebula 7 grade." Young Master Lu, who had activated the windmill, was pale. He looked as though he had used too much of his mind power. "While that 10 millennia king beast hasn't used a final killing technique on us yet, let's still leave our final messages. Chief Tu is not far away. Let's hope that he will convey our wishes to our sects." Young Master Lu had just stopped speaking when the huge, bulky man roared, "I don't have any kin in this world. Damn, being able to live until now was already a miracle. Speaking of unfulfilled wishes, what's been bugging me the most is that B***starred from the wuxia tribe. Dang it, I didn't get to kill any of those people. That's so frustrating." His roars evoked the fighting spirit of his gloomy comrades. Someone else suddenly thundered, "I second that. Ha ha ha, GD damn it, if I walk out of here alive, I will kill a few more B***stards from the wuxia tribe. How dare those FC King Shish the ads bully me." Although Mr. Lu did not speak, his blade wheels sped up. Meanwhile, drops of blood dripped continuously from the corner of his mouth. As the 8 of them were fighting for their lives, on a star 500 kilometers away, Tu Shang and the others stared in silence at the 10 millennia king beast that occupied half the expanse of the space before them. Every single bulky tentacle was a python constantly flailing through the void. Although every tentacle seemed to be at a great distance from the other ones, the 10 millennia king beast had a special skill that formed an absorbing force between the moving tentacles. Hence, the moving tentacles seemed to be airtight. Doesn't this kind of nebula grade 10 millennia king beast only roam about in the depths of the space systems? Why did it appear here? Duo Lucy's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Tu Shang did not speak. As he watched the gigantic 10 millennia king beast, his eyes were red and his fists were clenched tightly. "Prepare your receivers. See if they left any other messages." Luo Yunyang projected the information on the 10 millennia king beast in his mind as he observed the beast. The 10 millennia king beast was a tyrant-level vicious beast that lived in the Kangyuan system. Although there weren't many 10 millennia king beasts, they were experts in group fights. Their 1008 legs hid the sky and stretched out for miles. Meanwhile, they could also blockade and seal off a 500-kilometer radius of space. If one wanted to kill this 10 millennia king beast, chopping its tentacles would not have much of an effect. Only breaking its body into pieces would kill the 10 millennia king beast. "I'll go kill it," Luo Yunyang said in a deep voice as he glanced at the 10 millennia king beast, which had already begun to rope in its tentacles before Tu Shang could speak. Duo Lucy said coldly, look carefully. This is a colossal nebula-grade beast, not a little star-grade 10 millennia king beast. If you go, you will not be able to save them. You will only sacrifice yourself. Don't be such a disgrace. By the time Duo Lucy had spoken, Luo Yunyang had already leapt into the air and dashed into the area enveloped by the tentacles. Luo Yunyang, I order you to come back right now. Tu Zhang's expression changed as he yelled furiously at Luo Yunyang. Although he knew that Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was way above his, he would still never allow Luo Yunyang to act in a fit of rage and put himself in a dangerous position. However, as he spoke, Luo Yunyang was already surrounded by 10 tentacles. Can you just shut up? DMN it. Stop saying discouraging things. Just shut up. Tu Shang pointed at Duo Lucy and scolded him angrily. Duo Lucy had a remorseful look on his face. Although he disliked seeing Luo Yunyang being regarded so highly by Tu Shang despite his young age, he was also a member of the human tribe like Luo Yunyang, so he did not want him to die in vain in the hands of the 10 millennia king beast. He's unable to accomplish anything and liable to spoil everything. Someone hollered disappointedly. As everyone was speaking, a wizened man suddenly said, look, Luo Yunyang is advancing. Tu Shang turned and stared at Luo Yunyang at once. Luo Yunyang had already gotten within a 50-kilometer radius of the giant bundled tentacles. That was fast. This was Tu Zhang's first thought. He actually mostly thought that this was pure willfulness. Those 50 kilometers were the 10 millennia king beast's restricted area. The defense there was extremely tight. The 10 millennia king beast could sweep every area of the void at a frequency of 20 times in a snap. The 10 millennia king beast was incredibly cautious as it defended itself. Thus, the best method would be to crush it with power and attack forcefully from every direction. Pulling a fast one or fighting the root of the problem directly was just a pipe dream. He can no longer retreat. A gloomy man said, his voice full of regret. Meng Tian and Josephs, who came from the bloody massacre path, looked worried. Although everyone basically took care of one another in the Kang Yuan system, the relationship between people from the same path was still different. Besides, Luo Yunyang had been the bloody massacre path's only hope during the past several years. He's still advancing. Juris cried out in surprise and disbelief. Luo Yunyang was already within 5 kilometers of the 10 millennia king beast. This area was a dangerous region for the 10 millennia king beast, as any enemies in this area could threaten its life. Its omnipresent tentacles were so fast as they recoiled that they converged and formed an inescapable cage. When the tentacles bent in spirals, they enveloped the whole cage, which was made of layers and layers of tentacles. Everyone in Squad 3 had prepared themselves for death. However, just as they felt like they could not hold on anymore, the tentacles unexpectedly recoiled. These people were veterans who had fought in the Kang Yuan system for many years. Thus, they knew very well what they should do at the moment. They all retreated immediately without hesitation. In just 10 seconds, they had already retreated 50 kilometers and met up with Tu Shang and the others. Chief Tu, I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. The man holding the double knives laughed. He felt delirious after escaping from this beast alive. Tu Shang did not say a word. As his gaze was locked onto the rapidly recoiling cage, there was only one thought on his mind: it was done for. Chapter 471. The Cycle of 100 Swords. Chief Tu, what happened? Asked the double knife leader called Li Yumeng, who was looking at Tu Shang. After escaping alive, Li Yumeng and the others had witnessed the tentacles piling up like a small mountain. If Li Yumeng and his squad still didn't know what had happened by this point in time, then they did not deserve to survive in the Kang Yuan system. One of our brothers is in there, Tu Shang said, sounding like he was in great distress. Li Yumeng and his squad were still shocked, even though they could guess that there was a reason the tentacles had recoiled when the squad had already been backed into a corner. However, they hadn't expected that someone would actually dash into the restricted domain of the 10 millennia king beast. This person had undoubtedly saved them. However, their savior was now in danger. Which brother is it, Chief Tu? Li Yumeng asked with slightly red eyes. Luo Yunyang, a brother from the bloody massacre path who had just arrived in the Kang Yuan system. Tu Shang said mournfully. Li Yumeng rose into the air. Although he wanted to dash forward, he was held down and kicked by Tu Shang, who scolded him, "What are you trying to do? Do you want to throw away your life again? You stupid B*****. If you go there again, Brother Luo's sacrifice will be pointless." In the past, calling Chief Tu had been okay. However, under normal circumstances, one would call him to coordinate the relationship between each squad. Chief Tu's harsh words made Li Yumeng feel like he was getting swallowed alive. Of course, he knew that he would definitely die if he rushed over like that. However, how could he live in peace if he just stood there indifferently? Duo Lucy walked over quickly and said, "Use your brains. Stay calm. If you sacrifice yourself in vain, then Brother Luo's sacrifice will go to waste. There are already very few of us in the Kang Yuan system. If you don't think of yourselves, then you have to think of the human tribe of the Milky Way." Li Yumeng nodded. As Squad 3 and the others calmed down, the bulky man swore, "I will definitely kill this 10 millennia king beast in the future." Given his cultivation base, slaying the 10 millennia king beast would be no easy feat for the bulky man. Despite this, his emotions resonated with everyone. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time was ticking by and the 10 millennia king beast's tentacles were still rapidly retracting. Those giant mountains of flesh formed a cage that kept getting tighter as it was sealed. "Let's go back." Tu Shang sighed helplessly. "We can't get involved with this 10 millennia king beast again." Li Yumeng and the others looked up simultaneously, taking a look at the giant mountain of flesh before turning their backs slowly. Even though they were unwilling to leave like this, their hands were really tied this time. The last one to turn around was Duo Lucy, whose green eyes were flickering. He felt some guilt. After all, he had egged on Luo Yunyang to strike before taking a good look at the grade of the 10 millennia king beast. If it hadn't been for him, the young man would not have jumped in so fearlessly and lost his life on his first day in the Kang Yuan system. This thought made him feel even guiltier. However, as he was turning around, he caught sight of a golden ray that was shining out of that endless mountain of tentacles. Duo Lucy's heart trembled the instant he saw that golden ray. His whole jaw suddenly tightened. "Wait, Chief Tu." Actually, Duo Lucy didn't need to shout. Tu Shang and the others had also turned, as they had felt the startling energy that had just burst out as well. As they turned around one after the other, they saw a giant golden axe wrapped in golden rays emerge from the mountain of tentacles. Of course, the actual object of interest was the silhouette that dashed out from behind the golden axe. The golden axe, which was a few hundred meters long, changed direction as it flew out and cleaved at the colossal body of the 10 millennia king beast. The body of the beast was like a gigantic ball of flesh entirely wrapped by thick tentacles. In the past, the 10 millennia king beast had been positioned in the center of its tentacles, safe and secure just like a spider on its spider web. However, Luo Yunyang's giant axe had advanced and gotten very close to it. It took Luo Yunyang a huge amount of effort and cultivation to reach the 10th form of the flaming heavenly shuttle. Besides the concentration of Luo Yunyang's massive mind power within it, it also contained the power of the chaotic whole, which absorbed power frantically from the surroundings. The 10 millennia king beast let out a deafening howl. As it roared angrily, its giant body, which was unable to move in time, was sliced into half by Luo Yunyang's axe. "Yunyang, the 10 millennia king beast still has great vitality. These beasts are hard to kill, even if they're cut into 10 pieces." Tu Shang sounded exasperated. They had initially thought that Luo Yunyang would surely die this time. Little had they known that this young man, whom they'd had too little time to thoroughly understand, would manage to escape from the 10 millennia king beast's entrapment. This made Tu Shang inexplicably excited. "Come back now. You've already punished the 10 millennia king beast harshly. That fella won't dare provoke us now. Come back, Yunyang." Duo Lucy, Li Yumeng and the others were also yelling at Luo Yunyang to retreat quickly. After this brush with death, they now felt a renewed joy to be alive. Everyone believed that if Luo Yunyang could come out of this alive, this would be something worth rejoicing over. As Luo Yunyang watched the 10 millennia king beast rapidly folding, he had an idea. The golden axe transformed into countless swords within the void. This was the flaming heavenly shuttle's 6th form, the cycle of 100 swords. If this was just the beginning, these innumerable swords wouldn't be able to hurt the 10 millennia king beast. However, the 10 millennia king beast was already injured. Paths of sword light cut across the 10 millennia king beast's body non-stop. The beast roared angrily as its body was cut up. This is not very effective. The 10 millennia king beast's vitality is just too strong. Tu Shang shook his head as he watched the pieces of the 10 millennia king beast's body reassemble rapidly. However, he no longer tried to stop Luo Yunyang, as it seemed like he was not in danger. Meanwhile, Li Yumeng's Squad 3 exclaimed, "Let's go and take revenge too." This suggestion was met with an immediate response from the crowd. After all, this 10 millennia king beast had nearly sent them to meet their maker. An opportunity to beat this beast up should not be wasted. However, as they hollered loudly, the hundreds of swords controlled by Luo Yunyang had already formed layers of chaotic holes in the void. The slashed-up bits and pieces of the 10 millennia king beast's body were rapidly absorbed by the great chaotic holes. In just 15 minutes, the 10 millennia king beast's colossal body was pulled into Luo Yunyang's great chaotic hole. Meanwhile, the void resumed its former tranquil state. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, are they? This 10 millennia king beast. It has really died, someone said in shock. Tu Shang rubbed his head as he told Duo Lucy, "Seems like the Path Masters really sent us an extraordinary being. DMN it, from this day onwards, I'm really giving up my seat. You are all going to pull me down anyway." Duo Lucy also laughed. "I've been eyeing the position of chief for a long time. Seems like I won't need to try to seize your power anymore." The two of them laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the black chaotic holes had transformed back into the flaming heavenly shuttle and landed in Luo Yunyang's hands again. The moment the black chaotic hole shrunk, everyone present watched pieces of golden crystals fall from the chaotic hole. "Those are gold horn crystals," Li Yumeng exclaimed jealously as Luo Yunyang caught the golden crystals in his hands. Everyone else was also terribly envious, as more than 30 pieces of gold horn crystal landed in Luo Yunyang's hands. 100 gold horn crystals could be exchanged for a chance to study the sky books. Luo Yunyang had gained over 30 pieces in one go, whereas they could only collect about 10 pieces a year at best. However, no one was jealous. Luo Yunyang definitely deserved them. Besides the gold horn crystals, Luo Yunyang had also picked up a fist-sized black crystal that had been among the fallen items. Luo Yunyang believed that this crystal contained even better things than the gold horn crystal. Although he didn't know where this thing had come from, he put the black crystal away instinctively. "Chief, you've really left me speechless. You killed that Nebula Grade 10 Millennia King beast so fast. Even a gifted person from the Thunder Ray tribe wouldn't have been able to kill it as easily as you did. Chief, from now on, I'll be a member of your squad," Tu Shang said seriously. Luo Yunyang laughed heartily upon hearing Tu Zhang's confession. Then, he waved his hands and said, "I'm just a warrior, Chief Tu. You are the general, we can't mess with the rules." Tu Shang was even more impressed upon hearing Luo Yunyang's words. Despite Luo Yunyang's young age, he believed that he had a mature way of handling things. Thus, he immediately said respectfully, "I'll follow the chief's instructions." "Chief, you saved my life. If you are ever in danger in the future, just call me. I'll definitely be there," Li Yumeng said, cutting Tu Shang off. Chapter 472, Offense is the best defense. There were very few stars in the Kangyuan system, which most of the time was a vast patch of gray ash. Luo Yunyang was looking at information on the situation of the human tribe base that Tu Shang had sent him. Although he did not want to become the leader of this base immediately after his arrival, his ability, performance, and eagerness to help without hesitation at the most critical moment and kill the 10 millennia king beast had convinced everyone about his strength. They now all recognized him as their leader. This establishment of trust couldn't be falsified. After all, the more dangerous a place was, the more important it was to rank people according to their strength. Since Luo Yunyang was a powerhouse, he naturally received this kind of support. Despite the threat of the 10 millennia king beast and the difficult circumstances, he had rescued the entire Squad 3. By slaying this 10 millennia king beast alone, Luo Yunyang's reputation had already reached its pinnacle. 17 nebula grades, 31 star grades, and a total of 31 people formed 6 battle squads. The sphere of their influence ranged around 0.5 light years. Although a sphere of influence of 0.5 light years sounded big, the area belonging to the human tribe was barren and full of fatal pitfalls and traps. Just a tiny careless mistake would cause a complete wipeout. When Luo Yunyang adjusted a star chart, the entire territory of the human tribe appeared clearly before him. On the left of the human tribe's territory was the wuxia tribe. On the right was also wuxia territory. There was even a region above that belonged to the wuxia tribe. The exit point of the Kangyuan system at the bottom was also under the influence of the wuxia tribe. It could be said that the human tribe's range of influence in the Kangyuan system was completely surrounded by the wuxia tribe. Luo Yunyang frowned. As he quickly adjusted the star chart back to 50 years ago, he realized that the human tribe's territory had been 0.7 light years back then. Some areas had not even belonged to the wuxia tribe. A century ago, the human tribe's scope of influence had been 0.9 light years. A further 300 years back, the human tribe's scope of influence had always been 0.9 light years. As Luo Yunyang stared at the remaining 0.5 light years of territory range, all sorts of thoughts kept circulating in his mind. The Kang Yuan system was huge and included an unknown amount of dangerous regions. However, after all the effort of the main tribes of the Kang Yuan system, the peripheral zones had become relatively safe. According to the rules set by the Divine Union, invading the range of influence of these safety zones was not allowed. Meanwhile, the human tribe's range of influence in the Kang Yuan system had shrunk almost by 50%. The output of this range of influence was not great. If they wanted to get large amounts of gold horn crystals, they needed to go to those dangerous areas and fight. However, this safety zone could ensure the human tribe's annual necessary supply of gold horn crystals. The smaller the territory, the greater the shortage. Knock, knock. There was a light rapping sound on the door before Tu Shang walked in casually. "Were you looking for me, Chief?" Tu Shang asked earnestly as he looked at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded. "Chief Tu, you have put up an insurmountable obstacle." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang pointed to the star chart of the safety zones. "Judging by the state of the safety zones, it will be difficult for us to acquire the necessary quantity of gold horn crystals." Tu Shang looked a bit embarrassed as he said with a pained expression, "During the past 30 years, we entered the dangerous zones 6 times and lost nearly 30 of our brothers. However, the number of gold horn crystals we gained was far from ideal. Of course, I have a huge responsibility for this." Luo Yunyang waved his hand dismissively. He was not about to place blame. Instead, he pointed to the safety zones and asked, "What's the explanation behind these ranges of influence?" Tu Shang glanced at the star chart and said dejectedly, "Chief, half of these domains were lost on my watch. We couldn't fight the members of the wuxia tribe. When I appealed to Yin Lei of the Thunder Ray tribe, he didn't pay attention to me. He said that the wuxia tribe was just temporarily staying there and that, as member tribes of the Union, we should help one another." Tu Shang clenched his fists tightly. Apparently, he felt indignant at this injustice. All the Path Masters knew about this situation, but they could not do anything. After all, we were probably considered the strongest group of people at the Nebula Grade boundary. Luo Yunyang pointed to those ranges of influence. "So, these territories are still ours. According to the Divine Union's Kang Yuan system safety zone distribution chart, they still belong to the human tribe." Tu Shang said helplessly. Luo Yunyang patted Tu Zhang's shoulder and said, "Okay, got it. Maybe the fellas occupying our territory will die very soon." These words of consolation almost made Tu Shang fall to the ground. The people occupying the human tribe's safety zone were the 3 most powerful teams of the wuxia tribe who had been assigned to the Kang Yuan system. Their weakest team alone was enough to defeat the human encampment there. Otherwise, given Tu Zhang's personality, how could he possibly have put up with this humiliation and acted like an ostrich? "Chief, you should still." Luo Yunyang, who knew what Tu Shang wanted to say, waved his hand. "I know." After sending Tu Shang off, Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on another table. This table listed the human tribe and wuxia tribe's rankings in the Divine Union. The human tribe ranked first on the 3rd grade, while the wuxia tribe ranked last on the 2nd grade. A lot of things could be guessed just based on these rankings. Although Luo Yunyang had come to the Kang Yuan system mainly for his own cultivation, he could not ignore this kind of problem that plagued the human tribe, especially when it was within his power to solve it. As he thought about this, his gaze fell on the easternmost side that the wuxia tribe occupied. Since an attack was necessary, it could start there. There was no virtual realm in the Kang Yuan system. Thus, they could only ask for help via the most ordinary electromagnetic communication waves. Although this kind of help was effective against the fierce beasts in the celestial domain, once they met any intelligent races that could block the electromagnetic waves, it would be useless. After picking his plan, Luo Yunyang summoned Double Knife Warrior Li Yumeng, Tu Shang, and the others. Although Tu Shang had sensed that Luo Yunyang was going to make a move when he had asked about the safety zones, hearing Luo Yunyang's decision to make a move on the wuxia tribe's first squad still made him nervous. "Shouldn't we wait a little more?" Chief Luo. Tu Shang reminded everyone, I'm not afraid of death, but this is a very serious matter. Luo Yunyang did not chat and laugh with Tu Shang like usual. Instead, he said seriously, we've already lost half of our territory, old Tu. Now, we even have to pay a toll fee just to contact the Milky Way. If we tolerate this any longer, they might become even bolder. Then, we would be left with nothing. FCK, I support you, Chief Luo. DMN it, I've been looking forward to this day for so long. Duo Lucy slammed his palms hard against the table. Luo Yunyang had thought that Juris was calm and cool-headed, so this agitated reaction surprised him. Suddenly, Li Yumeng spoke up. Duo Lucy's younger brother was killed by the wuxia tribe. Okay, let's organize ourselves. Me, Li Yumeng, Duo Lucy and the entire Squad 3 will remove the wuxia team occupying our safety zone. Meanwhile, Tu Shang will guard the base. When he heard Luo Yunyang's words, Tu Zhang's face turned red immediately. Don't belittle me, Chief Luo, he said urgently. I did not oppose waging war because I am a death-fearing coward. I'm just afraid of causing a huge shock. However, now that you are our leader, I will participate in the battle I've been anticipating for so long. Luo Yunyang smiled at the agitated Tu Shang. Of course I know that you're a good person. However, someone has to keep watch here while I'm away, and you are the best candidate. Although Tu Shang still wasn't very eager, he eventually nodded after glancing at the crazed Duo Lucy. Everyone else also believed that, besides Luo Yunyang and Duo Lucy, there was no other suitable person to hold the fort. Duo Lucy felt a deep hatred for the wuxia tribe. Although he had never said that he wanted revenge, his determination to avenge his brother was well known. Duo Lucy would definitely fight anyone who tried to take this opportunity away from him. If Luo Yunyang hadn't been present, the humans wouldn't have been able to take revenge against the wuxia tribe, let alone exterminate a small wuxia squad. Okay then, I wish you guys instant success. Tu Shang was someone who accepted both rewards and losses with equanimity. Thus, he agreed coolly after thinking through the reasons behind this arrangement. Luo Yunyang smiled. This is not a big deal. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Chief, I think we should first take care of the fellas on the path back to the Milky Way. Just looking at them makes me angry, Li Yumeng said in a deep voice. Luo Yunyang knew who Li Yumeng was talking about. Those people were the ones who had collected a third of the toll from him. However, Luo Yunyang kept smiling. Let them remain there for now. Don't be anxious, we'll deal with everyone slowly. As he noticed Luo Yunyang's confidence, Li Yumeng suddenly realized that Luo Yunyang gave them a peace of mind. After this decision was made, Squad 3 quickly set off, following Luo Yunyang's lead. This time, they took a battle spaceship that belonged to Squad 3. This spaceship was faster than Luo Yunyang's blood crystal spaceship. I wish you all the best, Chief Luo, Tu Shang said loudly as they were boarding the spaceship. Luo Yunyang smiled at Tu Shang and stepped aboard the spaceship. Sending off Luo Yunyang were only a few prime leaders from the bases, including Tu Shang. As Luo Yunyang and the others left, they all had solemn looks on their faces. After all, Luo Yunyang's move implied that they had already fallen out completely with the wuxia tribe of the Kangyuan system. Chapter 473, A Slight Intent to Kill. In the system, a few men from the wuxia tribe were chatting on a planet about the size of the moon. The members of the wuxia tribe looked like horses did on Earth, except that besides having 4 legs, they also had 4 arms. That's right, they had 4 arms. However, their source of strength wasn't their arms or legs, but the gems on their foreheads. Every member of the wuxia tribe was born with this gem. The size of this gem, as well as its color, would determine the status and standing of an individual within that tribe. Most of the gemstones on the foreheads of the chatting wuxia tribe members were blue, while only one of them had a purple gemstone on his forehead. Although the cultivation base of the person with the purple gemstone might not be the greatest amongst this group, his standing in the tribe was still the highest. Right now, he was enjoying the privileges that his status afforded him, while everyone crowded around him and chatted happily. We only managed to make 300 gemstones in the span of 10 years. Damn it, this excavation process is sure taking long, said the purple gemstone leader with dissatisfaction. 300 might be considered a little low given your honorable status. However, although the scattered concentration might be a little bad, this land has always been consistent. As long as we dominate this land, we can ensure that the wuxia race will have one more stable source of resources. If we get this result, I am sure that the elders will reward you handsomely. A wuxia tribesman with a lofty expression patted the shoulder of the guy who was speaking and said, although you have a point there, this location makes us feel extremely panicky. We actually do not have to stay here. The human race is just a bunch of weaklings. Why would they even bother provoking us? As far as I know, they're lucky that we are not causing them any trouble. It's really unlikely that they will muster up the courage to try and provoke us. The purple gemstone on his forehead lit up a little as he said fiercely, if they don't let us go into battle during the next year, I will definitely invade Star 13 of the Three Stone region. Star 13 of the Three Stone region was the human race's last cultivating area with gold horn crystals in the Kangyuan system. If that area was occupied, there would hardly be any more areas left for the human tribe to cultivate with gold horn crystals. A few of the wuxia tribesmen who had green gemstones on their foreheads believed that this matter was quite risky. However, they did not dare confront and advise their comrade rashly. After all, the purple gemstone was not just a symbol of status. It also represented a force stronger than theirs. It's a pity that you won't get such an opportunity. A monstrous voice suddenly rang in their ears. Upon hearing that voice, the tribesman with the purple gemstone immediately stood up. He knew the person who was speaking. Humans, how dare you? The purple gemstone lit up, forming a circular purple ray as he spoke. The circular ray carried a strong power of law. Although it was not perfect, it encompassed a large expanse of space. This was the strongest technique in the wuxia tribe. By using the strength of the origin source to incite the ring of light, one could use the different rings of light for different purposes. However, one thing that these lights had in common was that they were all extremely strong. Even a martialist 3 grades above a wuxia tribesman would find it difficult to face such an attack. Even though this attack seemed very rampant, he was still very cautious about approaching. Although the ring of lights began enveloping a large area, there was nothing amiss in its perimeter. Not even a single enemy was detected. As the wuxia tribesman was slightly terrified, a golden blade converged before him. His skull was split into half by the golden blade instantly. The wielder of this extremely sharp blade was a black-haired man from the human tribe. You killed Master Chinmo, some green gem tribesmen cried out in disbelief. I am going to kill all of you too, Luo Yunyang said indifferently while looking at the wuxia tribesmen. You wouldn't dare kill us. Who gave you the nerve? Do you know that you'd be basically committing suicide by doing this? One of the tribesmen shouted. However, the golden blade that Luo Yunyang was wielding took another form while the tribesman was still shouting. In an instant, the tribesmen's brains were sliced open. The remaining tribesmen, who had already begun to sense the severity of the situation, immediately activated the gems on their foreheads. Countless swords and blades immediately began rushing out of the gemstones. Although these blades had different colors, they all carried a strong origin source law power. These tribesmen were definitely the strongest of the tribe. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to the Kangyuan system on a mission. If it had not been for Luo Yunyang's earlier sneaky attack, they did not believe that one of their own would actually have been defeated so quickly. Now it was time for them to recoup everything they had lost earlier. However, just as they were about to attack, the giant flaming heavenly shuttle suddenly transformed into a whirling black hole that enveloped the attacking wuxia tribesmen. A moment later, the flaming heavenly shuttle flew back to Luo Yunyang. The wuxia tribesmen who had been attacking earlier had dissipated completely. Only a few broken pieces of gemstones remained within the void. Although this looked like an easy battle for Luo Yunyang, he knew very well that he had already exhausted his capabilities in order to finish them quickly and prevent them from spreading the news. It felt especially exhausting as he was killing the last few wuxia tribesmen. Thus, he ended up actually having to activate his great chaotic hole technique. As soon as Luo Yunyang ended the battle, Duo Lucy and the others came rushing towards him from all directions, cupping their hands in respect. They were expressing their heartfelt gratitude. It was hard to understand the sentiments of the oppressed unless one had actually struggled to live in the Kangyuan system. These people had finally gotten rid of all their problems. However, among the people who had moved were 3 injured individuals, including one with serious injuries. As Luo Yunyang looked over, one of the martialists, whose heart was wounded, smiled and said, Chief Luo, even if I were to die now, it would be completely worth it. Luo Yunyang nodded and looked at Li Yumeng. Although Duo Lucy had a higher cultivation base than Li Yumeng, it was the latter who was the leader of the third small team. You killed a total of 10 strong wuxia tribesmen, chief. We also stole about 400 pieces of gold horn crystals from them. Li Yumeng's eyes lit up as he mentioned the 400 gold horn crystals. Duo Lucy and everyone else were also in high spirits. The reason they had worked so hard in the Kangyuan system was so that they would be able to acquire more gold horn crystals. In the past, it had normally taken them several decades just to accumulate a total of 100 to 200 gold horn crystals. Right now, they had actually managed to steal what they could not earn even in a few decades just by killing these wuxia tribesmen. Thus, their joy was understandable. Luo Yunyang was also shocked by the amount of gold horn crystals that had been looted. In the past, he had killed the Nebula Grade 10 Millennial King Beast and only been rewarded with several dozens of gold horn crystals. By just killing a small team of wuxia tribesmen, he had actually managed to reap bountiful rewards. Chief, unless I'm wrong, this small team must have accumulated these gems over the last century. Li Yumeng's eyes lit up again as he said, I think that the number of gold horn crystals of the other teams should be quite significant as well. Although Li Yumeng did not complete his sentence, his intentions were extremely clear. He knew exactly what Li Yumeng was thinking about when he noticed his elated appearance. Thus, he smiled and said, pack your things. We are going to pursue the retreating enemy and advance forward. 5 months later, on a planet filled with mechanical palaces, a wuxia tribesman with a green gemstone on his forehead rushed towards a palace in a state of terror. Halt! Just as he was about to rush into the palace, he was stopped by 2 wuxia guards. One of the guards actually had a strong killing intent. Gentlemen, please inform the leader that the dispatched team has some very serious news to tell him. When the wuxia tribesman finished speaking, he heard someone from inside the palace say, come on in, Deka. The wuxia tribesman known as Deka walked hastily into the palace. Inside the palace, a wuxia tribesman with a purple gemstone on his forehead lay on the throne. The tribesman on the throne did not look any different from the tribesman who had been killed by Luo Yunyang. However, after a closer look at the purple gemstone on his forehead, one would notice 3 distinct wrinkles. Anyone who was familiar with wuxia tribesmen would know that one wrinkle symbolized one type of origin source law. Having 3 wrinkles implied that one had been acknowledged by at least 3 types of origin source law. Anyone who could be acknowledged by any origin source laws was considered a rare individual even among gifted individuals. Master, we have lost contact with teams 1, 2 and 3, said Deka without wasting any time. The leader, who appeared to be lazy, stretched at first. However, his eyes lit up upon hearing the news. Do you know who did this? He said in a serious tone. This, said Deka as he began to perspire around his brows. This was definitely done by humans, the leader said with certainty. Go help me contact His Majesty Laming from the Thunder Ray tribe. I want to redress this injustice. Chapter 474. The Yellow Dragon is beheaded by the Long Blade. Although it was hard to enter the virtual world from the Kangyuan system, the high-speed electromagnetic waves were still able to resolve most communication-based issues. It was only a little challenging if one wanted to get connected to the outside world by using the electromagnetic waves, as the Kangyuan system normally had a way to intercept the signals. Hence, it was usually quite difficult to have extended communication between the Kangyuan system and the outside world. However, on the planet, communication via electromagnetic waves was normally quite hassle-free. My deepest respects, Your Highness Laming. I am Yuanfang from the wuxia tribe, said the wuxia tribesman who had been laying in the main hall respectfully. Due to the poor electromagnetic reception, the screen was unable to display any images of the people they were communicating with. Meanwhile, the person known as His Majesty Laming bellowed, Yuanfang, I am in the midst of training. Do not disturb me unless there is something urgent. Do you understand? His Majesty Laming was obviously not too pleased with Yuanfang's interruption. Your Highness, the wuxia tribe has always respected you completely. If there was nothing serious, I would definitely not have dared disturb you. This time, something very serious has happened. Yuanfang's tone suddenly became sad as he said, Your Highness, 3 of the small teams of the wuxia tribe were brutally murdered by the human tribe. We seek your help in redressing this injustice. Ha ha ha, don't you have anything better to do, Yuanfang? 3 of your teams were taken out by the human tribe. Are you sure you are not messing with me? Are you actually making fun of me? The Thunder Emperor's voice was full of fury. Although they were very far away, Yuanfang still felt some fear deep down. He knew very well that His Majesty Laming could not be messed with. If he really got angry, he would definitely not hold back against him. Your Highness, these 3 teams were the very best teams of the wuxia tribe. We would never joke about losing them. Even if I was 100 times more courageous, I would definitely not try to make a fool out of you. Yuanfang was nearly tearing up. We really hope that Your Highness will help us redress this issue. As the high-speed electromagnetic waves were connecting with the other side, there was a moment of silence. After a while, the Thunder Emperor's voice was once again heard. All right, I will send one of my envoys down to the wuxia tribe to conduct an investigation. If this was really done by the humans, then I definitely will not let them off so easily. Once the call was disconnected, Yuanfang's expression turned from cowardly to fierce. Although he did not dare speak too freely in front of the high and mighty Laming, he was ready to vent his frustration on the people before him. Deka, get some people to investigate teams 1, 2 and 3 right now and find out exactly what happened. If they ran into any dangerous circumstances that led to their ultimate demise, then you will erase all traces of said demise. Then, Yuanfang added eerily, remember, we have to tell everyone that the disappearance of our 3 small teams was caused by the scoundrels of the human tribe. Deka noted these orders and left respectfully. On his way out, he felt nothing but respect and admiration for his leader. The leader had immediately decided not to investigate the real reason their 3 strongest teams had gone missing, but instead used this as an excuse to hurt the human tribe. This way, even though he'd lost 3 of his best teams, he would still harm the human tribe. The difference between Deka and the leader was just too great. As Deka was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a dark shadow flash past him. Before he could understand what was happening, a ray of light ripped through the back of his neck, literally tearing it apart. Up until he died, all Deka saw was a black shadow. This shadow was heading towards the palace hastily. Although he did not know who this shadow was, he didn't have a good feeling about it. Deka tried to shout and warn his companions, but he was unable to make a single sound. Yuanfang naturally did not hear Deka's shout. His eyebrows were furrowed restlessly and he couldn't sit still. He would take advantage of the destruction of his 3 teams to frame the human tribe and use that as an excuse to gain the last territory of the human race. However, the loss of his 3 best teams still pained him. Who could have been the perpetrator? The humans. That was not possible. Who else could it be, though? Frowning, Yuanfang quickly thought about the different possibilities. Unfortunately, he was unable to pinpoint one that seemed plausible. As Yuanfang was lost in thought, a murderous intent suddenly enveloped his room. Yuanfang, who was no ordinary martialist, possessed the power of the purple gemstone on his forehead. In an instant, he created a purple flame that surrounded him, protecting him entirely from anything coming his way. The 2 other wrinkles of source origin immediately transformed into a long green blade and a black shield that moved against his attacker. Although his actions were fast, his attacker was just as quick. Just as he was about to attack, he felt a cool breeze blowing right in front of him. The wuxia tribe was not good at close-range combat. Suddenly, Yuanfang saw the face of his attacker clearly. He was a young teen with very nice facial features but a strong killing intent in his eyes. As Yuanfang felt an ominous vibe, countless needles formed a giant axe. This axe flew in the direction of his head and swung heavily at him. This weapon could even split open mountains. At first, Yuanfang relaxed a little upon seeing that his opponent was human. However, as he looked at the approaching giant axe, he hardly had any time to retaliate. When the axe moved past him, Yuanfang's head fell to the ground. Luo Yunyang, who had hardly given Yuanfang a chance to fight, grabbed all of Yuanfang's belongings instantly. Then, he exited the palace quickly. Although he had killed Yuanfang, there were still many other wuxia tribesmen in this area. Killing them individually would definitely be much easier than facing all of them together. In just half an hour, Luo Yunyang managed to finish off most of the wuxia tribesmen. Although Yuanfang himself had been quite strong, Luo Yunyang believed that he had only been slightly stronger than the 5-element sovereign. Luo Yunyang's secret raid against this tribe had therefore been an easy task. As he began boarding his spaceship, the palace started crumbling in the distance. The items inside, which had belonged to the wuxia tribesmen, were destroyed completely. "You are really ruthless, Chief Luo," said Duo Lucy as he gave Luo Yunyang a big thumbs up. He did not say this to deliberately flatter Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was indeed worthy of everyone's respect. Initially, Duo Lucy's plan had just been to get Luo Yunyang to teach a lesson to the wuxia tribesmen who had invaded the human territory. Who would have thought that, after doing this, Luo Yunyang would take things a step further and raid the base camp of the wuxia tribe. Although the others considered Lucy courageous and fearless, he paled in comparison to Luo Yunyang. The difference between them was just too great. Luo Yunyang waved his hands and said, "Our rewards are bountiful this time around. For now, let's return to the base. I believe that the Thunder Ray tribe will be carrying out an investigation really soon." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang began to quickly browse through the knowledge he possessed. Although the Kang Yuan system was only a small system, this system was still not considered inferior to the larger system of the wide cosmos. This area was occupied by over 100 different tribes and races after all. These territories were separated according to the different abilities of the various tribes. For example, the leading tribe in the Divine Union was the demigod race, which had the highest deciding power in this union. Below the demigod tribe were 18 other tribes called the 18 primary tribes. If the Divine Union was a large building, then the demigod tribe would be the penthouse and the 18 tribes below would form the pillars of the building. The tribes beneath them were further classified into first grade, second grade and third grade tribes. The different tribes had different rights and responsibilities. The humans were at the top of the third grade tribes, while the wuxia tribe was at the bottom of the second grade tribes. Both the human tribe and wuxia tribe existed under the leadership of the Thunder Ray tribe. Although this type of leadership did not seem strict, the Thunder Ray tribe had many powerful rights, such as the right to exterminate the entire human tribe. According to the data, the Thunder Ray tribe and the wuxia tribe seemed to share close relations. Actually, the wuxia tribe was extremely good at flattering the Thunder Ray tribe. Without the support of the Thunder Ray tribe, the wuxia tribe would never have dared take such a big part of the human territory. "Chief, are we really not going to do anything about this?" Duo Lucy said, his level of joy dwindling by 50%. He now began to also feel worried about Luo Yunyang's daring actions. Luo Yunyang looked at Duo Lucy and said, "In 6 months, the various tribes will have to pay a certain number of gold horn gems to the Thunder Ray tribe. Before that happens, we have to expose the wuxia tribe's deeds. You know that we have been taken advantage of for years. Please get the Thunder Ray tribe to reduce the amount of taxes that the human tribe has to pay." "I am afraid that is not going to work," said Duo Lucy. He had lived in the Kang Yuan system for a long time, so he knew very well its rules and regulations. "I know, but I still want everyone to know that the human tribe has been seriously bullied by the wuxia tribe." Luo Yunyang smiled as he added, "Given our current predicament, do you think other people would believe the wuxia tribe or us?" "I understand now," replied Duo Lucy solemnly. Chapter 475. Turning black to white. Having a sword in hand and sweeping through everything all around was definitely a carefree feeling. Luo Yunyang did not entertain such thoughts after becoming the leader of the human tribe on the Kang Yuan system. However, when he accessed their level of strength, he understood that now was not the time to act recklessly yet. After all, he still had not broken past the nebula grade boundary. Although his training in the extreme mysterious realm allowed him to easily kill most nebula grade martialists, Luo Yunyang knew very well that there was still a difference between his skill level and the best martialists from some of the top tribes out there. The main reason for this disparity was that he was still a star-grade martialist. Luo Yunyang definitely had the capability to break through to the nebula grade. However, he was only interested in making a perfect breakthrough. Therefore, his plan was to acquire as many gold horn crystals as he could and read all the sky books in the 9 paths at least once. Then, he would mend the flaws in his current techniques before successfully breaking through to the nebula grade boundary. 500 pieces of gold horn crystals was definitely no small sum. Viewing one of the sky books would cost him 100 pieces of gold horn crystals. Thus, he was still short about 100 gold horn crystals. Before acquiring these last 100 gold horn crystals, he still had to deal with the repercussions of eliminating the wuxia tribe. Up in the galaxy, a spaceship was flying straight in a certain direction without any qualms. The spaceship reflected blue and white rays of light. The entire human tribe knew that this spaceship belonged to the leader of the 18 primary tribes, the Thunder Ray tribe. Luo Yunyang had already received information from a friendly tribe regarding the arrival of the Thunder Ray tribe 1 month prior to the actual arrival. Therefore, he had already made the necessary preparations to get ready for the arrival of the Thunder Ray tribe. Aboard the spaceship stood a lady who was about 3 meters tall. Revolving around her were purple rays of light. The lady glanced condescendingly at the Thunder Ray tribesmen, who were crouching in fear near her. Madam Miawa, you have to redress this injustice. The wuxia tribe has really suffered terribly this time. Our 3 strongest teams in our base have been completely destroyed by humans. This is just too much. Miawa snorted and said, "Shut up. There's no need for you to keep bawling. I have my own way of dealing with this matter." As the two of them were speaking, a man with a pair of wings approached Miawa and said respectfully, "Madam Miawa, we have arrived." Miawa nodded her head and issued a few virtual commands. The walls of the spaceship immediately became transparent. Right outside was the human base and slightly over 20 waiting humans. Although these humans were the very best martialists of the tribe, Miawa was not affected in the slightest. She was trained in the punishing demonic thunder move, a move with a monstrous amount of power that had allowed her to gain telekinetic abilities. If she wanted, she could finish off these 20 humans with just a snap of her fingers. The human tribe was not significant in her eyes. If the Thunder Emperor had not asked her to investigate this issue, she would definitely never have wasted her time dealing with a small squabble between these tiny tribes. However, she was pleased with the behavior of the humans. "Madam Miawa, those humans are extremely cunning. You mustn't fall into their trap," said Kaiyun from the wuxia tribe. He was the leader of the 4th team who was now in charge of the whole wuxia tribe on the Kangyuan system. His gentle warning almost angered Miawa. If it were not for the Thunder Emperor, she might have just exterminated the entire wuxia tribe amid her fury. "Are you trying to say that I am dumb? I wouldn't dare say that, madam. You are the smartest person that I have seen in my entire life," replied Kaiyun hastily. He knew very well how powerful this lady was. Although she didn't speak much, if she got angry, not even the entire wuxia tribe would match her powers. "HMPH," snorted Miawa as she soared into the air towards the spaceship. She was tall and big, with flashes of thunder rays that made her look like a celestial being who had come from an entirely different place. "My respects to the honorable guest of the Thunder Ray tribe. You must act as a judge for us," Tu Shang said as he rushed over. Meanwhile, he used one part of his sleeve to rub his eyes. As a spicy substance got rubbed into his eyes, he made a few different whimpering sounds. By the time he raised his head, there were already tears flowing out of his eyes. Tu Shang was actually very reluctant to put on such an act. However, Luo Yunyang had instructed him to do so, so he'd had no choice but to obey. He bawled loudly, tears flowing down his face as he looked at Miawa. "Madam, the wuxia tribe has taken half of our land. If this carries on, we might not even be able to pay our taxes in the future. Please act as a judge for us, madam." Miawa had never liked the wuxia tribe much, as its members had looked completely different from her in terms of appearance. Thus, as she looked at the pitiful Tu Shang, she became more inclined to rule in their favor. Miawa also knew very well the differences in strength between the humans and the wuxia tribe. The humans had never had any reinforcements. This situation had been entirely caused by the wuxia tribe. Miawa believed that the disappearance of the wuxia tribesmen had been staged by the wuxia tribesmen themselves. Their main goal was to steal the small part of land that still belonged to the humans. "Get up, I will definitely judge if there are any problems," said Miawa in a relaxed tone. Saying this made her feel extremely comfortable. After all, as one of the strongest individuals in the 18 primary tribes, it brought her great joy to be able to redress the wrongdoings of the smaller tribes so that they felt grateful for her contribution. "Madam Miawa, you have been fooled by them. They finished off 3 of our best teams and exterminated the people on our land." Kaiyun rushed over in an agitated manner. It had never occurred to him that these despicable humans would actually make false allegations and portray themselves as the victims. The wuxia tribe had lost 3 of its best teams and its entire base. He was very confident that the humans had done this. These shameless fellows had actually dared falsify information and manipulate it to their advantage. "If you keep speaking, I am going to kill you," said Miawa as she glared at Kaiyun. Her eyes were glittering with flashes of electricity. She was not joking about this. If she really wanted to, she could finish him off easily. "Madam, if you look at this map, you will see that our territories have actually been occupied by them for about 100 years. Said Tu Shang as he presented an electronic map before Miawa. The map clearly indicated the territories stolen from them. There was no need to falsify this, as it had always been true. Miawa scanned the map before her gaze landed on the area where the human base was, in the external part of the Kangyuan system. This area was a node that controlled the human tribe's returns. According to the map, this territory was now in the hands of the Wuxia tribe. This meant that the humans were being pushed back by the Wuxia tribe. Are your people still in this region? Miawa asked Kaiyun coldly as she looked at the map. Kaiyun was sure that his people were still in that region, as he had been communicating with them just a while ago. Judging from the expressions of these humans, he began to think that perhaps the extermination of the three teams and their base had actually not been initiated by the humans. After carefully analyzing this issue, he finally concluded that, whether it had been the human tribe or not, he was still going to put the blame on them. He wanted to do them in once and for all. He had just not expected that the humans would bring so much evidence along. As Kaiyun was trying to think of ways to deal with this matter, Miawa's palm came flying towards him and landed with a heavy blow. How audacious! You actually dare treat us like your weapons. How dare you fool His Majesty Laming? You should go ahead and die, Miawa said as her palm fell heavily on Kaiyun's body. Although Kaiyun was no weakling, the difference in terms of strength between him and Miawa was just too great. Furthermore, he just did not have the guts to retaliate. Sounds of rolling thunder were heard as Kaiyun turned into a charred corpse, his eyes still wide open in shock. Tu Shang and everyone else watched Miawa with terrified expressions. Miawa's power had just shown them the huge disparity between them and the strong fighters of the Thunder Ray tribe. When Miawa calmed down a while later, her gaze fell back on Tu Shang. Now that I know about this, you may take back the land that used to belong to you. I will instruct the Wuxia tribesmen who are still occupying the area to retreat and return the lands to you. Alright, all of you should return now. When she finished speaking, Miawa soared into the air and boarded the Thunder Ray spaceship, leaving before even entering the human base. Half a minute after Miawa's spaceship left, Luo Yunyang walked out of the crowd with a look of admiration on his face. Miawa's level of cultivation was much higher than his own. Of course, this was mainly because Miawa was a Nebula-grade martialist. Will we ever be as strong as the Thunder Ray tribe? Tu Shang whined enviously. Luo Yunyang glanced at Tu Shang before he said solemnly, we will. One day, we will definitely surpass the Thunder tribe's power. Are you saying that Miawa was fooled by the human tribe? His Majesty Laming asked coldly as lightning flashed all around him. Yes, Your Majesty. Based on my findings, the most plausible perpetrators behind the crimes against the Wuxia tribe are the humans and only the humans. Said a dark shadow solemnly while kneeling before the Thunder Emperor. Alright, that small tribe must be very audacious to actually try to fool me. I am going to show them what the price of deceiving me is. Then, the Thunder Emperor murmured to himself, I am in seclusion right now, I have no time to bother punishing them. Wait till the day I am done. I am going to teach them a lesson. It's about time these people were given a warning. Chapter 476. Rising with the wind. Luo Yunyang floated lightly in the sky. Although his cultivation base still hadn't reached the nebula grade, his breathing had become calmer and steadier. Breaking through to the nebula grade had always been just a thought to him. However, 10 years had passed and Luo Yunyang still hadn't broken through. Although he had already accumulated enough experience through cultivation, he did not want to just break through hurriedly. He had used the gold horn crystals to view the sky books of the 9 paths, so he had a sufficient understanding of the different origin sources laws to break through to the nebula grade. It could actually be said that his level of experience had already surpassed most people's. However, Luo Yunyang still felt that there was some room for improving his cultivation level. Was he satisfied? When Luo Yunyang glanced 500 kilometers away from his spot, he spotted a small black hole. Although he had only noticed this black hole by chance, when he looked closely, he saw a nebula-grade space beast getting swallowed by the hole. Even the best fighters would avoid this type of black hole. However, it was hard for Luo Yunyang to suppress his restlessness. Although observing the black hole would put him in great danger, he decided to go ahead without a second thought. For quite a number of years, Luo Yunyang had been toying with the idea of observing the black hole. However, every time this thought popped into his mind, it would get suppressed by his rational self. Observing the black hole was just too dangerous. However, it was hard to suppress one's desire. If the hole helped him light up a spark, it would quickly help him gain a better understanding. Hence, despite knowing how dangerous this was, Luo Yunyang found it hard to stop himself from observing the hole. He believed that the reason he was unable to attain the nebula grade even under perfect circumstances was mainly the imperfections of his black hole technique. Even though he had read various records and descriptions of these black holes written by top powerhouses from the human race, they were all proven false. Go. Luo Yunyang finally made a decision. Although the black hole seemed like a deadly trap to most people, Luo Yunyang saw it as an opportunity to further improve himself. As long as it helped him perfect his technique, his potential would be limitless in the future. He believed that not having sufficient power in this galaxy was another form of danger, considering the battles he would have to fight against his other enemies. Hence, it was worth taking a risk in exchange for a more perfect technique. For example, this would come in handy while killing members of the wuxia tribe, or when the lady from the Thunder tribe decided to kill the martialists of the wuxia tribe as well. The list could go on and on. Luo Yunyang slowed down as he approached the black hole. The suctioning power of the hole was so strong that he felt an uncontrollable restrictive force coming from the hole even as far as 500,000 kilometers away. Most martialists would have retreated against a black hole with this amount of power. After all, pitting oneself against something lifeless wasn't worthwhile. However, Luo Yunyang remained undeterred in his quest to reach the black hole. 500,000 meters, 250,000 meters, 150,000 meters. As Luo Yunyang approached the black hole, he began to feel the heavy forces acting against his body. It felt really strange. He suddenly had the impulse to just speed up and charge into the small black hole despite all the attractive forces on him. As Luo Yunyang got within 25,000 meters of the black hole, droplets of blood began appearing on his body. In the extreme mysterious realm, his body had been considered way harder than gold steel. It would be hard to injure him even if a star-grade martialist hit him with their full strength. However, blood was now oozing out of Luo Yunyang's entire body. There were also visible pull marks on some areas of his body. Although it was hard for him to use his mind power by this point, he was continuously reminded that what he was attempting was extremely dangerous. If he continued, there was a possibility that he might just perish. 15,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 2,500 meters. As he approached, Luo Yunyang began to find it hard to balance and stand properly. The body armor he had acquired from the extreme mysterious realm began bending and changing shape. Even his armor seemed to have reached its limit. As Luo Yunyang got closer, he began to feel that he was getting closer to success. He had this strong feeling that as long as he was able to approach the black hole, he would be able to perfect the path he wanted to take. The black hole's power was like a boundless whirlpool with a large continuous suctioning power. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang's legs were like a pair of nails that held onto him firmly as he stood approximately 10 meters away from the black hole. Due to its massive amount of suctioning force, his entire body began making creaking noises. By now, Luo Yunyang felt the suctioning power increase several times with every step he took. He was not going to allow himself to waver, though. He quickly opened his attribute regulator and adjusted his power, which had originally been set at 100 points, to the maximum. As he continued to advance, about 10 meters away, his legs began bending in a peculiar way. When he was 3 meters away, he felt as though his whole body was bending due to the amount of force exerted on him. He was only 1 meter away now. Luo Yunyang was going to persevere. As he took the next step, he heard a loud cracking sound come from his bones. The massive force had broken his bones. However, Luo Yunyang smiled faintly at the thought of being able to become one with the suctioning power of the black hole. His knowing smile matched the pain he was suffering. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunyang did not retreat immediately. As he stood near the black hole, he now had a better understanding of how it worked. When the black hole emitted a wave, Luo Yunyang swallowed it. As this wave amalgamated with his body, he felt both delirious and determined. He had already made the necessary preparations and he knew exactly which path he wanted to pursue. The nebula grade was now within his reach. However, his nebula grade level was different from other levels. In just a moment, the star created by the fundamental planetary source in his body began crumbling at a rapid rate. As the star crumbled, Luo Yunyang also felt the universe within him crumbling. Everything began falling apart after the injection of that wave. Huge lacerations began to form on Luo Yunyang's heart. He suddenly felt as though his body was going to fall apart completely. All he could do at the moment, besides hold on to the ray of hope in his heart, was sturdily support his body to avoid getting absorbed into the black hole. Although the powerful ripping forces on the internal part of his body came from his insides, the powerful tearing forces on the exterior of his body came from the black hole. The two massive forces began to create a strange equilibrium in Luo Yunyang. A high level of willpower was necessary to maintain this frail force equilibrium. As Luo Yunyang stood before the spinning black hole, he was supporting his star-grade evolution and using his willpower to maintain this force equilibrium. As time passed, the star created by the fundamental planetary source began crumbling rapidly. In just a moment, the star that implied that Luo Yunyang could become a nebula-grade powerhouse disintegrated completely into a black dot. The black dot, however, did not fall apart like the star. Instead, it began tearing rapidly at the internal part of his body, as though it was about to swallow him from the inside. Luo Yunyang was aware that when this internal swallowing process was completed, his outer body would be next. Therefore, his attention was focused on his interspatial storage ring. Many different types of treasures, both named and unnamed, started to fly into his internal universe quickly before getting rapidly swallowed by the universe and being converted into the purest, strongest of powers, which were then integrated into the small black hole. Luo Yunyang had to persevere and amalgamate all these different resources into the universe in his body. These were resources that Luo Yunyang had prepared for himself so he could break through to the nebula-grade realm. After all, the nebula-grade required a reconstructed star and a large number of valuable resources. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had woken up from some kind of mechanical slumber. The black hole that had been pulling at him earlier now seemed to have disappeared without a single trace. As he stood where it had been, Luo Yunyang felt as though he was in the middle of an ordinary starry sky. Suddenly, he felt boundless amounts of energy radiating from the internal parts of his body. This amount of strength was so limitless that he felt like he would be able to destroy even the black hole in a single move if he wanted to. Success. There weren't any celestial bodies or even a single speck of dust in the nebula inside his body. What he saw was a black hole right in the center of the nebula. This black hole could give Luo Yunyang unlimited strength, as well as help him acquire black holes with unlimited absorption power. Without further delay, Luo Yunyang began rising to the sky and moving away from the black hole. While he rose, he let out a roar. As he traveled 500,000 meters away, his communication device began ringing. He was able to get a signal, as he was now out of the Kangyuan system. Yunyang, I just heard that His Majesty Laming from the Thunder Ray tribe is getting ready to redivide the safety zones. The Bloody Massacre Path Master said, you should take a trip down there and represent the human tribe. Luo Yunyang's mind began racing upon hearing about the redivision of the safety areas. He immediately agreed, alright, I will make my way over there right away. Chapter 477. Boiled 10 years was considered a short period in the Kangyuan system. For the human race, not much had changed over the last 10 years. There had been no imminent threats or any bountiful harvests of gold horn gems. Many others considered humans a small third-grade tribe that could only stay in the safety zone most of the time. Chief Luo Yunyang greeted Luo Yunyang as he entered the Kangyuan system. He had known Luo Yunyang for many years and been very close to him. Thus, Yunyang rushed over to embrace him warmly. However, just as he was about to reach Luo Yunyang, he sensed that something was different and stopped terrified in his tracks. Luo Yunyang was still Luo Yunyang. He had the same old calm expression and the same old smile. However, something about him had changed. He just seemed really scary. This fear could penetrate one's bones. What happened to you? Stammered Yunyang as he pointed at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang smiled and teased him. Don't start worshipping me, I just followed a fable and broke through to the nebula grade. Weren't you at the nebula grade before? A well-built martialist asked as he walked over. He was a martialist from the third small team who owed his life to Luo Yunyang. As far as he could remember, given Luo Yunyang's prowess, he had to easily be a high-ranking nebula-grade fighter. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang would only advance to the nebula grade now. As he looked at the well-built martialist, Luo Yunyang laughed and said, I just broke through. Ha ha ha, That's so sick. Everyone knew that there was hardly any difference between the time Luo Yunyang had entered the base 10 years ago and now. Chief, I have known and acknowledged your power for many years. However, I'd always thought that you were at the nebula grade. I would never have thought that you would belong to the younger generation. A middle-aged man exclaimed. The middle-aged man, who came from the Phantom Mirage Path, was one generation younger than the Phantom Mirage Path Master. However, he was one generation older than Luo Yunyang. The strongest person was always the most highly respected in the Kang Yuan system. That was why Luo Yunyang had always been known as the chief. Luo Yunyang laughed and exchanged pleasantries with Li Yumeng and the others before turning to Tu Shang and asking, "Why does the Thunder Ray tribe want to redivide the territories?" "I am not sure, but His Majesty Laming gave direct orders, so we'll have to obey," replied Tu Shang. As far as Tu Shang was concerned, the Thunder Ray tribe was not a tribe to mess with. Thus, it would be best for them to follow whatever orders they were given. Luo Yunyang glanced at Tu Shang before nodding. Although he did not know the intentions of the Thunder Ray tribe, he decided that he would wait and see. After all, he had already broken through to the nebula grade. As far as this land was concerned, he had nothing too great to worry about. Although the redivision of the land was an important matter, according to the rules set by the Thunder Ray tribe, the humans would only send 10 people for the event. After some discussion, Luo Yunyang decided to bring along Tu Shang, Li Yumeng and 8 others when he went to the Lightning Ray tribe's domain. Meanwhile, Duo Lucy and the rest would stay behind to guard the land and mine more gold horn crystals. Although the Kang Yuan system included galaxy-grade existences, there was still a wormhole connecting the two different lands. Throughout the journey, Luo Yunyang and his companions rode the spaceship and jumped through a total of 7 different wormholes before eventually reaching the land of the Thunder Ray tribe. This land had a lot of mountainous regions and boundless plains with lots of sixth factor. Although there were not many opportunities if one lived there, the presence of this huge concentration of sixth factor showed that this was a land that took its cultivation very seriously. However, what really captured everyone's attention were the streaks of gold flashes on the mountain peaks. According to the experiences of the human miners, these gold flashes meant that this place would definitely have gold horn crystals. If they mined this region, they would find at least one gold horn crystal. The continuous gold lights flashing above showed that this area contained at least several tens of thousands of gold horn crystals. This meant that the humans would have the opportunity to go through the sky books at least 100 times. As Luo Yunyang's spaceship entered the Thunder Ray region, a lofty voice said, "Which tribe are you guys from?" "Greetings, sir. We are representatives of the human tribe," said Li Yumeng respectfully. Although the person speaking was not an important employee of the Thunder Ray tribe, that tribe had always been high and mighty. The human race had never dared offend them. "Human tribe, hee, you may enter," said the voice with a quick giggle before going completely silent. Li Yumeng did not have a good feeling after hearing that laughter. "Chief Luo, why do I sense that something is amiss this time?" Tu Shang asked. Although he might appear carefree on the exterior, Tu Shang was a seasoned veteran who had experienced many battles. Thus, he was very sharp when it came to detecting changes in any situation. Luo Yunyang nodded. He wasn't very apprehensive, as he had now reached the nebula grade, which made him very confident about his abilities. "It's fine." Tu Shang stopped talking after hearing Luo Yunyang's reassuring words. Suddenly, an enormous mountain that spanned thousands of miles appeared before their eyes. The huge mountain seemed to have a lid on its peak, which rose high into the air and above the clouds. "Master, this must be the Thunder Ray Mountain," Tu Shang said enviously. "I heard that there are at least 100,000 gold horn crystals buried under this mountain peak." 100,000 gold horn crystals buried under just one mountain peak. After all these years of collecting, Luo Yunyang had only managed to accumulate about 700 gold horn crystals. By using them, he had barely managed to take a look at the various sky books of the different paths once. Who would have thought that beneath this mountain peak would lie so many gold horn crystals? The very thought tempted Luo Yunyang. He gulped silently before studying the enormous mountain peak. Top martialists from various tribes had already gathered on the summit. However, what really attracted Luo Yunyang's attention was a giant cauldron. The cauldron in question was at least 33 meters tall, while its body was painted completely red. Although there was no fuel under it, it seemed as though it was ready to raise the lands at any moment. Luo Yunyang had a sudden thought as he glanced at this giant cauldron. He had a strong feeling that this giant cauldron was meant for them. Chief, that's the first-grade wuxia tribe. We have friendly relations with them. Maybe we can garner some support from them, Tu Shang said while pointing to several human-like figures who wore sparkling armor as they flew past them in their spaceship. The wuxia tribe might have a comical appearance, but they were no fools. They were actually extremely strong. The human tribe had relations with the wuxia tribe mainly due to a coincidence that had happened about 1,000 years ago. As Luo Yunyang approached the wuxia tribe, some of the talking tribesmen shot him an irritated look. Besides irritation, Luo Yunyang also sensed a level of fear in the eyes of one of the wuxia tribesmen. This fear hadn't been caused by him. This place is a gathering point for first-grade tribes like ours. You guys should go back to where you rightfully belong, a middle-aged man from the wuxia tribe said. Sir Bufeng, Tu Shang acknowledged one of the heads of the wuxia tribe right before someone else berated him. The wuxia tribe does not recognize lower-grade tribes. This embarrassing situation attracted the attention of the crowd, who studied Luo Yunyang and his companions with strange expressions. Some people even used this chance to add, "Are you already trying to climb the ranks? You just got here, you should perhaps take a look at your own abilities." He. Although Tu Shang was simple-minded, he immediately flushed with embarrassment. After all, it was absolutely shameful to get berated so intensely in front of so many people. A flicker of killing intent caught Luo Yunyang's attention. However, just as he was about to take action, the shadow of a figure came striding in from afar. This figure, which came from the void, landed onto the giant mountain peak. Two rays of purple and white merged, giving this figure a sacred aura. Although the figure did not say anything, a strong force was exuded from his body in every direction. The pressure of this force made all the strong martialists of the major tribes bow their heads in respect. Some martialists even prostrated on the ground. "Are you Luo Yunyang?" the 15-meter-tall man from the Lightning Ray tribe asked. Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed. The power exuded from this man made him feel a strong desire for battle deep down. Upon meeting this man, Luo Yunyang finally affirmed that the decision he had made earlier had been the right one. If he had not stubbornly insisted on perfecting his technique by training in the black hole, he would definitely have been no match for this martialist from the Thunder Ray tribe. "Yes, I am. Ha ha ha, how audacious. You have some guts. Men, overpower Luo Yunyang and throw him into the subduing lightning cauldron," the tall man from the Thunder Ray tribe commanded. At his command, hundreds of guards came rushing towards Luo Yunyang from all directions. A few martialists from the wuxia tribe looked on sympathetically while the rest just sat back to watch the show. Meanwhile, some people looked at Laming and the giant red cauldron in terror. Chapter 478, Lightning Obliteration. There were many rules in the Divine Union. However, on the whole, it was still an alliance, and what was the most important thing in an alliance? When Laming had first been about to start cultivating, his teacher had taught him the most important lesson: power. Only with power would one be able to lead an alliance. Without power, even the most dominant tribe in the Divine Union would amount to nothing. However, after all these years of fighting and risking losing his life, Laming had realized that, besides power, he also needed something called prestige. This could only be earned when one strived his heart out and fought. Given the current situation, if he wanted to unite the masses and make his subordinates from the Thunder Ray tribe and the other major tribes obey him, he had to show his ability to lead. Luo Yunyang from the human tribe was undoubtedly a good opponent to display this capability against. The human tribe held the top spot among the third-grade tribes, so it would be a suitable candidate for him to display his abilities. Furthermore, he had a very good excuse as to why he had to challenge them. The excuse was that Luo Yunyang had both ambushed the wuxia tribe and fooled the entire Thunder Ray tribe, thus tricking Miawa into making the wrong decision. This was completely heinous. What right does the Thunder Ray tribe have to throw Luo Yunyang into the subduing lightning cauldron? Tu Shang shouted. Laming scoffed as Tu Shang stepped forward to defend Yunyang. As a subordinate, one should try to get into the master's good books. However, one should also examine one's own abilities and whether one was able to match up to the person talking. Laming, who was 15 meters tall, was considered the head of the Thunder Ray tribe. Although Tu Shang was considered one of the toughest members of the human tribe, there was still a stark difference between him and Laming. "What right? I will tell you what right we have. roared Laming. Firstly, Luo Yunyang deserves to die for secretly killing wuxia tribesmen. Laming then glanced at Luo Yunyang and said, the wuxia tribesmen were killed by you. You can't deny this. Then, he asked, Luo Yunyang, do you admit that you killed the wuxia tribesmen? Luo Yunyang glanced at Laming and nodded. I never had any intention of deceiving you. Although Laming fumed when he heard Luo Yunyang's frivolous reply, he wasn't an impulsive person. When he noticed Luo Yunyang's vigor and confidence, he didn't feel very optimistic about this situation. Luo Yunyang's reaction had exceeded his expectations. He had predicted that, under the circumstances, Luo Yunyang would shamelessly try to lie about the situation and cover the truth. Like most perpetrators caught in the act, he would at least strongly deny his actions or remain completely quiet. Alright, now that you owned up to this, I shall move on to my second point. I am Laming, is that sufficient? The moment Laming said that, the people from the other major tribes echoed back, yes. The demigod tribe was the primary tribe of the divine union and the pillar of the 18 primary tribes. Although on the surface there did not seem to be many similarities between them, it was not uncommon for the major tribes to take advantage of the smaller tribes. Everyone present knew that Laming wanted to show his authority. However, since nobody had the ability to stand up against him, nobody would object to anything he said. Even the martialists from the Bujia tribe did not take another look at Luo Yunyang. That isn't sufficient. How significant is Laming anyway? Said a cold voice from the crowd. Upon hearing this voice, everyone immediately quietened down. All eyes focused on the spot the voice was coming from. Laming's eyes also darted in the direction of the voice. He had always been fawned upon, so he had never been offended this way before. Death is right at your doorstep, yet you still dare be rude to Master Laming. How insolent! A man with white wings on his back roared as he sent a kick flying towards Luo Yunyang. The moment he kicked, a massive force encompassed the area and cracks began forming around the void, where the force was. It's Jin Fanshan from the Grade 1 Cunyi tribe, a man in the crowd exclaimed. Jin Fanshan was obviously terrifying. As the man announced the identity of the attacker, Luo Yunyang retaliated with his own fist. His fist didn't contain any origin source law. He only used the strength he had in his body. Hence, his punch didn't seem to contain any might. Compared to Jin Fanshan's kick, the difference was vast. However, as his leg came into contact with Luo Yunyang's fist, Jin Fanshan came to a full standstill in midair. Although he still had that proud expression on his face, his entire body remained unmoving. His legs, his thighs, his whole body. Jin Fanshan's body parts began breaking apart like chinaware, until only his skull was left. There was a look of disbelief on his face now. Jin Fanshan did not die, as his mind was spared by Luo Yunyang. However, the impact of the hit left him completely crippled. Laming had watched closely as Jin Fanshan had attacked Luo Yunyang. He had not been worried about anything happening to Jin Fanshan. Instead, he had been worried that Jin Fanshan would accidentally kill Luo Yunyang in the process and his goal to burn Luo Yunyang in the subduing lightning cauldron would not be realized. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually break Jin Fanshan's body with just one punch. This insane, monstrous strength left Laming feeling slightly apprehensive deep down. Laming was left with no options. He had already brought out the giant cauldron, so there was no taking it back now. He could either boil Luo Yunyang alive in the cauldron and establish his authority, or he could just become a laughing stock. Laming definitely did not want to become a laughing stock. Thus, he had to boil Luo Yunyang alive in the cauldron. The rest of the martialists from the other tribes, who had been about to attack, immediately quietened down. Their expressions changed completely as they looked at Luo Yunyang. Just a moment ago, Luo Yunyang had merely been a tool for Laming to establish his authority. Now, he had become a strong contender who had the potential to actually stand up to Laming. Laming might be strong, but the skills Luo Yunyang had displayed were one of a kind. The simple punch he had thrown earlier had frightened all the people watching. Most people began to realize that a massive disparity existed between their abilities and his. Only the strongest would rule in the Kang Yuan system. This was what the Divine Union had promised the Kang Yuan system. Actually, many tribes found this promise abundant, as it only seemed to state the obvious. Among all the tribes in the Kang Yuan system, the strongest one was the demigod tribe. However, there were also the 18 primary tribes, who had the strongest fighters and biggest population. Hence, they were the ones ruling. However, the very man Laming had wanted to use to establish his own authority had just displayed a shocking amount of strength. "Is there anyone else who wishes to throw me into that cauldron?" asked Luo Yunyang as he glanced around. Then, his gaze fell on the Thunder Ray tribe. There were approximately more than 10,000 people in the Thunder Ray tribe within the Kangyuan system. Just based on their numbers and abilities alone, they already outpowered humans by more than 100 times. Most of them knew that His Majesty Laming had wanted to boil someone from the human tribe to demonstrate and establish his power and authority in the region. However, they did not know much about this whole matter. In fact, some people among them had helped plan this whole episode, even though they had been unclear about the situation. From their point of view, although the humans were their allies, killing one of the chaps who had tried to move against them in secret was just like killing a slave. It wouldn't make much of a difference. They had been the ones to spread the news about killing and boiling Luo Yunyang. Some of them even remembered the arrogantly confident attitude with which they had spread the news. However, they didn't know where to hide their faces now. "You really think that no one can oppose you after defeating just one martialist? Hee, I will show you that there are people in this world who are capable of being completely tyrannical. And you aren't one of them. Today, I, Lei Yuan, will bury your corpse right in this ground." A man who was a meter shorter but slightly bulkier than Laming said as he walked over slowly. Lei Yuan's appearance helped save Laming's image. After all, Lei Yuan was the second strongest powerhouse of the Thunder Ray tribe in the entire Kangyuan system. Luo Yunyang watched callously as Lei Yuan strode over. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly before he said calmly, "Shall you both join forces and attack me?" Luo Yunyang was pointing at Laming. By asking Laming and Lei Yuan to join forces against him, he was basically mocking the entire Thunder Ray tribe. Laming saw red. He had never had to experience such humiliation and shame before. "You must have a death wish," Lei Yuan hollered. A purple lightning ball formed on his hand as he walked towards Luo Yunyang. Although the lightning ball was small, the surrounding sky and land seemed to gather and gravitate towards it as it was being formed. "Yunyang, this is the lightning obliteration technique of the Thunder Ray tribe," Tu Shang shouted. As far as Luo Yunyang could remember, the lightning obliteration technique, which had many different names, was a top-notch technique of the Thunder Ray tribe that used different sacred bolts of lightning as its base. Although it was not too challenging to use this technique, a vast amount of control was needed to wield it. Most of the Thunder Ray tribesmen were unable to control this sort of technique. The lightning ball was small, yet the force contained within it sealed up the void, leaving no place for anybody to hide. "Die!" shouted Lei Yuan as he threw the lightning ball in Luo Yunyang's direction. The lightning ball traveled at a high speed and reached Luo Yunyang in an instant. The members of the various major tribes immediately backed off, with fear etched on their faces. They were afraid that the power of the lightning obliteration would ricochet onto them as well. Luo Yunyang did not hide when he saw the lightning ball. Instead, he raised a hand as it approached. A cruel smile appeared on Laming's face as he watched Luo Yunyang raise his hand. This chap obviously did not understand the sheer force of this technique, or what death really meant. Chapter 479, Why Negotiate When You Can Plunder? "Come," Luo Yunyang shouted as he reached out to catch the flying lightning ball. However, just as the ball reached his hands, a black speck of light appeared on his palms. Not only did the speck of light possess the power of a black hole, but it also encompassed the technique of the Great Chaotic Hole Path. By using that move, the lightning ball disappeared into Luo Yunyang's palm instantaneously. It disappeared completely without any trace. Lei Yuan stared in disbelief. His powerful move did not even pose any resistance against Luo Yunyang's palms. Could his cultivation base be at the galaxy grade? Throughout his cultivating journey, Lei Yuan had advanced from the planet grade to the star grade, and then finally to the nebula grade. The power of Thunder Origin Source Law, which he had displayed, had also been destroyed by other opponents before. However, this was the first time he was encountering this level of destruction. It seemed completely surreal. "Is that all? Come on, hit me if you can." Luo Yunyang taunted Lei Yuan while glancing at him, as if this entire matter was a joke. As he suffered Luo Yunyang's carefree taunting, Lei Yuan could not help but feel slightly daunted. He unknowingly took a step back. Whatever arrogance he had felt earlier had now disappeared without a trace. There was a similar look of astonishment in Laming's eyes. All Luo Yunyang had done that day was execute a single punch and reach out with his hands. However, there had been a certain aura to his actions. Laming's own grandeur had also been completely reduced in the face of Luo Yunyang's actions. If he had known that things would turn out like this, he would not have despised Luo Yunyang's abilities. Instead, he would have tried to use him as a tool to establish his authority. Although he had gained the increasing respect of the wuxia tribe due to this incident, which had benefited him, that was nothing in the face of such a strong opponent. According to the rules of the divine union, the strongest shall rule. Luo Yunyang said as he looked at Laming. Do you dare challenge me to a match? Lei Yuan appeared embarrassed. The battle between him and Luo Yunyang had not concluded yet, but Luo Yunyang was already searching for a stronger opponent to fight against. This was an absolute disgrace. However, as sullen as he felt, he still lacked the guts to step out against Luo Yunyang. Although he wanted to, he was well aware that he lacked the capability to move against him. I admit that you are strong, Luo Yunyang. I may have underestimated you. However, don't you think that you are flattering yourself by trying to replace the alliance formed by the Thunder Ray tribe? Asked Laming. He pointed at the subduing lightning cauldron and said coldly, "Today, you will turn into a pile of ashes inside the subduing lightning cauldron." As he spoke, his body began floating slowly up until he reached 30 meters. Then, a purple light started to appear above his head. This light formed a figure of Laming in the void. However, even though the purple rays were a spitting image of Laming, they lacked his soul. Die, Luo Yunyang. Laming made a hollering, thunder-like sound as a lightning dragon formed and flashed through the void. It is true, Laming has really obtained the lightning soul clone. Lei Yuan said, trembling as he looked at the godly figure in the void. The lightning soul was created from the essence of lightning. Although that itself had no consciousness, it was considered a supreme material when it came to splitting one's body. However, it was hard even for members of the Thunder Ray tribe to catch a lightning soul from the lightning ocean to aid comprehending the lightning soul clone technique. Fortunately, once the lightning soul clone was mastered, its benefits were absolutely indescribable. This move could not only be used against an enemy, but also serve as a place to store one's energy. The most disgusting aspect of the lightning soul clone was that it could be incorporated into one's body so that the user could continue to use different techniques to create the strongest array formation in the Thunder Ray tribe. You are very fortunate to be able to see the 18 lightning clone form today. Vast lightning reservoir, go. Laming's hands moved as he spoke. Meanwhile, the lightning dragon swimming in the void merged and formed a large reservoir of lightning. Boundless lightning rays covered the sky and earth. Although the created lightning reservoir was a far cry from the real one, which was able to destroy vast expanses of space, it was still a pool of lightning. The appearance of the lightning reservoir made the power generated seem like torrential waves that surged towards Luo Yunyang. A sea of lightning of this size could cause an entire expanse of space to crumble. As Laming activated that boundless sea of lightning and glanced down at Luo Yunyang from above, a faint hint of weariness could be seen in his eyes. The 18 lightning clones were his best move. This technique, which made use of the lightning reservoir to attack his opponent, was actually one he had wanted to save until he needed to resist the oppression of the younger generation of the Divine Union. Now, Luo Yunyang had made him reveal it. However, it would all be worth it if he could slaughter Luo Yunyang. The roiling pool of lightning streaked towards Luo Yunyang. Most people's first thought upon seeing these surging waves of electrical torrent would be to hide. However, the thunder waves covered a vast area, thus making it almost impossible to hide. The massive destructive power of the waves would make it hard even for a galaxy-grade ruler to escape this situation. Luo Yunyang did not falter in the face of the rolling thunder waves. The flaming heavenly shuttle in his hands had already transformed into a whirling chaotic hole in the void. The black hole now powered the chaotic hole. The surging thunder waves quickly entered the black hole and disappeared without a trace. Although the rolling thunder waves seemed endless, the chaotic hole that had formed above Luo Yunyang's head didn't seem destructible. The thunder waves above Luo Yunyang decreased in frequency, while his black chaotic hole got larger and larger. The surging thunder waves seemed to lose their momentum. Laming scowled. Although he still had some strength left in him to control the lightning reservoir, it would be completely useless. Just as he was getting ready to use different techniques, he heard Luo Yunyang charging over at him and laughing. "Hey, pal, try one of my moves." This human was just too hard to handle, as the technique he used was very uncommon. Laming had a very ominous feeling as he watched Luo Yunyang laughing. By the time he managed to move his arms to defend himself, Luo Yunyang's fist had already landed a very heavy blow on his body. In an instant, Laming felt a massive force that sent him flying into the air. What terrorized him was that a massive engulfing power forced its way through the lightning and entered the galaxy within his body. This internal galaxy was Laming's source of power. If this source was destroyed, then Laming would definitely die. Laming immediately activated the strength in his body without hesitation so that he would suppress this invasive engulfing force. However, this force was just too strange and strong. Despite his relentless efforts to suppress it, several stars within his internal nebula were shattered. Every nebula-grade martialist's internal galaxy was their source of strength. If there were any issues with their internal galaxy, they would definitely face a serious problem. Laming immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, not giving a damn about his dignity. He activated the technique he had cultivated and fully channeled his internal force into suppressing the engulfing force. He did not care what the others thought, or what he had just said earlier. If he failed to suppress this engulfing force, then his years of cultivation would go up in smoke. The spectators watching had absolutely no idea what was happening to Laming. However, Laming's actions at that point in time told them that he was not in good shape. Laming was the master of the Thunder Ray tribe, a first-grade tribe of the Kang Yuan system. Seeing him get reduced to this state made everyone feel afraid. Although Miawa and the other Thunder Ray tribesmen were proud, they were nothing compared to this absolute power. Just as Laming began channeling his internal strength towards suppressing the engulfing force, the rest of them quickly gathered by his side. Luo Yunyang, what are you doing? You must know that by killing Laming, you are declaring war on the whole Thunder Ray tribe. Lei Yuan said, trembling slightly as he saw Luo Yunyang walking towards Laming. Luo Yunyang glared coldly at Lei Yuan. What did you say? Can you repeat it? Luo Yunyang, senior brother Laming might not be in the wrong this time. He is, after all, a disciple groomed by the Thunder Ray Shrine. It would not be beneficial to the human tribe if you killed him. You must be aware of the position of the Thunder Ray Shrine in our tribe. Lei Yuan calmed down after uttering these few sentences. Behind Laming was the Thunder Ray Shrine, while behind Luo Yunyang was the human race. The third grade, small human tribe. Luo Yunyang stared at Lei Yuan, who seemed relieved. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed over to Laming. Although Lei Yuan and the others seemed to be on guard, they were no match for Luo Yunyang's speed. In fact, Luo Yunyang was so fast that they barely even had the time to react. Boom! Luo Yunyang's palm landed heavily on Laming's head. In an instant, the swirling force of the black hole wrapped itself around Laming's body. Laming, who had been suppressing and channeling the power of the thunder within his body, had not expected an attack of such magnitude from Luo Yunyang. The impact of this force instantly broke his body. Ah! Laming shouted as he exploded in the void. His spirit formed a purple ray that attempted to flee the scene. However, its efforts were futile, as the engulfing force that had broken his body immediately swallowed his spirit as well. Laming was dead. Lei Yuan, Miawa, and many other top martialists from the Thunder Ray tribe watched on helplessly. They were completely stupefied. The strongest martialist in the Kang Yuan system and the Thunder Ray tribe, Laming, was now dead. His death was simply inconceivable. I want this area, said Luo Yunyang as he pointed at a region on the map right beside the subduing lightning cauldron. This area was the heart of the safety zone. Plus, more than half of it belonged to the core zone of the Thunder Ray tribe. Chapter 480, The Divine Martial Hall. Although the region Luo Yunyang chose took up more than half of the safety zone where the Thunder Ray tribesmen resided, nobody from the Thunder Ray tribe dared show any hint of unhappiness. Laming was already dead. None of the people present even had his cultivation level. Even if they had the numbers, it would be useless to resist. Luo Yunyang was just too strong. Nobody was willing to risk their life and oppose such a strong enemy. Even the people who were displeased with this arrangement hardly dared make any noise, lest they ended up sacrificing their lives for anything they said. Hence, everyone just remained quiet. Since there are no objections, everyone may disperse. I will not be sending you guys off. The Thunder Ray tribe can have its meeting elsewhere. This territory now belongs to the humans. Since this is my territory, I make the decisions. Please do not sputter on my territory. Luo Yunyang joked as he looked at the martialists from the Thunder Ray tribe. The Thunder Ray tribesmen had always been hot-tempered. However, the might and aggressiveness Luo Yunyang had shown by killing Laming had shocked them and earned most people's respect. Let's go. Miawa pondered the situation for a bit before issuing an order and glaring at Luo Yunyang with hatred. Her decision wasn't firm, however, it would be futile if she stayed on. After all, they were no match for Luo Yunyang. Hence, she reluctantly took her men and left the place. This place has been the base of the Thunder Ray tribe for many years, shouted a Thunder Ray tribesman who sounded displeased. However, his small protest was sneered at by everyone else. What was done was done. What was the point of harping on about what they used to have? If he had the ability, then he should fight and get it back. Talk was cheap. The Thunder Ray tribe left, and the other major tribes followed in succession. The tribesmen of the Bujia tribe seemed to want to say something to Luo Yunyang on their way out. However, they eventually left without saying anything. Yunyang, the land and the skies here are all ours. Tu Shang squealed with joy as he looked at the vast lands that shone with a golden glow. This area was a safety zone. Nobody knew how many gold horn crystals they could find there. Furthermore, stealing the gold horn crystals of this area would ensure that they did not have to face the threats of the wandering beasts lurking around the Kangyuan system. Luo Yunyang glanced at Tu Shang, who was extremely ecstatic, and gently nodded his head. However, he knew clearly that this matter was not going to be so simple. The purpose of his trip this time around had been to actually reclaim the territory that had belonged to the wuxia tribe. He had never intended to become enemies with the Thunder Ray tribe. After all, the Thunder Ray tribe was one of the 18 primary tribes. In terms of power, the third-grade human tribe definitely did not stand a chance. As much as Luo Yunyang wanted to avoid stirring trouble, he had unfortunately run into the damned Laming. That shameless guy had actually wanted to kill him in the subduing lightning cauldron over the incident involving the wuxia tribe. That had been his way of establishing his power. The brainless Laming had refused to make peace with Luo Yunyang in front of over 100 martialists from different tribes. He could have either killed Luo Yunyang, or let his reputation suffer a beating before finding other ways to kill him. These had been Laming's only options. Of course, by doing this, he had also forced Luo Yunyang into a dead end. Even if Luo Yunyang had chosen to run, he and Laming would have always remained enemies. This also meant that Laming would have always been hot on his heels from that moment on. As long as nobody harmed Luo Yunyang, he would not harm anyone. If anyone harmed him, he would retaliate. If they harmed him once more, he would have to remove them from this world. Although the Thunder Ray tribe was huge and powerful, killing Laming would affect them greatly. However, he would worry about that in the future. His priority now was to survive. This land is now ours. We have to find a way to get in touch with the rest of the tribe. I have an announcement to make. It was not easy to contact the rest of the tribe while they were in the Kangyuan system. That would require a large amount of resources. However, right now, Luo Yunyang couldn't care less. He had already killed Laming and had to see what the other members of the Bloody Massacre Path thought. When the Bloody Massacre Path Master heard that Luo Yunyang had killed off Laming and displaced the entire Thunder Ray tribe, he was left completely speechless. He was actually unable to say anything for nearly half a day. Luo Yunyang had been allowed to enter the Kangyuan system to sharpen his techniques and elevate his cultivation base by fighting against the giant beasts. He had also been supposed to use his strength to prevent the human race from declining further in the Kangyuan system. Yes, Luo Yunyang had done it. He had not only prevented the decline of the human race, but also allowed them to occupy a large portion of the wuxia tribe's territory. The Bloody Massacre Path Master hadn't been afraid of the wuxia tribe. However, right now, Luo Yunyang was just too capable. He had actually slaughtered Laming from the Thunder Ray tribe without any qualms. Although both tribes were in the Divine Union, the Thunder Ray tribe was one of the primary tribes, while the human tribe was just a tiny third-grade tribe. There was a huge disparity between their standards. Let me think about this first. The Bloody Massacre Path Master said as 1,000 thoughts passed through his mind. Luo Yunyang was hardly surprised by the Bloody Massacre Path Master's reaction to this matter. It was, after all, a huge incident. In fact, this matter had already escalated beyond the control of the Bloody Massacre Path Master. Yunyang, you were not wrong in dealing with this issue, said the Bloody Massacre Path Master solemnly. His attitude about this matter earned quite a bit of respect from Luo Yunyang. It was, after all, not easy for him to say such things at a time like this. Whenever one of the major tribes caused trouble for the other tribes, the easiest thing to do was get criticized violently or chided badly as a form of punishment. However, in this case, even if one had made other significant contributions to a tribe, all else would be forgotten. Do not worry too much about the other members of the human tribe. Although we might be vastly different in terms of strength compared to the Thunder Ray tribe, we are still considered one of the tribes of the Divine Union. Therefore, the Thunder Ray tribe wouldn't dare brazenly attack us. After he spoke, the tension the Bloody Massacre Pathmaster had felt was reduced significantly. Luo Yunyang found consolation in the Bloody Massacre Pathmaster's words. As a third-grade tribe of the Divine Union, it would be hard to completely annihilate the Thunder Ray tribe, as this would put the demigod tribe against them. However, it would not be hard for the Thunder Ray tribe to suppress the human tribe if they really wanted to. After all, the Thunder Ray tribe was one of the primary tribes. They had a large amount of resources that exceeded the humans' resources by far. Even if the human tribe had had allies, they would also have slowly distanced themselves from the humans due to their relations with the Thunder Ray tribe. This distancing would cause the humans to gradually get weaker over a longer period of time. Eventually, they might even get kicked out of the Divine Union. If that happened, they would all perish. However, getting to that point would be a lengthy process. Therefore, the words of the Bloody Massacre Pathmaster brought great comfort to Luo Yunyang, who went on to ask, "How should I go on from here, Pathmaster? What I mean is, do we actually have a way to prevent the Thunder Ray tribe from suppressing us?" The Bloody Massacre Pathmaster replied helplessly, "Yunyang, I think the demigod tribe would not want to get involved in this matter." The demigod tribe was the principal decision-maker of the Divine Union. However, its members would not want to get involved in any matters related to the 18 primary tribes. It would be almost impossible to get them to act as the peacemakers between the humans and the Thunder Ray tribe. Alright, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Do not worry too much about this for now. I will try to get in touch with the other Pathmasters to discuss what we can do about this. The Bloody Massacre Pathmaster hung up soon afterwards. Luo Yunyang had no regrets about slaying Laming. If that scenario was replayed all over once more, his choice to kill him would remain the same. However, the wisdom and broad-mindedness of the Bloody Massacre Pathmaster made Luo Yunyang feel as though he had to contribute to the human race in some other manner. Unfortunately, his cultivation base wasn't considered high among the human tribe. Even though he could be considered a powerhouse, on the bigger picture of the Divine Union, he didn't amount to much. There was still the planet grade, the star grade, the nebula grade, the galaxy grade, the celestial domain grade, and even the legendary universe grade. There was a huge difference between each grade. This difference only got larger towards the last few grades. Luo Yunyang had just become a nebula grade entity. Although he was able to hold up well against most ordinary galaxy grade entities, the use of the grades was useless when it came to matters that involved different tribes. However, Luo Yunyang still felt that he had to do something. "Fret not, Master. You should let the Pathmasters discuss this matter and trust their decisions." Badabu's voice rang in Luo Yunyang's ears. Although Luo Yunyang had brought Badabu to the Kang Yuan system, he only had limited mobility within the base. He would never have expected to hear Badabu's voice in the Thunder Ray tribe's territory. Luo Yunyang knew very well that there was very little he could do to help resolve this conflict between the two tribes. However, he did not give up. "Is there really no other way for me to help the Pathmaster?" Luo Yunyang asked Badabu. "There is a way. However, it is just too dangerous." Luo Yunyang's eyes flickered when he heard that it was dangerous. "Tell me about it. What is that option?" "Do not worry yourself too much over this, Master. Even if the skies fall, you have the Pathmasters to hold on to them for you. Even if they are unable to do so, there are still the old B***stards who just won't die." Suddenly, Badabu noticed his poor choice of words and covered his mouth before adding, "That was so scary. I forgot that we are in the Kang Yuan system and those old B***stards didn't hear what Badabu just said behind their backs. Old B***stards that just won't die. How delightful." Luo Yunyang stared at Badabu in confusion as he asked, "Do you mean that there are actually people from the human tribe who have gotten beyond the galaxy grade?" "Of course, otherwise, humans would not even have had a place in the Divine Union," said Badabu as he tapped his chest. "However, the price for suppressing this matter wouldn't be cheap. Of course, this is a problem for the undying old B***stards to mull over." "Badabu, you mentioned earlier that there was another way. Tell me, what other way is there? Master, I should probably not tell you, said Badabu pitifully. However, when he saw Luo Yunyang's sinister eyes, he said carefully, the plan lies in the divine martial hall. I heard that there is an object that the authorities want inside this hall. They are willing to pay a fortune for it. Chapter 481. The celestial world supremacy. In the main hall within a virtual realm, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Even the fiery Sun Path Master, who would always wisecrack in the past, wore a sullen expression. No one dared speak rashly, so the atmosphere was deadly silent. Luo Yunyang is indeed capable. However, our peaceful days will come to an end with these actions of his. The Dark Shadow Path Master said grudgingly, finally breaking the silence. His words, though half judgmental, were extremely on point. However, this still irritated the Deep Earth Path Master, who retorted, he did not do anything wrong. If I had been placed in that cauldron, I wouldn't have cared less if my tormentor was royalty or not. I would have killed him first and asked questions later. The Acute Metal Path Master gently rapped the virtual table in front of him and said, the two of you should stop arguing now. Our priority is to decide how to deal with the Thunder Ray tribe. The strongest will rule on the Kang Yuan system. The younger generations inside will die in vain. The Autumn Water Path Master said, hinting at his intent to sever ties with the people there. Everyone inside the room, including the Bloody Massacre Path Master, stared blankly at the Autumn Water Path Master when he said this. They all knew that he was referring to the rules of the Kang Yuan system. However, this kind of rules should not be followed blindly. Although the Thunder Ray tribe could not directly deal with the humans regarding Laming's death, they could suppress the humans in all kinds of different ways. The Thunder Ray tribe didn't need to be reminded of a rule at a time like this. We can form a vast alliance. We could make use of this alliance to conduct some negotiations with the Thunder Ray tribe, the Dark Shadow Path Master said. Everyone present had actually also thought of the Dark Shadow Path Master's suggestion. Although the humans were no match for the Thunder Ray tribe, the weaker tribes of the Divine Union would benefit from such an alliance. For example, the vast alliance could consist of 40 other lesser tribes. Although the small tribes were not large in numbers, their combined strength could match that of the Thunder Ray tribe. This might be possible, however, it will definitely not come at a small price, the Acute Metal Path Master said solemnly. There was a period of silence in the main hall. What should we do if the Thunder Ray tribe wants Luo Yunyang in exchange for Laming's life? The Dark Shadow Path Master asked, breaking the silence eventually. Rubbish, the Deep Earth Path Master shouted as he slammed his fist onto the table. Luo Yunyang had a fair duel with Laming. Whoever died deserved it. If we are unable to even support Luo Yunyang on a matter like this, it will only be a matter of time before humanity gets annihilated. Then, there will be no need to talk about initiating an uprising or dreaming of becoming the strongest tribe in the Divine Union. This will all be empty talk. The Acute Metal Path Master nodded his head and said, you are right on this. Luo Yunyang is the most outstanding human in existence. Regardless of how hefty a price we have to pay, we cannot afford to let him be sacrificed in vain. Although the other Path Masters did not say anything else, it was obvious from their expressions that they weren't willing to sacrifice Luo Yunyang either. While there were few interactions between the 9 paths of the human tribe on a day-to-day basis, everyone stood united when it came to the fundamental benefits of humanity as a whole. The Bloody Massacre Path Master had had a rough idea of how this meeting would turn out even before it had taken place. However, this scenario made him feel a lot more relieved about what was to come. As long as humans did not cause any trouble, it shouldn't be too hard to have a proper negotiation with the Thunder Ray tribe. The human tribe might be weak, but they were not solitary individuals. Blood Massacre, please warn that young chap Luo Yunyang so he doesn't cause too much trouble in the future. It would be hard for my heart to bear such stress. The Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded. Suddenly, his communication device began ringing as he spoke. It was a lot more convenient to receive news while one was in the virtual realm. Upon reading the message on his communication device, the expression on the Bloody Massacre Path Master's face changed. What? Does the Thunder Ray tribe want to disregard all else and make a move on Luo Yunyang again? The Sun Path Master exclaimed. No, it's Luo Yunyang. He has requested to challenge the Divine Martial Hall. The Bloody Massacre Path Master replied hoarsely. The Divine Martial Hall. The other Path Masters appeared just as stunned when they heard these words. There was yet another period of silence before the acute metal path master said, "This. What kind of nonsense is this? He definitely has a death wish." Actually, there was some bad blood between the acute metal path and Luo Yunyang. After all, Luo Yunyang had killed the five-element sovereign. However, the acute metal path still had a fairly high standing in the human tribe, so they were able to stand firmly by Luo Yunyang at this crucial moment. The challenge of the Divine Martial Hall would offer a new lease of life. Even the Divine Union did not know how the Divine Martial Hall had come to be. Based on the records the Divine Union possessed about the Divine Martial Hall, the hall had already been around even before the Divine Union had existed. The Divine Martial Hall looked less like a palace and more like a large plot of land. That was because the surface area of the Divine Martial Hall was just too big. According to the Divine Union's explorations all these years, the Divine Martial Hall was split into a total of 3 stages and 13 halls. The first 6 of these 13 halls belong to the first stage, the next 4 belong to the second stage, and the final 3 to the last stage. When the Divine Martial Hall had been discovered, an astonishing powerhouse had considered it one of the most precious treasures and tried to make it his own. Unfortunately, even though that existence had a powerful cultivation base, he had still ended up getting devoured by the Divine Martial Hall in his bid to do so. This powerful being had tried to retreat upon realizing that something was amiss. However, it had been too late. The powerful existence had been devoured by the Divine Martial Hall and his soul had been extinguished. The fall of such a powerful entity had ended up destroying many other people's hopes of taking control of the Divine Martial Hall. However, there were still many people who wanted to have a shot at entering it. Besides honing one's own cultivation base inside the halls, as long as one was able to pass the first challenge of the 6 halls, there would be a large reward awaiting them. The prize for clearing the first variant was a premium treasure that could be selected according to one's individual needs. For example, a person in the past had chosen to consume a type of immemorial primal dragon blood, which had helped him incorporate the dragon's blood vessels into his own. Eventually, his cultivation base had soared and he had become a major power within the Divine Union. However, the great rewards that came with clearing the Divine Martial Hall also came with an unprecedented amount of risk. It was a widely accepted fact that the Divine Martial Hall was hard to clear. When martialists of different grades took on the Divine Martial Hall, they had different experiences. If a star-grade martialist took on the first challenge of the Divine Martial Hall, they would get a star-grade martialist as an opponent. If a galaxy-grade ruler went in, they would get another galaxy-grade ruler as an opponent. This meant that although a star-grade martialist might be able to get through the first stage, a galaxy-grade ruler would perish at the same stage. At first, even some supreme martialists had tried their hand at the Divine Martial Hall. However, as time passed, even galaxy-grade rulers rarely went in. That was because it was much harder for stronger martialists to enter the Divine Martial Hall. Compared to some of the training spots created by the Divine Union, the Divine Martial Hall was way crazier. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the hall. The first was to get through the first 6 halls and get the prize before leaving. The second was to break through the next 4 halls of the second stage before leaving. The third way, though, was considered a legend. Nobody in the history of the Divine Union had ever achieved it. The third way was to break through the third stage of the hall before leaving. In the entire history of the Divine Martial Hall, few people had gotten through the first 10 halls. While numerous people had perished within them, there were handsome rewards for every stage that was cleared. However, these great rewards came with equally great risks. Anyone who did not get through those stages paid with their lives. That was why the people who decided to enter the Divine Martial Hall were extremely proud and skillful individuals. However, even so, very few of them were actually able to get out of the hall in one piece. Although Luo Yunyang was already considered a valiant genius for being able to slaughter Laming, would he actually be able to get through the first 6 levels of the Divine Martial Hall? Get in contact with Luo Yunyang and make him withdraw from this challenge. The Autumn Water Path Master insisted. The Bloody Massacre Path Master waved his hands and said, Luo Yunyang was assigned this task by the Celestial World Supremacy when he applied to challenge the Divine Martial Hall. Furthermore, in exchange for the promise of the Celestial World Supremacy, the Thunder Ray tribe will not be allowed to do anything to the human tribe before he completes this task. That brat, the Dark Shadow Path Master sighed. Looks like his objective is clear. He just does not wish to implicate us. The Dark Shadow Path Master's words made the Bloody Massacre Path Master's heart fill with complex feelings. He had gotten to know Luo Yunyang very well, so he felt a great deal of respect for him for taking on this dangerous task alone. The celestial world supremacy was a figure of authority in the divine union. This authority needed one of the treasures inside the divine martial hall. Since he was unable to enter the divine hall himself, he had relied on his disciples to take on the hall in the past. However, there had been numerous failures. Nobody had been able to bring back this important treasure for this powerful existence. That was why the celestial world supremacy was willing to give a very generous reward within his capabilities to anyone who brought him this treasure. Everyone knew the reputation of the celestial world supremacy, so nobody would ever doubt his words. Meanwhile, the Thunder Ray tribe was having a meeting about Laming's death. A 30-meter-tall individual shrouded in purple electricity shouted, "The human tribe has to pay. Their vast alliance is nothing but a loose organization. We need to gather the major tribes and exert pressure on this alliance. I believe that they won't try to move against the Thunder Ray tribe. Worst comes to worst, we will use our primary tribe privilege." Agreed, agreed, agreed. The successive echoes of approval raised the spirits of the Thunder Ray tribe. Then, a powerhouse shouted, "Coming together to withstand the power of our great tribe. That's just wishful thinking. Even if we cannot annihilate the human tribe, we have to at least reduce their territories by 50% and make their lands." As the powerhouse was about to finish his sentence, another powerhouse waved his hands and said, "That darn being from the human tribe has already requested to enter the divine martial hall." The voices all around him came to a halt. There was a brief moment of silence before someone said, "Does this human actually think that killing himself could appease our anger? How is that even possible? He has been assigned a task by the celestial world supremacy before entering the divine martial hall. Before he dies, our tribe isn't allowed to do anything against the human tribe. Otherwise, we would be provoking the world supremacy himself." These words silenced the Thunder Ray tribe. Even though they were a primary tribe, they still did not dare challenge the world supremacy. Do not be disappointed. The celestial world supremacy will only reward him if he reaches the second stage of the divine martial hall. He definitely will not get there. Someone else said. Furthermore, there is also a chance that he will actually perish in the first stage of the divine martial hall. Let's just wait a few more days and see what happens. Chapter 482, Indomitable Youth. The divine martial hall was as vast as the sky. This was the first thought that came to Luo Yunyang's mind when he saw the gigantic place. This hall, which stood tall in the void, was as massive as a star. As he was looking at the divine martial hall, Luo Yunyang was reminded of the eons-old pagoda in the extreme mysterious realm. That pagoda had been just as huge. "Master, this is the divine martial hall," Badabu said, sounding slightly terrified. "I heard that this hall was made from dazzling sandbar casted steel. Badabu wonders when he will be able to make himself some clothes out of this material." Luo Yunyang chuckled lightly at Badabu's casual thought but declined to comment. "Master, the Bloody Massacre Path Master has a message for you. He wants you to be careful with everything you do." Then, Badabu said, "Master, killing a member of the Thunder Ray tribe might be troublesome. However, the Bloody Massacre Path Master has already agreed to help you resolve this problem, so why do you still want to put yourself through this?" Badabu might be more intelligent than humans, but he still does not understand. When he heard Badabu compliment himself, Luo Yunyang laughed silently and said, "Getting through the divine martial hall might be a dangerous task, but I am fully confident in my abilities. I definitely wouldn't have taken this risk if it had meant certain death. Besides, one needs a certain level of ability to be able to show off. Do you think it would have been appropriate if I had the confidence to resolve this problem but decided not to take the risk and let someone else do it? Furthermore, so many martialists fear this and that and seem to hide and avoid danger. This is like handing your fate over to someone else. I do not regret killing Laming or entering the divine martial hall." Badabu's body appeared sluggish on Luo Yunyang's communication device. Although he only half understood Luo Yunyang's words, he had a feeling that, even though his master spoke with serious conviction, there was still some degree of irrationality in his words. "Are you coming with me, or will you be waiting outside?" asked Luo Yunyang casually as he walked towards the massive pillar. Badabu hesitated for a moment before saying, "My great master, Badabu wishes to follow you closely. However, I am worried that I would crumble under the massive pressure inside." I better wait for you outside. Luo Yunyang placed his communication device, along with a few other items he didn't need, in a small box right next to the massive pillar. These small squares were there so that the martialists entering the hall would store their items. Except for the martialists who made it out, nobody else was able to have access to the area within these squares. The door to the Divine Martial Hall was unbelievably massive, and a thick layer of smoke seemed to envelop the entrance. It was just impossible for anyone to tell what went on beyond those doors. There were 36 steps, all made out of a certain type of green jade that looked like a pool of spring water. Stepping on this jade cleared one's head. It was heart-cleansing jade. A type of really expensive jade that cost several thousands of star dollars had been used to build the steps of the Divine Martial Hall. Just as Luo Yunyang stepped onto the first jade step, someone said irritably, "Get away from me. Do not affect my use of the heart-cleansing jade." Luo Yunyang looked over and saw a man with an elephant head, sitting in a lotus position on the heart-cleansing jade steps. From the looks of it, he was cultivating. The cultivation base of this elephant man was similar to Luo Yunyang's. He was at the Nebula 2 grade. The man, who seemed provoked by Luo Yunyang, looked ready to eat Luo Yunyang up just for staring at him. Luo Yunyang smiled. This guy sure knew how to choose the best places for cultivation. When Luo Yunyang glanced around at his surroundings, he realized that there were hundreds of other people cultivating on this vast expanse of steppes. "I am just passing by," Luo Yunyang said casually as he looked at the man with the elephant head. "Oh, you're just another nouveau riche. Let me tell you something, pal. The steps above might be better, but they are way too expensive for nebula graders like us. Training on the first step is good enough," the elephant man advised him. "Nouveau riche," Luo Yunyang thought to himself before shaking his head and replying, "I am here to take on the Divine Martial Hall." "What did you say? Take on the Divine Martial Hall?" "That," the elephant man stared blankly for a moment before loudly exclaiming, "Comrades! Quick, come and see. There is someone who wants to attempt to get through the Divine Martial Hall." Immediately, thousands of unknown figures of different shapes and sizes came charging down the heart-cleansing jade steps. They all stared at Luo Yunyang with widened eyes, as if they were staring at a rare treasure. A member of the human tribe has actually dared take on the Divine Martial Hall. "Ha ha ha, am I actually seeing things?" a guy with a triangular body said with a piercing voice. Luo Yunyang was unable to tell which tribe this guy was from. However, based on his aura, he could tell that he was at the peak nebula grade. The others also roared with laughter. One guy even pointed at the elephant man and said, "You fool, since when have you ever seen a human take on the Divine Martial Hall? The most he could do over here is just take a look." "That's all," the elephant man flushed with embarrassment. However, he was at the lowest level, so he had no way to resist the strong martialists teasing him. You are really here for sightseeing?" The elephant man stared at Luo Yunyang furiously. "I am really here to get through the Divine Martial Hall," Luo Yunyang said, completely ignoring everyone's laughter. After speaking a little more to the elephant man, he kept walking onwards. He is indeed here to get through the Divine Martial Hall. In fact, his goal is to eventually reach the second stage of the Divine Martial Hall. Over there, he will receive the Twin Void Realm Stones, said a cold voice that stood out from the crowd. The person speaking was a man from the Thunder Ray tribe. He was about 21 meters tall and looked as grand and imposing as a small mountain. As purple thunder rays gathered around him, he looked even more imposing. His words stupefied everyone else, including the elephant man, who had initially thought it would be impossible for a human to even try to get through the Divine Martial Hall. It was only after hearing the martialist from the Thunder Ray tribe that they realized that they had been wrong. This human had actually set his sights on the second stage of the hall. Ever since the Divine Martial Hall had appeared, a few people had managed to clear the second stage. However, those people had been rare and few between and had already become figures of authority in the Divine Union. If a genius from the demigod tribe had wanted to reach the second stage, they would definitely have supported them to the best of their abilities. Now that it was someone from the human tribe, though, "What kind of nonsense are you uttering, Old Thunder? Are you sure you know him?" someone shouted as he looked at the martialist from the Thunder Ray tribe. The martialist from the Thunder Ray tribe laughed grimly and said, "Of course I know him. This punk here killed the Thunder Ray tribe's genius. Now he also wants to take on the Divine Martial Hall. He certainly has a death wish." The martialist then waved his sleeves and instantly returned to his original cultivation spot. There is nothing to see here. He is just going to bite the dust like everyone else. Luo Yunyang did not care much about the sentiments of the martialist from the Thunder Ray tribe. The most important task at hand was to enter the Divine Martial Hall. Luo Yunyang pondered whether he was being way too magnanimous. He felt that it was best to be as calculative as possible against anyone who was unworthy of his friendship. He just did not want to waste any time on people who did not matter right now. The Elephant Man and the rest might be cultivating on the large stairway, but they definitely had their own individual prowess in the Divine Union. In just a few minutes, many memories of that past battle returned to them. The Elephant Man exclaimed loudly, "Amazing! Even though we are at the same grade, he managed to slay a genius from the Thunder Ray tribe. What a pity, if only he were in the Xianxia tribe. Then it wouldn't be a big deal even if he killed 2 geniuses from the Thunder Ray tribe. It is way too hard for a small tribe to just rise up like that. Hey, everyone, how about a small wager? Let's make a bet on the first stage. Let's see how many halls that young lad makes his way through." A noisy ruckus suddenly erupted. This noise did not bother Luo Yunyang much, as he was fully focused on his goal. Eventually, his feet landed on the last and highest step of the Divine Martial Hall. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot out into the sky above the Divine Martial Hall. This black beam seemed extremely dense and thick. That is the Divine Martial Pillar. Everyone who enters the Divine Martial Hall will have their name written on this pillar. The Elephant Man shouted at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at the Elephant Man and waved his hands before taking a step forward into the Divine Martial Hall. The Divine Martial Hall was as tall as the sky and as large as a planet. The moment Luo Yunyang stepped through those doors, he noticed something light up in front of his eyes. The interior of the hall had turned gold. The hall was so humongous that the countless lamps in it made it look like an entire sky alight with stars. The whole interior seemed extremely bright. "Please choose your opponent, challenger," said a mechanical voice. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up. This voice was the same voice he had heard in the extreme mysterious realm. It was just as mechanical, penetrative and harsh. Numbers flashed by in front of Luo Yunyang. After a short period of deliberation, Luo Yunyang said, "Can you change your voice to something gentler? Challenger, you do not have the authority to do so right now. Please choose your opponent. You have only 30 seconds left. If you do not make a decision, your attempt will be considered a failure." Luo Yunyang knew that the system wasn't joking. If he were to fail, he would lose his life then and there. Number 15. Luo Yunyang chose a random number. As he said the number aloud, rays of light converged rapidly before him and a 30-meter-tall beast with 6 upper limbs and an ape-like body appeared before him. Chapter 483. 1000 Techniques in One Large Blade, Long Sword, Huge Axe, Golden Hammer, Short Staff, Thick Shield. When that huge beast appeared, each of its hands held one type of weapon. Die! A snarling voice came from the massive ape-like beast. As it roared, its body was like a flash of lightning surging towards Luo Yunyang. Although this 6-limbed ape was quick, its attacks were even faster. This flurry of attacks seemed to cover every angle. Its blade, sword, axe, hammer, staff, and shield were of varying sizes. However, when it attacked, the area all around Luo Yunyang seemed to get sealed up. These attacks had probably destroyed any possibility of Luo Yunyang trying to evade the beast. However, what Luo Yunyang found even stranger about this overwhelming barrage was the power of origin source laws on each weapon brandished by the 6-limbed giant ape. The origin source law on the large blade was incomparably incisive, while the origin source law on the long sword was light and elegant. The hammer's origin source law was thick and heavy, while the origin source law on the axe seemed unstoppable. Different types of origin source law that seemed messy were combined in perfect harmony. The beast actually seemed to be no weaker than Luo Yunyang's great chaotic whole path. Luo Yunyang had reached this verdict right off the bat. The techniques of this giant ape were definitely no weaker than Laming's, who had been killed by Luo Yunyang. Perhaps they were slightly stronger. It was clear what sort of person Laming, the top-ranking genius of the Thunder Ray tribe, had been. However, if Laming hadn't been able to make it through the first level of the Divine Martial Hall, the entire Divine Martial Hall must have been very tough. Although many thoughts were going through his head, Luo Yunyang didn't react slowly. In an instant, he moved his fist towards the flurry of attacks. The power of a black hole could engulf everything. However, its mass was extremely strong. When Luo Yunyang struck his fist out, a powerful suctioning force pulled the blade, sword, axe, hammer, staff and shield towards his fist. With one punch, the blade shattered, the sword broke, and the hammer was sent flying. The six-limbed giant ape had never imagined that it would encounter such a powerful opponent. It was so shocked that it actually seemed to forget to make a move. How could Luo Yunyang afford to let it waste his time? Yet another similar punch was blasted towards the six-limbed ape. The ape found it extremely difficult to dodge that punch. Thus, when this punch struck it, it was shattered instantly. Luo Yunyang had a strange look on his face as he watched the six-limbed giant ape disappear into specks of light. Although beating the giant ape had been simple, Luo Yunyang could vaguely sense that he was starting to grasp something. Challenger, you have defeated number 15. Now, you have two choices. You can either continue choosing or enter a higher level. Luo Yunyang made a decision quickly when he heard his two options. He chose to continue. He could vaguely sense that the Divine Martial Hall had some sort of connection to the extreme mysterious realm. Thus, every challenge in the Divine Martial Hall would be an opportunity for him. Not just an opportunity to exchange pointers with all sorts of experts, but also a chance to grind and practice the powers of his own origin source laws. If he hadn't been in the Divine Martial Hall, where could he have encountered so many different opponents? Number 1. Luo Yunyang said right before a humanoid appeared in the large hall. Its body was entirely covered in scales. This creature, which was 15 meters tall, was holding a 30-meter-long pole. When it saw Luo Yunyang, it brandished the thick pole in a flurry of strikes that rained down on Luo Yunyang. The pole strikes seemed to make their surroundings airtight, while its movements seemed to contain a strong ominous current that rose to the skies. Luo Yunyang didn't throw a punch against this mountainous barrage like he had before. Instead, he shuttled through the massive storm of pole strikes rapidly. After this creature had used this pole technique twice, Luo Yunyang threw a punch without hesitation. The unknown creature was slain instantly. Number 3, Number 4, Number 5. It took Luo Yunyang 5 days to go from defeating number 1 to defeating number 108. There was a look of understanding in his eyes as he finally killed the last beast, a being wielding dual knives. Although these opponents hadn't been much of a threat, he now felt a trace of comprehension deep down. This comprehension was related to creating his own mystic arts. Although most people had gone back to cultivating outside the Divine Martial Hall, there were also some people who were keeping an eye on the dark Divine Martial Pillar. It's already been so long, yet no one has entered the second level. The Elephant Man shook his head. Seems like there's not much hope of him making it out alive. Probably no hope at all. When he entered the Divine Martial Hall, he basically sentenced himself to death. The Thunder Ray Tribe Martialist said disdainfully, he is trying to use this self-harming method to make the Thunder Ray Tribe forget about him slaughtering Laming. However, that vile being has caused too much trouble. His Highness Laming was, although the Thunder Ray Tribe was overbearing, some people didn't care about them. As the Thunder Ray powerhouse was shooting his mouth off, someone interjected. No matter how exceptional Laming was, he was still killed by a being from a small tribe. There's no need to look down on others. At least he is still alive and well. Look, he survived so far on the first level. The Thunder Ray powerhouse glowered at the person who had rebuked him. However, he felt helpless to do anything, as the person who had spoken was from one of the Divine Union's 18 primary tribes. Do you all remember who cleared the first level in the shortest time? Someone changed the topic. The Elephant Man didn't want two primary tribe powerhouses to argue, as that would put him in a tough spot. I remember. It must have been a peak divine disciple from the demigod tribe who swept through in a short time. A few demigod powerhouses seemed pleased upon hearing the Elephant Man's words. The lead demigod tribesman said with a chuckle, it was Sir Sumo. Now, this old master is one of the tribe elders. This human being might break the record for the longest time spent in there. Someone remarked scathingly. The Elephant Man didn't say anything, even though he rather liked Luo Yunyang. So what? Only death would await him if he was unable to exit the Divine Martial Hall. I was really foolish. I should have bet on him not passing a single level. Why did I wager on him dying on the second level? A being with a body covered in scales and a single horn on his head said with a moan. He had just spoken when a circular ring of light lit up at the bottom of the Divine Martial Pillar. When this ring of light appeared, the horned man who had just spoken exclaimed, Just like this. The Elephant Man glanced at the first segment of the pillar of light that had started glowing. He hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would actually pass the first hall either. The Thunder Ray tribesman sneered. So what if he passed the first hall? Trash will always be trash. Do you all think that he can make his way past the other halls of the Divine Martial Hall? Hee hee, that's just wishful thinking. I bet you all that he won't make it through the second hall. I wager 1 solar system. The Thunder Ray tribesman said with contempt. Nobody took this bet. Although many people were triggered by him, nobody dared joke around with their own fortune. He had wagered a whole solar system after all. Luo Yunyang naturally didn't know what was going on outside. Upon entering the second level, he started to pick the challengers in sequence. However, when he picked number 1, what appeared was a creature that looked exactly like the number 1 of the first hall. It was a 15-meter tall creature covered in scales that was wielding a long pole. There was no difference in terms of outer appearance. However, when Luo Yunyang moved against it, he realized that although this being's cultivation base wasn't higher, the use of its pole seemed 10 times more intensive. Although this mountain of pole strikes might be 100 times smaller compared to the number 1 in the first hall, its might was 10 times stronger. Even though Luo Yunyang could not handle these torrential pole strikes easily, he didn't feel too threatened either. As he faced this storm of poles, which was 10 times stronger, he felt his own potential slowly get squeezed out. Boom! A short while later, Luo Yunyang blasted out a punch again. The body of number 1 crumbled upon meeting Luo Yunyang's fist art. Number 2. Time slipped by slowly. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Elephant Man and the other cultivators, who hadn't paid much attention originally, started to sneak glances at the Divine Martial Pillar as they cultivated. The Divine Martial Pillar was divided into 13 segments in total. By now, the bottom 4 segments were already lit up. This signified that Luo Yunyang had already passed those 4 halls. He was currently still in the 5th large hall. The martialist from the Thunder Ray tribe who had mocked Luo Yunyang in the past now focused wholeheartedly on his cultivation without saying a single word. After all, each and every word of his could be used against him. He no longer found any joy in saying anything. He felt so bad that he could no longer raise his head proudly. He has already been on the 5th level for 3 months. Someone exclaimed while looking at the Divine Martial Pillar. Now I'm really starting to believe that this human isn't just throwing away his life by taking on the Divine Martial Hall. The Elephant Man nodded. He didn't think that Luo Yunyang had blindly entered the Divine Martial Hall to throw his life away either. After all, anyone that could clear the 5th hall had to be an exceptional individual. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't passed the 5th level yet, he had already persisted for 3 months. Boom! A familiar booming sound rang out. Following this noise, the 5th segment of light of the Divine Martial Pillar lit up. Chapter 484. The World Engulfing Finger. Back in the Bloody Massacre Path of the Meru Realm, the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the Blood Space Ruler were sitting in a virtual palace with cautious expressions on their faces. The Bloody Massacre Killing Arena has indeed trained quite a few young seedlings. The Blood Space Ruler handed over their information to the Bloody Massacre Path Master as he spoke. These few outstanding youngsters would indeed be eyed covetously. The Bloody Massacre Path Master took a look at them and nodded his head in satisfaction. These youngsters really were decent. If they were trained well, the Bloody Massacre Path would soon be adding a few more talented individuals to its ranks. However, they were still lacking considerably. They are still way inferior compared to Luo Yunyang. However, with some grooming, they could also become pillars of the Bloody Massacre Path, the Blood Space Ruler said softly. Path Master, any news from the Divine Martial Hall? The Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded. None. 10 years have already passed since he tried to break through the 6th hall. Although he isn't dead, he hasn't come out either. The Bloody Massacre Path was the most anxious to hear news about Luo Yunyang. After all, Luo Yunyang was the most outstanding disciple the Bloody Massacre Path had produced in years. When Luo Yunyang had entered the Divine Martial Hall, the entire Bloody Massacre Path had thought that he was acting too impulsively this time. The Divine Martial Hall was really dangerous. However, Luo Yunyang had already asked the authority of the Divine Union to do this, so even the human tribe was helpless to do anything. When Luo Yunyang had charged through the 5th level, many people who knew him had jumped up in delight. Many of them had believed that Luo Yunyang would pass the first phase. However, never had they expected that Luo Yunyang would have stayed on the 6th level for 10 years. Luo Yunyang's light continued to illuminate the 5th level above the Divine Martial Pillar. This indicated that he wasn't dead. However, it also meant that he hadn't moved up the divine martial pillar. He must probably be the most outstanding disciple of the human tribe. It's a pity that he wasn't born in any of the influential tribes. The blood space ruler sighed after a short silence. If someone from the 18 primary tribes had slain Laming, then everything would have been done according to the rules of the divine union. If Luo Yunyang had come from a first-grade tribe, even though this was no small matter, it wouldn't have been blown up. After all, even a first-grade tribe had to treat matters concerning the rules of the divine union with caution. At least some items would have been compensated. However, Luo Yunyang was from a third-grade tribe, which meant that Laming's murder would not be handled in a way that most people in the human tribe would be able to shoulder. Although the human tribe was prepared to make many sacrifices, Luo Yunyang had still ultimately chosen to enter the divine martial hall. During these 10 years, the human tribe had been under the thumb of the Thunder Ray tribe. However, the Thunder Ray tribe hadn't made any moves against the humans yet. This wasn't because of the human tribe's reputation, but rather because they respected the celestial world's supremacy. Even though the Thunder Ray tribe hated Luo Yunyang to death, they didn't dare try anything against the human tribe. Path Master, how is the human tribe's ascension going? Although the blood space ruler was very concerned about Luo Yunyang, he also knew that if they continued talking, no useful information would come out of the Path Master's mouth. Thus, he changed the topic. After all the powerhouses of the human tribe were concerned about the tribe's ascension. In the divine union, every tribe had a different level of authority and obligations. Of course, although obligations were important, once a tribe ascended to grade 2, the benefits were really great. Just the resources alone could allow the human tribe to take an unprecedented leap. Of course, if the human tribe ascended, another second-grade tribe would have to descend. The tribe that would fall would certainly be the wuxia tribe. Although the wuxia tribe had hindered the human tribe in many ways, the human tribe's strength had been on the uprise, whereas the wuxia tribe had been getting weaker. The evaluation meeting that happened once every 1,000 years would be the human tribe's best opportunity to ascend to grade 2 in the divine union. Actually, some juniors who were at the star grade boundary were very concerned about this matter. After all, this was currently the human tribe's priority. As one of the chief decision-makers of the human tribe's 9 paths, the Bloody Massacre Path Master rarely revealed his intentions. However, he now told his only junior brother. It should almost be done. The Bloody Massacre Path Master was a prudent person. Thus, saying the word, nearly, was already difficult enough for him. The Blood Space Ruler, who had a brilliant smile on his face, laughed heartily. We only have one Milky Way. Human development has been hindered so much. If we were given 10,000 years, the human tribe would become a first-grade tribe. Then, we would be able to puff our chests out pridefully in the divine union. The Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded. Don't worry, the day when we will stand tall definitely isn't too far away. While the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the Blood Space Ruler were discussing the human tribe's ascension, in a galaxy filled with lightning and thunder, 2 other people were also discussing this topic. One of them was from the Thunder Ray tribe, while the other was from the wuxia tribe. The wuxia tribesman, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't seem young. However, he simply didn't dare show his cultivation base at this point in time. Great Thunder Source Sky Monarch, your wisdom is a candle that illuminates thousands of miles. The wuxia tribesman said respectfully. The human tribe brazenly slayed His Majesty Laming in the Kang Yuan system. It seems like they don't intend to show any reverence to the mighty Thunder Ray tribe. The human tribe is quite a valiant race. 10,000 years ago, the wuxia tribe had 10 times their strength, yet they have already surpassed us in terms of comprehensive strength. There was a hint of fear in the wuxia tribesman's voice. If the human tribe were allowed to continue developing, just being a little second-grade tribe wouldn't satisfy their ravenous appetites. Their goal would be to become a first-grade tribe and one of the 18 primary tribes. When the Thunder Source Sky Monarch didn't show any hint of anger, the wuxia tribesman added, if we don't stop them before they become a second-grade tribe, I fear that one day the Thunder Ray tribe will follow in the footsteps of the wuxia tribe. If that happens, mighty sir. Bang! The wuxia tribesman who had been speaking was sent flying and his face smashed hard into the ground. Then, a foot stomped on his face. In just a moment, his well-maintained face was turned into a bloody mess and a crater appeared in the ground, which was made of thunder iron. Are you trying to use indirect means here? How dare you try and show off your petty, vile intentions before me? You must have a death wish. You better remember this. All the Wuxia tribe has it owes to the Thunder Ray tribe. Even if you fought your hardest, you wouldn't be able to retain anything if we decided to take it away. Similarly, if we treated you with respect, others would do so as well. You got that? The man stamped on his bloody face once more before leaving. The member of the Wuxia tribe got up with great difficulty. Although he was completely covered in blood, he wasn't the least bit angry. There actually seemed to be a faint smile in his eyes. He had already achieved his objective. Even though the outcome had exceeded his expectations, he was still extremely satisfied. The Wuxia tribe's position isn't something you can just take as you wish, humans. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, in the 6th hall of the Divine Martial Hall, Luo Yunyang was currently facing his 396th opponent, who was a Thunder Ray tribesman. Although his stature was smaller than Laming's, who had been slain by Luo Yunyang, the Thunder Ray tribesman's aura was really overwhelming. Layers of thundering power gathered and formed 2 wide wings on his back. Below these wings appeared a tempest intent. On the 5th floor, Luo Yunyang had already come across this sort of opponent. Thus, he knew that this opponent cultivated the Tempest Path, which was rare in the Thunder Ray tribe. His wings, which were formed from electricity, weren't just used for speed. They could also be used as a blade. Without saying anything, the martialist from the Thunder Ray tribe took to the air and charged over at Luo Yunyang. Although he was very quick, the moment he rose in the air, black glowing lights that looked like halos of a chaotic act emanated from Luo Yunyang's body. These halos formed a black screen of light all around Luo Yunyang. The layers of light screens were dazzling and innumerable. It was impossible to discern how many light screens or halos there were. The Thunder Ray tribe powerhouse, who was like a streak of lightning, realized that his speed had already dropped to 1% by the time he flew within 300 meters of Luo Yunyang. Although ordinary martialists wouldn't find this slow at all, it was really slow for a powerhouse like Luo Yunyang. 3,600 layers of chaotic whole light waves, each layer with a 1,000-fold weakening effect. You shouldn't have encountered me now. Although he knew that the Thunder Ray tribesman lacked consciousness, Luo Yunyang still told him this. 10 continuous years of attacking had made him extremely lonely. Saying this was a method to eliminate his loneliness. The Thunder Ray powerhouse was silent. His wings beat frantically while the thundering blade lights rushed in Luo Yunyang's direction. Unfortunately, when these blade lights came in touch with the layers of chaotic whole light waves, they were all absorbed by the light waves. By the time they got close to Luo Yunyang, all that remained were a few scattered traces. Take this move. World engulfing finger. Luo Yunyang pointed his finger at the Thunder Ray tribe powerhouse from a distance of about 30 meters. A speck of black light flew towards the Thunder Ray tribesman. The tribesman, who had already sensed the danger, urged the power of his tempest. However, that black speck of light suddenly swelled up 10 times and engulfed the Thunder Ray tribesman. In just an instant, the boundless black light turned into a black speck once again and vanished without a trace. Chapter 485. Space-Time I Power. 4,510 Mind. 891 Speed. 821 Constitution. 1,756 Origin Source Law. 2014 Wind. 510. Earth. 495. Fire. 751, water, 399. The golden figures glittered with a shiny luster on the attribute regulator. Luo Yunyang felt very satisfied when he looked at them. After advancing from the star grade to the nebula grade, Luo Yunyang's power had seen a straight increase from 800 to more than 4,000 points. His latest battles had allowed this figure to make massive progress. His mind, speed, and constitution had also experienced massive improvements ever since Luo Yunyang had reached the nebula grade. While he was in the Divine Martial Hall, Luo Yunyang didn't know what year it was, neither did he have any inkling of how time flowed. However, he could only endure the cultivation within the Divine Martial Hall and incorporate the various laws and techniques to form his own cheat sheet. All these things benefited Luo Yunyang greatly. The reason he could have these battles, especially after entering the 6th floor, was because of his attribute regulator. However, even so, after defeating his last opponent, Luo Yunyang didn't wish to continue anymore. He wasn't completely certain that he would achieve victory in the next 4 divine halls. Although the last 6 divine martial halls had been 10 times stronger than the previous ones, on the last level, each character had possessed 50 times the fighting strength of the same character on the first floor. Upon entering the 6th level, the martial techniques belonging to Luo Yunyang had already taken shape. However, after each battle, Luo Yunyang still encountered countless dangers and sometimes even faced the danger of falling just after making the first move. After all, the formation and use of each technique required honing through countless battles. The reason Luo Yunyang had been able to walk out after each of these dangers was mainly his reliance on the attribute regulator. Challenger, the first stage of the challenge has been concluded. Congratulations on successfully completing the first stage of the Divine Martial Hall. Now, you can pick a treasure from the Divine Martial Hall storage as your reward. Please make your choice. Following the mechanical voice, a huge screen appeared in the Divine Martial Hall. Then, all sorts of items appeared on the screen. The brilliant gold vine is a living plant that grows on metal planets. One vine can absorb all the metal of a planet. The highest it can grow is up to the universe grade. It provides both a powerful offense and defense. The 7-colored heaven plundering dew can prolong one's life by 1,000 years. There are no limitations. The celestial domain heavenly warrior Milky Way blade, which was forged using sand from the Milky Way, is incomparably sharp and contains the Tao of stars. More than 1,000 items appeared before Luo Yunyang one by one. However, none of them were the item the authoritative figure wanted. This was not unexpected. After all, the authoritative figure would not take a fancy to anything ordinary. According to the rules of the Divine Martial Hall, Luo Yunyang would have to make it through the Divine Martial Hall's 2nd stage before obtaining a reward. What else did he still lack? Wings that could enhance his speed. His speed wasn't slow, though. Using the attribute regulator wouldn't be very useful either. Maybe something offensive. His flaming heavenly shuttle was already sufficient in regards to mind power, and his world-engulfing finger could deal with close-range attacks. Besides these two, auxiliary plants attracted Luo Yunyang's attention the most. Although auxiliary plants weren't easy to grow, the plants in here had boundless potential. As long as they were grown appropriately, they could be compared to a super bodyguard. Finally, Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on a mystical ability in the same category. Its name was Space-Time Eye. Luo Yunyang was tempted when he saw these words. He felt a rush of excitement as soon as he saw the description. The Space-Time Eye was the innate ability of a supreme space monster called the Cosmic Ender Beast. Cultivating this ability was extremely difficult. If an ordinary being wished to obtain such an ability, there was only one method, a transplant. The eyeballs of a Cosmic Ender Beast would have to be transplanted into the body of the cultivator. According to the description, this space-time eye had suffered severe damage, so its effectiveness was only limited to stopping time and space for 1 second. Although many things could be done in 1 second, in most cases, 1 second wouldn't be of much use. However, even though this space-time eye was only effective for 1 second, it had still found its way into this reward treasury. After a quick comparison, Luo Yunyang decided that he wanted the space-time eye. Although 1 second was short, it could also be of significant assistance to him. I choose the space-time eye. The moment Luo Yunyang made his choice, a metal box appeared in the large hall. Even Luo Yunyang didn't know where this box had come from. It was as if the space around had been soundlessly pried open and the metal box had been placed there mysteriously. There were several vein-like patterns on the box. These veins seemed to form many unnamed flowers that were actually array lines. Each line possessed a mystical power. Luo Yunyang was a little stunned as he opened the box. This space-time eye was about the size of an adult's fist. This size had clearly exceeded Luo Yunyang's expectations, as he had a slightly awkward look on his face. Even though Luo Yunyang knew that aesthetics were secondary compared to power, wasn't this space-time eye a little too big? Fortunately, some information was transmitted from the box into Luo Yunyang's mind. After finding out that this space-time eye could actually automatically adjust its size in conjunction to the host's body, Luo Yunyang let out a huge sigh of relief. Fusing the space-time eye wouldn't be too difficult. Luo Yunyang immediately followed the instructions and incorporated the huge space-time eye between his eyebrows. Actually, according to the directions that came together with the space-time eye, Luo Yunyang could have fused the space-time eye with any part of his body. However, for aesthetic reasons, Luo Yunyang ultimately decided to temporarily put the space-time eye between his brows. This wasn't very painful. Plus, after fusing the space-time eye, Luo Yunyang realized that when he used the space-time eye to look at things, his vision was even clearer and more defined than when he used his own eyes. Of course, he was also more able to point on the intrinsic nature of things. There weren't currently any opponents, so Luo Yunyang couldn't use the space-time eye much. After all, he felt that his experience wouldn't be too good when he wasn't in combat. Just as he was about to follow the instructions, use the space-time eye and shut the space-time eye, he suddenly thought of his attribute regulator. He wondered if the power of the space-time eye would appear on the attribute regulator. Power: 4510 mind, 891 speed, 821 constitution, 1756 origin source law, 2014 wind, 510 earth, 495 fire, 751 water, 399 origin source mystic ability, 1 space-time control, 1. The purple letters of the origin source mystic ability made Luo Yunyang's eyes glow. Although he had seen mystic abilities in the past, the methods of those abilities had disappointed him slightly. Luo Yunyang immediately felt relieved when he saw the words origin source mystic ability. Even though he didn't know what kind of concrete changes had taken place yet, this origin source mystic ability would definitely be stronger than ordinary mystical abilities. Could his origin source mystic ability be raised? Luo Yunyang immediately started to adjust the figure of his origin source mystic ability. When he tried to convert his power, constitution and other base attributes, he discovered that there had been no changes to his origin source mystic ability. Power wouldn't do. What about origin source law? When Luo Yunyang converted 1000 origin source law attribute points into origin source mystic ability, the number of the origin source mystic ability went from 1 to 2. 1000 origin source law attribute points could only make his origin source mystic ability rise to 2 points. That meant that his current space-time eye could stop time and space for 3 seconds. A time freeze of 1 second could make a difference between life and death under many circumstances. A pause of 3 seconds could tilt the scales of victory in his favor. Luo Yunyang was secretly elated. Although he had at first doubted this space-time eye's worth, he had seen a big improvement thanks to the attribute regulator. Challenger, will you continue or will you leave the Divine Martial Hall? Please make your choice. The mechanical voice rang out next to Luo Yunyang's ears again. This time, Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate. Although he had obtained the space-time eye, he knew that, given his current strength, his chances of successfully taking on the 4 divine halls of Stage 2 of the Divine Martial Hall were just too few. Plus, he had already achieved his own objective. Thus, Luo Yunyang chose to leave. Respected challenger, you have already passed the first stage. Therefore, as long as your cultivation base doesn't ascend any higher, you have the right to challenge the 4 divine halls of Stage 2 in 500 years. The mechanical voice had just finished speaking when Luo Yunyang saw a bright flash of light and appeared outside the Divine Martial Hall. When he stepped out of the Divine Martial Hall, the 6th hall lit up as well. When the 6 glows converged, a dazzling, hallowed glow rose up into the sky. The beings from the various tribes, who had been sitting in a lotus position, all stood up and stared at Luo Yunyang with strange expressions. It's Luo Yunyang. He is out. His challenge was successful. No, he failed. He was supposed to take on the 4 halls of Stage 2. Only that way would he have completed the mission. However, you can see for yourself that he only completed the 6 halls of the first stage. Luo Yunyang has come out of the Divine Martial Hall. He has successfully passed the first stage, but he didn't take on the second stage. The Thunder Ray tribe martialists sent this information back to their own tribe immediately. Even though they felt sorry, they also felt a little pleased at the same time. Although many people were disappointed that Luo Yunyang had not died, considering his original purpose, he had still failed. Chapter 486, Master of the Pact, Luo Yunyang has come out of the Divine Martial Hall. The Bloody Massacre Path Master eyed the other 8 Path Masters, looking visibly excited. Luo Yunyang could be considered the pride of the entire Bloody Massacre Path. Even if he entered the Divine Martial Hall and never came out, he would still be someone extremely difficult to surpass in the eyes of all the top-notch disciples of the various paths. He was a legend difficult to top. All else aside, just the fact that he had slain Laming made the disciples of the various paths revere him tremendously. The Thunder Ray tribe was one of the 18 primary tribes. It could actually be said that the entire human race had always lived under the shadow of the Thunder Ray tribe. Although the upper echelons of the human tribe wouldn't give the younger generations a detailed account, they also didn't prohibit spreading this news. Luo Yunyang was naturally the pride of the youngest generation of humans. However, everyone was also well aware that it would be difficult for him to come out of the divine martial hall once he entered it. On the other hand, Luo Yunyang's choice had moved many people. He had been decisive enough to meet death head-on. This sort of praiseworthy moral integrity wasn't something that everyone possessed. He's past the second stage, the Deep Earth Path Master exclaimed before quickly realizing that this couldn't be true. Then, he rubbed his head in embarrassment and said, no, he's past the first stage. However, this is also good. The fact that he came out alive is good enough. By completing the first stage of the Divine Martial Hall, Luo Yunyang has ensured that his name will definitely enter the Qianlong register of the entire Divine Union. Once his name is on the Qianlong register, even if the Thunder Ray tribe insists on killing Luo Yunyang, they will only be able to mull over it. After all, the most important individuals of the entire Divine Union pay attention to the names on the Qianlong register. Although the Dark Shadow Path Master sounded a little down, there was clear relief in his tone. Yes, the Thunder Ray tribe will have to worry about the consequences if they wish to take revenge on Luo Yunyang. However, I'm afraid the pressure they will put on us will. The Acute Metal Path Master eyed the other Path Masters. This might affect our ascension to a second-grade tribe. Their ascension to a second-grade tribe was really important to the entire human tribe. Plus, to make this goal a reality, the human tribe was prepared to fork out a huge price. At first, the Thunder Ray tribe had been one of the reasons the human tribe had been apprehensive to ascend to a second-grade tribe. However, Luo Yunyang's appearance had cast a shadow over this ascension. Even without Luo Yunyang, the Thunder Ray tribe wouldn't let us get promoted so easily. The Autumn Water Path Master said unperturbedly. The Path Masters of the 9 paths were all exceptional individuals. Everyone understood what the Autumn Water Path Master meant. However, the human tribe's ascension was more important than losing their self-control. Where is Luo Yunyang now? Is he returning? The Fiery Sun Path Master asked. I suggest that we release the 9 paths, sky books to him. Perhaps in 10,000 years, humans might progress to a grade 1 tribe because of him. The Fiery Sun Path Master did not need to explain what he meant. Under the circumstances, the Bloody Massacre Path Master needed to take the lead. He flashed a grateful smile at the Fiery Sun Path Master before speaking. Luo Yunyang hasn't returned yet. I have spoken with him through my communication device, but our communicators are third-grade tribesmen who cannot get a signal from most places. Thus, I dispatched some personnel to contact him and get him to return as soon as possible, the Autumn Water Path Master said. We have to prepare for the evaluation of our tribe's grade. Luo Yunyang wasn't aware of the discussion between the 9 Path Masters. Right now, he was on board a luxurious spaceship. He had experienced the extreme mysterious realm in the Divine Martial Hall. However, compared to these experiences, the luxury of this spaceship was way greater. Luo Yunyang was sitting on a chair made of some unknown monster leather, which gave him an unprecedented feeling of snugness. What made him enjoy it even more was the pure spiritual essence that came from this leather. Even without cultivating, this spiritual essence could allow one's cultivation base to slowly improve. Luo Yunyang, please get ready. In half an hour, we will be passing through a wormhole and entering the Kanyan planet, said a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. Although he looked like a human, the iron-like muscles on every part of his body made him seem rather mechanical. His voice also had a metallic ring when he spoke. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't able to discern which boundary this person's cultivation was at, he had a feeling that the gap between him and this man was too great. If the man wanted to, he could bury Luo Yunyang right here with a wave of his arm. Therefore, Luo Yunyang treated him with particular respect. Thank you, sir. In the Divine Union, only the strong were respected. Although there was no need to bow down in the face of such a powerhouse, sufficient respect still had to be accorded at all times. No need for formalities, the metallic man said. You are the honored guest of the supremacy. Gold Polo must serve you carefully. If you have any requests, feel free to ask me, the metallic man said stiffly. Then, Gold Polo turned around and left. Luo Yunyang watched the leaving Gold Polo before shutting his eyes slowly. Based on his exchange with Gold Polo, Luo Yunyang could tell that anything Gold Polo told him would be useless. Rather than waste time talking, why not reflect on what he had gained in the Divine Martial Hall after 10 years? Through his successive battles in the Divine Martial Hall, Luo Yunyang had tempered his own mystic arts. However, the intervals between each battle had been too close, so Luo Yunyang simply didn't have time to rest, let alone fine-tune his cultivation. Benefits. As his eyes were closed, Luo Yunyang's mind quickly traveled back to the divine martial hall. All the opponents he had faced, as well as his responses, reactions and countermeasures against these opponents played back. A day later, when the spacecraft arrived at its destination, Gold Polo entered Luo Yunyang's room again. However, when he entered the room, he sensed that Luo Yunyang was currently in an extremely mysterious, trance-like state. Gold Polo knew that this was a type of state very difficult to enter when a martialist was cultivating. In the entire Divine Union, only 1 in a million martialists had the chance to enter this state once in their lifetime. Gold Polo knew that interrupting this kind of cultivation would be as bad as murdering Luo Yunyang's family. However, he also knew that the celestial world supremacy couldn't be made to wait, no matter how important the reason. There were very few people that could make the celestial world supremacy, who possessed such supreme authority, wait for them. Don't disturb him. Just as Gold Polo was about to step forward and wake Luo Yunyang up, a faint voice spoke in his ear. Upon hearing this, Gold Polo bowed towards nothing in particular and carefully made his way out of the room. Luo Yunyang didn't know that Gold Polo had come or that the celestial world supremacy had used his mind power to change his instructions. When Luo Yunyang had completely incorporated everything, he finally opened his eyes naturally. Although nothing around him had changed, he knew that he had experienced a tremendous leap. Although this leap hadn't upgraded his cultivation to the next level, it had allowed his mystic arts and cultivation paths to become even more consummate. He had cultivated non-stop for days and nights. When Luo Yunyang looked at the time, he realized that he had been busy for very long. When he walked out of the room, Gold Polo immediately greeted him. Luo Yunyang, being able to cultivate for so long in a thoughtless, formless state is really impressive. Gold Polo's comment was heartfelt. Sir Gold Polo, I'm afraid I have caused a delay, Luo Yunyang said respectfully. My original plan was to wake you, but Sir Supremacy said not to disturb you. If you have nothing else to do now, please come with me. Gold Polo was expressionless as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. Luo Yunyang nodded at once. All right, let's go. When Luo Yunyang followed Gold Polo out of the flying craft, what he saw wasn't a land full of verdant hills and azure lakes. On the contrary, he saw an area full of barren hills and infertile land. There were shattered mountain ranges and dried-up rivers. This place didn't seem to have the slightest bit of vitality. It was probably a wasteland. Even the stars shining above their heads seemed half dead. Luo Yunyang found it difficult to believe that one of the 5 paramount supremacists in the Divine Union would actually live in a place like this. The supremacy cultivates the great annihilation path. Therefore, he is on this planet to comprehend the ways of world annihilation. Said Gold Polo, who could see the doubt in Luo Yunyang's eyes. Great annihilation path. Although a number of thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind, he didn't ask. After all, he and Gold Polo couldn't be considered close. If Gold Polo was willing to say anything regarding the celestial world supremacy, Luo Yunyang would listen. However, if he wasn't willing, asking directly might be taboo. Are you Luo Yunyang? When Luo Yunyang reached a completely dried-up lake, a figure appeared before him. The person in question, who was about as tall as Luo Yunyang, was standing before him with a faint smile. Upon seeing this person, Luo Yunyang felt like he had been standing among a bunch of inextinguishable stars since time immemorial. Everything that Luo Yunyang possessed seemed like a grain of sand compared to this individual. That was how helpless he felt. Greetings, celestial world supremacy. Although Luo Yunyang was deeply curious as to why the celestial world supremacy looked like a human, he still bowed respectfully, not daring to make any wild guesses. You must surely be curious as to why I have the appearance of a human. The celestial world supremacy said. Actually, what you see is the form I want you to see. That is all. Although the celestial world supremacy had spoken in a relaxed manner, his words had sounded like rolling thunder in Luo Yunyang's ears. What he saw was the form he wanted him to see. What did this imply? Luo Yunyang didn't know. However, what he knew was that this sort of boundary was very far away from his. You accepted my mission, young fellow. Have you brought that thing? The celestial world supremacy changed the topic as he studied Luo Yunyang. Chapter 487. The Divine Union General Conference, Supremacy, I can say that I got the item you wanted, or I can say that I didn't get it. Luo Yunyang eyed the celestial world supremacy as he spoke unperturbedly. The celestial world supremacy didn't comment. He only watched Luo Yunyang quietly. I only passed the 6 halls of the Divine Martial Hall's first stage. However, I have only recently ascended to the Nebula grade, so I can still train and cultivate for many more years at the Nebula grade boundary. I believe that after many more years of training, I will definitely pass the 2nd stage of the Divine Martial Hall. The celestial world supremacy's gaze was like clear water. He watched Luo Yunyang without saying a word, as though thoroughly seeing through every single part of him. Luo Yunyang felt a massive pressure emanate from the celestial world supremacy. Although the celestial world supremacy appeared amiable at the moment, he knew that if he was the slightest bit incautious, the celestial world supremacy could kill him. Even though Luo Yunyang possessed the attribute regulator, he was still nothing more than an ant compared to the celestial world supremacy. He forced himself to stay calm and meet the celestial world supremacy's gaze. Good, good, good. You are very good. The celestial world supremacy clapped his hands together lightly before adding nonchalantly, let's talk about your conditions. Back then, there was a little accident in the Kang Yuan system. In order to not implicate the human tribe, I decided to challenge the Divine Martial Hall in the hopes of gaining your protection, sir. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath as he answered truthfully. The celestial world supremacy nodded. All right, I know your motive now. From this day onwards, you will be my disciple. You will be the celestial world supremacy's disciple in name. I will arrange your cultivation training. You must already be aware of the dangers of this cultivation level even without me explaining. I don't groom trash. Suddenly, the celestial world supremacy's voice sounded slightly hopeful. As long as you are able to obtain the item I want from the Divine Martial Hall, you shall become an official disciple of the celestial world supremacy and enjoy the glory given to my formal disciples. Although Luo Yunyang appeared dead calm on the surface, deep down he felt surging waves billowing. A disciple of the celestial world supremacy, one of the 5 supreme existences in the whole divine union. This sort of status would allow him to fear no one in the divine union. The celestial world supremacy didn't bother with fair fights. However, the moment the strong bullied the weak or someone abused their authority to bully someone else, he expressed the most intensely adverse reaction. Even though the Thunder Ray tribe hated Luo Yunyang to the core, once Luo Yunyang's status as the celestial world supremacy's disciple came to light, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. This seal represents my status in the union. It can represent me an issue and order within the union. As long as this order doesn't violate any of the 9 fundamental rules of the Divine Union, the Divine Union will comply with it. Although the 9 fundamental rules of the Divine Union sounded like a lot, having just 9 basic rules to keep the vast Divine Union in check was really pretty basic. Thank you, Supremacy. Luo Yunyang used his 2 shaky hands to accept the celestial world supremacy's seal. You must have suffered plenty of wear and tear in the 6 halls of the first stage. This damaged planet possesses a sacred spring full of boundless vitality. Go soak in it for a bit. The benefits are plentiful. The celestial world supremacy then turned to Gold Polo. Take Luo Yunyang and grant some of his wishes after he comes back from the sacred spring. The time limit is 3 years. Bring him back to see me after 3 years. Gold Polo, who had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually become the celestial world supremacy's disciple, bowed respectfully at once. Your subordinate will comply. I hope that you do not let me down. The celestial world supremacy glanced once more at Luo Yunyang before his body disappeared into nothingness. Luo Yunyang's eyes had been on the celestial world supremacy all this while. When the celestial world supremacy vanished, he realized that he wasn't able to sense the direction in which he had headed. He couldn't even detect a faint wind. It felt as if the celestial world supremacy had never even appeared. Young master, the sacred spring is located 300 miles away. Please come with me. Although Gold Polo's attitude was still as stiff as ever, Luo Yunyang could detect a hint of reverence in his voice. You should still call me Luo Yunyang, Mr. Gold. I am only the supremacy's disciple in name. Gold Polo's metallic mouth twitched. It seemed as though he wanted to laugh but couldn't. Etiquette cannot be forsaken, young master. Please do not make things difficult for me. Luo Yunyang didn't say much more, as the journey was only 300 miles. Therefore, the 2 of them flew off into the distance. The celestial world supremacy had vanished before congealing out of thin air again. However, He seemed to have an even more indistinct aura compared to the previous time he had talked to Luo Yunyang. "You are a little too impulsive," said a voice that came from the mouth of a black cat that was lying on a boulder made of gold. That boulder was indeed made of gold. Before Luo Yunyang had left last time, the black cat and the gold rock had not appeared. The celestial world supremacy didn't even turn to look at the cat. Instead, he said nonchalantly, "I didn't invest much. It's not like there aren't any other outstanding young men in the divine union," the black cat said softly while stretching. The celestial world supremacy nodded. "There are stronger youths amongst the young generation that the demigod tribe has groomed. But do you think that old fellow from the demigod tribe would allow them to take risks and brave dangers? Besides, I see a sort of tenacity in this young fellow. That's why I gave him everything that he wants. It's not a loss to exchange all this for his life." The black cat said nothing. It just lay down lazily on the golden boulder and vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, the human tribe and the entire Milky Way were bubbling. Even the Da Alliance, which was considered a poor, remote place, had issued an announcement: the Divine Union General Conference will take place in 3 days. Although these words seemed to have no rhyme or reason, all the people of the Da Alliance knew what they meant. Thanks to the help of the Bloody Massacre Path, the Da Alliance had achieved tremendous development during all these years. This development had also allowed the Da Alliance to gain a clear understanding of the inner matters of the human tribe. Even young children knew the sorts of benefits the human tribe would gain by ascending a tier. There would be improvements in science and technology, in living standards, in cultivation and martial ways, in the grade of their genes. Everything that the Divine Union could grant the second-grade tribes was being highly anticipated by the entire human tribe. "Miss, you have come out of seclusion." Luo Donger walked out of her special cultivation room inside a simple, unadorned house in Donglu town. She had already grown into a fine lady. "Uncle Li, I've already asked you to just call me Donger," she told the old man standing guard at the door. "Ha ha, an old servant like me cannot call you Donger, miss," Uncle Li Donger said respectfully. He would never forget the big shots that had come when he had become the housekeeper of this place 3 years ago. Although Uncle Li had reckoned that all those big shots had seemed like characters that existed in books, they had all rushed over in succession. Furthermore, every one of these people had treated this young lady with extreme reverence. Some people had even said that they would be willing to take over Uncle Li's position and become the housekeeper of the Luo family. That was when Uncle Li had realized what the words, Luo family, had implied. However, as these 3 years had gone by, his understanding of these 2 words had become even more profound. For example, he had seen the offerings that came even when the young mistress was in seclusion. "Did anything happen recently, Uncle Li?" Luo Donger asked gently as she looked up at the bright sky. The human tribe is about to become a second-grade tribe. It is said that the Divine Union's evaluators have already performed an inspection and given an outstanding evaluation for every aspect and indicator of the human tribe. If you'd come out of seclusion 2 days later, we would have already become a grade 2 tribe of the Divine Union. Although Uncle Li wasn't young, he placed great importance on tribe honor. Thus, he was slightly excited as he talked about the human tribe's promotion. Luo Donger chuckled. Naturally, she knew much more than Uncle Li. However, she didn't want to shock him too much on this matter. A beeping sound was suddenly heard. When Luo Donger turned to look for the source, she realized that Uncle Li's communication device had rung. "The Divine Union will broadcast the voting results of the tribe promotion, so I set an alarm," Uncle Li explained sheepishly. Luo Donger waved her hands dismissively as she saw Uncle Li go stiff. "It just so happens that I wish to see it. Turn it on and let's watch it." "All right," Uncle Li replied enthusiastically before quickly turning on the electronic screen that took up half the wall of the Luo family's home. The screen depicted a vast, magnificent building akin to a celestial palace. The building was oval, and the seats inside were arranged like a pagoda. At the top level was only one seat that was several hundred meters tall. A colossal, 2,000-meter tall figure was sitting quietly on that throne-like seat. This figure had a supreme, dignified air about it. It was a member of the demigod tribe. Uncle Li subconsciously felt a sense of reverence as he saw the 2,000-meter tall giant. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the electronic screen. "The tribes standing by for ascension to the second grade this round are the Golden Ape tribe and the Human tribe." Chapter 488. a fury called indignation. According to the regulations of the divine union, there would at most be 2 tribes standing by for advancement. However, most of the time, there would only be 1. This time, based on the rules of advancing to a second-grade tribe, the human tribe had been first by a huge margin. The various evaluations of the Golden Ape tribe had been way lower than the human tribes. Therefore, the human tribe had never attached much importance to the Golden Ape tribe, which only held a spot in the middle rankings of third-grade tribes. However, the results had clearly exceeded the human tribe's expectations. Among the tribes standing by for promotion, the Golden Ape tribe had been openly placed above the human tribe. This isn't fair. The human tribe's envoy, who was a refined, handsome middle-aged man, shouted exasperatedly in the huge conference hall. This man had a galaxy-grade cultivation base equal to a ruler's. His voice was crisp and resounding, and there was a clear hint of indignation and fury in it. The human tribe had made lots of preparations over thousands of years for this advancement and had never expected that something like this would happen right before they went through with it. Even though the human tribe still had the preparatory advancement qualifications, it ranked behind the Golden Ape tribe. This meant that, according to normal proceedings, the Golden Ape tribe would be promoted. The chances of the human tribe turning this situation around were 1 in 100. The statistical probability could actually be even lower. Even though speaking out loudly right now wasn't a wise choice, the human tribe's envoy couldn't care less. This had been the hope and aspiration of the human tribe for many years. How could he not fight for it? As the human tribe's envoy expressed his dissatisfaction, the wuxia tribe envoy, who was sitting on the second level, scowled. According to the agreement between the wuxia tribe and Thunder Ray tribe, the Thunder Ray tribe should have helped the wuxia tribe maintain its position as a second-grade tribe. This meant that no other tribes should have advanced to the second grade. However, 2 tribes had actually emerged. Although only 1 tribe would ultimately advance, no matter which one did, the wuxia tribe would lose its second-grade tribe status. Thus, the wuxia tribe envoy, who had been full of confidence earlier, now pulled a long face. How could the Thunder Ray tribe be so inhumane? Did they think the wuxia tribe was a joke? How could this be? The Thunder Ray tribe envoy sat loftily in a spot in the middle of the 18 seats, 1 tier below the demigod tribe's envoy. He simply didn't care about the wuxia tribe envoy's gaze. To him, the wuxia tribesmen were like ants. As long as the Thunder Ray tribe wanted to, they could send the wuxia tribe to hell just by raising a finger. Actually, assisting the wuxia tribe wasn't a big deal. However, they had helped the wuxia tribe too many times already. If they aided them again, then the Thunder Ray tribe's reputation wouldn't look so good. Hence, the Thunder Ray tribe had chosen to help the Golden Ape tribe this time. The gulf between the Golden Ape tribe and the human tribe was too big. However, this sort of deficiency could be made up if the Thunder Ray tribe wished. Human tribe envoy, do you doubt the partiality of the Divine Union General Conference? The voice that had announced the result now sounded slightly fearsome and imposing. Although they were separated by all sorts of screens, viewers couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when they heard this imposing voice. When the human tribe envoy spoke out about being unable to accept this result, the fire in many people's hearts screamed. However, this imposing voice made most of them tremble and caused the fury in their hearts to vanish completely. I am indeed. During the various previous evaluations, the human tribe's results were much higher than the Golden Ape tribe's. Why has the human tribe placed lower than the Golden Ape tribe? The human tribe envoy's voice was still loud and clear as ever. However, he seemed to be under even more pressure than before. Although his cultivation base had already reached the galaxy-grade boundary, he had to face an entity that was far higher than him. Furthermore, that imposing aura had already converged with the array lines in this huge palace, and a majestic, boundless presence had started crushing towards him. He couldn't back down. As soon as he'd said the first word, he had lost control over his own legs. However, he still said each word and sentence and expressed all his doubts. With each word he uttered, a wound appeared on his body. Although these wounds weren't too big, they were all immeasurably painful. By the time he finished his last word, his forehead was drenched in sweat. However, he still had to persevere. His expression was extremely grave. That massive pain didn't seem like it was just on his body. The human tribe had placed above the Golden Ape tribe up until recently. However, 1 hour earlier, the Golden Ape tribe contributed a primitive source of gold ore to the community. That imposing voice reverberated through the air. According to the Divine Union, any party that makes a massive contribution to the Divine Union can receive additional points. A primitive source of gold ore. All 18 primary tribe envoys widened their eyes and stared at the Golden Ape tribe with some suspicion. A primitive source of gold ore was something extremely rare. It was also a treasure that couldn't be omitted when crafting top-tier weapons. In the entire Divine Alliance, there were no more than 1,000 of these primitive sources of gold ore. Half of them were in the possession of the demigod tribe, while the other half belonged to the 18 primary tribes. There shouldn't be any primitive sources of gold ore in the territory of the Divine Union. However, the Golden Ape tribe had actually discovered an ore that shouldn't have been found. This situation made it easy for people to make a mental association. So many eyes were turned to the Thunder Ray tribe now. The Thunder Ray tribe envoy nodded faintly. This action, which hadn't been covered up in the slightest, showed the Thunder Ray tribe's stance on this issue. The human tribe envoy was livid. The human tribe's effort and hard work of many years would be ruined just like this. This was no ordinary bullying. This showed a complete disregard for the rules. It was total suppression without any apprehension. The human tribe envy looked up at the seats above. However, the envoys sitting there had nonchalant expressions on their faces. They all looked imposing and indifferent. Human tribe envoy, your tribe's points have allowed you all to enter the second round of selection. Please prepare for the individual potential evaluation. The imposing voice echoed around once more. The individual potential evaluation was also a type of point system. Unfortunately, this system didn't make much of a difference when it came to the promotion of a tribe. These tribes were all third-grade tribes after all. All their individual potential evaluations would be more or less the same. If the human tribe and the Golden Ape tribe were to solely be judged based on this individual potential evaluation, there would be a definite gulf. Although this gulf wouldn't be that huge, the human tribe would still have no possibility of surpassing the Golden Ape tribe. Alright, the human tribe envoy stared at the screens all around. The ascension list had already been decided, so the conference would be coming to a close. However, just as the imposing voice was about to end the conference, the Thunder Ray tribe envoy stood up. He looked all around and said, "You're overestimating yourselves." Who was the Thunder Ray tribe envoy addressing? Everyone present knew very well, so all eyes turned to the human tribe envoy. Their gazes were full of pity, mockery, delight and disdain. When he saw these gazes, the human tribe envoy didn't say anything. He just trudged out of the massive hall. The Thunder Ray tribe envoy's eyes glared coldly as he watched the envoys of various tribes start to take their leave. He bowed to the demigod tribe envoy before instructing the attendant behind him, "Spread this information. Just say that the Thunder Ray tribe has only one reason for stopping the ascension of the human tribe. That reason is Luo Yunyang." The Thunder Ray tribe attendant paused for a bit before replying respectfully, "Sir, I know what to do." The Thunder Ray tribe envoy chuckled and strolled out. When he stepped out, several tribe envoys, including the Golden Ape tribe envoy, gathered behind him. Although the wuxia tribe envoy didn't wish to suck up to him right now, he pondered this for a bit and followed him hurriedly. The wuxia tribe felt like the Thunder Ray tribe's betrayal had sent them from heaven straight to the depths of hell. However, they didn't have any right to resist. In the boundless Milky Way, countless people were clenching their fists tightly as they watched the image that had frozen on the screen. Many valiant disciples of the Nine Paths howled. They were hot-blooded, so they weren't afraid to die. However, they still felt helpless in the face of this massive pressure. In all the hopeful planets and stars occupied by the human tribe, the majority of the population had fallen into a seemingly deadly silence. This silence was like a suppressed volcano on the verge of erupting. The bloody massacre path master and the other upper echelons of the Nine Paths were all livid. All their hard work and aspirations had been run over. They were indignant, yet also helpless. While they were feeling indignant and furious, a message was transmitted over. The contents of this message explained why the Thunder Ray tribe had targeted the human tribe. It was all because of one person. A person who had killed one of the Thunder Ray tribe's youngest powerhouses. Luo Yunyang had murdered Laming from the Thunder Ray tribe to satisfy his own selfish desires. This was the reason the Thunder Ray tribe had flagrantly obstructed the human tribe. Although the human tribe hadn't completely failed, it was on the verge of doing so right now. According to the individual potential evaluation, even if the human tribe were able to crush the Golden Ape tribe, it would still be difficult for it to surpass the Golden Ape tribe, which had 100 times more points. How could this be possible? Chapter 489. A mountain thousands of miles tall can be formed by accumulating dirt. We would have become a second-grade tribe smoothly if only Luo Yunyang hadn't killed Laming. That troublemaker has sinned against the human tribe. A young disciple from the fiery sun path lamented. His words quickly gave rise to resonating opinions. After all, getting promoted to a second-grade tribe had seemed easily obtainable before this hiccup had occurred. Even though there was no reason to blame Luo Yunyang, this mood was contagious and people couldn't help but vent. After all, the allure of becoming a second-grade tribe was just too great. For starters, if the human tribe became a grade 2 tribe, the territory the humans would receive would bring them massive benefits. What shall we do now, Senior Brother Li? A person with attractive features and slightly thin lips asked respectfully. What else can we do? This is already done. In my opinion, we should grasp this opportunity and find all sorts of ways to foster good relations with the Thunder Ray tribe. Otherwise, we might be unable to ascend to a second-grade tribe even after 1,000 years. The man known as Senior Brother Li enjoyed the attention he was getting and spoke in a deadpan manner. The human tribe is a subordinate of the Thunder Ray tribe. We can't ascend without the Thunder Ray tribe's approval, don't you agree? The handsome man nodded. Someone couldn't help but retort, unfortunately, our tribe's relationship with the Thunder Ray tribe has already reached this state. The atmosphere became stifling when he said this. Although the Thunder Ray tribe and the human tribe were not considered mortal enemies, it was still hard for the two tribes to live harmoniously. If we satisfy the Thunder Ray tribe, everything else won't pose a problem, said the man known as Senior Brother Li. This was a critical time for the human tribe, so Senior Brother Li wondered how he could lobby for support. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt the atmosphere all around them tense up. He turned his head and saw K. Linky walking over slowly. Greetings, Uncle Master. K. Linky had already ascended to the Nebula Grade realm. His status had also progressed considerably, so he was now the second in charge of the Fire Spirit Sky. Due to his cultivation base, most people in the Fire Spirit Sky feared and respected him. Senior Brother Li, who had been speaking so enthusiastically just moments ago, bowed respectfully when he saw K. Linky. After all, K. Linky could turn his world upside down with just a snap of a finger. You are trying to say that the human tribe should wag its tail and beg for mercy before the Thunder Ray tribe in order to become a second-grade tribe? K. Linky asked indifferently. Senior Brother Li seemed embarrassed by this sudden question. He had a bad feeling about this. Thus, he struggled hard to control his emotions before replying respectfully, I am only thinking of the human tribe, Uncle Master. Under the circumstances, if the human tribe wants to rise, there is only one way, we have to be forgiven by the Thunder Ray tribe. Although K. Linky didn't comment, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Before Senior Brother Li could feel any sense of self-satisfaction, a palm landed hard across his face. The slap was extremely resounding. Senior Brother Li was so embarrassed that he couldn't think properly. You useless thing. Listen carefully. If a tribe wants to rise, it has to rely on self-improvement and personal strength. It will definitely not rise by being servile or underestimating itself. K. Linky said icily. If a tribe doesn't even have the right attitude to strive unremittingly, it can forget about becoming a second-grade tribe. Even a first-grade tribe that acted this way would only be someone else's slave. Scram! K. Linky snarled like a lion. As he was rebuked, Senior Brother Li nearly fell to the ground on his butt. His heart was filled with rage as he stared at K. Linky. However, all this rage ultimately turned to shame. The other Fiery Sun Path disciples that had been trying to reason with Senior Brother Li experienced flashes of understanding. If the human tribe relied on others for everything, then it would be nothing but a slave of the Thunder Ray tribe. Uncle Master, this way, our road to becoming a second-grade tribe will be practically gone. K. Linky glared at the disciple who had spoken and said icily, a mountain that stands thousands of miles tall can be formed by accumulating dirt. As K. Linky left, the Fiery Sun Path disciples present felt like a fire had been lit in their hearts. Yes, the human tribe might not have passed the assessment this time thanks to the Thunder Ray tribe's involvement. However, this had mainly happened because the human tribe lacked strength. Practically all the disciples subconsciously made their way towards their private cultivation chambers. The young disciples currently felt a sense of responsibility. Although K. Linky didn't look back, he was pleased with the reaction of these disciples. I still can't accept this. As he was mumbling to himself, Linky took out his communication device. Although the human tribe basically had no hope of winning the final individual potential evaluation, he still wasn't willing to give up until the last moment. He wasn't afraid, as he already knew what the final outcome would be. To think that you are actually from the Golden Ape tribe, Demodian. Linky's heart shuddered when he saw the message on his device. Although Linky knew that the outcome was hard to change, he still held onto some hope in his heart. He believed that the human tribe could bounce back at the last moment and turn things around. However, when he saw the large golden ape in the golden armor wielding a bronze pike, Linky's expression stiffened. He wasn't unfamiliar with the name Demodian. This individual ranked 107th on the Divine Union's Qianlong register. This position was considered very low. The Qianlong register was a list that ranked the powerhouses younger than 500 years old within the entire Divine Union. The people on the Qianlong register were considered talented individuals with limitless potential. Although the powerhouses of the human tribe's youngest generation constantly tried to make the Qianlong register, no one had been able to do so yet. Therefore, other than some of the strongest young powerhouses, most people didn't know much about the Qianlong register. Demodian had been born by a servant of the demigod tribe. All along, many people had thought that Demodian was from the demigod tribe. However, his identity had now been verified. He was a golden ape that had become the disciple of a demigod powerhouse who had taken a fancy to him from a young age. As he read the detailed information on Demodian, Linky realized that it would be really difficult for the human tribe to compete with him. Linky sighed. He was about to turn off his communication device and go cultivate when his device started ringing. Linky suddenly froze when he put the call through. He had never imagined that his communication device would project the figure of someone he hadn't seen in many years but could never forget, Luo Yunyang. He had actually seen Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, what was it like in the Divine Martial Hall? Although Linky had always thought that he would have a lot to say to Luo Yunyang, he felt a little tongue-tied right now. Luo Yunyang smiled. Not too bad. Long time no see. I hope you have been well, old pal. Old pal. This term made Linky's heart pause for a bit. Meanwhile, many thoughts flooded his mind. I'm still good. I've ascended to the nebula grade. Linky flashed a faint smile at Luo Yunyang through the screen. You must have ascended too, right? I've never liked keeping a low profile while doing things. I couldn't help but ascend as well. Luo Yunyang chortled like a ruffian. I am currently rushing to the Xianyuan planet, mate. Let's catch up when I return to the bloody massacre path. The Xianyuan planet was an important planet that belonged to the demigod tribe. It was also the place where the Divine Union General Conference was held. What are you rushing to? The Xianyuan planet for? Linky could already guess as he said this. Luo Yunyang was probably rushing to the individual potential evaluation. Are you going to represent the human tribe at the individual potential evaluation? Are you confident about winning? Luo Yunyang chuckled. When I go all out, I can do two people's jobs. Just wait for the good news. After the call ended, Linky was somewhat excited. The fact that Luo Yunyang would be participating in this individual potential evaluation made him feel optimistic. Maybe the human tribe would win this time. Even though their opponent would be Demodian, and the human tribe's points needed to surpass Demodian's considerably to achieve victory, Linky believed that as long as Luo Yunyang was there, the human tribe still had some hope. He didn't know when it had begun, but he had already started believing that Luo Yunyang was someone who did the impossible. Luo Yunyang's speed was very fast as he rode on the Celestial World Supremacy's spaceship. The journey from the Celestial World Supremacy's place of cultivation to the Xianyuan planet would only take a few days. Of course, thanks to the Celestial World Supremacy's spaceship, he had a clear path straight to the Xianyuan planet, which was the biggest factor. Countless tribes in the Divine Union were paying attention to this tribe promotion. The obstruction the human tribe faced from the Thunder Ray tribe had already become the focal point of this Divine Union General Conference. It seemed like the Golden Ape tribe had an overwhelming advantage. The Golden Ape tribe had the valiant Demodian, who was on the Qianlong register. Demodian would be representing the Golden Ape tribe at this individual potential evaluation. The human tribe was bound to fail this time. The promotion candidate had been set and the human tribe was going to fail. As all sorts of rumors flew around, it was announced that the individual potential evaluation was starting. The golden-clad Demodian was escorted by a group of Golden Ape tribesmen as he entered the large hall where the Divine Union General Conference was held. Chapter 490. Moving forward even when the going gets tough, honored envoys, the individual potential evaluation between the human tribe and the Golden Ape tribe will begin now. According to the current evaluation of various aspects, the Golden Ape tribe has 1001 points while the human tribe has 652 points. A lady with a pair of golden wings said in a clear, loud voice. She appeared to be from the Wing tribe. The large screen that took up half a wall also displayed the figures 1001 and 652. These two numbers represented the total points the two tribes had. The gap is really big. A representative from one of the tribes lamented. With such results, is there still a need to compete? In terms of combat strength, the Golden Ape tribe isn't in any way inferior to the human tribe. Now that Demodian is taking the individual potential evaluation, this gap will only grow. Unless a divine disciple from the demigod tribe takes the stage. As people were discussing, the clear voice added, next, the Golden Ape tribe representative Demodian will step forward to take the evaluation. A golden pillar of light suddenly appeared in the huge hall. A 30-meter-tall martialist seemingly clad in a full glow stepped forward beneath the pillar. Although he was being watched by millions of people, Demodian's expression didn't change in the slightest. Right now, he was the epitome of calmness. When Demodian took the stage, the Golden Ape tribe envoy stood up overtly and waved at the people looking over as though the Golden Ape tribe had already won. Meanwhile, the human tribe envoy had an anxious look on his face. Hasn't Luo Yunyang arrived yet? Reporting, envoy, we have just been in touch with him. It will take him 10 minutes to reach the Xianxia planet. He should make it in time, a subordinate answered. The middle-aged man nodded. Meanwhile, Demodian had already placed his palm on a golden stone. This golden stone, which was a treasured part of the Divine Union's individual potential evaluation, was called the Divine Sight Stone. As long as the people taking the evaluation placed their palms on the stone, it was able to measure their potential. 10, 20, 50. The digits rose sharply the moment Demodian placed his palm down. In the end, after an explosive shout from Demodian, the digits were finally stabilized. 251. Many people had looks of disbelief on their faces when they saw this. This figure wasn't normal for a third-grade tribe. Even powerhouses from the 18 primary tribes would only get a result around the 250 mark when taking this evaluation. As the figure appeared, a roar was heard from the area where the Golden Ape tribe was. This roar had come from the Golden Ape tribe envoy. Although many eyes turned to the envoy, not a single person criticized him. After all, for many of these tribes, getting promoted was something worth going crazy over. The human tribe envoy's expression was calm as he turned to the somewhat dumbfounded subordinate behind him. Where is Luo Yunyang right now? Sir, can we still use Luo Yunyang? The subordinate looked kind of terrified. Should we give up? Give up? Why? Even if we fail this time, there is still another opportunity in 1,000 years. The handsome envoy added, one failure is nothing to be afraid of. 10 failures are also nothing to be afraid of. We needn't be afraid even of 1,000 failures. As long as we are able to move forward, one day we will not be swept aside or obstructed. The winged lady from the Wing tribe approached Demodian with a slightly adoring look and said, let us congratulate Demodian. His potential has astounded us. His final result is 251. We shall now add 251 points to the Golden Ape tribe's score. As she said this, the figure representing the Golden Ape tribe's points became 1,252 and the disparity increased once more. What point is there in competing? Even if a divine disciple from the demigod tribe showed up, I'm afraid the humans still would not beat the Golden Ape tribe. An envoy from a second-grade tribe said solemnly. We have to take note of this in the future. He was especially serious as he mentioned taking note of this. Based on his words, it was obvious that this second-grade tribe envoy considered this a threat. After all the second-grade tribes wished to be promoted to first-grade tribes. The Golden Ape tribe's promotion meant that yet another strong opponent had been added into the fray. A few second-grade tribe envoys that were at odds reached a unanimous agreement immediately. They would join forces and stifle the Golden Ape tribe during the following days. No matter what happened, they couldn't allow the Golden Ape tribe to surpass them. Human tribe envoy, please get your representative on the stage. The lady from the Wing tribe glanced over at the human tribe's area. The golden pillar of light inclined over in the direction of the human tribe's position. In the face of this bright glare, the human tribe envoy said, "Our individual potential evaluation representative is still rushing over. He will be here in 5 minutes. Honored envoys and gentlemen, the human tribe envoy says that they are asking us to wait 5 minutes." As the host, the lady didn't have the right to decide. Therefore, she carefully reported the problem upwards. "Stop wasting everyone's time already," said a being who was only a meter tall. Although his outer appearance seemed similar to a human's, he had sharp ears and a lightning mark between his eyes. He was sitting on the spacious seats in the area reserved for the 18 primary tribes. The image was a little comical, as he didn't seem to fit in that spot. However, nobody dared laugh at someone from one of the 18 primary tribes. The Electric Dawn tribe was a race of beings born with an innate affinity for electricity-based source laws. Sir Solito is right. Is there a need to waste so many people's time? An envoy from a first-grade tribe grumbled loudly. Time is precious for all of us. In my opinion, we should just announce the result right away. Right, this isn't even a contest. As several envoys made noisy remarks, the stately large hall became slightly chaotic. Suddenly, the envoy of the demigod tribe sitting right at the top coughed. Although he didn't say anything, the winged tribe lady understood his order. "Human tribe envoy, a gentleman is asking if you insist on waiting for 5 minutes." Although the winged tribe lady didn't say the gentleman's name, everyone present knew that the gentleman in question was the envoy of the demigod tribe. Although all the people present were also special envoys, they weren't the highest policy makers in the Divine Union. There was only one person among them able to do so, and that was the demigod tribe envoy. "I insist," the human tribe envoy said without hesitation. Just as some people were about to berate the human tribe envoy, the Thunder Ray tribe envoy stood up and said, "Sir, I think that we are able to give 5 more minutes of our time. The humans like to accept things wholeheartedly. I think that we should give them the chance to accept this wholeheartedly too." The Thunder Ray tribe envoy had actually asked a favor on the human tribe's behalf. Some people wondered if they had heard right. How could the Thunder Ray tribe actually support the human tribe's request? However, when they heard the part about accepting things wholeheartedly, they burst out laughing. The Thunder Ray tribe had adopted such a generous stance so it could rub salt on the human tribe's wounds. Did everyone wish to continue this charade? In that case, they would let the human tribe accept it wholeheartedly. The demigod powerhouse sitting at the top nodded indifferently. "Alright, then let's do it this way." Many humans throughout the Milky Way were livid when they saw this broadcast. However, they didn't say anything. They just remained angry in silence. Some people had suggested not broadcasting this and just announcing the results. Ultimately, this had been up to the 9 Path Masters, who had wanted to broadcast this event and show it on all the main pages of the various virtual realms. A competition could be lost, but their spirit couldn't be stifled. A 5-minute wait seemed like an eternity to most humans. However, not a single person showed any sign of impatience during this anxious wait. The golden beam lit up again abruptly. Under this dazzling beam of light, a black-clothed Luo Yunyang strode in slowly. He didn't look at the person sitting highest in the hall, neither did he glance at the human tribe envoy. What he focused on were the 2 figures on the screen. The winged tribe host didn't know why, but she felt her insides tremble when she saw Luo Yunyang. This was a tremble born out of fear. Although the winged tribe host wasn't special in terms of cultivation base, she had come across many big shots before. This insignificant person, who was rumored to be hated vehemently by the Thunder Ray tribe, had actually entered the area leisurely and steadily, making her feel dread. She didn't have a good feeling about this. "Let's begin," Luo Yunyang told the dumbfounded female host nonchalantly. Many eyes scrutinized Luo Yunyang. As soon as he appeared, the Thunder Ray tribe envoy actually sneered when he saw him. Luo Yunyang, who was detested by the entire Thunder Ray tribe, had actually appeared before them. This time, he wanted to see what Luo Yunyang would do compared to the massive mountain that lay before him. The female host remained dazed for a bit before saying hurriedly, "Alright, let's start now. Please place your palm on the divine sight stone." Luo Yunyang placed his palm on the divine sight stone gently. Instantly, the figures representing Luo Yunyang's potential started to change rapidly. 10, 50, 127, Chapter 491. At the pinnacle in the eyes of many of the special envoys in the large hall, calling Luo Yunyang over at this time was just a pointless action. However, these envoys were no fools either. They felt slight apprehension upon seeing the human tribe's resolute attitude. Could Luo Yunyang be exceptional among all his peers? Even if he was, could he match up to the mighty and powerful Demodian? Demodian was on the Qianlong register, and his potential value had already exceeded 200 points. This sort of individual would be extremely difficult to find even among the 18 primary tribes. However, the human tribe had already seen Demodian's might and had still chosen to fight. "Look, that human has already passed 200 points," someone exclaimed. They couldn't help but be astonished by this. After all, a potential value of 200 points was extremely rare in the Divine Union. The youngest generation of powerhouses in first-grade tribes was roughly around this level. On stage, Demodian's expression was starting to turn sour. At first, he simply hadn't taken this evaluation seriously. However, the potential of this human called Luo Yunyang was still rising. 214, 226, 237, look, he has already surpassed the previous mark. When the figure reached 252, all the humans in the Milky Way seemed to be bubbling. Even though they had already been mentally prepared for failure, Luo Yunyang's result made them ecstatic. This glorious result would allow them to remain honorable despite their defeat. They hadn't gotten promoted to a second-grade tribe, not because they didn't have the ability, but because some vile individuals had manipulated the process. Even if they couldn't close the point gap, which was nearly double, they would take back the dignity they had lost. The Golden Ape Tribe envoy was livid. After all, the Golden Ape Tribe's promotion this time wasn't honorable. That was why they had asked Demodian, who served as an imperial bodyguard for the demigod tribe, to come and represent them and show everyone the Golden Ape Tribe's potential. Only this way would they be able to show that they deserved this victory. Demodian hadn't disappointed them. However, the human tribe was really strong. Its potential was simply too scary. Demodian was also staring at Luo Yunyang. Although he had sensed that Luo Yunyang wasn't ordinary as soon as he had gotten on the stage, so what? He didn't think much of this human. Demodian was on the Qianlong register, so the gulf between him and some human beings should be too wide. However, Luo Yunyang had unexpectedly surpassed him. This result would surely tarnish his reputation. Besides, Luo Yunyang's potential was still increasing. 267, 279, 301, the figures kept changing very quickly. This clearly wasn't Luo Yunyang's final potential. Luo Yunyang was still progressing at a breakneck speed. As his potential value continued to climb, the gap between the Golden Ape Tribe and the human tribe changed rapidly. Even the high and mighty demigod special envoy now fixed his gaze on Luo Yunyang. He actually had a faint look of curiosity on his face. Exactly how great could this person from the human tribe be? When Luo Yunyang's potential value reached 348 points, the human tribe's total points became 1,000. Meanwhile, the Golden Ape Tribe had 1,262 points. Although the gap was still considerable, breaking the 1,000 mark had a significant impact on the humans. This number of points, which had seemed difficult to exceed, no longer seemed so far away. "Come on, Luo Yunyang." Some Dark Shadow Path disciples were shouting frantically in the Milky Way. In the past, anyone exhibiting this sort of rowdy behavior would have been thrown into the dark caves by the Dark Shadow Path's enforcement elder and been taught a lesson. However, the elder now turned a blind eye. Among the 9 paths, the Fiery Sun Path was probably the one that was on the worst terms with Luo Yunyang. After all, back when Luo Yunyang had browsed their sky book, he had embarrassed the Fiery Sun Path until they had been unable to raise their heads. However, the Fiery Sun Path disciples were in a frenzy right now. Meanwhile, shouts and yells were heard throughout the largely female-dominated Autumn Water Path. Not a single person seemed to bother maintaining the image of a virtuous lady. In the Da Alliance, tens of thousands had gathered on the Chang'an City Plaza. In the Blue Rain Empire, in the Tianluo Empire, on many planets. A little thing called hope filled the hearts and minds of all these people. They had seen the dawn and now felt hopeful for victory. In the end, this still isn't enough. Back in the Meru realm, the Bloody Massacre Path Master watched the figures, who were starting to slow down. Although the number was still increasing, the speed at which it increased could no longer compare to its earlier speed. The jumps had started to slow down as well. After 3 whole minutes, the human tribe's total points had only risen from 1,000 to 1,020. This was a far cry from how the numbers had rushed up when Luo Yunyang had first touched the stone. This meant that Luo Yunyang's potential had more or less reached its peak. A potential value of more than 370 points was a number that could make people tremble in fear. 1021. Someone read the figure aloud in Chang'an City. Although this started softly, it slowly became louder and turned into a chorus of loud roars. Even though everyone knew that their shouts wouldn't help Luo Yunyang, they still couldn't help but yell. They wanted to shout and express all the hope they felt for him. Countless voices converged into individual numbers that encapsulated the entire human tribe's hopes. 1025, 1028. In the Divine Union's large hall, the Golden Ape envoy heaved a huge sigh of relief. He actually laughed faintly at himself. Of course, this laugh stemmed from anxiety. Luo Yunyang was very good indeed. Having a potential value close to 400 points was already very impressive. Could he have a potential value of more than 600 points? Could he rely on the points of the individual potential evaluation to obstruct the Golden Ape tribe's promotion? Suddenly, his expression became ugly. He had lost some of his self-control. The Thunder Ray tribe's powerhouse stared at Luo Yunyang with a furious expression. He felt furious indeed. In his eyes, Luo Yunyang was a bane. This fellow's potential was so great that they definitely had to think of a way to make him disappear. As he was standing before that divine stone, Luo Yunyang could also notice the diminishing increments of his potential. He knew that solely relying on his own potential would still make it very difficult for the human tribe to be promoted. However, he wasn't worried. He still had a secret tactic he had yet to employ. The potential evaluation mainly assessed the strength of his constitution and mental powers. However, his speed couldn't be assessed. Luo Yunyang still had some attributes that could be adjusted. At the thought, he immediately opened the attribute regulator in his mind. Power: 4615 mind, 923 speed, 955 constitution, 1810 origin source law, 2014 wind, 510 earth, 495 fire, 751 water, 399 origin source mystic ability, 1 space-time eye, 1 after soaking in the celestial world supremacy's sacred spring. Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had improved significantly. Although the individual potential evaluation made it difficult for him to use or adjust 3 of his attributes, there was still his speed attribute. Converting his speed to power made his power rapidly rise to over 5,500 points. Following this increase in his power attribute, Luo Yunyang's overall potential value started to rise rapidly again. Quick, look, it's changing again, someone exclaimed loudly in the quiet Divine Union Hall. There had been no need for him to blurt this out, as most eyes in the hall were already fixed on Luo Yunyang. They were all waiting for his final result. Everyone present had already sensed that Luo Yunyang's potential had been more or less consumed fully. By now, his force should have been spent. However, just as they thought that the dust was about to settle, the potential value that had halted started changing frantically once again. 1101, 1150, 1199. The Golden Ape tribe envoy had already stood up. He couldn't stay calm right now. After all, the rapid changes to Luo Yunyang's potential value kept shrinking the gap between the two tribes. They were less than 100 points apart now. This was a very dangerous gap. The demigod race took 2 steps forward, but was stopped by the demigod guardians tasked with maintaining order. The envoy seemed to be in a daze as he stared at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. This was really difficult to believe. Although the Thunder Ray tribe envoy remained in his seat, he still scowled. After all, the Thunder Ray tribe had just brazenly suppressed the human tribe. If they failed under the circumstances, then the Thunder Ray tribe would become the laughing stock of the 18 primary tribes. However, he was unable to stop the figure representing Luo Yunyang's potential value. The figure was still changing rapidly. Luo Yunyang also found this change slightly unexpected. After all, he had thought that converting 1,000 plus points of speed would more or less allow him to catch up to the Golden Ape tribe. He had never imagined that his potential value would increase even quicker after the adjustment. Luo Yunyang didn't know that when one was at the very end of their potential, increasing it just a little was extremely difficult. Thus, in the end, the changes to his potential value were different than they had been at first. 1250. By the time this figure showed up, the entire Milky Way had already fallen silent. Practically everyone was holding their breath, afraid that the figure wouldn't change anymore if they so much as exhaled. Just 2 more potential value points. As long as Luo Yunyang's potential value increased by 2 more points, the human tribe would become a second-grade tribe. They were on the verge of enjoying the preferential conditions the divine union conferred on second-grade tribes. There was anticipation, prayers, apprehension. While all sorts of emotions and feelings filled the place, the figure changed once again. This time, it jumped to 1253 straight away. 1253. The huge figure was etched in everyone's eyes. Many people couldn't help but break out in jubilant cries of joy. Stop, I suspect that this evaluation is faulty. Someone shouted loudly in the Divine Union Hall the moment Luo Yunyang's potential value became 1253 points. Chapter 492. Everything is determined by power. The person that had spoken out was the Golden Ape Tribe envoy. At this point, he no longer cared about anything else. They had lost. Luo Yunyang's potential value was actually really high. When his points were added to the points of the human tribe, they surpassed the Golden Ape Tribe's points. How could this be? Unfortunately, the points displayed were undeniable proof that this had really happened. This smack across their faces was too resounding. Under the circumstances, the Golden Ape Tribe Special Envoy had no other option but to immediately call into question this evaluation. Although Luo Yunyang's potential value was still increasing, its speed had slowed down considerably. Even so, the human tribe's total points were already over 1,300. The female host from the Wing tribe had gone numb. She didn't know what to say under the circumstances either. She looked at the highest point of this large hall, where the godly special envoy of the demigod tribe was. Right now, only his words were worth anything. The demigod special envoy's expression didn't change. A big shot from the demigod tribe that held so much authority over the entire divine union was not concerned about which tribe would be promoted to second grade. After all, a second grade tribe was really insignificant. He simply didn't care about this. However, the potential Luo Yunyang had displayed had astonished him slightly. This fellow's strength was extraordinary. After all, even the demigod tribe's divine disciples didn't necessarily have this sort of potential. God 9, is the human tribe's result valid? Asked the demigod tribe's special envoy in a deep, resounding voice. Respected sir, God 9 can determine that this human hasn't cheated in any way. A mechanical voice rang out throughout the large hall. All the various tribe envoys knew that there was an intelligent system in this hall. When the mechanical voice was heard, the Golden Ape Tribe envoy nearly fell to the ground. No cheating had taken place, which meant that the human tribe's results were valid. Whether the human tribe's results were valid or not was a matter of life and death for the Golden Ape Tribe. At first, the Golden Ape Tribe hadn't been very ambitious about this tribe promotion. However, the support of the Thunder Ray Tribe and Demodian's appearance had made them feel as though victory had been certain. Thus, the Golden Ape Tribe had had great expectations for this tribe promotion. They had thought that, as long as they went through the motions, victory would be in the bag. However, just as they had been complacent and assumed that everything was under control, this shocking result had smacked them back to reality like a giant hammer. I suspect that he isn't from the human tribe. Otherwise, why haven't I heard his name before? Demodian stepped forward. Although he could take a loss, losing to a measly human at such an important event was kind of unbearable. Thus, he had stepped forward without a second thought. He suspected that Luo Yunyang wasn't from the human tribe. A glimmer of hope flashed across the eyes of the Golden Ape envoy. As long as they could prove that Luo Yunyang wasn't from the human tribe, this result would be voided and the Golden Ape Tribe would still be promoted to a second-grade tribe. Luo Yunyang is from the human tribe. The human tribe envoy said irrefutably. I'm sorry to say that there is only one explanation as to why you have never heard of him. You are ill-informed, he said without the least bit of sensitivity. The competition between the two tribes for the position of a second-grade tribe had already reached a point where tactfulness wasn't worth a damn. Indeed, according to you, I must also be a frog in a well. Ill-informed, I only have myself to blame for this. All these years, I have set my sights on the Qianlong. Register. Demodian wasn't discouraged by the human tribe envoy's sarcasm. He was actually even smiling slightly. The Qianlong Register, which was formulated by the Divine Union, ranked the young powerhouses with the most potential in the entire Divine Union. It was known as one of the 3 great Divine Union lists alongside the Dianzhong Register and the Supreme Register. The human tribe envoy snorted. He was about to say something when his assistant walked over and whispered in his ear. The envoy smiled before telling Demodian, "I heard that the Qianlong Register was just refreshed. Why don't you take a look?" Demodian froze. His expression became grave as he watched the smiling human tribe envoy. He couldn't show contempt for the human tribe envoy, even though the envoy had ignored everyone else's complaints and insisted on waiting for Luo Yunyang to arrive. At the moment, the intelligent system that controlled the entire hall displayed the contents of the Qianlong Register on the screen. Luo Yunyang. Human tribe ranking, 9th. Feat. Passing the first 6 halls of the Divine Martial Hall at the Nebula grade and automatically advancing to the 9th place on the Qianlong Register. The contents were simple and vastly different from the past introductions of the people on the Qianlong Register. However, passing the first 6 halls of the Divine Martial Hall was an all-encompassing, sufficient validation. Demodian's ranking was also displayed. However, after Luo Yunyang's rise on the register, his rank had fallen by 1. When he saw that Luo Yunyang ranked 9th, Demodian felt that he really couldn't say anything. The difference between a person who ranked 9th on the Qianlong Register and someone like him, who ranked lower than 100, was huge. This was no longer something that could be described with words. Demodian didn't speak. The Golden Ape Tribe envoy had also fallen silent. Right now, he was also vaguely aware of the pressure this rank was exerting on the Golden Ape Tribe. Although he was unsatisfied, the Golden Ape Tribe envoy understood that there was no longer any way for him to fight under the circumstances. If they couldn't even twist the facts, then the situation would just get worse by the minute. In the end, the Golden Ape Tribe envoy glanced at the Thunder Ray Tribe envoy. He believed that right now, only the Thunder Ray Tribe envoy would be able to help him. The Thunder Ray Tribe envoy's expression kept constantly changing. Eventually, he said slowly, "The Thunder Ray Tribe wishes to use its primary tribe privilege." When these words were said, the entire Divine Union Great Hall broke into an uproar. Practically everyone turned to look in the direction of the Thunder Ray Tribe envoy in astonishment. The primary tribe privilege was a privilege only the 18 primary tribes possessed. However, there were massive restrictions as to when this privilege could be used. For example, every one of the 18 primary tribes had one chance to use the primary tribe privilege every 1,000 years. Once it was used, they could no longer use it within these 1,000 years. Besides, even when the primary tribe privilege was used, at least 3 primary tribes had to second this motion before it could be implemented. The expression of the demigod envoy sitting at the top turned grave. He didn't look at the Thunder Ray Tribe envoy. Instead, he glanced at the other 17 primary tribe envoys. Anyone who seconds this motion. Although the Thunder Ray Tribe had allies within the 18 primary tribes, these allies felt very uncomfortable about the Thunder Ray Tribe's abrupt use of the primary tribe privilege. However, whenever the Thunder Ray Tribe needed support, they would step forward resolutely. The Electric On Tribe seconds it. The short, Electric On Tribe envoy stood up. The Giant Slab Tribe seconds it. A massive man over 300 meters tall who was built like a boulder boomed. Although the giant man's voice was muffled, anyone who knew this powerful existence was solemn and respectful. The Evergreen Tribe seconds this motion. The last to step out was an envoy with a green torso and skin that looked like tree bark. 3 tribes had seconded the motion, which meant that it was now complete. The other envoys of the 18 primary tribes watched everything that was unfolding quietly. The current situation had nothing to do with them. Thus, all they could do was watch the show silently. After all, the Thunder Ray Tribe was serious. Why would they stand up against the Thunder Ray Tribe and defend the measly human tribe, which they'd had no dealings with before? The human tribe envoy looked terrible. Just as victory had been within their grasp, their efforts and struggles had still been wasted. Primary tribe privilege. An extremely important primary tribe privilege had been used just like this by the Thunder Ray Tribe. This way, the enemies of the Thunder Ray Tribe knew that they were extremely efficient. However, the use of this primary tribe privilege would cause the human tribe to suffer huge losses. In the vast Milky Way, silence spread in front of countless screens. The previous jubilant atmosphere had suddenly vanished completely. Right now, many people were using the virtual realms to ask about the 18 primary tribes' authority. Some people were even clenching their fists tightly. Primary tribe privilege is a special privilege of the primary tribes that has been implemented since the establishment of the divine union. As long as the matter at hand doesn't concern the survival of the divine union, the moment a primary tribe asks to use its primary tribe privilege and receives the approval of 3 other primary tribes, the decision can be forcibly enforced based on the tribe's discretion. Someone recited the information he had just looked up. Bullies! Someone else cried out furiously. In the virtual space where the 9 Path Masters were gathered, the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others all looked gloomy. Just a while back, they had forgotten about their own statuses and started jumping and shouting in joy. However, this sudden twist had pushed them back into silence. The Thunder Ray tribe has taken a big blow this time. Using their primary tribe privilege is tricky. They won't be able to use this right in the next 1,000 years. The Dark Shadow Path Master chuckled. I wonder how many tribes are delighted over this. Nobody responded. Meanwhile, all the large electronic screens showed the Thunder Ray tribe envoy, who said icily, "Our tribe rejects the human tribe's promotion to a 2nd-grade tribe effective immediately." The Thunder Ray tribe envoy then turned to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, your performance was stunning. However, you must remember that everything is determined by power. The sides of Luo Yunyang's lips curled upwards as he watched the Thunder Ray tribe envoy. Then, his face broke into a nonchalant grin. You are absolutely right, pal. I totally agree with you. Everything is determined by power. Chapter 493, The Aggressive Declaration. Has Luo Yunyang lost his mind? The Blood Space Ruler asked his comrade solemnly while watching from the virtual Meru realm. His companion, who was another ruler of the Bloody Massacre Path, replied after some hesitation, I do not know. The Blood Space Ruler smacked his lips and said, when the strength of the human tribe rises, we definitely have to take revenge and make the Thunder Ray tribe pay for this. Actually, the whole human race had the same sentiment as the Blood Space Ruler. It could be said that all humans bitterly hated the Thunder Ray tribe right now. The human tribe's promotion had been thwarted by the Thunder Ray tribe when Luo Yunyang's presence had changed the course of things. Yes, this had just happened. Why had those bunch of jerks downright tried to suppress humans? In the vast Milky Way, many eyes were fixed on the image being broadcasted. The same thing was going on in the territories of the Golden Ape tribe. At this point in time, the wuxia tribe, whose members also had their eyes glued completely on their screens, was the happiest. They saw some hope now. They couldn't care less about the consequences after the humans were overruled. The wuxia tribe now had a chance to remain a 2nd-grade tribe. The special envoy from the Thunder Ray tribe eyed Luo Yunyang's casual expression and thought silently to himself, even though you just repeated my words, everything still boils down to having power. So what exactly do you mean? Had this chap turned foolish from rage? Even so, why should that matter? These envoys had no right to exercise the primary tribe privilege. It was the elders of the tribes who could order the execution of the privilege through the virtual realms. Nobody could change this. Luo Yunyang, consider my earlier words a gift to you and the human tribe. No need to thank me. The Thunder Ray tribe envoy said with a laugh. The demigod envoy could only shake his head in disagreement at the Thunder Ray tribe envoy's lack of manners. There was really no significant meaning behind this. Thanks a lot, Luo Yunyang said as he glanced at the Thunder Ray envoy and the demigod envoy. I have some privileges that I wanted to exercise here as well. The demigod tribe envoy stared blankly for a while when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. Although Yunyang ranked 9th on the Qianlong register, which granted him a sufficient status there, this was still the divine union they were talking about. What kind of special privileges could he have? This is actually the first time I hear about the special privileges of the human tribe, said the envoy of the Thunder Ray tribe mockingly. Most Thunder Ray tribe martialists believed that suppressing and preventing the human tribe from becoming a 2nd-grade tribe was no big deal. However, as easy as it was, they had still bungled it up and had to resort to exercising their primary tribe privilege. This meant that this privilege couldn't be used again in the next 1,000 years. This alone made many members of the tribe uncomfortable. Hence, many of them felt deep resentment for Luo Yunyang. Of course, I have special privileges too, Luo Yunyang said as he raised his hands to show a seal. This seal, which was from the Celestial World Supremacy, represented the Celestial World Supremacy himself. It could be used to overrule any decision as long as the user didn't violate any of the Divine Union's 9 fundamental rules. This also meant that if Luo Yunyang was unsuccessful in beating the Divine Union, he could use this seal to his advantage. This is just a metal plate. You still, the envoy from the Thunder Ray tribe said sarcastically as Luo Yunyang took out the seal. He had never seen such a seal before. As the envoy of a tribe, he naturally had a lot of exposure, so he had seen many other seals with varying degrees of power brought out by other tribes. Since he couldn't recognize the seal Luo Yunyang had taken out, he just continued using mocking sarcasm. However, midway through his sentence, one of the higher-ups of the Thunder Ray tribe shouted at him through the virtual realm, "You better shut up." In terms of seniority, this elder was 1,000 times more senior than the envoy. The envoy, who immediately quietened down, seemed to be on the verge of tears. He knew that he had probably said the wrong thing. The special envoy from the demigod tribe immediately seemed to understand what was going on. Thus, he stood up and bowed respectfully. "My respects to the celestial world supremacy." Seeing the celestial world supremacy's seal was akin to seeing the celestial world supremacy himself. Almost immediately, the special envoys from the other 17 tribes rose to their feet and faced the seal before bowing their heads respectfully. They knew very well that, despite the celestial world supremacy's absence, he would know what was happening when the seal lit up. The 5 great supremacies were in charge of governing the entire Divine Union, so their word could determine if a tribe would cease to exist. When His Supremacy gave me this seal, he told me to use it for resolving any problem that did not violate the code of conduct of the Divine Union. "Is that so, Sir Special Envoy?" Luo Yunyang said while gazing straight at the demigod tribe envoy. The demigod envoy's expression changed completely. As soon as the seal had been presented, he had asked his superiors how to handle this situation. Their answer had been to go ahead and assist Luo Yunyang, so long as what he wanted did not violate the fundamental rules of the Divine Union. Luo Yunyang wasn't important, but the seal he held was. "Yes, Sir Luo Yunyang. I now represent the Divine Union and declare that the human tribe is a second-grade tribe," the envoy said solemnly. The Thunder Ray tribe envoy had an unsightly look on his face, as did the other 3 envoys who had supported the use of his primary tribe privilege. Although this was a direct slap to the Thunder Ray tribe's face, it did not make their supporters look good either. The moment Luo Yunyang had taken out the Celestial World Supremacy's seal, they'd had to comply, regardless of how unwilling they were. They had no other alternative now. The human tribe envoy began tearing up as he turned to his subordinate and said in a choking voice, "This whole incident has been like a ride through the mountains. There have been so many twists and turns. Let's try to avoid such things in the future. If this happens again, I worry that my heart will not be able to take it." His words immediately resonated with his subordinate, who shared the same sentiment. "Indeed, I won't be able to take it either." As the 2 men were talking, Luo Yunyang waved his hand dismissively. "Let's forget about the promotion of the human tribe this time. After all, another tribe has already exercised its primary tribe privilege. It wouldn't look too good on the rules of the Divine Union if I overruled this decision, would it?" The Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others stared at Luo Yunyang. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that Luo Yunyang would have the Celestial World Supremacy's seal. Knowing this reignited the hope in their hearts. However, his decision to not go ahead with the promotion surprised them. "What is this fellow up to?" the Deep Earth Path Master shouted. "Damn, he must be crazy to turn down an offer to promote the human tribe." At first, the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others also thought that Luo Yunyang had lost his mind. However, upon seeing his expression, the Bloody Massacre Path Master said, "Let's not panic, everybody. I believe in Luo Yunyang. This lad has too many tricks up his sleeves. Perhaps he just doesn't want to let this incident slide so easily." Then, the Bloody Massacre Path Master said assuredly, "I believe that is the case. I know this lad way too well. He has a strong will when it comes to certain matters." On Earth, back in the courtyard of the Luo family's home, Luo Donger smiled as she watched her brother on the screen. She knew her beloved brother way too well, so she also knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Her brother would never just let a matter like this slide. "In that case, do you have any other requests?" the demigod tribe envoy asked with an ever-solemn expression. He was no fool. He knew that Luo Yunyang was definitely up to something. Offending such a person and not patching things up with him officially was likely to lead to even more headaches. The envoys of the Thunder Ray tribe, the Electric On tribe and the other tribes scowled. They also understood the situation. Although Luo Yunyang's way of saying things seemed roundabout, the main idea was still implied. One would be able to understand his intentions if they tried hard enough. I am very displeased. Luo Yunyang glanced at the envoy from the demigod tribe as he said, the human tribe has spent a great deal of effort trying to get promoted to a second-grade tribe. Let's put everything else aside and just talk about the issue at hand. Right now, our score is significantly higher than the other third-grade tribes, which should make us popular candidates for this promotion. However, just because someone presented a primitive gold source ore, their contribution suddenly became much higher than ours. At this point, Luo Yunyang turned to face the envoy from the Golden Ape tribe and said unsympathetically, I do not blame you. After all, you are victims as well. The envoy from the Golden Ape tribe felt as though tears were going to stream down his cheeks. He had no idea what Luo Yunyang was up to, but his level of concern for them worried him. He wanted to tell Luo Yunyang that they really weren't victims. They hadn't contributed anything at all. However, Luo Yunyang was extremely unpredictable as he spoke. He was smiling one moment, yet solemn and serious the next moment. The envoy was so confused that he ended up not saying anything. Luo Yunyang was holding onto the seal that possessed this massive authority. How could the Golden Ape envoy dare say what he liked? If he wanted to, Luo Yunyang now had the power to eradicate the entire Golden Ape tribe from the Divine Union. This was an outcome nobody in the Golden Ape tribe wanted. The envoy from the Thunder Ray tribe was also scowling. Luo Yunyang was essentially criticizing them openly and slapping their faces. However, they could only remain silent at a time like this. It wasn't just him. Even the elders of the Thunder Ray tribe could only listen to Luo Yunyang's scolding right now. I went to great pains to earn the points required. As if that wasn't enough, some people unscrupulously stooped down to using their primary tribe privilege just to stop us from achieving our goal. The primary tribe privilege is really superior, isn't it? There isn't anything I can do against such authority, can I? The envoy from the Electric On tribe, as well as everyone else, did not dare make eye contact with Luo Yunyang. Even though they were being criticized, they just listened to whatever was being said without a fight. I am unhappy, get it? I am extremely unhappy, Luo Yunyang said as he raised the seal. My unhappiness isn't a big deal. What is more important is that we all want to create a fair, equal environment for all the tribes in the Divine Union. Thus, I am going to make use of the seal that I have in my hand to overwrite the primary tribe privilege used by that tribe to teach them a lesson. Aren't they very willing to use their primary tribe privilege? Very well, then, I shall make them lose the chance to stay a primary tribe. Chapter 494. A desire to stamp on faces. Luo Yunyang's blatant flip-out had clearly been a way to earn himself some benefits. The words he had thrown out had sounded resonating and forceful. He was so shameless. This wasn't about whether he was happy or not. He just wanted to show his power and fairness. So what if people saw through his motive? Right now, he was just being pompous and making them sing along to his tune. The face of the Electric On tribe's envoy had turned green in no time. He had originally thought that this whole thing would just be a passing farce, yet never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this farce might result in paying a tremendous price. It wouldn't be just him paying the price, but the entire Electric On tribe. The only thought currently on his mind was how not to agitate Luo Yunyang. The envoys of the Giant Slab tribe and the Evergreen tribe didn't look good either. Luo Yunyang's open scolding was not the problem. Actually, the problem was the seal in his hands. They absolutely couldn't let their tribes lose their primary tribe status. Once the primary tribe status was lost, they would have to suffer for at least 1,000 years, whereas the first-grade tribe that got awarded a promotion to a primary tribe would use all its power to completely suppress a revival. Rising back up would be no simple task. They immediately all glared at the Thunder Ray tribe envoy as though he was their greatest enemy. Mr. Luo Yunyang, your seal can only allow one tribe to lose its primary tribe status. The mechanical voice rang out in the Divine Union Great Hall once again. This was the voice of God 9, who controlled the hall. Upon hearing this, the envoys of the Electric On, Evergreen and Giant Slab tribes finally felt some relief. They all looked slightly better now. If only one tribe could fall, then the one to fall would surely be the Thunder Ray tribe. This no longer concerned their own tribes. The Giant Slab envoy subconsciously wiped away his perspiration-laden forehead as he was secretly rejoicing. That had been a close call. Meanwhile, the Thunder Ray tribe envoy was thoroughly stumped. If Luo Yunyang had tried to bring down 4 primary tribes, there would have been some kind of margin to redeem things. However, he would only be targeting the Thunder Ray tribe. Their bad luck was already set in stone. Who knew how many years of effort and blood the Thunder Ray tribe had spent climbing up from a first-grade tribe to a primary tribe? Now, because of a small issue, they would be losing their primary tribe status. The envoy believed that all the big shots of their tribe were racking their brains right now. Mr. Luo Yunyang, the Thunder Ray tribe is in the wrong. Our tribe's elders say that they will give you a satisfactory answer. Although the Thunder Ray tribe was unwilling to do so, he had no choice but to speak to Luo Yunyang with nothing but fear and reverence. Luo Yunyang stared at the Thunder Ray tribe envoy, who had lowered his head, as though this didn't mean anything. He then turned to the Electric On tribe envoy. Although the Electric On tribe envoy's cultivation base was above Luo Yunyang's, at the moment, he felt like a poor fellow being eyed by a demon king. According to a saying, every man is for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. From this point of view, selfishness can be pardonable. However, anyone who wants to harm others without benefiting themselves, anyone who throws rocks when others are done, anyone that takes the side of the oppressor, and anyone that helps a villain do evil lacks even more moral sense than a selfish person and is less liable to be pardoned. Special Envoy, could you tell me what sort of picture these fellows are trying to paint? I didn't study a lot, so don't lie to me, okay? Countless vulgarities formed on the tip of the Electric On tribe envoy's tongue when he heard Luo Yunyang's truculent question. He knew what Luo Yunyang was trying to imply. If he said anything wrong, this youngster might use the tribe relegation on the Electric On tribe. He would rather die than see that happen. He had just done the Thunder Ray tribe a favor. He simply hadn't sought instructions. He had just taken the initiative. Now, he could only remain silent and focused as he was criticized. If the entire tribe lost its primary tribe status, then the consequences would be simply unimaginable. The Electric On tribe envoy was scared witless by Luo Yunyang's question. Suddenly, he received a message on his communication device. When he saw the contents of the message, he felt like crying. The final instruction from the elders of the tribe was to not become the scapegoat of the Thunder Ray tribe, no matter what. Although deep down the probability of that happening was very small, he wasn't absolutely certain that it wouldn't happen. If this relegation was applied to the Electric On tribe, it would be too late to even cry. We were wrong, Mr. Luo. We conceded that we were in the wrong. The Electric On tribe envoy then looked all around and proclaimed loudly, "We are admitting we are wrong and offering to take full responsibility." The Electric On is willing to join the 5 primary tribes and strongly recommend that the human tribe becomes a second-grade tribe. A strong recommendation was one of the methods that a low-grade tribe could use to ascend. However, this method was even more difficult to pull off. A primary tribe privilege was a right that could be used once every 1,000 years, whereas a strong recommendation meant that 5 primary tribes would lose their primary tribe privilege. Therefore, although the Divine Union had set this rule, no tribe had been strongly recommended before. As Luo Yunyang watched the Electric On tribe envoy, he felt pleased. Meanwhile, his thirst to raise his own cultivation base intensified. If he had the cultivation base that the celestial world supremacy had, would he even have to strive so hard and put his life on the line for any issue that involved the human tribe? One of these days, he would have to move to the summit and control this absolute power. Your words make sense, envoy. However, why don't you think about it? If I wasn't polite and gave you a few slaps instead before crying and apologizing, would you find it fun? Although Luo Yunyang sounded like he was kidding, the Electric On tribe envoy started trembling even more. He knew that this treacherous man couldn't be trifled with. This was public extortion, yet even so, the envoy could only accept it wholeheartedly. Mr. Luo, due to the negligence of the Electric On tribe, we are willing to compensate the human tribe. For example, we could offer you supplies. If you ascend to a second-grade tribe, your territory will have to expand. Our tribe is willing to compensate the human tribe with a territory at least the size of a galaxy. A whole galaxy wasn't a small area. Obtaining territory the size of one galaxy was akin to doubling the human tribe's current domain. As Luo Yunyang blinked and pondered this, the voice of the human tribe envoy rang in his ear. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Receiving too many things can easily make us the target of other tribes. A galaxy is more or less good enough. We should quit while we are ahead. Luo Yunyang glanced at the human tribe envoy who had spoken to him. Although he felt that it would be a pity, he also understood that getting even more wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. After all, the owner of this seal was the celestial world supremacy. Although I can't stand helping the Thunder Ray tribe do evil, the human tribe has always been magnanimous. Based on this principle, we are willing to accept this compensation. However, since I've done so much, shouldn't I receive a salary for my services? Luo Yunyang told the Electric On tribe envoy impolitely. Giving up a galaxy wasn't something that would hurt the Electric On tribe gravely. When Luo Yunyang accepted their compensation, the Electric On envoy heaved a huge sigh of relief. He felt like he had just escaped death. As for the benefits Luo Yunyang wanted for himself, although the envoy found it difficult to accept this, after careful consideration, he concluded that it seemed like a normal request. How about a precious piece of treasure? The Electric On tribe envoy threw caution to the wind and immediately offered a treasure. They would need to haggle over this. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to ask for more, he heard a voice in his head again. Ask for the magnetic pole yin-yang rings and a chance to bathe in the Eon Quintessence electric light. This was the voice of the celestial world supremacy. Luo Yunyang exhaled sharply when he heard it. The reason he had agreed to the Electric On tribe's conditions was because he knew that the celestial world supremacy's consciousness would surely be there. If he went overboard and asked for stuff for his own benefit, the celestial world supremacy wouldn't just remain an onlooker. After all, karma would ultimately bite him. I want the magnetic pole yin-yang rings and a chance to bathe in the Eon Quintessence electric light, Luo Yunyang declared, following the celestial world supremacy's instructions. The Electric On tribe envoy was flabbergasted. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually understand their tribe so well. These two items weren't something the Electric On tribe couldn't afford to give. However, if these items were brought on the table, giving away a galaxy would be even more unbearable. Although the universe was boundless, there was only a limited amount of top-tier items. The chance of bathing in the Eon Quintessence electric light was something that could happen thrice in 10,000 years. Thus, the competition each time was extremely fierce. As the Electric On tribe envoy hesitated, Luo Yunyang chuckled. I just heard that your tribe has these items. I hope that you won't be petty enough to disappoint me. As he spoke, Luo Yunyang waved the celestial world supremacy's seal in his hand. The Electric On tribe envoy understood instantly. Even the human tribe didn't know about the existence of these two treasures that belonged to the Electric On tribe, let alone Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's words naturally implied that the unparalleled supremacy had warned him. As he was about to make a decision, the Electric On tribe big shots in the virtual realm ordered the Electric On envoy to accept these terms right away. After all, compared to losing their primary tribe status, these conditions weren't that big of a deal. The Electric On tribe envoy felt his legs go weak as he said, I accept. He definitely wouldn't dare do such a thing again if the same situation occurred in the future. Damn it, this was completely terrifying. Luo Yunyang then turned to the Giant Slab tribe envoy. Because of the experience of the Electric On tribe envoy, the Giant Slab tribe envoy wasn't as flustered. When Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on him, he immediately said, Mr. Luo, the Giant Slab tribe was deceived this time. We would like to sincerely apologize to you. Besides using our right alongside the Electric On tribe to strongly recommend the human tribe's promotion to a second-grade tribe, we will compensate the human tribe with a galaxy. To show our sincerity, we would also like to give you a treasured defensive armor. This armor can increase your defensive capabilities tenfold. A treasured armor had always been more precious than any weapon. Luo Yunyang knew that the celestial world supremacy was watching. Thus, he didn't dare ask for too much. As he was about to reply, the celestial world supremacy's voice was heard in his mind once again. Ask for one Wanzai sacred rock fruit. Luo Yunyang announced the terms of the celestial world supremacy right away. The Giant Slab tribe envoy, who didn't even look uncomfortable, agreed at once. Soon, the Evergreen tribe also agreed to a similar compensation. When the celestial world supremacy once again expressed his request, Luo Yunyang asked the Evergreen tribe for a cultivation period of 30 years under their tribe's ancient star tree. The Thunder Ray tribe envoy felt even more worried as he watched Luo Yunyang's exploitive methods. Although he wasn't afraid of Luo Yunyang's extortion, he was terrified that this vicious man would demote the Thunder Ray tribe. If that really happened, where would he end up? They would be losing their authority as a primary tribe after all. The Thunder Ray tribe envoy felt as though he had swallowed 25 rats that were all busy clawing away at the insides of his stomach. Although he felt panicky, he raised his head and coincidentally met Luo Yunyang's incomprehensible gaze. Chapter 495. Heaven has the virtue of mercy. Lei Qingbai, you have to remember this. The Thunder Ray tribe cannot lose its position among the primary tribes, no matter what. Do you understand? In a virtual space with infinite lightning rays were dozens of thrones made of thunderclaps that were suspended in the void. Following this roaring echo, countless streaks of thunder boomed across the skies as heaven and earth seemingly vibrated along. Lei Qingbai was also the Thunder Ray tribe's special envoy in the Divine Union. Although he represented the Thunder Ray tribe, he wasn't considered to be among the upper echelons of the tribe. On the contrary, he actually had to receive instructions from the higher-ups on many matters. The person raging at Lei Qingbai was a Thunder Ray tribe great elder, a powerhouse who was considered to be in the top 50 of the entire Divine Union. Although he ranked in the top 50, he was still miles apart compared to the celestial world supremacy. However, his cultivation base was still enough to make the entire Thunder Ray tribe surrender before his imposing aura. Although Lei Qingbai did not dare defy the great elder, he carefully looked towards the thunderous throne that was only 4 or 5 positions away from the great elder. The person on the throne was an important individual who had given Lei Qingbai an order and used the primary tribe's authority. This important individual was Lei Ming's father, who held a similar level of authority in the Thunder Ray tribe. However, he also felt uneasy with the great elder's fury. When he saw that the matter was not going to be forgotten, he stood up hurriedly and said, "Great elder, could you contact the celestial world supremacy and ask him to take the seal back from Luo Yunyang?" "Ha, do you think that's possible? Am I such a big shot?" The great elder from the Thunder Ray tribe rebutted coldly, fuming with rage. He had initially been training in seclusion and had never thought that he would face such an issue upon finishing his training. He knew very well how much the Thunder Ray tribe had sacrificed back in the day in order to become a primary tribe. Now, the Thunder Ray tribe was about to be demoted by a member of the youngest generation without a warning. Once their level dropped, it would be too difficult for the Thunder Ray tribe to regain the privilege of being a primary tribe. They would actually have to sacrifice much more than they had before. "Tell me what else you can do, Laimeng. I've said before that it's alright to do nothing, because there's a limit to your abilities. However, you should not create more trouble for me. You will return to the Thunder Origin land after this fiasco is over." He had stripped all authority from an important figure with just a sentence. Laimeng didn't dare say a word after hearing that. He was too scared to even take a breath. What would happen to him if someone so high and lofty had also been punished? Perhaps this would even warrant a direct entry to the Thunder Purgatory. "Understood, Great Elder," Laimeng replied respectfully, even though he was very reluctant. "This is already a fact, Great Elder. Being angry will not solve anything. In my opinion, our priority should be to hurry up and get in contact with the demigod tribe. They have more supremacies of the Divine Union on their side after all." Laimeng thought for a moment before speaking, as though he was trying to make up for his mistake. "You sound like you are talking sense, Laimeng. However, you're actually very wrong," the Great Elder replied without any restraint. "The celestial world supremacy of the 5 great supremacies of the Divine Union does not usually care about everyday affairs. However, anything he decides on can never be opposed by the supremacies of the demigod tribe. Plus, why would the demigod tribe help us oppose the celestial world supremacy?" Then, the Great Elder turned to Lei Qingbai and said, "Tell Luo Yunyang that the Thunder Ray tribe will show its sincerity and apologize to him and the human tribe. We'll also allow the human tribe to manage a celestial domain." The Great Elder's words shocked the rest of the big shots of the Thunder Ray tribe. Someone even voiced out his opinion gravely. No, the celestial domain was not the same thing as a galaxy. The enormous celestial domain contained countless stars and planets, as well as limitless resources. As a primary tribe, the Thunder Ray tribe could only manage 3 celestial domains. Once one was given away, they would lose a third of their strength. "Why not?" the Great Elder replied coldly. "If we lose our primary tribe status, we are going to lose at least 1 celestial domain. It's definitely worth exchanging 1 celestial domain to preserve our primary tribe status." Only now did Lei Qingbai realize that this matter was so serious. His physical body, which was present at the Divine Union meeting, glanced at Luo Yunyang with an extra trace of fearfulness. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to attack the Thunder Ray tribe, the Bloody Massacre Path Master sent him a message through the virtual space. The content of the message was very simple. The number 1 ranking tribe among the first-grade tribes, the Mirage Origin tribe, was hoping that Luo Yunyang would remove the Thunder Ray tribe from the primary tribes. If Luo Yunyang could do that, the Mirage Origin tribe would give the human tribe a celestial domain as a reward and accept all sorts of other conditions. These generous rewards were enough to make the human tribe excited. However, what triggered the Bloody Massacre Path Master's excitement the most was the Mirage Origin tribe's pledge. The Mirage Origin tribe guaranteed that, as long as they occupied a position among the primary tribes, they would help the human tribe enter the ranks of the first-grade tribes within 1,000 years. Becoming a first-grade tribe had been the goal of the human tribe for many years. However, the human tribe had been working towards becoming a second-grade tribe for a very long time. It could be said that the Mirage Origin tribe's pledge was incomparably awesome. Luo Yunyang listened to the words of the Bloody Massacre Path and mulled this over for a moment before saying, "When do you think a fist is the most powerful, Path Master?" The Bloody Massacre Path Master pondered this for a second and immediately understood Luo Yunyang's meaning. He suddenly gazed at Luo Yunyang with increased adulation. "I got a little blinded by my avarice. This is your fight, after all. You'll decide on your own." Luo Yunyang smiled at the Bloody Massacre Path Master and left the virtual space. Then, his gaze landed on Lei Qingbai. Lei Qingbai mustered up a sincere smile. Luo Yunyang did not speak immediately. He just flashed Lei Qingbai a smirk without saying anything. Meanwhile, Lei Qingbai felt sweat continuously flowing down his body. "I really don't like to look up while talking." This was the first thing Luo Yunyang said. Although it seemed a bit inexplicable, Lei Qingbai was able to understand what he meant after a second. He quickly rushed over to the stage where Luo Yunyang stood. With every step he took, his body became smaller. By the time he got close to Luo Yunyang, he was already shorter than him. This strategy wasn't difficult to learn, but the intention behind it was obvious to everyone present. Luo Yunyang knew very well why Lei Qingbai had done that. The other special envoys of the various tribes understood why as well. Lei Qingbai was currently like a piece of meat on the chopping board that Luo Yunyang could dice up based on his own preferences. "Mr. Luo, the Thunder Ray tribe will accept any request of yours. We just hope that you won't use the authority you possess. Please understand that we've already punished the individuals who targeted you previously. I would also like to apologize to Mr. Luo about this matter." Lei Qingbai, who noticed that Luo Yunyang was still keeping his mouth shut and knew that Luo Yunyang could be very resentful, spoke as straightforwardly as he could. Luo Yunyang looked at Lei Qingbai and said faintly, "I have no conditions." When he heard Luo Yunyang speak in such a nonchalant manner, Lei Qingbai suddenly felt like he would go crazy. No conditions? Was he trying to kill them? Did he think it was easy for the Thunder Ray tribe to be a primary tribe? If he kept toying with them, then, although he was cursing non-stop silently and knew that this situation was very compelling, Lei Qingbai was aware that he had to absolutely endure this humiliation. "Mr. Luo, our great elder has said that we can allow the human tribe to take control of a celestial domain. We will also compensate you with 100 billion star dollars. 100 billion star dollars. Luo Yunyang was deeply shocked by the generous offer of the Thunder Ray tribe. What a ridiculously rich tribe. They were really worthy of being a primary tribe after all. Should he accept this offer or press on and ask for more? Just as Luo Yunyang was pondering what to do next, the celestial world supremacy's voice was heard again. Ask for 3 opportunities to cultivate in the primal chaotic thunder pool and a piece of thunder source divine metal. As soon as the celestial world supremacy said this, Luo Yunyang repeated the 2 conditions without hesitation. After hearing these conditions, Lei Qingbai's mouth tweaked awkwardly. The 3 opportunities to cultivate in the primal chaotic thunder pool aside, the value of a single piece of thunder source divine metal was already on the high side. Even an existence like him wouldn't be bestowed a piece of thunder source divine metal in his tribe, let alone some stranger like Luo Yunyang. However, when he conveyed Luo Yunyang's conditions to the higher-ups of the Thunder Ray tribe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Elder responded deeply, "Okay, we will do it his way." Lei Qingbai's physical body, which was in the Divine Union's Great Palace, responded without any hesitation, "Okay, Mr. Luo, the Thunder Ray tribe has accepted your conditions." Luo Yunyang smiled gently and said nothing more to Lei Qingbai. Instead, his eyes landed on the demigod tribe's special envoy. Sir, after some patient persuasion and rational words, I've finally made this envoy and the Thunder Ray tribe repent and realize their mistakes. We have a saying in the human tribe. We say that heaven has the virtue of mercy. Hence, I will not use this seal for the time being. Ha ha, all right then, so be it. The demigod tribe envoy cursed silently to himself as he watched the confident Luo Yunyang put away the seal. This lad's intentions were as poisonous as a hornet's nest, yet his face was thicker than a city wall. He had taken advantage of several primary tribes just by swinging that seal around. The things he had extorted made the envoy feel envious. However, considering that Luo Yunyang had still not used the seal, he replied sincerely, "Since Mr. Luo said that this was a misunderstanding, we shall consider it a misunderstanding and continue our meeting." As soon as he finished his sentence, the Electric On tribe's special envoy said hurriedly, "The Electric On tribe requests to use its primary tribe authority." Chapter 496. The strongest flame tempers the toughest metal. The Giant Slab tribe, the Electric On tribe, the Evergreen tribe and 5 other primary tribes used their authority at the same time to raise the human tribe all the way from a 3rd grade to a 2nd grade tribe. This advancement in status could be considered much better than slowly accumulating points to advanced grades. Compared to the normal rewards for ascending to a 2nd grade tribe, the compensation provided by the Thunder Ray tribe and 4 other primary tribes was much more desirable. Actually, anyone would be jealous of such a compensation. However, they could only feel envious as Luo Yunyang, who possessed the celestial world supremacy seal, curled up like a hedgehog. It was no wonder that they could do nothing to him. The members of the Thunder Ray tribe disappeared without a trace after handing over the compensation that Luo Yunyang had demanded. Luo Yunyang's contribution seemed very little compared to this massive compensation, as he had only taken out the celestial world supremacy's seal without actually using it. "Yunyang, stay 2 more days here before returning to the Milky Way. The auction held every once in 1,000 years in the entire Divine Union will be happening soon. There will be plenty of good stuff there," the human tribe's special envoy, Shui Tianan, said spiritedly. Besides his good looks, it was his popularity and intelligence that separated him from the average person and had landed him the role of the special envoy of the human tribe. This time, Luo Yunyang had certainly contributed to the human tribe's advancement to a 2nd grade tribe. Although Shui Tianan felt as though he had been on an emotional roller coaster, the final result still made him very proud. His heart currently felt inexplicably close to Luo Yunyang. How could he ignore such an intelligent, deceitful young man with limitless potential? How could he not please him? Luo Yunyang's heart twitched when he heard about the auction. In the past, he would never have attended such an auction, as he had always been embarrassingly short of money. However, things were different now. The Thunder Ray tribe had given him 100 billion star dollars. Plus, he had yet to find the ingredients required to treat Yunxi's injury. Perhaps he would find something useful at this auction that was held only once in 1,000 years. "All right then, I will have to trouble Special Envoy Shui and stay a few more days, I guess," said Luo Yunyang. "Hey, you're looking down on me if you meant what you just said. Don't act all polite with me, we are all brothers from the same tribe. Are you trying to distance yourself?" Shui Tianan said in an outspoken manner. "Stay here for a few more days. It just so happens that I have a cousin who will be joining us for the auction. However, she's here representing the Shui family. She wants to sell rather than buy. Please look after us when the time comes, Brother Luo." Luo Yunyang understood the hidden meaning behind Shui Tianan's words. However, he couldn't directly refuse, as Shui Tianan had not explicitly mentioned what he meant. Hence, Luo Yunyang simply acted dumb. "Rest assured, Brother Shui. Your sister is my sister." "Good, good." Shui Tianan laughed heartily. He was not the slightest bit awkward, even though he had been tactfully rejected by Luo Yunyang. Shui Tianan was actually very confident about his sister. Suddenly, a servant from the Special Envoy mansion walked over after gently knocking on the door. He paid his respects to Shui Tianan and Luo Yunyang before saying, "My lord, the invitations for the 1,000-star auction are here." After speaking, he presented Shui Tianan and Luo Yunyang with 2 invitations. Shui Tianan's invitation was silver, while Luo Yunyang's was violet. When Luo Yunyang took the violet invitation, he felt a heavy weight in his palms. Although he possessed extraordinary strength, the violet invitation was 10 times heavier than any weapon. This is mysterious underworld violet gold. Seems like the 1,000-star auction has really spent a hefty sum on these invitations. Shui Tianan didn't even look at the invitation in his hands. Instead, he was staring at Luo Yunyang's. These invitations are worth 10,000 star dollars each. Only members of the 18 primary tribes and some elite individuals receive one from the 1,000-star auction. 10,000 star dollars were enough to purchase massive amounts of good items in the Milky Way, yet a mere invitation was worth the same. This was an obvious hint of what was going to appear at the 1,000-star auction. Luo Yunyang's anticipation for the auction grew as he looked at the contents of the invitation. While he was pondering what to do if he saw any items that could treat Yunxi's injuries, the celestial world supremacy was watching Luo Yunyang through a water screen on the deadly-looking planet he was on. Although Luo Yunyang was very vigilant, he was still far from being able to compare to the celestial world supremacy. It seems like this so-called disciple of mine is doing rather well, the celestial world supremacy said nonchalantly. Yes, His Highness Luo Yunyang is doing well indeed, said an old man with rotting flesh and bones. He seemed eerie as he bowed beside the celestial world supremacy like an old slave. If he had attended the Divine Union's meeting, he would have stirred up a bigger storm than Luo Yunyang, even without the celestial world supremacy's seal. With a wave of the celestial world supremacy's hand, the water screen faded into nothingness. Then, he said softly, "Do you think it would be possible for Luo Yunyang to pass the 4 palaces of the Divine Martial Hall's second stage in a few hundred years just by relying on his own cultivation?" The old man mulled this over for a moment before saying ambiguously, "According to my estimations, there's a 50-50 chance. Unfortunately, I can no longer wait." The celestial world supremacy gazed at the planet that seemed about to crumble as he said in an urgent tone, "After all, I do not have much time left. The toughest metal emerges from the strongest flame. Luo Yunyang's capability has already reached a certain peak. The only way he would achieve his next breakthrough would be by being pressured further. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be hard for him to improve." The old man nodded his head. He had been by the celestial world supremacy's side when Luo Yunyang had visited, although Luo Yunyang hadn't seen him. Every tribe has its own secret location where its disciples train. Although many of them are filled with massacres, these secret locations won't be very useful to Luo Yunyang. As he spoke, the celestial world supremacy reached out with his hand into the void and a wilting flower appeared in his hands. When the flower appeared, it felt as if an immense energy was transferred into it, instantly rejuvenating the flower with vitality. In the blink of an eye, the flower flourished and bloomed into huge, beautiful petals that looked enchanting. Let Luo Yunyang head off to the bloody space river. His mission will be to amass 1 billion achievement points in 100 years. A possible failure will result in obliteration. After hearing the celestial world supremacy's words, the elder's expression changed immediately. Then, the old man said deeply, "Master, the bloody space river is a dedicated battleground of the Divine Union, the Demon Beast Alliance and the Metal Luster race. There might even be some supreme grade existences there. Luo Yunyang has yet to break through to the galaxy grade. He will definitely die if he enters that place. If he falls, then he is useless." The celestial world supremacy snorted coldly. Luck is part of one's capabilities after all. The old man wanted to say something, but he eventually chose to remain silent. After mulling this for a moment, he said, "Luo Yunyang should still have 30 years of cultivation left beneath the tree of the Evergreen tribe. That tree will be most beneficial to him." The celestial world supremacy thought for a moment before saying, "He attained the opportunity to cultivate under it on his own accord. It naturally shouldn't be stripped from him. In that case, head into my treasure vault and search for 100 of the best cultivation techniques pertaining to the void and let him choose one. He should be able to get some enlightenment during those 30 years of cultivation. Then, let him try out the training aspects of the Thunder Ray tribe and the Electric On tribe after his secluded training. Unfortunately, there's a limit to how much he can improve by doing these things. Supremacy, why not let Luo Yunyang take a trip to the origin source grounds? His cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in that place." After mulling this over for a second, the elder finally decided to ask his question. The celestial world supremacy hesitated before he waved his hand and said, "If he's able to return alive from the bloody space river, then he'll qualify to enter the origin source grounds. Let's go ahead with my plan for now." The elder agreed respectfully. He didn't like or dislike Luo Yunyang. However, he only had one piece of advice for him at the moment: every man for himself. After all, having the celestial world supremacy's seal and forcing 4 primary tribes into a corner came with its own price. This was a fair deal. Luo Yunyang also had his own plans for the future. Even if the celestial world supremacy didn't plan anything for him, he was ready to seek dangerous places to venture and temper himself. After all, he didn't wish to die, and he clearly understood the might of the divine martial hall. Venturing into the next 4 halls with his current strength would be akin to suicide. Therefore, he had to find all sorts of ways to improve his strength and abilities. Brother Luo, this is the venue of the 1,000-star auction. Although it's used once every 1,000 years, it's still the biggest venue in the world, Shui Tianan said as he accompanied Luo Yunyang into a massive infrastructure that looked like a huge tortoise. This structure was 1,000 feet high and occupied half the surface of the Xianxia planet. According to Shui Tianan, there were countless collapsible spaces within the massive infrastructure. If everything was added up, the available space within would exceed 10 times the surface of the Xianxia planet. Brother Luo, I will have to take advantage of your limelight and experience for myself the hospitality granted to a supreme VIP, said a graceful young woman in a gentle voice that was neither obsequious nor arrogant. Although the young woman had a distinguished status, she was dressed rather ordinarily. There was no makeup or accessories on her body. Instead, she looked clean and fresh, simple yet stylish, like a lilac in the deep mountains. She was silent but dully elegant, without any bit of exaggerated unconventionality, which alone was enough to catch anyone's attention. This is not a big deal, Lady Qingcheng, Luo Yunyang replied coldly. Don't worry about it. The Shui family was considered an important family in the autumn water path of the human tribe, as it controlled 1/5 of its power. Its members possessed several dozens of solar systems in the Milky Way and had also established a rather large empire. Shui Qingcheng was basically treated like a princess. However, Luo Yunyang didn't care about any of these things. He knew very well what Shui Qingcheng's intention for joining him was. However, he wasn't interested at all. What mattered most to him now was improving his abilities as fast as possible so that he wouldn't perish in the divine martial hall. Hopefully, there would be something that would help his training at this auction. Chapter 497. The Thousand Sun Rose. The VIP room at the 1,000-star auction certainly did not disappoint Luo Yunyang. He was sitting hundreds of feet above, overlooking the entire stage while at least 1,000 people served him. This was a luxurious palace hall. From his position, Luo Yunyang was granted a perfect view of the auction hall, which seemed to be floating in the air. 769,800 people were in attendance. Shui Qingcheng was curious about the number of people attending the auction. There were only 100 VIPs like Luo Yunyang, who was given an entire palace. These 100 people were almost the entire core of the Divine Union. However, it wasn't Luo Yunyang's status that had landed him in a similar position. It was the celestial world supremacies. Shui Qingcheng secretly sized up Luo Yunyang countless times. This young lad, who had appeared majestically, was rather imposing. She hadn't resisted at all when her family had assigned her this task. In fact, she had been looking forward to it. After all, she had read up on Luo Yunyang's performance through the information provided by her family and knew all about his potential. She also had a cousin who was a special envoy of the human tribe. Hence, she was aware of the status of the human tribe in the entire Divine Union. Although a second-grade tribe didn't sound inferior, the human tribe was still only a small fry in the entire Divine Union. However, Luo Yunyang was totally different. He had the ability to make the 4 primary tribes of the Divine Union bow down before him, even if it wasn't because of his own ability. In Shui Qingcheng's opinion, Luo Yunyang's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations by leaps and bounds. Actually, he had surprised every youngster in the entire human tribe. Once he reached the galaxy grade, he would be among the chief decision-makers who controlled the human tribe. For now, his influence was at the same level as the big shots of the human tribe. As she thought about that, Shui Qingcheng subconsciously sneaked a glance at Luo Yunyang and her inner joy grew. He was quietly reserved, yet clearly elegant. Pleasant and refreshing from head to toe. Mature, wise, smart, and capable. If she could marry such a person, she would definitely enjoy a high status not just among her family but also in the entire human tribe. Besides, she was also very attracted to him on a personal level. What are you going to buy this time, Brother Luo? When she saw that Luo Yunyang was treating her with indifference, Shui Qingcheng felt secretly anxious. Even though she was one of the 4 most beautiful women in the entire human tribe, Shui Qingcheng was not at all coquettish. Although she was habitually silent, she was no longer able to hold her ground. For instance, she was treating Luo Yunyang rather proactively now. Something that would be useful to me, Luo Yunyang blurted out quickly. He wasn't afraid to offend anyone, as there weren't many people who possessed the same leverage he did in the human tribe. However, Shui Tianan was still a nice person, so he didn't want to treat him or his cousin too coldly. Of course, his attitude wasn't that great either. I forgot that you are a rich man now. I almost cried when I saw the broadcast of you fighting vigorously for the human tribe. As she spoke, Shui Qingcheng's eyes unexpectedly turned red, as though she was deeply moved. Luo Yunyang was silent. Instead of looking at her, he was staring into the distance and pondering deeply his cultivation technique. His icy behavior made Shui Qingcheng start to feel that her affection was ignored. Her expression became colder as a result. Distinguished VIPs, the auction that happens once in 1,000 years will begin today. On behalf of the 1,000-star auction, I would like to express my greatest respect to all of you. A tall, muscular middle-aged demigod had appeared on the massive auction stage floating in the void. The middle-aged demigod spoke calmly. His words were exceptionally soothing as they entered the ears of the audience. Shui Qingcheng shot a glance at the demigod and inspected him carefully. He made her feel like an ant facing a massive mountain. Before the auction begins, we would like to introduce the first VIP to be added to our auction in 3,000 years. As he said that, an extremely bright spotlight turned on above Luo Yunyang, illuminating him completely. Although Luo Yunyang was sitting in his huge palace, the solemn palace hall became clear and transparent instantly. It was as if the walls inside the palace were non-existent. The palace was still intact, yet it seemed as though someone had managed to make the walls invisible by using an unknown method. Shui Qingcheng, who had never heard of such a method, felt clearly the difference in ability between the demigod tribe and the human tribe. The bright spotlight landed not only on Luo Yunyang, but also on Shui Qingcheng, who was sitting beside him. However, Shui Qingcheng knew very well that, although she was dazzling under the spotlight, she was merely a small speck of dust next to Luo Yunyang. If she hadn't been sitting with Luo Yunyang in the palace hall, she might not even have had the opportunity to be seen by the audience. I believe everyone should be familiar with His Highness Luo Yunyang. On behalf of the 1,000-star auction, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Highness for coming. The words, His Highness, weren't used carelessly in the divine union. The reason Luo Yunyang was given this title was solely because the celestial world supremacy had supported him. Many people looked at Luo Yunyang under the spotlight. Some were friendly, some were jealous, while others were staring at him with resentment or reverence. However, no matter the reason, they couldn't stop looking at him. Luo Yunyang, who couldn't care less about the attention he was receiving, wasn't annoyed by the 1,000-star auction's flattery either. Now, our auction shall begin. Officially, the first item we're presenting is the Flaming Heavenly Evasion Wings. The starting bid is 10,000 star dollars. As soon as the demigod spoke, a pair of scarlet wings appeared on his back. Their blazing radiance contained countless mysterious patterns. These patterns were constantly absorbing spiritual essence from the void and channeling it into the Flaming Heavenly Evasion Wings, making that blazing radiance burn stronger and more intense. This is an extremely valuable treasure. In the entire human tribe, there's only one extremely valuable treasure like this, and that's in the 9 paths. Shui Qingcheng looked at the Flaming Heavenly Evasion Wings as she spoke excitedly. Although Luo Yunyang did not lack 10,000 star dollars, the Flaming Heavenly Evasion Wings wouldn't be all that useful to him. Hence, he did not intend on acting immediately. In just 15 minutes, the price of the Flaming Heavenly Evasion Wings had swelled from 10,000 star dollars to 5 million star dollars. Eventually, the wings landed in the hands of one of the VIPs, who was sitting in a palace similar to Luo Yunyang's. The sky-high price of the first item of the auction naturally made many people anticipate what was to come. However, although the items that followed were also considered rare treasures, they still could not compare to the Flaming Heavenly Evasion Wings. Their prices ranged from 10,000 to 100,000 star dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, the item 301 of the auction are 10,000 sun roses worth 10,000 star dollars. Although the demigod described what was coming up, he did not elaborate further on the characteristics of the Thousand Sun Roses. Luo Yunyang, who had been listening closely as all sorts of items were presented, felt his eyes light up when he heard the name of the Thousand Sun Rose. The Thousand Sun Rose was an extremely rare treasure that could treat Yunxi's illness. Luo Yunyang chose to bid without hesitation. He pressed directly the button that was in front of him to place his bid. He was actually the first to bid, so below the price tag of the 10,000 star dollars was his inscribed tag, number 000000211. Luo Yunyang was confused when he saw this tag. After all, no one's tag had appeared during the course of the auction. Why would his tag number appear on the bidding screen? When Luo Yunyang's tag number appeared, no bids were placed. The large auction hall became extremely silent. No one was competing. As Luo Yunyang was struggling to comprehend what had happened, Shui Qingcheng said softly, "Brother Luo, this is your first bid since the start of the auction, so everyone isn't participating out of respect for you. Otherwise, the 10,000 sun roses would have cost you at least 1 million star dollars. After all, such an extremely rare treasure does not come cheap. The 1,000 star auction made your tag number appear deliberately. They are obviously warning everyone not to compete with you." As Shui Qingcheng spoke, the demigod proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to His Highness Luo Yunyang for winning the 10,000 sun roses." Luo Yunyang smiled faintly at Shui Qingcheng to express his gratitude for her explanation. He was very satisfied with the auction, as he had wanted desperately to find a treasure that could heal Yunxi and had finally found one. In a short while, an attendant brought over the box containing the flowers that Luo Yunyang had won, even though he had yet to pay. This was one of the privileges he enjoyed as a VIP. Luo Yunyang's interest in the auction grew slightly as he stored his purchase away. However, the next items that were presented weren't really useful. Hence, he could only watch as other people bid. After a long time, Luo Yunyang decided to use a bit of his consciousness to pay attention to the auction and focus the rest of it to contemplate his own battles in the Divine Martial Hall. Just as he started getting fully immersed into this cultivation, he suddenly felt something within his storage bracelet shake fervently. It was the token he had acquired in the extreme mysterious realm. As Luo Yunyang extracted the token, he heard the demigod say in a deep voice, "Unknown silver metallic tower base. Metallic properties unknown, function unknown, difficult to handle. Starting bid, 150,000 star dollars." Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this. This was a component of the huge silver tower in the extreme mysterious realm. Chapter 498. A clash of lightning, thunder and fire. Although there is a possibility that an unknown object that defies the natural order will appear, they're all scraps of iron most of the time, Shui Qingcheng remarked casually. She was trying to make small talk to break the ice as Luo Yunyang remained silent. Luo Yunyang understood a bit after hearing Shui Qingcheng's words. Since few people were aware of the value of this tower base, he absolutely couldn't reveal it. Otherwise, he would produce undesirable results. Hence, Luo Yunyang sat nonchalantly on his seat, with no intention to speak. "Mr. Luo, the best things are reserved for the end of the great auction," Shui Qingcheng said quietly. "I heard that the last 100 objects are valued in terms of primal chaotic source stones." Primal chaotic source stones? Luo Yunyang furrowed his brows. He did not know what the exchange rate between primal chaotic source stones and star dollars was. "My elder brother said that one primal chaotic source stone is equal to 10 billion star dollars. One usually can't buy one, even if one wants to. Even he hasn't seen a primal chaotic source stone before." Shui Qingcheng sighed. Shui Tianan wasn't a big shot, yet despite being a resourceful person, as well as the human tribe's special envoy, he hadn't seen a primal chaotic source stone before either. Thus, Luo Yunyang's curiosity about the primal chaotic source stones increased. Speaking of which, the Thunder Ray tribe had compensated him with 100 billion star dollars, which were probably worth about 10 primal chaotic source stones. While Luo Yunyang was pondering this, no one bid for the metal tower base. The host from the demigod tribe didn't really seem to care. It looked like nobody wanted this item, so he didn't really try to promote it. Time ticked past. The unknown tower base would be passed on in 10 more seconds. Luo Yunyang waited until the remaining time was 3 seconds, and then bid 150,000 star dollars. This seemed like a really small amount to Luo Yunyang right now. However, just as he thought that the silver tower base was in the bag, the number unexpectedly jumped from 150,000 to 500,000. Someone had shockingly placed a bid. Their intention was obviously to defeat Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang hadn't recognized the tower base, he wouldn't have wasted this much energy on it, even if he had considered it useful. After all, there were lots of treasures in the world. There was no need to get hung up on just one. However, Luo Yunyang was so determined to get the tower base that when that person bid 500,000, he raised his bid to 5 million. Shui Qingcheng stared at Luo Yunyang, who had bid decisively, in bewilderment. She was right beside Luo Yunyang, so she knew that he was the bidder. 5 million star dollars. This was a sum she wouldn't get even if the whole Shui family was sold off. However, Luo Yunyang had forked out this money in one go. Furthermore, in Shui Qingcheng's opinion, the object he wanted to buy was a useless piece of junk. However, Shui Qingcheng was a smart woman. Although she was shocked, she did not dare comment right now. Luo Yunyang's bid was projected on the giant screen. Thus, anyone who was not interested in this metal tower base was also staring at the display. Some of those people started to get tempted. After all, many of them were wealthy. When the number on the screen once again changed to 50 million star dollars, many people gasped. 50 million star dollars was a huge sum for a third-grade tribe. If they were determined, they could afford to bid. However, nobody would spend this much money on a piece of metal of unknown use. Furthermore, anyone who could pay 50 million star dollars was definitely not someone they could provoke. Hence, any people who had initially thought of entering the bidding war immediately pushed this idea aside. As Luo Yunyang looked at the item worth 50 million, he wondered whether any other parts from the extreme mysterious realm could be in the other bidder's possession. However, only the 1,000-star auction knew who the bidder was. According to the rules, the identity of the bidders was confidential. There was no point in dragging this out. Luo Yunyang made a move, adding another zero to the number. He bid 500 million star dollars. This was crazy. Shui Qingcheng's heart jumped in her throat. After all, she knew very well the sort of items that one could buy with 500 million star dollars in the Divine Union. Why had Luo Yunyang actually bid 500 million on some unknown piece of junk? This was just crazy. However, Shui Qingcheng calmed down slowly. As she glanced Luo Yunyang, who was sitting on the high throne, she realized that Luo Yunyang knew what this silver base was. Luo Yunyang did not notice Shui Qingcheng's small actions, as he was watching the electronic screen. Based on the way the other party had increased their bid, Luo Yunyang could already sense their imposing manner. What he needed to do now was squash them in an even more imposing manner. I bid 5 billion. The changing numbers inevitably startled people. They could not be blamed for being ignorant. They knew that primal chaotic source stones would be used for bidding at the end of the auction, but the items sold then were treasures that could rapidly improve one's cultivation base. Who knew that this worn-out metal tower base would reach such an astounding price? This was very difficult to accept. A third-class tribe would only accumulate 5 billion star dollars in 10 years. In a grand, magnificent hall a few miles away from the hall where Luo Yunyang and all the guests were in, a young demigod was sitting cross-legged on his throne. Although his expression was cold, his eyes were burning with anger. Between his eyebrows was a sacred mark formed by fire, water and spatial origin source law. This sacred mark looked like a sword. However, this sword was indistinct, as though it looked slightly hazy when people looked at it. Beside this young demigod was an old demigod. Judging by the old man's actions, he had to be the youth's attendant. He's competing against me by using star dollars, huh? The young man asked arrogantly, although his continuously shaking hands showed that he was slightly nervous. The elder did not speak. However, there was a murderous glint in his eyes. As the young demigod had thought that victory was in his hands, he had suddenly realized that the current bid had an extra zero, 50 billion star dollars. The appearance of this number brought the auction to another climax. Almost everyone wanted to know who the two parties clashing against each other were. Although they were able to speak normally, the two young men's actions were simply insane. The bid hadn't just been multiplied by 2. The bidders were clearly just adding zeros, not giving a care about their wealth or money. Although Shui Qingcheng knew that Luo Yunyang would never spend money without a reason, she felt her heart beating extremely fast. These kind of actions made her want to show her allegiance. Luo Yunyang hadn't given her any notice. He had just increased the bid to 50 billion star dollars. If the opponent added another zero, Luo Yunyang would only be able to back off. After all, he could not add 2 more zeros considering the total amount he had. The young demigod gritted his teeth when he saw the figure. He wanted to keep increasing the numbers, but he knew that if he showed weakness now, the two of them would be locked in a stalemate. However, he was not willing to give up so easily. Have you found out who the other bidder is? The young man asked the elder. Not yet, young master. This does not seem to be an ordinary person. Otherwise, the 1,000-star auction would not dare keep this information from us. Young master, the way I see it, you should let this be, the elder advised him. This silver base probably does not have much of a purpose. If you spent too many star dollars on it, then stop. If something happens, I will explain this to my clan, the youth said. Although his palm was on the button for a bit, he eventually pulled it back. Use my father's name to find out who is trying to outbid me. The youth said with a cold expression. How dare you snatch what's mine? I will make sure you aren't able to take what you bid on. While the youth and the elder were speaking, Luo Yunyang was communicating with the 1,000-star auction personnel via his communication device. The bidder who had offered 5 billion to buy this tower base might have some other components of the silver pagoda. Luo Yunyang had already gained a huge benefit from the silver pagoda, so he naturally wouldn't give up the chance to collect more parts of it. Thus, he had to find out the identity of this bidder. When the 1,000-star auction personnel rejected his request once again, Luo Yunyang showed the celestial world supremacy's seal. Although he couldn't bear to use it, it was necessary to assert his authority. The auction organizers were aware of his identity anyway. The auction's higher executive, who knew what the celestial world supremacy's seal represented, said respectfully, "Please wait a bit, Mr. Luo. I will report this to the higher-ups. 50 billion. Sold." The middle-aged demigod host pounded his hammer hard. That silver base finally belonged to Luo Yunyang. Chapter 499. Giving an explanation. As soon as he won the silver base, Luo Yunyang breathed easier. Although he didn't think that the other party would have paid 50 billion, if they had really done so, the only thing that Luo Yunyang could have done was back off. Brother Luo, isn't paying 50 billion star coins a little too much? If you had negotiated this slowly, perhaps you wouldn't have had to spend so much. Shui Qingcheng couldn't help saying after some hesitation. Luo Yunyang glanced at Shui Qingcheng and smiled faintly. One has to be decisive to get what they want. Deliberating for too long can result in spending even more. Luo Yunyang's explanation rendered Shui Qingcheng unable to object. Deep down, he thought to himself, haven't I taken a fancy to you? How should I be decisive about it? What you said makes sense, Brother Luo. Based on that, I want to know what one should do if they like a person. Luo Yunyang's eyes twinkled slightly when he heard Shui Qingcheng's astute question. He realized that he had fallen in her crafty snare. Luo Yunyang suddenly felt that he had to hide further away from Shui Qingcheng. When she saw Luo Yunyang's clumsy attempts to avoid answering, Shui Qingcheng felt a little disappointed. Her expression turned slightly colder and she sighed silently. The auction went on. Perhaps the confrontation between Luo Yunyang and the mysterious other bidder had quickly livened it up. However, very few of the following items interested Luo Yunyang. After about an hour, some information appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. The information included a name and a 3-page introduction. Miro Fedor is the firstborn son of the demigod tribe's Miro family. His cultivation base is at the nebulous 6th grade. He is one of the most promising members of the demigod tribe's youngest generation, who is adept in the vast Cosmo sword and ranks 10th on the Qianlong register. This was a member of the demigod tribe. Luo Yunyang frowned. He had already guessed that someone who would dare go head-to-head with him would be no small fry. However, he had never imagined that it would actually be a top divine disciple of the demigod tribe. This ranking seemed a little deceptive. He ranked 9th, while Miro Fedor actually ranked 10th. If the extreme mysterious realm component had landed in the hands of that divine disciple, it would have been awful. While Luo Yunyang was browsing through this information, Miro Fedor was also looking through some information about Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's information was simple. Besides his origins and cultivation base, there was an introduction on his position on the Qianlong register and his recent accomplishments. When he read the notes about the Divine Martial Hall and saw that Luo Yunyang had extorted a huge fortune from the Thunder Ray tribe, Miro Fedor couldn't help but curse. No wonder he dared raise the bid so high. He was using all the money he extorted, so he didn't feel pain in losing it. The demigod tribe elder standing beside Miro Fedor coughed lightly and said, Luo Yunyang is someone the celestial world supremacy regards highly. It is best that you forget about this matter, young master. A hint of coldness flashed across Miro Fedor's eyes. He could confirm that the metal base was part of a treasure he had come across by chance. Although Miro Fedor hadn't fully studied and understood what this thing was, he was certain that it definitely wasn't something simple. He believed that he hadn't been able to fully understand only because that thing had been missing a component. Now that he had found this component, how could he just let it go? Contact the human tribe and tell them about this. Say that I am very displeased over this matter. The Miro family is very displeased, so they should just behave themselves, Miro Fedor told the elder as a number of thoughts popped up in his head. The elder froze. He had already explained to the young man how much support Luo Yunyang had, yet Miro Fedor had actually ignored him. Didn't he know that Luo Yunyang held the Celestial World Supremacy's seal? I do not know how Luo Yunyang obtained the Celestial World Supremacy's seal. However, the Celestial World Supremacy definitely won't be protecting the human tribe all the time. The human tribe might rely on that seal to make the Thunder Ray tribe lower their heads, but this is the demigod tribe. Our tribe includes 3 unparalleled supremacies. The entire divine union relies on us. I believe the human tribe wouldn't have a fight with the Miro family over certain things. Of course, there are incentives and penalties for some matters. You can tell the human tribe to give the Miro family a satisfactory answer if they want to be friends with us. Miro Fedor then lazed down languidly on his throne, feeling self-contented. Although the elder thought that Miro Fedor's arrangement was a little inappropriate, after thinking it through, he decided that it wasn't out of the question. A second-grade tribe would do a lot of things to gain the friendship of a large demigod family. Even if Luo Yunyang wasn't happy about it, the decision-makers of the human tribe would also explain clearly what the entire tribe stood to gain and get him to obediently hand the item over. The auction went on for 10 days and 10 nights. However, the participants thought that it was over in the blink of an eye. In the end, 100 rare items were auctioned off, including many top-quality items. Luo Yunyang saw some items that he liked. For example, a magical bracelet that could increase mind power tenfold. However, he found the price of the bracelet too high for his liking. It had been sold for 56 billion star dollars. After Luo Yunyang had won the silver base, he no longer had much money left. However, what had made most people frantic was the last offer, which was a spot to cultivate for 10 years on the origin source grounds. Luo Yunyang had never even heard of the origin source grounds, yet people had immediately started bidding for this spot. Unlike the other things that had been put up for auction, the starting price for this spot was actually 0. This meant that if nobody fought for this spot, it could be bought with just 1 star dollar. However, anyone who harbored such thoughts would only be dreaming. The first person who upped the bid already raised it to a price that no ordinary person could even dream of competing against. 100 primal chaotic source stones. This was the equivalent of 1 trillion star dollars. With this sort of financial muscle, one could purchase a third-grade tribe and still have plenty of money to spare. However, this bid had just appeared when it was immediately doubled. In the end, the bid starting spiraling towards 1,000 primal chaotic source stones. What are the origin source grounds? Luo Yunyang asked Shui Qingcheng. Shui Qingcheng stared at him with a perplexed look in her beautiful eyes. She clearly hadn't heard of the origin source grounds before either. After over 100 rounds of bidding, the spot to cultivate for 10 years on the origin source grounds was finally won by a bid of 1,005 primal chaotic source stones. This had been an extremely arduous process, as the last bids had been raising the price by 1 primal chaotic source stone at a time. Luo Yunyang could only watch this intense bidding war. The star dollars he had could make no difference in this case. Do you know where the encampment of the Miro family is? Luo Yunyang asked Shui Qingcheng as they were leaving. Shui Qingcheng, who hadn't seen the information Luo Yunyang had received from the 1,000-star auction, nodded and said, "The Miro family isn't too far away from where we are." "What's up, brother Luo? The Miro family made me waste a large amount of my fortune. I definitely must get an explanation," Luo Yunyang said with the same expression. Shui Qingcheng was astonished. As one of the top clans of the demigod tribe, the Miro family definitely wasn't someone the human tribe could afford to offend. However, Luo Yunyang had just said defiantly that the Miro family had made him waste a large amount of his fortune and thus owed him an explanation. This was really. As thoughts started running wild in Shui Qingcheng's mind, Shui Tianan came walking over quickly and told Luo Yunyang, "Yunyang, why did you start a dispute with the Miro family? The Miro family has already asked the human tribe for an explanation." Although Shui Tianan's expression seemed rather ordinary, there was a slightly panicked look in his eyes. After all, this wasn't the first time he had experienced such a thing. The demigod tribe had always led the divine union like a god high above that the second grade and third grade tribes could only gaze at. Every top subordinate tribe beneath them was no weaker than a primary tribe. Furthermore, they still had 3 supreme-level existences behind them. Although a primary tribe could be offended, the demigod tribe absolutely couldn't be offended. Anyone that offended the demigod tribe, regardless of whether they were an individual or a whole tribe, would have no place in the divine union. Shui Tianan, who was the human tribe's special envoy, had received this news right away. When he had read this message, he had immediately felt dizzy. Luo Yunyang had only been on the Shenyuan planet for a while. How could he already be at odds with the demigod tribe? Besides, the clan asking for an explanation was one of the top clans of the demigod tribe. Luo Yunyang wasn't flustered at all. As soon as he had obtained Miro Fedor's information, he had guessed that his own information wouldn't be kept confidential either. However, what Luo Yunyang hadn't calculated was that the Miro Fedor would actually put pressure on the human tribe, even though Luo Yunyang himself hadn't said anything. "Yunyang, the strong clans of the demigod tribe are really frightening. Let's solve this crisis as soon as possible," Shui Tianan said hurriedly. "All right, it just so happens that I was about to have a chat with the Miro family for causing me to squander 50 billion star dollars. If they don't give me an explanation, I won't let go of this matter." Luo Yunyang had already made up his mind. Offending a strong family from the demigod tribe seemed terrifying. However, what he needed was to increase his own power. As long as he survived, nothing would pose a problem. After all, the celestial world supremacy had already promised him that if he obtained the item he wanted, he could become his disciple. On the contrary, if he died, there would be nothing left for him. Once I get the item, we can visit the Miro family. Chapter 500. A voluntary visit. In the skies above a huge mountain floated an unending pavilion that reached into the sky. A substantial amount of sixth factor that seemed almost corporeal gave the pavilion a slightly misty image. This was a hallowed ground, so the people that resided there naturally weren't ordinary. Practically the entire Shenyuan planet knew that this territory belonged to the Miro family. When Miro Fedor returned home, the Miro family's housekeeper welcomed him back. "Young master, you have returned. What did you acquire this time?" Miro Fedor didn't like this flattering, opportunistic fellow. Besides being indifferent, Miro Fedor was also too lazy to speak to him. When he saw him coming over, he replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. You go ahead and do whatever you were doing." Although he was treated this way, the housekeeper didn't seem to mind. This was the young master after all. The housekeeper had observed Miro Fedor's every move and action. When the young master came back from outside, the housekeeper could tell that he was tired. Thus, he immediately said, "Your health is precious. The Diong fruit in the family's domain have already been ripe for 2 days. Young master is tired, so I will get someone to deliver a few for you to try." The Diong fruit was a high-tier soul fruit. Miro Fedor, who did enjoy this treatment, waved for the housekeeper to do so. Just as Miro Fedor was about to go to his own room, the housekeeper's communication device rang. "Sir, someone from the human tribe wishes to see the household head." The human tribe. These words immediately caught Miro Fedor's attention. After all, he had just had a dispute with Luo Yunyang and gotten his subordinates to demand an explanation from the human tribe. Now, the humans had come. "I shall tell them the head doesn't have the time to see them," the housekeeper said icily with a frown. The Miro family was a great family of the demigod tribe, so the family head was a lofty existence comparable to the tribe heads of the 18 primary tribes. So what, if the third-grade human tribe wanted to see the family head? How could anyone expect to see the family head when they wished? However, before the housekeeper was done speaking, Miro Fedor said, "They came to find me. Let them come." "All right, I'll let them come over for a bit," the housekeeper replied hastily. In just a moment, Miro Fedor watched a small craft fly over from the distance. He snickered slightly when he saw this tiny craft. Even the poorest clans of the demigod tribe were no longer using this sort of outdated spacecraft. Only a third-grade tribe, or rather a recently promoted second-grade tribe, would treat this sort of spaceship as a treasure. These fellows were really poor. Miro Fedor's expression became slightly haughtier at the thought. When the doors of the spacecraft opened, Luo Yunyang, Shui Tianan and the others walked out. Shui Tianan was still a little fearful of the Miro family. On the spacecraft, he had advised Luo Yunyang for quite some time. However, Luo Yunyang simply wouldn't listen. "Have you all come to see our young master? Come with me," the housekeeper said with a quick glance at Shui Tianan and the others. Although he was only the housekeeper of the Miro family, his galaxy-grade cultivation base spoke for itself. Just as Shui Tianan was about to speak, Luo Yunyang said frostily, "Bring your family head out." These words immediately made the housekeeper stiffen up. As he stared at Luo Yunyang, he only had one thought: this fellow was crazy. How could he have said this otherwise? His bossy, arrogant manner made it seem like he wanted the family head to be the one welcoming him. Who did he think he was? He was just a young man with a nebula-grade cultivation base. Even the human tribe's chief decision-makers didn't have such a right. Just as he was about to seize this insane man, Luo Yunyang said, "What's wrong? Does the Miro family have an issue with the honorable celestial world supremacy?" The Miro family's housekeeper was stunned. He had never seen the celestial world supremacy. However, he definitely knew about this lofty existence, who was like a god. He was one of the 5 great supremacies, the strongest existences in the entire divine union. Even this family wouldn't dare have an argument with the supremacy. Don't shoot your mouth off here. How could we dare have any issue with his supremacy?" Beads of sweat had already started forming on the housekeeper's forehead. "Then why haven't you gotten the family head to welcome me now that I'm here?" Although Luo Yunyang had already seen Miro Fedor, he didn't seem bothered in the slightest. He had already received Miro Fedor's information from the 1,000-star auction, so he knew that Miro Fedor's level was the same as his. Of course, Miro Fedor had also recognized Luo Yunyang. "Luo Yunyang, the Miro family's home isn't a place where you can casually behave atrociously." Miro Fedor glared at the housekeeper, who had turned all stiff, and walked over impatiently. "Hey, speaking of that, aren't you the fella who made me waste 50 billion star dollars?" Luo Yunyang asked haughtily as he eyed Miro Fedor. The anger in Miro Fedor's heart was ignited. He glared at Luo Yunyang as he said icily, "You can either crawl out of here as fast as you can or die. You really look like a yawning toad. You sure talk big. Perhaps you are still too young. Do you know what this is?" As Luo Yunyang spoke, he fished out the celestial world supremacy seal. Although Miro Fedor knew what that seal represented, he wasn't willing to yield. However, the housekeeper was even more aware of what this seal meant. When he saw Luo Yunyang take out the seal, the housekeeper could no longer wipe away the perspiration on his forehead. Whatever the case, this was the celestial world supremacy's seal. Regardless of whether Luo Yunyang was just trying to intimidate them by using his powerful connections, he couldn't stand idly and watch the young master get in trouble. "Young master, please do not talk." The housekeeper no longer cared about fostering a good relationship with the young master. He didn't care if Miro Fedor would take offense either. He just ordered the young master to refrain from speaking. Then, he quickly informed the family head in less than a minute. "Mr. Luo, our family head will arrive in 3 minutes to welcome you. Please wait a bit." Shui Qingcheng and Shui Qingcheng felt apprehensive deep down as they watched Luo Yunyang display the seal. Although this seemed efficient, wasn't Luo Yunyang afraid of getting into trouble in the future by doing this? However, not everybody was willing to be a pushover. After all, this was an illustrious family. Luo Yunyang scanned Miro Fedor before standing aside arrogantly. Actually, he hadn't wished to use this method. Unfortunately, he'd had no other choice. This was the only hope he had of getting the item that belonged to Miro Fedor. He wouldn't be able to obtain the component of the extreme mysterious realm's massive tower just by relying on his own power. In just a minute, a tall and large demigod elder covered in a mystical glow walked over unhurriedly. Although the elder's speed wasn't fast, the laws surrounding him seemed like a crushing ocean as he walked over to Luo Yunyang. The presence of this immense power made Shui Qingcheng and the others feel an impulse to prostrate themselves on the ground. Luo Yunyang sensed that the area all around them was already under the control of this elder. His own body was currently experiencing several tons of gravity. Actually, he felt as though he was being suppressed by heaven and earth. Was this person at the celestial domain grade? Luo Yunyang felt an overwhelming, frantic origin source power all around him. Although he could still lift a hand, the suppression of this power was a little difficult to endure. Using strength to resist it would be hard. Thus, Luo Yunyang revealed the seal once again. The demigod elder's expression stiffened before he retracted his aura. However, he was still as unperturbed as ever. Does Mr. Luo have anything to say to the Miro family? The demigod elder asked bluntly. Even though he had said this politely, his rigid accent indicated that he wasn't too welcoming. Luo Yunyang's expression remained unchanged, yet Miro Fedor's expression became ugly. He was all too familiar with his father's temperament. Whenever he faced the other tribes of the Divine Union, his father had a high and mighty attitude. Thus, this polite greeting was really unexpected. Nothing much, I'm just seeking justice. Luo Yunyang flashed the seal in his hand and added, your son tangled with me over nothing, so I took issue with that. Does he perhaps have an issue with the honorable celestial world supremacy? When he said this, the Miro family head's expression turned ugly. Even though he was bolder, he dared not take any issue with the celestial world supremacy either. After all, the Miro family's greatest supporter was also the disciple of a supremacy. If he dared have a beef with the celestial world supremacy, he would be killed with just one slap. Mr. Luo, our family harbors nothing but respect for the celestial world supremacy. We dare not take any issue with him. After saying that, the Miro family head shot Miro Fedor a grave warning look. Although Miro Fedor felt wronged, when he tried to explain, his own father gave him an admonishing look. Does that mean that your family has an issue with me? Luo Yunyang asked in an overbearing manner. As the Miro family head looked at the thoroughly displeased Luo Yunyang, he felt all kinds of murderous impulses. An issue with him? Was this young man even worth having an issue with? If he was willing, As he looked at the seal in Luo Yunyang's hand, the Miro family head ultimately said, the Miro family doesn't have any issue with Mr. Luo either. Then why did your son keep increasing the bid when I wanted to buy that item? The 50 billion I made great efforts to amass was spent in a moment. Shouldn't your family give us an explanation? Suddenly, Luo Yunyang took a step forward. Or perhaps you should all give the celestial world supremacy an explanation. The Miro family head eyed his son, who explained quickly what had happened. Then, he said, Father, that silver tower component was definitely no ordinary item. I think that we should force Luo Yunyang to hand it over. The Miro family head glanced at his son and before turning to Luo Yunyang. How about this? The Miro family will compensate you with 100 billion star dollars if you give us the item. Luo Yunyang stared at the Miro family head without saying anything. However, he kept fiddling with the celestial world supremacy's seal in his hand. Beads of sweat slowly formed on the forehead of the Miro family head. Chapter 501. Thick-skinned people get the meat. The Miro family head was a powerful person. However, this power depended on who he was facing. Of course, he was high and mighty when he faced tribes smaller than him. However, in the face of Luo Yunyang, who represented the celestial world supremacy, this sort of power was a joke. He looked at the seal in Luo Yunyang's hand and ultimately decided to inform the family's patriarch about it. With a thought, he arrived at the virtual space where the family's patriarch resided. Although this was a virtual world, the place where the patriarch lived was extremely luxurious. The virtual sixth factor felt like liquid, while breathing it in gave one a sense of satisfaction. Is anything the matter? It just so happened that the family's patriarch had left a trace of his consciousness in that virtual space at the time. Patriarch, the celestial world supremacy's so-called disciple Luo Yunyang came to our home, asking for an explanation. Then, Miro Kenyuan recounted the whole matter to the patriarch. Although the Miro family patriarch appeared to be in his 30s, he had lived for way more years than Miro Kenyuan. After hearing Miro Kenyuan's report, he asked calmly, do you know how to use that item? I don't know. Fedor obtained it during a chance encounter. It should probably be a component of something. Miro Kenyuan replied, give it to him. The Miro patriarch said decisively after pondering the situation for a bit. Miro Kenyuan then said, Patriarch, Fedor tried out all sorts of methods but couldn't even scratch it in the slightest. It is highly probable that this item is a treasure from ancient times. If we give it away just like that, then it will be a pity. If we knew how to use this item, we definitely wouldn't allow it to be given away so easily, the Miro family patriarch responded. However, you do not know how to use this item. Besides, it isn't complete. If we don't hand it over, are you willing to let Luo Yunyang use the celestial world supremacy seal? You do not know anything about Luo Yunyang. Let me enlighten you a little. Right now, he is related to an object that the celestial world supremacy views highly. The supremacy did indeed give him that seal. At this point, the Miro family patriarch snorted. If Luo Yunyang really used this seal, I wouldn't be able to protect the Miro family. Got it. Naturally, Miro Kenyuan understood what the patriarch meant. However, he felt bitter at the thought of the patriarch being unable to protect the Miro family. If the patriarch couldn't defy the seal in Luo Yunyang's possession either, then what else could they do? If they resisted forcefully, they would be overestimating their capabilities, which would be laughable. Plus, the patriarch was right. Handing out that item of unknown origins to Luo Yunyang was less important compared to safeguarding the Miro family. After making a decision, Miro Kenyuan told the Miro family patriarch respectfully, "I understand, sir." Then, Miro Kenyuan retracted his trace of consciousness, met Luo Yunyang's gaze and said, "Mr. Luo, this isn't the right place to talk. Please come with me inside." Then, he told the housekeeper, "Prepare some of the thunder essence sent over by the Thunder Ray tribe a few days ago for Mr. Luo to sample." Miro Fedor, who had been plotting on how to make Luo Yunyang suffer, had never imagined that his serious, dignified father would actually have a complete change of attitude so fast. Was he seeking forgiveness? No, no, no. His father actually seemed to be trying to flatter Luo Yunyang. What exactly was his father doing? As he was feeling extremely sullen deep down, he heard his father rebuke him. "Bring out the item that you obtained immediately. Don't say anything else. This is a family order." A clan order was something no one in the Miro family could defy. Daring to go against a clan order would result only in death. Although Miro Fedor was extremely displeased deep down, he had no other choice but to obey his father's order. As Luo Yunyang was led to the luxurious hall, Miro Kenyuan treated him warmly. "Mr. Luo, my son's lack of sensibility has caused you to sustain a loss. Please accept these items as our family's way of apologizing." When Miro Kenyuan waved his hands, a bunch of objects were brought in under the directions of the housekeeper. Among these objects were all sorts of treasured fruits and various ores. However, there was also an empty tray. When Miro Kenyuan saw the empty tray, he turned to glare at his son. Although Miro Fedor was so unhappy that he was about to go berserk, he still didn't dare defy his father's order in any way. Thus, he clenched his teeth and set a bracelet-like object onto the empty tray. Luo Yunyang, who knew right away what Miro Fedor had placed down, moved his hand. The bracelet flew over to Luo Yunyang's hand right away. The space inside the bracelet was huge. In this spatial bracelet was a massive silver cylindrical object. This object had a radius that was thousands of miles wide. Luo Yunyang simply wasn't able to discern what exactly it was. If he had to describe it, he would say that it was some sort of massive silver ingot. However, as he studied the object, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that it was definitely a part of the massive pagoda in the extreme mysterious realm. "Ha ha, it's fine. Don't take this to heart. The human tribe has always been magnanimous. Furthermore, you haven't defended Miro Fedor. You are actually very broad-minded. Thus, I won't bicker with the young master anymore either." After speaking in a pompous fashion, Luo Yunyang placed the bracelet into his own interspatial bracelet. Although Miro Fedor's heart was aching, he knew that all he could do was endure this. Even his own father had lowered his head. If he impulsively rushed up and gave this thick-skinned fellow a slap, he would be committing suicide. Furthermore, he knew very well that he wasn't the only successor within the family. After a few cups of tea and some perfunctory small talk, Luo Yunyang took the Miro family's compensation and bade them farewell. Miro Kenyuan watched until the spaceship Luo Yunyang was on had flown away into the distance before retracting his gaze. Then, his eyes turned gloomy and cold. "Father, I can't accept this. He is just someone from a small tribe." Miro Fedor could finally speak his mind again. However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap had landed on his face. "You can't accept this. Let me tell you something. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Our family cannot stand up against that seal." Miro Kenyuan felt his heart ache a little as he stared at his outstanding son. However, he still said coldly, when you meet a power too difficult to resist, your only option is to lower your head. You better listen to this carefully. It takes power to raise your head, but courage to lower it. Daring to concede is a great wisdom. Furthermore, we didn't lower our heads to Luo Yunyang, but to his supremacy. Our family also has to lower its head before that unparalleled supremacy. Besides, that object is of little value to us. If I had allowed our family's foundation to be ruined over that useless object, I would have betrayed the entire family. Miro Fedor didn't make a single noise as he listened to his father's lecture. However, the hatred in his eyes intensified. On the journey back to the human tribe's encampment, Shui Qingcheng and Shui Tianan were both very silent. Luo Yunyang wasn't interested in speaking either. His thoughts were on the two components he had just acquired. He didn't know whether these two components belonged to the massive silver pagoda in the extreme mysterious realm. If he could repair it and cultivate there, then beating the divine martial hall wouldn't be a problem. He was just worried that the components would be ineffective. A short while later, Luo Yunyang and the others arrived back at the human tribe's encampment. Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to dally on the Shenyuan planet. Thus, after a simple chat with Shui Qingcheng and Shui Tianan, he set off towards the human tribe's territory. Shui Qingcheng had a slightly dull, sad look on her face as she watched Luo Yunyang leave. Qingcheng, he isn't right for you. Just based on his words and actions this time, he is too. Although Shui Tianan didn't finish his sentence, Shui Qingcheng understood what her brother was trying to say. Embarrassed, she said hastily, I will go get some rest now. Luo Yunyang didn't care about what the two Shuis were thinking. The spaceship he was on belonged to the celestial world supremacy, so Luo Yunyang was able to quickly send an express passage to the human tribe's territory after leaving the Shenyuan planet. 20 days later, Luo Yunyang entered the Milky Way. However, he didn't head to the blood spirit sky immediately. Instead, after flying for another day, he put the ship in his interspatial ring and took out the token he had acquired inside the silver tower of the extreme mysterious realm. With just a thought, layers of light surrounded Luo Yunyang, who once again entered the extreme mysterious realm in the blink of an eye. Welcome, respected honorary emperor. Your arrival. The gentle mechanical voice stopped halfway before exclaiming loudly, this is the number 9 tower base and power system. It's real. Before Luo Yunyang could even take out the two components inside his spatial bracelet, the tower base and the silver metal piece came flying out of the crumbling spatial bracelet. The massive tower base flew towards the bottom of the pagoda, while the silver cylinder flew towards the top. Luo Yunyang had great expectations for these two components. As he watched the two components fly towards the pagoda, he said, now that these two components are back, does this mean that the advanced training system can be enabled? The system is being reconstructed. Reconstruction underway. The gentle voice had once again become extremely mechanical. However, it was what the voice said that made Luo Yunyang feel slightly uncomfortable. There were no earth-shaking changes or light rays spilling forward. In just a short moment, that sweet voice was heard once again. Reconstruction successful. Thanks to the tower base and power module, the pagoda can now shrink automatically, the sweet voice said as the massive silver pagoda started to shrink. Meanwhile, the voice of the pagoda said in Luo Yunyang's ear, respected honorary emperor, because of your contribution, you possess the authority to use the training center for an attack once. Please use it prudently. Chapter 502. The Senior State Assembly. As he looked at the silver pagoda, which was the size of a finger, Luo Yunyang asked, what are your offensive capabilities like? It is getting harder to cultivate in the training center because the power module is quickly losing its abilities. Right now, the strongest attack has only 1/10 of the strength of the obliteration cannon. Obliteration cannon, this name sounded pretty good. What exactly was its offensive might? According to the classification of martialists like you, one shot from the obliteration cannon is the equivalent of an attack from a universe-grade martialist. An attack from a universe-grade martialist. There was a glimmer of joy in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he heard this. Even though he did not understand the terrors of an all-out attack by a universe-grade martialist, he knew one thing for sure, these individuals possessed intimidating powers. This definitely was an important means to preserve his own life. If the respected honorable emperor was able to find any other power modules, then surely the strength of the obliteration cannon would increase even more. If we were able to collect 10 power modules, or even more, we would be able to activate the space-time cannon. These sweet words continued to resonate in Luo Yunyang's ears, enticing him to go and search for even more power modules. Will I be able to participate in some kind of higher-level training? Asked Luo Yunyang. This was the most pressing question on his mind. My deepest apologies, respected Honorable Emperor. Even though you have a good base, due to the huge difference in standards, it would be difficult for you to participate in any form of higher-level training, the sweet voice said with a tinge of regret. Although Luo Yunyang was very disappointed by this reply, he had no alternative solution. After all, he had yet to fully master the cultivation system in this profound theoretic scope. Respected Honorable Emperor, the base can now voluntarily uproot and find other places. Thus, it will now follow you out of this space. Without the base to support it, this space will crumble within the next half hour. Respected Honorable Emperor, please leave as soon as possible. Luo Yunyang looked at the large space right before his eyes. The thought of it crumbling in such a short period of time made him reluctant to part with it. However, in comparison to this space on the extreme mysterious realm, being able to take away a silver pagoda, which equaled 1/10 of the strength of a universe-grade martialist, would be of great help to Luo Yunyang. Is the training center able to groom another martialist right now? Luo Yunyang asked as he thought about his younger sister and everyone else. According to the first order of the training center, it's not possible. The base is in restoration right now, so it is unable to ensure its own safety. That is why it can only serve the respected Honorable Emperor. The sweet-sounding voice declined. Safety. Only serve one person. Alright, that was also acceptable. Although the rewards reaped in the extreme mysterious realm had disappointed Luo Yunyang slightly this time. Carrying the giant silver pagoda was akin to having another bodyguard with him, which gave him a great sense of relief. As Luo Yunyang left the extreme mysterious realm, the silver pagoda transformed into a small locket and hung on his body. No matter how hard he tried to use his mind power to probe it, the small silver pagoda remained indifferent. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang returned to the Blood Spirit Sky. As Luo Yunyang's spaceship entered the Blood Spirit Sky, over 100 other spaceships flew out like countless magnificent rays to welcome him. These spaceships lit up the entire sky of the Blood Spirit Sky. Your Highness Yunyang, the human race will never forget your contribution to our tribe. As Luo Yunyang exited the spaceship, the sky books of the 9 paths were lined up and opened in a row at the command of the supremacy. Everyone looked excitedly at Luo Yunyang as the Bloody Massacre Path ruler spoke. Although the Bloody Massacre Path had not ranked high among the 9 paths, the emergence of Luo Yunyang had changed everything. That was why the Bloody Massacre Path ruler was so proud this time. Thanks to Luo Yunyang's strength, the human tribe was now classified as a second-grade tribe. Without Luo Yunyang, they would not have had the large territory they had now. They actually might also have had a hard time remaining a second-tier tribe. Hence, upon receiving news of Luo Yunyang's return, various powerful martialists from the human tribe had gathered at the same point without any prior arrangements. The Bloody Massacre Path ruler and everyone else had also done prior research on how they should address Luo Yunyang. Although there had been various suggestions to give him titles that sounded even more respectable, the Bloody Massacre Path ruler and the others had eventually decided to follow the disciple naming rule set by the Celestial World Supremacy. Although Luo Yunyang had spent a long time with the Bloody Massacre Path ruler, he would never forget the support he had received from the Bloody Massacre Path master. After all, the ruler had given Yunyang a much-wanted sense of belonging. I only did what should have already been done, Path Master. The grand welcome party had clearly exceeded Luo Yunyang's expectations. At some point, Luo Yunyang realized that he did enjoy the attention he was getting from everyone else. Fortunately, he had seen all the aspects of many different people, so he was quickly able to accept the attention he was receiving from everyone present. He made a point to nod his head in acknowledgement at the other rulers from the various paths, while also continuing his conversation with the Bloody Massacre Path master. Although Luo Yunyang was currently at the Nebula grade, his training experience from the Divine Martial Hall in the Extreme Mysterious Realm, as well as his self-created black hole technique, meant that he wasn't any weaker than the Bloody Massacre Path master and the others. There were even a few Path masters who felt a tinge of fear as they looked at Luo Yunyang. The Bloody Massacre Path master and the others escorted Luo Yunyang into the main hall of the Blood Spirit Sky. They wanted Yunyang to take the main seat. However, given Yunyang's personality and his continually changing thoughts, it was better that he did not take it. He was just happy that they had suggested this. Eventually, it was the Bloody Massacre Path Master who took the main seat, while Luo Yunyang sat right next to him. As everyone gathered and took a seat, they discussed the changes caused by the human tribe's ascension. Suddenly, someone said, "Your Highness Yunyang, the Senior State Assembly agrees and fully consents to your contribution in helping the human tribe attain its second-tier placing." The person who was speaking was a handsome young man in a long white robe. He had gold hair and blue eyes and spoke with prestige. Senior State Assembly. Luo Yunyang had never heard of this before. This guy's words made him furrow his eyebrows and ponder quietly. Was he trying to imply something else by saying this? The Bloody Massacre Path ruler and the rulers of the other 9 paths had similar expressions on their faces. The Deep Earth Path Master even went as far as to curl his lips in disapproval. "As a reward for your contribution to the human tribe, we have decided to confer unto you the position of an honored senior statesman." Luo Yunyang couldn't care less about the title bestowed unto him. Thus, he just smiled slightly and declined to comment. He did not want to be a part of the internal strife between the humans. His priority right now was to find a way to break through the 4 halls of Stage 2 of the Divine Martial Hall. Wait a moment, based on our discussion with the Senior State Assembly, His Highness Luo Yunyang was supposed to take on the role of an emeritus senior statesman. How did he suddenly become an ordinary senior statesman? The Bloody Massacre Path Master interrupted before the handsome guy could complete his sentence. The Deep Earth Path Master agreed and added, "Did you mention making a mistake earlier? In that case, the Senior State Assembly should send someone who can speak more clearly." The handsome young man did not show any fear, despite the questions of the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the Deep Earth Path Master. Instead, he smiled and said, "I am not entirely sure about this, but I was indeed ordered to confer the title of an honored senior statesman." At this point, he took a quick glance at the Bloody Massacre Path Master and said with a hint of provocation in his voice, "Path Master, if there is anything that you are unclear about, you can always clarify things with the first senior statesman." The Bloody Massacre Path Master had always decided swiftly when it came to making a kill. However, even though he possessed the cold intent to do so, he eventually suppressed that feeling. Respectable senior statesman Luo Yunyang, the first senior statesman should have actually announced this instead. However, since I've had the chance to meet you, I decided to take the opportunity to let you know first. The dashing young man continued to look at Luo Yunyang as he said solemnly, "Senior statesman Luo Yunyang, although you are a senior statesman only in title and cannot participate in the activities of the Senior State Assembly, your actions cannot go against the rules of the Assembly. For example, I've heard that you actually used 50 billion star dollars to buy some garbage at one of the star auctions. These 50 billion star dollars might have been the compensation given to you by the Thunder Ray tribe. However, you must remember that these star dollars do not belong only to you. They are considered part of the assets of the whole human tribe. Even if you wanted to use that amount, you should have been supervised by the Senior State Assembly." The Bloody Massacre Path Master had an extremely sullen expression on his face. He would never have expected that someone would say such a thing at Luo Yunyang's welcome party. This was beyond stupid. Did the Senior State Assembly actually think that they could rule over the entire human tribe? Luo Yunyang already had a cold look on his face. However, when he thought about it, he decided that this handsome man was going to be gone sooner or later. Hence, he smiled and said, "Are you done talking? Thirsty? Would you like to have some water?" The young lad, who was muddled by Luo Yunyang's kindness, shook his head and said, "Thank you, Senior Statesman Luo, but I shall pass. If you are not drinking, you can scram back to wherever you came from. While you are at it, remember to pass on a message to the Senior State Assembly. If they do not stop nagging me, I am going to destroy the assembly. Leave right now," said Luo Yunyang unpleasantly as he pointed towards the gate of the main hall. The dashing young man looked extremely uncomfortable. The purpose of his trip had not just been to welcome Luo Yunyang as an honorable senior statesman, but also to provoke him slightly and represent some of the senior statesmen's thoughts. They all hoped to gain the greatest rights in the human tribe through the tribe's advancement. However, they were unable to surpass Luo Yunyang in the process. They did not only hope to have Luo Yunyang by their side. They also wanted him to know that the Senior State Assembly was supporting the human tribe. You just openly challenged the Senior State Assembly," said the dashing young man. He was the most outstanding candidate groomed by the Senior State Assembly. Therefore, he looked condescendingly at the other members of the Nine Paths. He was already jealous of Luo Yunyang for being able to become so successful at such a young age. Meeting him in real life and seeing his slightly arrogant style had only made him feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, he had thought that he had found Luo Yunyang's Achilles heel by pointing out the 50 billion star dollars. Even though he had been unsuccessful, he had at least expected Luo Yunyang to lower his head in embarrassment. He had never imagined that Yunyang would retort in such an unconventional manner. You want an open challenge? Are you sure about that? Chapter 503. It's not right to hope for what is not yours. Luo was the only son of two of the youngest senior statesmen in the State Assembly. His current status aside, he was also the disciple of the first senior statesman in the State Assembly. Breaking through to the Nebula grade in 3 years had made him very prideful. His prestigious status, in combination with the solid support he received from the senior statesmen, had allowed him to become a member of the State Assembly at this young age. Furthermore, some people openly expressed that, in about 3,000 years, Luo would definitely be in charge of the State Assembly and the human tribe. When Luo had first heard of Luo Yunyang, he had immediately felt a sense of wastefulness. It was a waste that Luo Yunyang was using something as precious as the extreme mystic token. However, what had been done could not be undone. He had no other choice but to accept this. Following Luo Yunyang's swift rise, especially after he was accepted as a disciple by the celestial world supremacy, he had started feeling an even stronger sense of jealousy. How should he try to suppress this fella? This thought was like a small spark. If it accidentally touched something, a real blaze could start. However, since Luo Yunyang had made such a big contribution to the human tribe, he could only suppress his thoughts. Still, should the opportunity to provoke Luo Yunyang come about, Xianxia was definitely not going to let it slip. He had to show Luo Yunyang that the State Assembly had rules that had to be remembered. He could not behave in any way he wanted. He would never have expected that the State Assembly, whom he revered and respected so much, would actually mean nothing to Luo Yunyang. Hearing Luo Yunyang's arrogant rebuttal felt like seeing a lightning bolt out of the blue. All Xianxia was thinking about now were Luo Yunyang's words. Are you sure about this? If anybody else had said this, he would definitely have lost his temper and said, your behavior is completely out of control. This is blasphemy against the State Assembly. You are going to be punished harshly by the State Assembly, you lunatic. However, Xianxia did not dare mess around with this chap. He suddenly felt extremely foolish for trying to provoke such a person. I stammered Xianxia for a while, not sure what to say. His body had begun trembling in fear. If you do not say anything, I will think that the State Assembly is issuing an open challenge, said Luo Yunyang as he looked at Xianxia. Suddenly, he flipped out violently and said, if the State Assembly does not take responsibility for its actions in 3 hours, I am going to destroy it. Now get out of my sight. In the past, Xianxia had never backed down from an argument when someone had stood up to him. However, as Luo Yunyang scolded him, Xianxia had no choice but to back off. In fact, as he was leaving the main hall, he actually bumped into the gates. Once Xianxia left, Luo Yunyang turned around to look at the bloody massacre path master and asked, why does the human tribe still have a senior State Assembly? What kind of joke is this? The bloody massacre path master and the masters of the other 9 paths were not happy with Xianxia and the senior State Assembly. Yunyang, the senior State Assembly was actually created by some of the elders of the 9 paths. Its purpose was to help resolve some of the small conflicts between the 9 paths, as well as help equalize most of the standings across the paths. It also helped serve as a last pillar of strength at times when the human tribe was going through a crisis. Then, the bloody massacre path master said solemnly, however, there have been some changes to the senior State Assembly lately. When he heard these words, Luo Yunyang smiled at the path master and said, since the human tribe is being run by the 9 path masters, there should not be too many discrepancies between the 9 paths. Otherwise, if everyone only focused on their own goals, wouldn't the whole tribe become divided? Furthermore, some people always get arrogant during such times. At first, Luo Yunyang had not wanted to meddle into the affairs of the human tribe. However, Luo's appearance had made him feel a stinging, uneasy sensation in his heart. He believed that if he got in trouble one day, Luo would definitely take full advantage of the situation. He would most likely even do something against his own family. Although the human tribe might not have had an easy time after his failure to complete the divine martial hall, Luo Yunyang still hoped that there would not be such a toxic creature in his life. It was always better to stay guarded against something one was unsure of rather than end up getting bit by something one had been sure of. Furthermore, through this incident, Luo Yunyang had also realized that there were certain matters that couldn't be allowed to fester, as people would still haunt him even if said matters were avoided. Some people would even try to aggravate the situation. The Bloody Massacre Path Master and the other 9 Path Masters' expressions changed. Although they disliked the Senior State Assembly, they had never thought about destroying it. In the face of this open challenge from Luo Yunyang, they all seemed helpless. Luo Yunyang looked at their lifeless expressions and rapped his knuckles against the table. If nobody wants to help, I can do it myself. Although his current strength would not really be able to destroy the Senior State Assembly, the Celestial World Supremacy seal that he held made the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others feel a little uneasy. The 9 Path Masters exchanged quick glances with each other before reaching a consensus. They found it difficult to decide whether they should proceed or not. It felt as though they were the rulers of the Senior State Assembly, so they did not feel comfortable with proceeding. Let us do it instead, said the acute Metal Path Master eventually. It's time for some people to calm down already. Luo Yunyang looked at the 9 Path Masters and smiled gently. I have always felt a sense of belonging among the human tribe. Especially after the incident with the Thunder Ray tribe, I will always remember the support that I have received from everyone and be grateful for it. Therefore, I do not want this gratitude to eventually fade away. What was supposed to be a happy reunion had ended up getting ruined by Aophitionluo. The 9 Path Masters were very unhappy about this. As Luo Yunyang left the scene, the Bloody Massacre Path Master said, "Everyone, let's take action. Let's gather all the senior assembly statesmen of the 9 paths. It is time for a big meeting to be held." Luo Yunyang had no objections to having a meeting between the senior assembly statesmen. The Bloody Massacre Path Master accompanied him as he began walking towards his home. Luo Yunyang had a small family. Besides his mother, Shen Yunyang, he only had a sister, Luo Donger. Shen Yunyang was now anxiously waiting for the return of her son. Compared to the past, her appearance had not undergone any major changes. She looked fairly similar to the way she had when Luo Yunyang had left Donglu town. However, thanks to the influence of a huge amount of potions and supplements, her cultivation level was now at the planet grade. Of course, despite having such a cultivation base, her combat strength wasn't great. Standing next to Shen Yunyang was Yunxi, who was also waiting for Luo Yunyang. Around them were also a few other close friends and family members from the Da Alliance Legislative Assembly, such as Lu Qubing, the Flame Emperor, and the Eagle King. After meeting his family and having a rather long chat with his mother about recent events, Luo Yunyang then individually asked Lu Qubing, the Flame Emperor, Yunxi and everyone else to have a private conversation with him. In an instant, Luo Yunyang's mind power had already fully locked and sealed the hall. Lu Qubing, the Flame Emperor and everyone else did not notice his actions. The only one who noticed was Yunxi, who looked at Luo Yunyang in confusion. "What is the matter?" she asked worriedly. Luo Yunyang had to give it to Yunxi. She was sensitive, smart and slightly reserved. He gently patted her shoulder and smiled. "I hadn't planned on doing this initially. However, you all saw the situation today at my welcome party. Things change, whether you want it or not. Although the 9 paths have been really good to me, the strength we need still belongs to other powers. We cannot rely on them forever, or we will eventually become their subordinates. No matter where we go, it is impossible to hope that other people's children will treat us like their parents." Then, Luo Yunyang added, "As long as I am around, there won't be a problem. However, what if something happens to me someday? Then, stop that nonsense, Yunyang. Why would anything happen to you?" Yunxi asked bitterly. Luo Yunyang laughed and said, "Yes, nothing will happen to me for now, but some things are unpredictable. It's always good to prepare for the future. That is why I intend to establish our own powers within the Da Alliance Legislative Assembly. What do you all think of this?" Establishing their own powers was indeed an exciting thought for Lu Qubing, the Flame Emperor and everyone else, who had always been outstanding figures within the Da Alliance Legislative Assembly. Although the people in the Blood Spirit Sky treated them nicely, they still felt like their subordinates at the end of the day. This disparity made them feel uncomfortable deep in their hearts. However, their planet-grade skills limited them greatly in the human tribe. Even if the blood spirit sky gave them some resources, they would still be unable to help them accelerate their cultivation speed. Yunyang, our cultivation levels, said Luo Yunyang hesitantly while glancing at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and said, I do not have the ability to help you all break through to the galaxy grade. However, it should not be too much of a challenge to train you guys to the pinnacle of the star grade. His last words made Luo Yunyang and everyone else's eyes light up. If the planet grade was considered insignificant in the Milky Way, then the star grade was considered a mid-tier in terms of strength. However, 10 star grade individuals and 1 nebula grade individual would be sufficient to form a clan. Alright, if you do not abandon us, Yunyang, we will all be part of the Luo family. Luo Yunyang said with resolve. Luo Yunyang waved his hands and said, let's not call it the Luo family. Instead, let's find a common name to call it. Let's stick to this name to have more cohesiveness, Yunyang. Luo Yunyang said solemnly. Otherwise, we would feel embarrassed to use your resources. The Flame Emperor and the Eagle King felt a shift in their attitude. After entering this space and having their cultivation levels increase thanks to Luo Yunyang, they finally felt the large difference between their standards. These factors caused them to change their attitude towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had a very good point. Even if one did not respect Luo Yunyang's current status, one had to revere his cultivation base. Luo Yunyang's attitude towards others didn't change. His personality was always the same. However, everyone would have to remember to play their individual part. After Luo Yunyang and the others left, Luo Yunyang took out the 10,000 Sun Star Roses and told Yunxi, these 10,000 Sun Star Roses will not only help you fully recover your cultivation base, but also let you advance directly from the star grade to the nebula grade. Chapter 504, A Heaven and Earth Toss. The Senior State Assembly was going to be disbanded. When Aophidianluo heard this news, he was completely stupefied. In his opinion, the assembly had always been invincible. However, this so-called invincible organization was about to be disbanded. How was this even possible? Based on the seriousness in his father's expression, Aophidianluo could tell that this definitely wasn't a joke. The senior state assembly on which he had always relied was really going to be gone. Aophidianluo shuddered as he thought about what would happen after the assembly was disbanded. Although both his parents were senior statesmen, they did not belong to any of the 9 paths. Just based on their family alone, they would definitely suffer huge losses in terms of status. Father, will the master agree to this? Asked Aophidianluo bitterly. Aophidianluo's father, Wu Jingtianluo, looked almost like his brother. However, his expression was quite dejected. As this trend goes on, things will have to change accordingly. It isn't quite up to the master to decide right now, Wu Jingtianluo said. Although this matter was partly a result of the displeasure the 9 paths harbored for us, this actually happened because of you. You were the fuse that lit and blew up this dynamite. Why the hell did you provoke Luo Yunyang? Aophidianluo felt increasingly remorseful as he listened to his father. Besides discomfort and remorse, he also felt a certain mounting anger in his heart. He felt as though he had swallowed a fish bone without consuming the fish. As he subconsciously tapped his head, he felt extremely depressed. I shall go look for the master. Aophidianluo shouted as he charged out of the main hall of the family mansion. Meanwhile, an attractive lady slowly walked in from outside. She took a glance at Wu Jingtianluo and said solemnly, Aofei has already suffered a heavy setback. Why do you still continue to blame him? Is he considered too young, or has he not suffered enough hardships to understand? I just wish that he could be a little more mature. Thanks to his carelessness, my efforts and careful planning during the past few years have now gone to waste. Suddenly, Wu Jingtianluo's eyes filled with anger. Everything is fated, replied the lady as she looked at Wu Jingtianluo with sympathy. He was a self-centered man. All his plans were centered around his own dreams. However, his son's willfulness had thwarted his plans and sent them down the drain. It felt like the sky was falling down on them. They simply didn't have any strength to resist. Wu Jingtianluo eyed the large hall before breaking into a smile and saying, I may not be able to change things much, but there is one person I know who will definitely not take things lying down. He will definitely do something. As Wu Jingtianluo spoke, his communication device began ringing. A pop-up window appeared automatically as he picked it up. The window was full of red words. The rise of a tribe eventually depends on its own strength. Luo Yunyang, You used your status as a disciple of the celestial world's supremacy to destroy the senior state assembly. I do not accept this. In 3 days, under the moons of the first solar month, I challenge you to take on 3 of my moves. You are an outstanding member of the human tribe. Therefore, I will not go all out for the kill. It was the first senior statesman of the senior state assembly, Novel. One could feel his unhappiness and anger just by looking at this message. His anger would send shivers through anyone reading the message. The attractive lady's communication device rang as well, and a pop-up window with the same content appeared. The lady stared blankly at the communication device for a while before turning to Luo and saying, "This is a mass-sent message. I think that the entire Milky Way must have received the challenge of the first senior statesman." Ha ha ha, the first senior statesman never disappoints indeed. This is a good challenge. Luo chortled heartily. The first senior statesman is at the pinnacle of the galaxy grade. He doesn't really want a complete victory, he just wants Luo Yunyang to take 3 blows from him. Although these 3 moves won't endanger Luo Yunyang's life, he is trying to show us that Luo Yunyang isn't completely invincible. Good, good, good. Luo uttered the word, good, 3 times consecutively. His mood, which had initially been dull and gloomy, instantly improved. The lady looked at the ecstatic Luo and said solemnly, "In this case, can we re-establish the senior state assembly?" It would be hard. After all, the 9 paths have something against the senior state assembly. Without someone who can suppress the unhappiness on both sides, it would just be impossible to establish the senior state assembly once again. Then, Luo added with a tinge of hatred, "Even so, I am sure that we have destroyed Luo Yunyang's reputation. He will become a laughing stock among the human tribe if he does not respond to the challenge. However, even if he accepts the challenge and falls at the hands of the first senior statesman, his reputation will surely take a big hit." When Luo had received this message, the people of the Bloody Massacre Path had received it as well. Everyone had actually received this message, first-hand at the same time. Novel, the first senior statesman of the senior state assembly, who was a pinnacle standard galaxy-grade martialist equal to the path masters of the 9 paths, had actually challenged Luo Yunyang. This challenge was not meant to determine a winner, but to make Luo Yunyang take 3 of his moves. How repulsive, the Bloody Massacre Path Master said mercilessly. He would never have thought that the first senior statesman would come up with such a despicable move to use against Luo Yunyang. Is there any way to get them to retract this challenge? The Blood Sky ruler suggested as he looked at the Bloody Massacre Path Master. The Bloody Massacre Path Master shook his head and said, "Yunyang has helped us reach the 2nd-tier tribe rank. His fame has already propelled throughout the whole tribe. If he does not even dare accept this 3-move challenge, he will definitely lose whatever reputation he has in the human tribe. We can't retract the message. Anyone who owns a communication device must have already heard the news. How would retracting this message help in any way?" The Blood Sky ruler had a bitter expression on his face. He knew that things had gotten out of hand this time. Retracting the message would be akin to concealing the problem. In fact, it would lead others to think that Luo Yunyang was afraid to take on the challenge, and his reputation would definitely suffer a massive hit as a result. However, even if Luo Yunyang accepted the challenge, despite Novel's promise not to kill or heavily wound him, he would still put Yunyang in a difficult situation. What should we do then? The Bloody Massacre Path Master shook his head and said, "I feel just as helpless. We will have to let Luo Yunyang handle this matter on his own." As the 2 men conversed, over 10 invitations were sent via communication device to the Bloody Massacre Path Master, asking the Bloody Massacre Path Master to enter the virtual realm. Amongst the people who sent the invitations were the other rulers of the 9 paths, as well as some top-graded representatives of the human tribe. The Bloody Massacre Path Master shook his head and said, "Inviting me over is useless. I have no way of solving this problem." Despite his words, the Bloody Massacre Path Master still hurriedly entered the virtual realm. As the top representatives of the human tribe were discussing this matter, many humans across the Milky Way had already received the message. "I have never heard of the first senior statesman, but do you guys think Luo Yunyang will accept his challenge?" A young martialist began a discussion the moment he saw the news. Why would Luo Yunyang be afraid? It's just the first senior statesman, right? Although his name sounds impressive, how could he even hold a candle to Luo Yunyang? It's hard to say. I checked the data for Novel, and he is a pinnacle standard galaxy-grade martialist who practices the Raging Blaze cultivation path. Isn't it just like the strong to bully the weak? However, he has already said that he is only going to show Luo Yunyang 3 of his moves. Plus, he has already emphasized that he will not harm Yunyang. I will be really disappointed if Yunyang is too afraid to accept such a challenge. All sorts of discussions were buzzing on the forums of the virtual world of the human tribe. The discussions, which were related to the Senior State Assembly, to Luo Yunyang and to the disbanding of the assembly, included many participants. Some people even tried investigating whether Luo Yunyang had accepted the challenge, or whether he would even dare accept it. As the spectators were buzzing with speculation, Luo Yunyang also received the message. While he had been trying to help Yunxi absorb the potion made from the 1,000 sun roses, he had switched off his communication device. He only heard the news when he turned it on once again. He would have to take 3 moves from Nilanqingyan. Upon seeing the challenge issued by Nilanqingyan, Luo Yunyang immediately knew what he was up to. Besides looking to vent some of his anger, Nilanqingyan also wanted to ruin his reputation. Luo Yunyang would definitely become a laughing stock if he didn't dare accept the challenge. Even if he accepted it and was unable to take the 3 moves, he would eventually become a subject of mockery amongst strong, established martialists. Most importantly, Nilanqingyan's motive for spreading this message was to prevent Yunyang from declining the challenge. Yunyang, the 9 paths have had a discussion. We might be able to find some methods to help you in a situation like this, the Bloody Massacre Path Master said gloomily through the communication device. The human tribe considered Luo Yunyang a hero. Of course, they would give him their unwavering support. Nilanqingyan was way behind Luo Yunyang in terms of popularity. However, if the 9 paths employed their own techniques, this match would surely be considered despicable by everyone else. No need, Path Master. Luo Yunyang said solemnly, I may not have sparred against galaxy-grade martialists, but given my current abilities, I think that I will not lose, Luo Yunyang said confidently. The Bloody Massacre Path Master hung up. Although Luo Yunyang may have surprised him with his abilities, he still believed that he might be slightly overconfident this time. He didn't want to just take 3 moves. He actually wanted to win. As soon as the Bloody Massacre Path Master hung up on Luo Yunyang sent a reply to the first senior statesman. I look forward to the challenge. Chapter 505. 10,000 slashes in 1 in the Miro family residence. Miro Fedor had been in terrible spirits over the past few days. Besides the fact that he felt unhappy, what made him feel even worse was the sullen feeling of an opportunity being stolen from him. This feeling was sullen indeed. All these years, Miro Fedor had never had to put up with such petty annoyances. However, he had not only just given up his ranking, but he had even been taken advantage of in his own home. If there was a chance to avoid it, Miro Fedor definitely would want to have a scuffle with Luo Yunyang. Young master, this is the latest news from Luo Yunyang, an attendant said respectfully. In the Miro household, there were strict rules regarding the announcement of news. Although it was actually faster to make use of the virtual realm to get the latest news, the Miro household always wanted to have someone come and pass the information to them when there was important news. This was the safest method after all. Miro Fedor couldn't care less about the challenge of the pinnacle galaxy-grade martialist. To him, the name Nilanqingyan was not even worth remembering. Luo Yunyang must be the only person in the Qianlong register who has not had a go against me, Miro Fedor mumbled to himself. Yes, young master, you are absolutely right, the attendant said respectfully. This attendant was very quick-witted and good at assessing situations. Although he had initially been gifted with the gift of the gab, he was very careful when it came to speaking with Miro Fedor. In this world, there were too many people who talked a lot, but too few who knew when to remain silent. There was a glint in Miro Fedor's eyes as he said in a serious tone, is it possible for me to spectate the match? Young master, it is at best a 10-day ride from here all the way to the Milky Way. I am worried that the battle might have already ended by the time we get there. The attendant realized that he had made a grave mistake as soon as he spoke. The young master hated it when people ranted on incessantly. Eventually, he concluded that he had to quickly get straight to the point. He subconsciously raised his head to take a look at his young master. He was right indeed. Miro Fedor had a sullen expression on his face. Therefore, the attendant said quickly, young master, there is always a way out. Please do not worry too much. If you use the wormhole transportation, you would be able to rush to the Milky Way within a day. I think it'd be better to use the wormhole transportation. Although it costs quite a bit more, I am sure we can afford it, Miro Fedor told the attendant. The attendant nodded in agreement before excusing himself to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Miro Fedor looked at the resources he had at hand before laughing sinisterly. Luo Yunyang, this time, I want to see for myself if your skills are as great as described in the Qianlong register. There were many people out there who thought like Miro Fedor and wanted to see for themselves Luo Yunyang's actual cultivation level. Many of them were also from tribes that harbored intense hatred for Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, on the Boundless Thunder aggregation, a young teen was taking a bath in the rolling thunder sea. Countless massive thunder waves charged towards the 18-meter-tall teen from the Thunder Ray tribe, creating a metallic luster around him. The battle between Luo Yunyang and the Pinnacle Galaxy-grade martialist isn't that significant, the teen said as he opened his eyes. There was impatience in his voice. However, when an unknown message was sent to him via communication device, he eventually relented. As he stood up, a massive wormhole opened up across the Thunder Sea. The moment one of his feet entered the wormhole, the teen disappeared without a trace. The younger generation of martialists from the Electric On tribe, the Evergreen tribe, the Giant Slab tribe, as well as the 18 other primary tribes, and the majority of martialists from the Qianlong register had all used different methods to reach the Milky Way and the third moon space. Their purpose for coming was simply to watch Luo Yunyang and Nilanqingyan duke it out. Brother, this is the data I've managed to gather regarding Nilanqingyan, Luo Donger said as she came running and handed over some resources to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had already acquired a copy of those resources earlier. However, when he saw his sister's eagerness to help, he took the documents from her and said, "You have definitely helped your brother a lot this time around, Donger. You are only mocking me. Don't think that I do not know that you likely have more materials already." Luo Donger told Luo Yunyang before adding, "I have performed an analysis on Nilanqingyan. Please review it." With that, Luo Donger turned and left. Luo Yunyang could care less about going up against Nilanqingyan. However, he did not want to ignore his sister's analysis. After all, he could actually deduce his sister's standards in combat ability, as well as many other things, through this analysis. Although Nilanqingyan cultivated the Raging Inferno path, his best origin source law skills were wind, metal, and spatial dimension origin source law. By combining them, he had named his cultivation path Long Dragon Beheading River Path. Legend had it that its strongest move was the 10,000 slashes in one. One of the three moves he was going to use would definitely be the 10,000 slashes in one. It was imperative that Luo Yunyang did not hide, but instead kept up a tight defense around him. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly while reading Luo Donger's analysis. Although this analysis was juvenile and not thorough enough for Luo Yunyang, there was a clear and logical flow regarding her analysis of the moves. Luo Yunyang set the documents aside after reading them. The reason he had agreed to a battle this time hadn't been Nilanqingyan's provocation. If he wanted to establish the Luo family, he would have to use this opportunity to let the entire human tribe get to know him. He also wanted to show other people that, even if he did not rely on the seal of the celestial world supremacy, he could still stand up against Pinnacle Galaxy-grade martialists in the galaxy. A period of 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The third moon space was huge and covered billions of miles. However, most people believed that the third moon space was generally referred to as the third moon star. Although the area wasn't too large, it was filled with the full heat coming from the star. Both Luo Yunyang and Nilanqingyan had a wide reputation in the human tribe. That was why this battle had aroused the interest of so many people. Just a day before the duel, countless spaceships arrived from every direction. On these spaceships were the best martialists from the 9 paths, as well as members of the Senior State Assembly. There were also some people who had just gone there to spectate the match. The forums of the virtual realms were full of speculations on the fighting styles of both parties. Many strong martialists from the human tribe also gave special interviews about their thoughts on the battle. Among them were some martialists from the Senior State Assembly. Do you think that Luo Yunyang will be able to handle 3 moves from Senior State Assemblyman Nilanqingyan? A beautiful lady asked a muscular, fierce man on the flashing screen. Although the man on the screen looked like someone in his 40s, he had actually already been alive for several thousand years. He laughed when he heard the lady's words. Don't you think that this question is a little ridiculous? I think that it will be a miracle if he can even deal with one move. Luo Yunyang has just entered the Nebula grade, so he is considered a member of the youngest generation. Are you aware of the cultivation base of the first senior statesman? He is at the peak galaxy grade. Let me put it this way. This cannot even be considered a duel. It is more of a lecture. Understand, this is basically a senior teaching a junior that, although a martialist might have great support, they will still eventually have to rely on their own abilities. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea before saying, "You will slowly understand the thoughts of the first senior statesman." Many people were watching the interview, as the person being interviewed was an elite senior assembly statesman. Even though he had lost the senior state assembly's support and a large part of his influence, his current analysis of the battle still managed to earn most of the audience's approval. After all, there was just too great a difference between someone who had just advanced to the Nebula grade and someone who was at the peak galaxy grade. Even though Luo Yunyang was innately talented and had been able to stand up to this challenge, there was still too great a difference in standards between the two martialists. Some people even suggested that, if Luo Yunyang was really confident, he should actually make a wager with Nilanqingyan on certain issues, such as maybe agreeing to the reconstruction of the senior state assembly if he lost. All sorts of news filled the Milky Way. As many people anticipated the battle eagerly, the time and date of the battle finally came. Many people had heard of Nilanqingyan's name, but very few had actually seen him in person. Just 10 minutes before the match began, a silver spaceship flew in. From afar, after it halted and stabilized itself in the sky, a man in his mid-30s walked out in a white robe. His walk was calm and lacked any sense of urgency. However, as he walked out, many people who were there to spectate the match began to feel a huge mounting pressure in their hearts. This pressure was so intense that they suddenly felt a little breathless. However, what really attracted people's attention was not how big this man was, but the sword he was holding in his hands. He was holding a long white sword. It was actually a white scabbard with a white hilt. The expression of the bloody massacre path master and the other people anticipating the match changed when they saw the matching colors of the man's sword and robe. This long sword was no ordinary weapon. It could be considered as valuable as the sky-breaking sword. Although the sky-breaking sword was not as good as the sword passed down between the 9 paths, which could supposedly suppress a whole tribe, it was more or less just as rare. While it was sheathed, it looked very much like an ordinary sword. However, once it was unsheathed, its power was enough to double the might of the wielder. This kind of treasure was only used by people in an emergency. However, Nilanqingyan was wielding this sword right now. The bloody massacre path master and everyone else looked at Nilanqingyan in shock. Some people even returned to their sects to summon their own treasures. Just as they were getting ready, Luo Yunyang arrived in another flying spaceship. Chapter 506. Equal to the galaxy grade, but not yet a ruler. Although he had seen Nilanqingyan's image many times, Luo Yunyang had only one thought when he saw his opponent. The first senior assembly statesman was a very pure martialist. As he held the long blade in his hand, he stood as proud as a dragon. Nilanqingyan stared coldly at Luo Yunyang. The killing intent between them had begun brewing the moment their gazes had met. Nilanqingyan, who had attained the peak galaxy grade, seemed to be above the entire human tribe in the Milky Way. A crippling aura was unleashed by the galaxy grade martialist in an instant. Blade lights immediately began gathering into circular blades behind him. These countless circular blades eventually sealed the surrounding 3,000 miles of space between him and Luo Yunyang. Galaxy grade martialists were not known as rulers just because of their ability to break through the galaxy grade, but also because their individual cultivation paths could allow them to replace different origin source laws in space. In the presence of a galaxy grade ruler, any ordinary nebula grade martialist would not even stand a chance of resisting. By sealing a total area of 3,000 miles and limiting the space around him, Nilanqingyan could effectively destroy anything within that space. However, Luo Yunyang appeared calm in the face of this mounting pressure. In fact, he did not move one bit. This fellow was just a little too flashy. As he stood still, the hundreds of circular blade lights approaching him simply evaporated. This is indeed a battle between the strongest martialists in existence. They are not even exchanging blows, yet you can already feel the tension in the air. Indeed, he has dominated 3,000 miles around him in one move. Damn, even a higher-tier spacecraft entering this region would be destroyed by this massive aura. Luo Yunyang seems to be doing pretty well as well. Most nebula-grade martialists would not even have been able to react in the face of a galaxy-grade martialist. That's right, there has been almost no reaction from him. Nilanqingyan seems to be in the midst of creating something big. I think that Luo Yunyang is confident this time. He will definitely be able to deal with 3 blows. The battle with Nilanqingyan had aroused many people's curiosity. Since the Sky Books of the 9 Paths did not prohibit any footage regarding this duel, the forum of the virtual world was filled with images of Luo Yunyang going up against Nilanqingyan. Amongst the spectators, only a handful of top martialists were really able to see what sort of techniques were being employed. Miro Fedor, as well as the youngest generation of elite martialists from the Thunder Ray tribe and the Electric On tribe, were among them. Most of them had a galaxy-grade cultivation base, and their names were in the Qianlong register. Most importantly, a lot of these elites had combat experience against galaxy-grade opponents. Therefore, they could easily see what was going on. Miro Fedor was an elite from the demigod tribe with a grand disposition. That was why many geniuses from other tribes had gathered around him. They seemed to crowd around the person they respected as a leader. Miro Fedor was their leader. Thus, he was in the center of the crowd. Only the Miro family knew that Luo Yunyang had been to their residence and forcefully taken the silver component. Luo Yunyang would definitely not announce such a tyrannical act. Likewise, the members of the Miro family would not leak this matter in order to save themselves from embarrassment. This Nilanqingyan chap from the human tribe isn't too bad. Although he is not a major galaxy-grade powerhouse, he isn't far from becoming one, said a martialist from the Electric On tribe who was looking at Nilanqingyan with heartfelt admiration and respect. After all, attaining a major boundary was part of his goal as well. In the Divine Union, there was a strict differentiation between the cultivation level of martialists all the way from the planet grade to the universe grade. Similarly, there was also a differentiation when comparing a cultivation base in the understanding of path cultivation. Between the minor boundary and the extreme boundary were 5 general subdivisions in the Divine Union: minor, major, complete, consummate and extreme boundary. It was considered normal for a galaxy-grade martialist to have a minor boundary understanding of their own path cultivation. In fact, if one wished to progress into being a galaxy-grade martialist, one had to have at least a minor boundary understanding of their own path cultivation. It was so rare for one to be able to attain the major boundary of understanding that only 1 in about 100 galaxy-grade martialists would eventually make it to that level of understanding. Out of 10 such people, only 1 would make it to the celestial domain grade. The complete boundary was considered even rarer. Among 1,000 galaxy grades, it was already rare if one had a major boundary, let alone a complete boundary. As long as one reached the complete boundary, advancing to the celestial domain grade would follow naturally. Meanwhile, the consummate and extreme boundary were considered celestial domain grade categories. However, under certain circumstances, some galaxy-grade martialists had also attained the understanding of the last 2 stages. Anyone who managed to attain the extreme boundary of understanding enjoyed a special status in the Divine Union. By relying on some of the treasures handed down the Miro family, as well as his level of cultivation, Miro Fedor had smugly attained the major boundary of his cultivation path. What he lacked right now was accumulated experience. Once he accumulated enough of it, in combination with the power of his household, he would definitely be able to easily advance to the galaxy grade. However, he still did not feel confident in his own abilities to oppose Nilanqingyan. There was just too great a difference between their strengths. However, if he could not do so, then Luo Yunyang would have a worse fate. 3 moves. If Nilanqingyan wielded his sword, he was pretty sure that Luo Yunyang would not be able to handle 3 moves. After all, this was a galaxy-grade martialist on the verge of reaching the major boundary. Based on your reputation, Luo Yunyang, you are stronger than me. However, I cannot judge your strength just based on your reputation. Nilanqingyan said, his gaze firmly fixed on Luo Yunyang. His voice was calm and contained some degree of admiration. When I was at your cultivation level, I definitely did not have your current ability. However, I still have to teach you today that it pays to be cautious and prudent, young man. Take this, said Nilanqingyan as he drew his long white sword. Then, he made a swift slashing motion with his blade. The circular blades that had dispersed within 3,000 miles of Nilanqingyan began rushing back towards him and gathering under the wave of his sword. In an instant, the skies and the earth within 3,000 miles of him were covered by the wave of his blade. Although the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others had already retrieved their best weapons, their faces were still aghast with terror and shock as they watched the technique Nilanqingyan used. Even though they believed that they could deal with this technique, what about Luo Yunyang? If he could not even deal with this technique, how would he keep holding out? Besides, if he couldn't even deal with this move, he would definitely lose his current reputation. How would he face the entire human tribe in the future? Even though Luo Yunyang was the celestial world supremacy's disciple and did not care about the small issues that concerned the human tribe, he was destined to lose his reputation. Just as everyone was fretting over Luo Yunyang's inability to deal with these attacks, they noticed an even more disturbing fact. Luo Yunyang was not even moving, even though he was surrounded by blade lights in a 3,000-mile radius. If Luo Yunyang had been a galaxy-grade martialist, then people would have thought that he was extremely confident about facing this technique head-on. However, he was merely at the initial stages of the nebula grade. Given his cultivation base, there was only one possible reason why he was standing there instead of choosing to run. He had already been crippled by fear. Although this was something that couldn't possibly happen, most people assumed that this was exactly what was going on. Miro Fedor also thought so. He hoped that Luo Yunyang would drop out of the 9th place on the Qianlong register after this battle. Then, Miro Fedor himself would be able to relinquish his initial position. Just as someone in the crowd shouted for Luo Yunyang, he suddenly began moving. He pointed his finger in the direction of himself and tapped lightly. Although this tap wasn't fast, it contained enormous might. As the blade lights spread over 1,000 miles began descending, several black rays began emanating from Luo Yunyang's body. These black rays, which were dense and tightly packed, rushed towards the descending blade lights. Although they were quickly destroyed when they came into contact with the blade lights, the rays seemed endless. It seemed as though they were able to absorb an unlimited amount of blade lights. Due to the repetitive layers of black rays, the blade lights, which were like thunder waves, kept dispersing into the void. When the blade lights came into contact with Luo Yunyang's finger, the area they covered shrank from 3,000 miles to only a few hundred meters. However, these several hundred blade lights still contained a large amount of power. There were no sounds or any unusual reactions when the finger came into contact with the blade lights. However, the turbulent blade lights disappeared without a trace. This disappearance was likened to the mouth of a beast, as any blade lights that came into contact with it were swallowed immediately. Miro Fedor was stunned by what he was seeing. He could not believe that Luo Yunyang was having such an easy time handling this technique. Even the other galaxy-grade martialists present were equally stunned. The Bloody Massacre Path Master made eye contact with the Deep Earth Path Master. Based on their expressions, they could see that they were equally surprised. What kind of move is Luo Yunyang using? Is this still the Great Chaotic Whole Path? Asked the Deep Earth Path Master. As the best martialist in the Bloody Massacre Path, the Bloody Massacre Path Master naturally knew a lot about the Great Chaotic Whole Path. After pondering this question for a bit, he replied, "It should be the Great Chaotic Whole Path." However, there seems to be some form of modification to his Great Chaotic Whole Path technique. The Fiery Sun Path Master, who had already retrieved the treasure of his own path and was now standing next to them, said, "Right now, Luo Yunyang is as powerful as a galaxy-grade martialist. However, he isn't a ruler yet." The Bloody Massacre Path nodded his head in agreement. Although only one move had been used, Luo Yunyang's performance had already stupefied them. "Then take this," Nilanqingyan said as he moved his blade instantly. Luo Yunyang moved and appeared right in front of Nilanqingyan in the blink of an eye. Following Luo Yunyang's sudden appearance, the black rays on his body immediately enveloped Nilanqingyan. Nilanqingyan suddenly felt as though he had entered a quagmire. Actually, it felt more like he had entered a massive whirlpool that was furiously absorbing his strength. He wanted to retreat and hide, but was unable to. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang tapped his finger once more. Chapter 507. Instant Cosmo Breaking. Nilanqingyan had a very good plan for his 3 moves. In fact, his plan was so detailed that he had even prepared and rehearsed how to use his moves. He had not held back on his first move. Instead, he had immediately used his best move, the 10,000 slashes in one. Unfortunately, this technique, which he'd had high hopes for, was eventually broken by Luo Yunyang. This disappointed him greatly and of course made Nilanqingyan extremely uncomfortable. However, as uncomfortable as he was, he still started getting ready to use his second technique. Unfortunately, he had not expected that he would get attacked by Luo Yunyang before his second technique was even ready. Many light waves that looked like layers of spider webs were right between the two of them, which made Nilanqingyan very uncomfortable. What made things worse was that Luo Yunyang had started to point his finger at him. Although the pointing wasn't fast, Nilanqingyan felt an imminent danger fall upon him instantly. This fine sense of danger had been cultivated over many years and through multiple combat experiences. Although it was not always accurate, Nilanqingyan somehow believed his senses this time around. From another person's viewpoint, Luo Yunyang's finger pointing might have seemed almost normal. However, the instant Nilanqingyan attacked Luo Yunyang, he moved the sky-breaking sword in his hands and created a large ray screen right in front of his body. A layer of all-encompassing blade lights covered him from every direction, providing him with a full defense. During his previous years of combat, Nilanqingyan had used the same defensive moves whenever he had been under attack and dealt with many different types of ray cannons. Right now, he had once again activated this defensive light screen. Luo Yunyang's finger made contact with the omnipresent light screen. There was naturally almost no reaction from the others when he used his finger, as this could not compare to the scaling blade lights that covered nearly everything. However, the moment Luo Yunyang's finger touched the blade light screen, a massive amount of power was released from his digit. The magnitude of this power was just too great and otherworldly. Due to the huge pressure of this power, the large light screen started crumbling and Nilanqingyan found himself right before Luo Yunyang's finger. Crash! Without any obstacles present, the boundless force of the finger made contact with Nilanqingyan's body. In an instant, Nilanqingyan began flying in the opposite direction. Upon receiving that blow, the initial territory of 3,000 miles disappeared completely. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Nilanqingyan was sent flying for a total distance of about 3,000 miles before he was able to stabilize his body in the void. However, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Yunyang's pointing had seemed ordinary to many people. However, although he had not used many gimmicks or variations, the power this move had contained had been just too massive and explosive. It had been explosive indeed. Luo Yunyang's finger pointing could only be described as explosive. Why would your pointing finger contain the strength and power of my blade? Nilanqingyan said as he looked at Luo Yunyang with a puzzled expression. He could not help but ask, as the power of that finger had definitely contained quite a large portion of his own strength. Although the magnitude of that strength had increased about 10 times after being stimulated by Luo Yunyang, it had still originated from Nilanqingyan. Nilanqingyan definitely wouldn't mistake this sort of power. Luo Yunyang met Nilanqingyan's puzzled stare as he replied indifferently, "Half of the power in this finger came from your previous attack. Do you still want to have another go?" As he said that, multiple layers of black rays appeared and started enveloping the surrounding sky. Although they had not yet reached Nilanqingyan, no effort was made to hide the amount of power this move contained. Nilanqingyan's expression kept changing. He was momentarily angry, then dispirited, and then just sinister. Occasionally, he felt, many eyes were fixed on Nilanqingyan by now. These people considered Nilanqingyan their last shred of hope. Eventually, Nilanqingyan's expression calmed down and he met Luo Yunyang's gaze. "There is no need to continue this duel. I am no match for you," he said with a sigh. Nilanqingyan eased up a lot after saying this. His eyes, which shone like a pair of blades, now appeared darker and devoid of any emotion. Most people thought it was actually quite acceptable to admit defeat during a duel. After all, the only possible results of a duel were either victory or defeat. However, Nilanqingyan had used his name and reputation, which he had painstakingly built over the years, to challenge Luo Yunyang to a duel. Unfortunately, he had eventually been defeated by Luo Yunyang. This defeat was extremely painful to the other senior assembly statesmen, who still believed they would be able to rebuild the senior state assembly after Nilanqingyan defeated Luo Yunyang. Likewise, this duel had made the people who supported Luo Yunyang even more confident in his abilities. The Bloody Massacre Path Master, the Deep Earth Path Master and the others were now looking at Luo Yunyang with new eyes. Even though they felt close to Luo Yunyang, they had still treated him like a junior before the start of this duel. After all, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was at the Nebula grade. That was why their very first instinct had been to stop Nilanqingyan from making this insane proposal when he had first issued this challenge. However, the defeat of Nilanqingyan, who had a similar cultivation base with them, changed their attitude towards Luo Yunyang. In their eyes, Luo Yunyang was now their equal. This also meant that Luo Yunyang was actually the strongest fighter in the human tribe now. Nilanqingyan rushed up to the sky with a clear distinct sound, getting away quickly. Other than a few other senior assembly statesmen, very few people noticed his departure. He was, after all, nothing but a loser. Leaving quietly was the best choice a loser like him could make. Luo Yunyang did not urge Nilanqingyan to stay any further either. However, his gaze eventually fell on Miro Fedor, who was hiding quietly at the corner. "Brother Miro, I never thought you would actually come down to personally root for me. I am truly thankful," Luo Yunyang said cheerfully. Although Miro Fedor felt the urge to just walk away from everything, he knew that he had to make the right decision when he saw Luo Yunyang's smiling face. "Ha ha ha, Brother Luo, I heard that you were going to have a duel with someone else, so I came down to take a look. Come on, let me introduce you to the other grand heroes on the Qianlong register." The younger generation of martialists from the Thunder Ray tribe and the Electric On tribe were all smiles as they met Luo Yunyang. Although they hated him to the very core, they still felt it would be best to treat him warmly for now. After exchanging a couple of formalities with him, they quickly left the place. Although they were quite famous as well, their exit gave everyone the impression that they were trying to escape. Following the conclusion of this fight, there was another round of changes in the Qianlong register. Luo Yunyang, who had initially ranked 9th on the register, had now advanced to 6th. It became increasingly hard for one to rise to the last few places on the Qianlong register. Many a time, people would rise by only one rank each time after many difficulties. However, Luo Yunyang had just risen by a total of 3 places. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang was waiting earnestly at the place where Yunxi had secluded herself. Although he had full confidence in her abilities to advance to the next level, he still could not help but feel jittery during the last phase. "Brother, you are acting like you have ants in your pants. Sister Yunxi will definitely be fine." Luo Donger consoled her brother gently. Luo Yunyang patted Luo Donger's head softly. Just as he was about to say something, his communication device rang. Luo Yunyang smiled as he went through the contents of the message. "Let's go. The people we have been waiting for are here." The people Luo Yunyang had been waiting for were the representatives of the 1,000-star auction, who were bringing a batch of slaves whose lives they controlled completely. Each of these slaves had a nebula-grade cultivation base. "Mr. Luo, these are the talismans for controlling the life and death of these slaves. If you want to, you can vent your anger on them as much as you like," said an attendant of the 1,000-star auctioneers who spoke to Luo Yunyang in an extremely respectful manner. After all, it was a well-known fact that Luo Yunyang had risen among the ranks of the Qianlong register. He had been briefed once more by his superior just as he had been approaching Luo Yunyang. "All right, I have already transferred the necessary star dollars to the 1,000-star auctions account," Luo Yunyang said with a smile. "I hope to have more pleasant partnerships with you in the future. It is our honor that you chose us, Mr. Luo." 100 nebula-grade slaves were essentially just like 100 nebula-grade martialists from any of the Sky Book's 9 paths. Purchasing these nebula-grade martialists had cost Luo Yunyang a total of 10 billion star dollars. Although they had not come cheap, Luo Yunyang believed that they were worth it. These slaves were all at the nebula grade. Thus, every single one of these individuals had a cruel, untamed expression on their face. Under the circumstances, Luo Yunyang decided not to restrain himself. Instead, he used all his strength. In just a while, he managed to pressure these slaves until they feared him completely. He also promised to set them free after 1,000 years. Until then, they would have to only set their minds on serving him. After doing all this, he handed over the rights of controlling these slaves to Luo Donger. By the time he had said everything he wanted, Yunxi stepped out of her seclusion. Just as Luo Yunyang had expected, she had successfully broken through to the star grade. Now that Luo Donger had taken charge over these 100 slaves, Luo Yunyang felt as though his plan for the Milky Way had almost succeeded. Next up, he would be putting his life on the line once again. Chapter 508. The Bloody Space River. Your Highness Yunyang, the Bloody Space River is just up ahead. You can go there to report to the Divine Union Territory, said a large man respectfully as he pointed towards the starry region in the distance. Luo Yunyang looked at the boundless sea of red space as he stood atop the spaceship. Thank you, Mr. Mulin, said Luo Yunyang. The large man nodded his head respectfully and bade farewell to Yunyang before disappearing into the boundless space along with his spaceship. Luo Yunyang watched his disappearing silhouette, feeling sort of relieved. Even though Molin had been extremely polite and respectful to him, Luo Yunyang could not help but feel uneasy having a celestial domain-grade martialist escorting him. During the last 30 years, Luo Yunyang had spent a large portion of his time cultivating under the ancient tree of the Evergreen tribe. Although his rank had only advanced from the first tier of the Nebula grade to the second tier of the Nebula grade, thanks to his mastery of the Great Chaotic Whole Path, he had still managed to reap great rewards in terms of his understanding of the 4 types of origin source laws. Over time, the results of his cultivation had decreased. During the past 10 days, Mr. Molin had actually brought an order from his own master, the celestial world supremacy. Luo Yunyang was supposed to go to the Bloody Space River and obtain 1 billion merit points in the span of 100 years. Molin hadn't explained how he would receive these merit points. He had only been instructed to lead Luo Yunyang to the Bloody Space River and take back the celestial world supremacy seal, which had helped Luo Yunyang tremendously. According to Molin, even though Luo Yunyang was a disciple of the celestial world supremacy, the seal had to be taken away because it wouldn't be useful there. This was because nothing was important there besides one's strength. Although Yunyang had tried to search for information on the Bloody Space River, he had only managed to find one piece of information about it. He had learned that this place was like a cross-junction where people of the Divine Union, the Purgatory, the Machine Empire, and the Beast Sky Union congregated. These 4 powers often engaged in battles in this boundless expanse of space. The purpose of these fights was to get their hands on resources. This area was not marked on the Galaxy Star map, neither was it on the galaxy map of the different tribes or the Galaxy Taboo list. All Luo Yunyang could find was the legend of how the Bloody Space River had gotten its name. The reason behind its name was that too much blood had been shed during these close scuffles. This also explained the aura of blood that existed in the air. Who is there? Just as Luo Yunyang was thinking about this, a pair of silhouettes emerged from one of the blood-red planets nearby. The 2 shadows, which were about 33 and 23 meters tall, were both wearing scarlet armor. There were also 2 spaceships, one for each of them, which were both made out of gold. The person who had spoken was the 30-meter-tall man, who was also swinging his giant axe. Luo Yunyang could sense the cultivation bases of the 2 men from the moment he met them. One of them was at the peak Nebula grade, while the other was at the 8th tier of the Nebula grade. If the 2 of them had been in the Milky Way, they would definitely have been commanders of a few other Nebula graders. However, judging by the look of their possessions, they were most likely on patrol duty in this region. I am Luo Yunyang from the human tribe and I come here humbly under orders, said Luo Yunyang as he threw over a token that Molin had given him. After all, there was about a 300-meter gap between the 2 parties. If Luo Yunyang got closer, he might be accused of wanting to start a fight. The tall man inspected the token presented by Luo Yunyang before shooting him a look of contempt. Damn, those old men in the Divine Union must have their brains growing in their bums. They clearly want more Divine Sky Source, but are not willing to give us the capable manpower for it. The tall man scanned Luo Yunyang from head to toe before saying, a Nebula-grade martialist from a small 3rd-grade tribe. And a 2nd-tier Nebula-grade martialist at that. This is rubbish. No, it is trash upon trash. This is a fighter collected from a heap of trash. Luo Yunyang couldn't remember the last time someone had called him trash. Hearing this insult made him extremely agitated. Hey, even though you do not have much ability, you sure do have a temper. What are you so unhappy about? Damn it, let me tell you something. There aren't many rules around here. We also wouldn't care much about your background, even if you were from the demigod tribe. If your cultivation base isn't up to scratch, you are still going to get beaten to a pulp. The one who punches the hardest is the boss, said the 30-meter tall man. Although it was not clear which tribe he was actually from, he laughed and said, come on, if you have the ability, go ahead and hit me. It will be in vain. How may I address you? Luo Yunyang said while looking at the man in a peculiar manner. Remember my name, I am Langbin from the Giant Soul tribe, the huge man said while waving his massive hands. However, just as he was saying his own name, the human laughed and interrupted him. I am going to beat you up now, brother Langbin. Langbin was stunned for a moment. He almost could not believe his ears. That weakling from the human tribe had actually said that he was going to give him a beating. However, as he was questioning his own hearing, Luo Yunyang's body appeared strangely within 30 meters of him. That wasn't all. There were also layers of black whirlpool-like rays coming from his body. These rays were like layers of marsh that bound Langbin, making it extremely difficult for him to move. Bang, 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 bang. In just a few moments, Langbin was sent rolling down from various hits. Although he struggled to retaliate, the layers of whirlpool rays just continued to bind him, leaving him unable to even stand up. What an interesting chap. If you can, try to kill me. You human scumbag. If you aren't able to kill Daddy, then I will be your son. Daddy, stop hitting. I am your son. When he could not take this beating anymore, Langbin finally conceded. He had already given up on whatever dignity he had and started bawling and asking for forgiveness. As he looked at Luo Yunyang, who wasn't holding back his punches, he felt as though he had just made eye contact with the devil. Not only did his comrade not join the fight, but he actually kept a fair bit of distance from both Langbin and Luo Yunyang. It was obvious that he did not want to be part of the brawl between them. Can you tell me about the current situation here at the Bloody Space River, old pal? Luo Yunyang asked Langbin. His attacks were not meant to harm or hurt Langbin, but to inflict pain. The parts that Yunyang hit would be corroded by the power of the black hole and cause grievous pain on the victim. Boss, the Bloody Space River has been explored in every direction by us. During all these years and bloodsheds, we have also been after the divine sky source. Besides slaying opposing forces, we also want to accumulate divine sky source. Although Luo Yunyang did not know what the divine sky source was, when he saw Langbin's serious expression, he asked immediately, "Tell me how I can obtain merit points then." He had to get 1 billion merit points, over the course of 100 years. This thought was haunting Luo Yunyang. Although he wasn't sure whether the 1 billion points would be easy to obtain, he knew that any mission given by the Celestial World Supremacy would be a big deal. Boss, merit points are the currency used around the Bloody Space River. If you kill any of the Nebula-grade martialists from the other 3 factions, you will be given 1 merit point. If you find a divine sky source, then you are going to get 10 merit points. Slaying 1 Nebula-grade martialist was only worth 1 merit point. 1 billion merit points meant killing 1 billion Nebula-grade martialists. Luo Yunyang wanted to shout 1,000 expletives at the thought. Damn it, Nebula-grade martialists weren't pigs. Even if there were a billion pigs in the area, it would not be an easy task to conduct a complete, clean slaughter. Oh, I forgot, what is the highest cultivation level over here? Asked Luo Yunyang. In the Bloody Space River, most of the stronger fighters do not fight against each other. The ones who fight are usually lower in rank. Then, Langbin said emphatically, right now, the strongest people in the Bloody Space River should be at the monarch level of the galaxy grade. Langbin then stole a quick glance at Luo Yunyang. When he saw a suspicious look in Yunyang's eyes, he immediately added, the so-called monarch-level martialists are actually martialists who have obtained the consummate boundary. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. Martialists who had attained the consummate boundary. All these years, his ongoing goal had been to attain the consummate boundary of understanding on the giant chaotic whole path. In order to achieve his goal, he had sat under the ancient tree for 30 years. Although he had improved quite a bit in terms of cultivation, he had still been unable to obtain the consummate boundary. The consummate boundary, a voice as massive as a force said before dissipating in every direction. This massive force caused both Langbin and the martialist who had come with him to shudder in fear. How many galaxy-grade monarchs do we actually have? Luo Yunyang asked Langbin after pondering this for a bit. 8. There are 8 galaxy monarchs from the Divine Union, said the martialist who had come along with Langbin. Luo Yunyang nodded his head and said, then what you say about this place must be true. Is the strongest really the king? Langbin hated himself for saying the wrong things. He had just been taught a lesson. However, he still replied honestly, that should be true. Alright, in that case, let's get going. I cannot wait any longer, said Luo Yunyang. He wasn't lying. He felt a tingling feeling in his heart when he thought about the 1 billion points he needed to obtain. Although Langbin had been beaten up, he still automatically activated his spaceship and led Yunyang in the direction of the boundless Bloody Space River. Chapter 509. The disposition of a king. The scent of blood got thicker and thicker as they made their way towards the center of the Bloody Space River. As the scent got stronger, Luo Yunyang also felt an increasing strength return to his body. On top of this, he felt an incredible sense of frenzy mounting in his heart. However, this feeling was heavily suppressed by his mind power, so it did not affect him too much. Langbin was extremely honest about everything. Throughout the flight, he kept stealing glances at Luo Yunyang, as if he had something to say to him. "Spit out what you have to say. Are you still my son? Or do you want me to claw out your skin?" Luo Yunyang said fiercely, without even a glance at Langbin. "Boss, don't, I'll speak." Langbin was completely afraid of Luo Yunyang. Thus, under Luo Yunyang's close scrutiny, he started trembling slightly and said, "This spiritual influence drives people crazy easily. I was just afraid that you would beat me." Luo Yunyang glanced at the 30-meter-tall Langbin silently. 3 hours later, the bloody scent around Luo Yunyang's surroundings began to thicken. Under the circumstances, any normal human would have immediately realized that they were no longer in the void, but in the midst of an ocean of blood. "Boss Luo, this is the base of the Divine Union. Every newcomer has to report to the logistics camp." Langbin pointed to the camp ahead, which was as tall as a mountain. There was still a slight tremor in his voice as he spoke. Despite his tremor, which was caused by fear, Luo Yunyang thought that this chap actually was slightly excited. That was right, he was slightly excited. As he studied the tall surroundings around the planet and all the ancient-looking camps, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up. This vast area gave him a feeling of restlessness. He felt restless to vent his frustration on something. The fact that he was able to feel such frustration in a blood-scented area just went to show what kind of people lived in this simple-looking camp. However, Luo Yunyang started feeling increasingly relaxed in this place. He glanced at Langbin before his face broke into a smile and he said, "Let's follow the local rules." Langbin followed Luo Yunyang from about a kilometer away and shouted, "Luo Yunyang from the human tribe is here to report." Instantly, over 1,000 people rushed out of the blood-red camps and began gathering around each other, forming a majestic pressure that surged towards Luo Yunyang. Despite this surging pressure, Luo Yunyang remained as calm as still water. Meanwhile, his mouth curled into a faint smile. "You shall not pass," said a 66-meter-tall man with 4 arms and 2 heads. He used his coarse fingers to point in another direction as he said, "You may go the other way." He was pointing in the direction of a small door that was quickly shrinking. By the time Luo Yunyang saw the door, it had already shrunk so much that he would have to tense up slightly before being able to get through. Luo Yunyang, who knew what this meant, began heading in Langbin's direction. Eventually, he flew past Langbin and his comrade and headed towards the tall man who was about 66 meters tall. "Ha ha, do you guys see that? He is forcing his way through." The big man from the giant slab tribe shouted. "Please do not fight with me, brothers. This weak chicken is mine." He raised his fists as he spoke. Instantly, 4 majestic blood-red dragons filled the skies and charged towards Luo Yunyang. This giant slab tribesman was at the first tier of the galaxy grade. However, the amount of strength and power he possessed wasn't inferior to Nilanqingyan's in any way. Luo Yunyang did not cower in the face of the approaching blood-red dragons. Instead, he also began charging in their direction. Just as the blood-red dragon appeared before him, Luo Yunyang raised his fists and delivered a heavy blow. The blood-red dragon was smashed with one blow. Although the giant slab tribe was superior in terms of strength, Luo Yunyang had already used his nebula-grade black hole to instantly destroy the blood-red dragon. While the big chap from the giant slab tribe was taken aback by Luo Yunyang's strength, Luo Yunyang appeared before him and delivered yet another heavy blow. This mountain-breaking strike was Luo Yunyang's most ordinary move. However, this punch was different as it landed quickly on the giant martialist's body. In an instant, the martialist from the giant slab tribe was sent flying away. The expressions of the martialists who had initially been rooting for the giant slab tribe immediately changed. They had congregated together to display their strength, yet their leader had been beaten right off the bat. If one of their own was unable to return to the battle right now, then they would become a laughingstock in the future. "My brothers, as long as we do not kill anybody, it's okay," shouted a martialist from the wuxia tribe. Following his cry, about 40 to 50 men immediately charged towards Luo Yunyang. They used fist strikes, palm seals, finger lights. In an instant, all sorts of different attacks that seemed to overwhelm everyone present were used. Under this barrage of attacks, Luo Yunyang quickly moved his body and began using moves based on the style of attacks thrown his way. It was a massive battle. Luo Yunyang was fighting alone against a group of them. He began feeling excited, so he decided not to use his chaotic whole light wave move or his great chaotic whole path. Instead, he decided to use the most fundamental hand-to-hand combat techniques. These techniques had been infused with his many years of training in the Divine Martial Hall. One could say that, given his years of training, he could now execute every move to perfection. Kill, kill, kill. People flew away everywhere as fists met. Many martialists from the other tribes had also started falling to the ground. Under the barrage of incoming attacks, Luo Yunyang was like a bird that flitted about and disappeared without a trace. He's here, do not let him escape. Damn, his fists sure are hard. I must have broken a bone. Incredible, he sneaked an attack on me so quickly. There's no way I could catch up. About several hundred fighters had already fallen in the void amid exclamations and cries. Although Luo Yunyang controlled his strength while he attacked, there were still some serious injuries inflicted. Unlike the battle in the void, people kept emerging from the human tribe's base camp. These new people did the same thing as the previous people and also tried to move against Luo Yunyang. Although some of the new people were initially extremely brave, they were eventually flogged in a similar manner until they burst into tears. They had actually experienced such a situation before. However, this battle was still going on. The whole first team is going to be annihilated soon, a demigod tribesman said coldly as he watched the battle raging in the void. Around the martialist from the demigod tribe were martialists from other tribes. Although they all came from different backgrounds, they felt a deep sense of respect for this demigod tribe martialist. This respect only stemmed from his power. This newcomer is not weak. Although he might only be a nebula-grade martialist, his strength is no weaker than that of a galaxy-grade entity. Martialists like that are rare. What is rarer is his battle sense. Did you all notice that he was fighting 10 people simultaneously and still sneakily attacking others at the same time? Despite multiple attacks from over 10 people in one go, he was still able to perfectly dodge every attack without using any techniques against them. Don't say that this is because he is very fast. That's completely unrelated. His main strength is his battle sense, said the man from the demigod tribe. Upon seeing dozens of men getting beaten by Luo Yunyang in the void, he shouted, "Everyone get out of the way. Let me have a go." After hollering, the man from the demigod tribe immediately soared high into the air and quickly delivered a heavy strike. This blow made the surrounding area shrink rapidly, while everything along that path began congregating towards that blow. "It's the Divine Breaker Marquis," said some people as they hastily retreated in both fright and surprise. Although Luo Yunyang had no idea who the Divine Breaker Marquis was, he could tell that this move was different. He felt as though there was a limit to what he was doing in the shrinking void. Of course, it wasn't hard for Luo Yunyang to rip through the void and whatever was limiting him. However, he felt a sense of carefreeness at that point in time. How could he hide and keep the peace when he felt like this? He didn't hesitate at all before raising his finger and executing the universe-breaking snap. The martialist from the demigod tribe had a bad premonition as soon as he saw Luo Yunyang execute this move. However, before he could retreat, his blow came into contact with Luo Yunyang's and he found out that their blows were equal in strength. A forceful whirlpool appeared in front of the Divine Breaker Marquis. Unfortunately, although he was fast, Luo Yunyang's finger had already touched his palm. In an instant, that destructive sucking power broke the martialist's hand and immediately turned it into ashes. Meanwhile, the Divine Breaker Marquis was sent flying. The martialists who had retreated in every direction were all afraid of Luo Yunyang, who appeared calm and relaxed once again. "Anyone else?" Luo Yunyang asked with a slightly sinister smile while scanning the fearful martialists, who did not dare advance a step further. Nobody made a single sound. Some people even retreated hastily, while others just fought as they kept still, quickly falling from the void. In a short while, Luo Yunyang was the only person left standing in the void. Chapter 510. Accidents and luck are closely related compared to the noise in the outside world. In the camp 250 kilometers east, 3 martialists who were leisurely having a couple of drinks inside a golden hall were making considerably louder noise. That is right, the speed is right, the strength is right, but most importantly, his cultivation path is more inclined towards strength. He has nearly obtained the major boundary. The man speaking had a small build, and his body was entirely glossy and metallic. His two companions also had a kind of golden luster. Although his head was small, the voice projected from him was as loud as thunder. "Do you think highly of him, Golden Bad Monarch?" asked a short man sitting opposite of him who was about 60 centimeters tall. The man had dragon scales all over his body, and his head looked like a dragon's. He also had a deafening voice that made anyone who heard him uncomfortable. "Why not? Do you think otherwise, Green Scale Monarch? I bet you that if he survives, he will certainly become the next monarch in the following 100 years. The Gold Bad Monarch craned his neck and told the person beside him, "Why don't you bear witness to our wager? Autumn Water Monarch, I bet 100,000 merit points." The Green Scale Monarch laughed. "Ha ha, only 100,000 merit points. I have 1,000,000 merit points here right now. Why don't we just take things to the next level and wager that amount? All right, you are on. I am only afraid that you might back out," the Gold Bad Monarch said confidently. The person the other two addressed as Autumn Water Monarch was a fair, tall, slender and sweet-tempered lady. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters that were extremely captivating. However, beneath the white dress of the Autumn Water Monarch was a 3-meter-long snake's tail. As she looked at the two men, who were arguing like kids, she said, "The two of you just love to squabble all the time. I think that you should focus on how to break into the extreme boundary. Although we may be monarchs, if we are unable to break into the extreme boundary, we still won't be able to use much power when we return to our individual tribes." The lady's words made the Gold Bad Monarch and the Green Scale Monarch calm down. It was obvious that her words resonated deeply in their hearts. "We have very little use for the heaven-grade divine sky source right now. If we want to improve ourselves even further, the only way is to acquire even higher grades of the divine sky source." The Green Scale Monarch sighed and said, "That's right, although we have been striving diligently all these years, deep down I knew that it would get harder and harder for me to improve myself further. All right, let's not get discouraged by this. Let's talk about that chap instead. Are we still having this wager?" "Of course, why wouldn't we?" the Gold Bat King said enthusiastically. "Let's go ahead and bet 1,000,000 merit points." Luo Yunyang had no idea about the wager made by these people. After he had defeated the Divine Breaker Marquis, nobody else had charged towards him. Instead, everyone had watched him with fear written all over their faces. "Mr. Luo Yunyang, please come over here and register your name," said a gentle-looking male from the demigod tribe. Although he was at the galaxy grade, he was still extremely respectful to Luo Yunyang. "I am the logistics official in this camp area. My name is Luorphalin. It's a pleasure to meet you." The demigod smiled. The registration process was very simple. In just a moment, the whole process was complete. The man handed a token of identification, a star map, and a communication device to Luo Yunyang so that he could communicate internally with the base. After completing this process, Luorphalin smiled and said, "Mr. Luo, you might have extraordinary prowess. You defeated the Divine Breaker Marquis after all. However, I still have to warn you that surviving in this expanse of space isn't easy." Luo Yunyang met Luorphalin's gaze and nodded, accepting the kind-hearted words of the logistics officer. As Luo Yunyang walked out of Luorphalin's room, about 1,000 people rushed over. When he saw this, his first thought was that he hadn't used sufficient strength earlier, so there were still some people who wanted to challenge him. However, as he readied himself for combat, one of the martialists from the Thunder Ray tribe boomed, "Divine Marquis Luo, please join the Thunder Combat team. We promise to give you 30% of the merit points. Don't listen to him, Divine Marquis Luo. The Demigod Combat team is the strongest. If you are willing to join us, our yearly harvests will definitely yield no less than 10,000 merit points. Divine Marquis Luo, the Fiery Combat team specializes in combat assaults. This is where you truly belong. We are willing to give you half our share of merit points. 60%, Divine Marquis Luo. You can have 60% of our merit points." Many different voices rang out all around. Compared to the earlier reek of blood, Luo Yunyang now felt as though he had just entered a market. Suddenly, a torn and tattered spaceship appeared from afar. About 7 to 8 martialists in torn garments disembarked from the ship. Although their garments were in a bad state, one could tell that they had had a good harvest during their expedition. "What the FCK? What is this for? Don't tell me that the old men at the headquarters of the Divine Union have actually sent us some exceptional beauties." A handsome middle-aged man jested. Although he was joking, the man's hand continued to rest firmly upon his blade, as though he was ready to draw blood at any moment. Hee hee, it's Linlong. Damn, this is someone even more attractive than any exceptional beauty, said an extremely lazy-looking martialist. He looked pretty much like a human, except he had a pair of wings that resembled bat wings on his back. Divine Marquis, did you know this? A Divine Marquis has come, the man said loudly. Plus, this chap defeated the Divine Breaker Marquis. The new Divine Marquis is a king among Divine Marquises. Most importantly, he has yet to join a single combat team. Linlong's eyes had already lit up before that sentence was completed. Linlong hurriedly shouted to his captain, "Boss, quick! Come up, there is a Divine Marquis here." The person everyone called captain was a tribesman from the same tribe as the Green Scale Monarch. He scrambled forward like mad and said, "Divine Marquis Luo, please join us. We can offer you 70% of our merit points from every raid." Boss must be crazy. 70%, one of the winged tribesmen standing beside Linlong said with dissatisfaction. After all, the bounty was normally split between 7 to 8 people, based on each person's contribution during the raid. If Luo Yunyang got 70%, the rest would essentially be getting almost nothing. What do you know, you fool? If a Divine Marquis joined us, we would be able to venture into more dangerous areas and get even more merit points. It may even be possible to reap 10 to 100 times our original rewards. Linlong rapped his comrade's head as he chided him. Do you have mush for brains? If he joins us, then our foes will run away as soon as they see us. Linlong then lamented, it is really every man for himself in this place. Were there even any teams here that welcomed us and asked us to join them when we first arrived? Now that you mention it, we spent many days begging before finally forming our current team with people who were willing to contribute. Many eyes were on Linlong as he lamented. Just as he started feeling slightly suspicious over what was happening, someone asked, "Are you Linlong from the Bloody Massacre Path?" The Bloody Massacre Path? Linlong hadn't heard those 3 words in a long time. He immediately froze. When he glanced in the direction of the speaker, he saw a young man watching him. Several thoughts ran quickly through Linlong's mind when he saw this young man. Based on his appearance, he believed that this was a human that had been sent over recently. However, this young man had been sent over at just the Nebula grade. That must have been, as he recalled how difficult things were for a newcomer, Linlong decided to lend a helping hand. However, before he could say anything, the young man said, "I will join your team temporarily until I get used to the environment." Why was this young man so ignorant? Didn't he know that many things weren't decided by insignificant people like him? How could he dwell temporarily in their team until he familiarized himself with the environment? Did he think that he could just decide this? He should at least have given him a chance to discuss this with his teammates before making a decision. As he was about to voice his dissatisfaction, he saw his captain, who was a Green Scale King tribesman, dart forward like an arrow. The captain was smiling wide as he said, "Divine Marquis Luo, welcome to our team." Divine Marquis Luo, this name. Linlong watched the brilliant smile on his captain's face before silently chiding himself. My goodness, so this is the Divine Marquis who defeated countless people during the recent battle. How could that be possible? How could there even be a Divine Marquis in the human tribe? Furthermore, he was a Divine Marquis even though he was only at the Nebula grade. As Luo Yunyang joined the team, a metal robot hidden on a star for over 100 light-years picked up a message. After carefully studying the contents of the message, the robot quickly transferred them in its mechanical brain. The news was instantly absorbed at an explosive rate. As the robot stood up, the contents of the message were quickly placed away into a file. Although the content was small, its degree of importance wasn't low by any means. Luo Yunyang from the Divine Union human tribe, who is a second-tier Nebula grader and a Divine Marquis, possesses the potential to be a monarch. He currently ranks 3rd on the kill list. Anyone who slays him will be rewarded 1 million source points. Filing complete. Message is now being sent to all assassins. Chapter 511. The Purgatory's War Devils. Luo Yunyang sat in a lotus position aboard an ordinary flying spaceship. A small white gemstone the size of a finger was before him. This was just the lowest form of the Divine Sky Source. Luo Yunyang had already infused a piece of Divine Sky Source just the day before, yet it was no longer of any use after its incorporation. According to Linlong, anyone who hadn't used the Divine Sky Treasure before would experience an almost 100% boost to their constitution once they did. Although the infusion would occasionally fail, most first-timers would successfully incorporate it on their first try. Luo Yunyang thought about this miserably. He had never expected that the second scenario would actually happen to him. That piece of divine sky source was the first that Linlong's small team had seen in the past 3 months. However, it had been given to Luo Yunyang generously by Captain Shindalu. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't contributed much this time, most team members didn't oppose Shindalu's decision to give him the divine sky source. The presence of an elite existence like Luo Yunyang was extremely important for this small team. Although he had not actually gotten down to fight this time around, his presence alone had filled them with the confidence and assurance they needed so much during a battle. Yunyang, we will be entering the Chaos District soon. We might face some hunting teams from the other 3 factions there. This is no place of trainees. Do not slip up, Linlong said solemnly. Luo Yunyang nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a great ominous feeling filled his heart. Attention, that is the obliteration sound wave of the bug race. Retreat immediately, said Captain Shindalu. At once, Luo Yunyang felt a rippling force surround the area and surge over. The magnitude of this force was so great that it destroyed everything in the void. Its actual target was the spaceship Luo Yunyang and the others were in. Escape quickly, Linlong said as beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead. He reacted quickly, getting ready to soar out. However, he soon realized that he hadn't seen Luo Yunyang. Although the situation was dangerous and his many years of experience had caused Linlong to be very egoistic, he still could not help but look in the direction of the spaceship. The spaceship remained unharmed despite the ripple of sound waves that came into contact with it. Linlong glanced over and saw Luo Yunyang standing before the spaceship while black rays emanated from his body. The obliteration sound wave had disappeared completely thanks to this black glow. The bugs before them occupied a large portion of the horizon. Amid these worms stood a lady with a pair of wings and a seductive figure. It was the bug race and the queen who controlled all these bugs. The queen seemed alarmed when she saw Luo Yunyang. The 6 wings on her back beat rapidly as she took to the air and flew in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, all the other bug men around her charged over at Luo Yunyang and his team. They would break an arm for the sake of survival. Just as Linlong and the rest heaved a sigh of relief, they saw Luo Yunyang charge straight ahead. A bunch of bugs kept falling wherever he went. When Linlong and the others saw Luo Yunyang fly back, his arm had a black bracelet around it. The bugs that had been charging towards them had started fighting among themselves. Some worms had even begun cannibalizing each other. The queen is dead, Shindalu said with a shaky voice. The bug race had been the tribe he had least wished to encounter in this vast expanse of space. That was because the queen of the bug race had massive amounts of subordinates to back her up and many sorts of offensive methods up her sleeve. Prior to this, they would have thanked their lucky stars if just one member of their group had been able to escape alive from an encounter with this queen. However, Luo Yunyang had lent them his strength and killed the queen instantly. This is the bounty from the battle. Luo Yunyang calmly handed the black bracelet over to Shindalu. When he saw the spoils obtained from the battle against the worms, Shindalu exclaimed loudly, "Great, great, great." 10 months later, the spaceship appeared even more worn and tattered than before. However, there was a joyous atmosphere throughout it now. Ha ha, I managed to kill 37 enemies from the other tribes this time. I have earned about 3,000 merit points from that alone. I also managed to get a green divine sky source. If I were to turn it in, it would be worth about 5,000 merit points. Shindalu said excitedly as he held up the green divine sky source. We have only been able to achieve such results thanks to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang held a glass of blood-red wine and silently stared into the distance while Shindalu and the others celebrated. He felt really distant from the things Shindalu and the others were celebrating about. He had decided to leave Shindalu and the rest of the team once this mission was over. He had already familiarized himself with the environment, so staying on the team wasn't going to help him earn 1 billion merit points. Although the Celestial World Supremacy had said that he needed Luo Yunyang, there was no need for Luo Yunyang to comply with anything the Celestial World Supremacy hadn't said. As Luo Yunyang pondered over his own future course of action, the detector on the spaceship blared loudly. Enemies, Shindalu said calmly. Having Luo Yunyang on their side made them feel like overlords of this chaotic region. Thus, sometimes he didn't fear any enemies. He occasionally even hoped for enemies to appear. However, the excitement on his face soon faded away when he looked at the display showing the situation outside. There was a figure over 30 meters tall with a piercing gaze clad in the blood-colored armor of the Purgatory's war devils. In the Purgatory, only galaxy-grade martialists were given the title of war devils. Right now, there were over 1,000 war devils surrounding the ship. There was also a throne seemingly made out of a heap of white bones in the center of this mass of war devils. On the throne sat a person who appeared to be in his 20s. His face seemed no different from a human's. He had snow-white fingers, a set of snow-white armor and helmet, as well as a snow-white bone sword. There were a total of 9 major royal tribes in the Purgatory. Every one of the royal tribes that appeared in the bloody space river wielded massive power. Furthermore, flanking the throne were 4 tall, big war devils in the purple-red body armor of the devil generals. In the Divine Union, divine marquises were below the monarch level. Meanwhile, in the Purgatory, devil generals were a grade below the king level. The cultivation base of devil generals was the equivalent of divine marquises in the Divine Union. How is that possible? We are in the Chaos District, not the Frenzied War District. How can we have met a royal tribe from the Purgatory? Shindalu said fearfully. Even though Luo Yunyang, who was a divine marquis, was there, the 4 fully abled devil generals and the royal from the Purgatory terrified Shindalu. This gulf in power was just too substantial. Luo Yunyang glanced at the fearful expression on Linlong and everyone else's faces and waved his hands dismissively. Everyone take care of yourselves. Let me handle this. They are dead. As soon as he said that, Luo Yunyang soared into the void. There was a mild look of surprise on the face of the Purgatory royal sitting on the throne. Ha ha ha, he really is insane. Kill him, I want to claim a bounty on him. The Purgatory royalty said as he drew the white bone sword. Meanwhile, the 4 devil generals blazed with a ferocious killing intent. The 4 devil generals charged immediately. Huge shadow projections of hell appeared behind each of the Purgatory's devil generals. These shadows were made of lava, white piles of bones, and layers of death. The shadow projections merged with the projection of the person on the white bone throne and formed a complete purgatory. Although the thousands of war devils were unable to take their full form, their might and power seemed to increase tenfold as they bathed in the white bone mist that appeared. They are transforming the void into the purgatory. This is a technique of the top devil generals, Shindalu said as he, Linlong and the others trembled in fear. Although this expanse of the purgatory hadn't reached them yet, they could already feel themselves losing their morale and combat ability. If they'd still had any confidence in Luo Yunyang before this, there was now nothing but a deadly stillness in their hearts. Luo Yunyang's face broke into a faint smile. The being atop the throne had a strange glint in his eyes as he saw that smile. Instantly, the 4 devil generals rushed towards Luo Yunyang. Their bodies seemed to get increasingly larger in the purgatory, while the sky seemed to congregate closer with each and every step they took. However, when they got within a 10-kilometer radius of Luo Yunyang, a black glow appeared around him. The light waves that surrounded him were black and boundless. The shadow projections of the purgatory that came close to these light waves vanished completely in an instant. Even though the shadow projections vanished, the light waves continued to be emitted. In just a moment, these dark light waves had already formed a cage around the 4 charging purgatory devil generals. The devil generals, who had initially been confident, immediately slowed down as their bodies started crumbling. The 4 devil generals had a bad feeling. The being atop the white throne was also staring forward with wide eyes. This was not good. Just as the royal being was about to draw his bone-white sword, Luo Yunyang appeared beside the first devil general and gave him a light tap, world-engulfing finger. The devil general was sucked into a black hole and vanished. While the first devil general disappeared, the being with the bone-white sword transformed his sword into a giant white bone saber that seemed to contain immeasurable power. The giant bone saber was now flying towards the black light waves released by Luo Yunyang. This strike contained great power. However, as the being moved along with his saber, Luo Yunyang had already reappeared beside the second devil general and used yet another universe-breaking snap. Chapter 512. The primeval underworld monarch compared to the world-engulfing finger, the universe-breaking snap was an even more oppressive, unrivaled technique. Even Nilanchingyan, let alone some unknown devil generals, would have to unwillingly surrender to this power. 2 devil generals had already been slain with 2 moves. This sort of might was akin to a godly entity under the 9 heavens. Anyone who saw it would feel fear and trepidation. Shindalu and the others had expressions of deep respect on their faces. They had never dreamed that such a scenario would occur. Ha ha ha, I knew that he wouldn't lie. Linlong burst out laughing ecstatically. Meanwhile, Shindalu patted Linlong and said, "Looks like the human tribe has hope." While the two of them were conversing, the giant white bone saber had already been cut into many layers of chaotic whole light waves. At the moment, the chaotic whole light waves rippled in the void like a giant net. As they shook, the giant white bone saber quickly disappeared. Eventually, only the original white bone sword was left. There was a look of utter disbelief on the face of the young martialist, who was from a royal family in the purgatory. He clearly hadn't expected such an outcome. The bodies of the two remaining devil generals began to rapidly combust with loud shrieks. Indeed, a rising dark fire covered the bodies of the two remaining devil generals. The initial chaotic whole light waves, which kept continuously pulling them in, now weakened gradually due to the presence of the fierce flames. "Young master, run!" the two devil generals shouted as the dark flames consumed them entirely. As they hollered, surging underworld flames converged into two dark suns that rose in the void and flew over at Luo Yunyang. These two suns were so blinding that their dense light rays replaced all the origin source laws in the surrounding area. Instantly, everything around them started vibrating uncontrollably. There was a slightly crazed look on the face of the man with the white bone sword when he saw the two suns. However, he ultimately still chose to take flight and flee. "Luo Yunyang, my name is Balanzi and I will always remember this vendetta," the Purgatory Royal said through gritted teeth. Luo Yunyang did not hesitate even as he moved up against the might of these two suns of massive power. His body flickered and the chaotic light whole waves, which seemed to have disappeared initially, now reappeared thousands of miles away. They appeared right in front of Balanzi. Objectively speaking, Balanzi was much stronger than the average devil general. However, he was a far cry from their level of proficient killing techniques. He would never have expected that the chap who had stupefied him in combat would continue to pursue him so relentlessly. Why had he pursued him this far? He froze in place when he saw Luo Yunyang. Balanzi was only stunned for a moment, as he was no ordinary martialist either. He quickly drew the white bone sword and stabbed fiercely forward. A shadow-like projection of a white bone throne appeared behind his back. However, this projection wasn't stable, so it nearly fused with its surroundings. Luo Yunyang immediately retaliated with his universe-breaking snap. In an instant, the surroundings that had fused with the white bone sword were completely shattered along with Balanzi. Balanzi had a look of utter disbelief on his face as his body was destroyed. Given his cultivation base, he could be cut up into 100 pieces and still eventually reassemble his body quickly. However, it seemed like his secret to immortality was not working well this time. Even his consciousness was fading. However, he still had several methods he could use. He had some live preservation items, as well as a list of unaccomplished dreams. "Luo Yunyang, you won't get to live for killing me either." Ha ha ha. The hatred in his voice resonated throughout the void and eventually dissipated when his body was completely destroyed. Thousands of war devils watched as these events unfolded right before their very eyes. They tried their very best to struggle out of Luo Yunyang's chaotic light whole waves, but the difference in cultivation base was just too great. "Luo Yunyang, you are going to pay for killing Balanzi," one of the war devils shrieked as his body fell apart. Many people were grimly killed at once. Based on Luo Yunyang's understanding of how things worked in the purgatory, this sort of sight wasn't common. It seemed like Balanzi had enjoyed a considerable status. Luo Yunyang thought to himself as he grabbed the white bone sword. This was a valuable asset. In fact, this weapon was far more valuable than any of the assets he owned currently. If he were to sell this white bone sword at the 1,000-star auction, it would fetch at least $1 billion. As Luo Yunyang felt delighted deep down, the two furiously combusting dark suns also started to vanish from the void. However, the two suns broke into a smile just as they were about to disappear. This strange smile made Luo Yunyang feel uncomfortable. As absurd as it was, this strange feeling continued to linger in his heart. Luo Yunyang immediately sensed that the whole issue was not over yet. Although he did not think too much about slaying Balanzi, he still felt that there was more to this than met the eye. Besides the white bone sword, Balanzi had also left behind a flawless black ring that gave off a slightly hallowed vibe and had a continuous glossy shine. "We won, ha ha ha, Yunyang, you managed to kill the devil generals in a purgatory royal." That feat alone is worth at least 100,000 merit points. Shindaloo said as he quickly looted the void before adding, the items left behind by these devil generals are very valuable. Luo Yunyang was extremely generous during the distribution of these assets. As Shindaloo gathered and assembled all the loot, all Luo Yunyang took were the rings of the 4 devil generals. He generously gave the rest of the items to Shindaloo. These items weren't of great importance to him. However, to Shindaloo and the others, every item looted from the devil generals equaled decades of hard-earned wealth from their previous expeditions. Yunyang, we did not contribute much in this situation. By right, anyone who did not contribute does not deserve any rewards. You see, Shindaloo said with hopeful eyes. However, he was only trying to turn down the rewards given to him for the sake of honor. The reason he was doing so was because of the unspoken rules and Luo Yunyang's strength. Keep it all. You wouldn't follow me in vain. However, I will be setting out on my own once this expedition is over. Luo Yunyang's meticulous management of this situation had allowed him to handle things correctly. Although his eventual aim was not to stay in this team, winning over the hearts of his team members would still give him an advantage. Shindaloo had already expected this news. After all, their base was way too small for a divine marquis like Luo Yunyang. Haha, that is how it should be. Should you have any other requests, please let us know, Yunyang. Even though our strength might be small and insignificant, we are still very familiar with the routes around here. We will be truly happy to serve you if necessary. As they reboarded the spaceship, Shindaloo began distributing the loot among all the team members. Luo Yunyang, who showed no sign of interest, returned to his room and took the 4 rings that had belonged to the 4 devil generals that had served Balanzi. The 4 devil generals had left behind a bunch of strange, scary-looking treasures. Among all these treasures, the items with the highest value were 4 divine sky source gems that flickered with purple lights. Every divine sky source had a different value. Out of these 4, the most valuable one was the blood-red crystal divine sky source. It was said that such a divine sky source hadn't appeared in 10,000 years. An object of an even higher value than the blood-red crystal divine sky source was the gold divine sky source. If this treasure was sold, it would be worth at least 1 million merit points. Right beneath the gold divine sky source was the purple divine sky source. Although this divine sky source was far less valuable than the gold divine sky source, it was still worth 30,000 per piece in the divine union, 30,000 merit points. These 4 divine sky sources were worth the hard work of killing 4 devil generals. However, compared to the 4 purple divine sky sources, the loot left behind by Balanzi was worth far more. He had left behind 12 purple divine sky sources, as well as half a gold divine sky source. The value of the half gold divine sky source was undoubtedly the highest. After storing away each of the divine sky sources, Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on a giant book that was a shade of bronze. Its title was Blood Bone Annihilation Scripture. Luo Yunyang's eyes turned serious as he flipped through it gently. The contents of the Blood Bone Destruction Scripture made Luo Yunyang think that his suspicions had been right. Someone as wealthy as Balanzi couldn't be an ordinary person. As Luo Yunyang was deeply engrossed in this book, 2 figures began slowly descending upon the edge of the bloody space river, onto a planet covered by a sea of blood and piles of bones. Although they were also 2 devil generals, they were completely different from the 2 devil generals that had been slain by Luo Yunyang earlier. They were larger, and their body armor and helmets were ash-brown. The cultivation base of an ash-brown armored devil general was far higher than the devil generals slain by Luo Yunyang. These devil generals were also known as kings in waiting. However, these 2 had turned pale and their 3 eyes had widened in fear. As they gently recited an incantation, the initially quiet bones and bloody ocean started brewing. Countless white bones formed a huge mountain in the sea of blood. At the top of the huge mountain was a mangled, rotten gray bone. The instant that bone appeared, a deadly voice reverberated throughout the void. Why have I been disturbed? Primeval underworld monarch, Balanzi is dead, the 2 devil generals said with quavering voices as they exchanged fearful glances. When they had said their piece, they carefully lowered their heads. There was no sound or explosive fury. As a glimmer of hope welled in their hearts, they looked up. However, they were shocked to find out that they had started to disappear from the void. If he's dead, why aren't you 2 also dead? These were the last words the peak devil generals ever heard. Chapter 513. A sky of stars filled with bones as the mangled ash-gray bone spun, the massive heap of white bones in the sea of blood that covered the entire planet rapidly flew towards the ash-gray bone. In just a moment, the white bones that got close to the rotting gray bone all became spots of bright white light and entered the gray bone. Even the sea of blood that enveloped the entire ocean transformed into red light spots and entered the rotting gray bone. The rotting gray bone spun continuously and became bigger with each spin. The rotations of the rotting bone got quicker, until it eventually transformed into a 3-meter-tall body in a suit of armor made out of white bone. This body had 4 pairs of bony outgrowths instead of arms and legs. Its set of ash-gray eyes had a deadly gaze. That planet, which no longer had any bloody oceans, had already shrunk to 1/10 of its size. Come, a stiff voice reverberated through the atmosphere of the planet. Following this call, a long white bone sword flew out of the depths of the planet. With a flash of sword light, that decrepit planet was turned instantly into hundreds of crushed rocks. These crushed rocks showed no sign of life or metal. The sound of the sword strikes made the void shake. Following these sounds, cracks appeared in the void all around that white bone figure. As those cracks appeared, the image of Balanzi being slain by Luo Yunyang was displayed clearly. He, you killed my younger brother. Very good. Absolute slaughter is meaningless. Without life, there is no extermination. Only death and silence. As that stiff voice resonated in the void, the man gently waved his sword. This cut spanned half a galaxy. As the sword light traveled, stars turned dark. Even some stars that didn't seem extinguishable had fallen silent due to this sword cut. Divine Marquis Luo from the Divine Union, thank you for allowing me to step into the extreme boundary of the extinguishing path. Now, it is time for you to act. As he spoke in this sinister voice, the figure clad entirely in white bone swung his long sword. In an instant, a long crack appeared in the void. The white bone figure then stepped through the crack. Several light years away, a golden spacecraft was speeding in the bloody space river. It could be said that it was charging and bashing straight ahead. This spacecraft belonged to the Machine Empire. Within this spaceship, 2 mechanical beings with dull gold bodies were sitting in a lotus position. Their bodies were made out of the finest sacred gold, and all sorts of highly advanced intelligent systems had been installed in them. This allowed them to detect even the slightest bit of activity within a 10,000-mile radius around them. Thus, the 2 beings from the machine tribe were extremely confident. By now, they had already located the target of their hunt and prepared a battle plan. The only thing they were worried about was how they would split the spoils. Just as the 2 mechanical beings were arguing over their own interests, the sensor suddenly gave them a warning. Someone's ahead. They are from the purgatory. Damn it, let's get rid of them and split the loot properly. A 60-meter-tall mechanical robot with countless whip-like devices on his arms shouted delightedly. For a robot like him, who was a divine marquis, any life forms that appeared in this area were prey. His comrade chuckled. Sure, but it's your turn to take action this time. As the 2 were debating about who would be sent out, the sensor equipment displayed the image of a figure in white bones. A blue tinge flashed across the eyes of the robot that had been speaking when he saw the image. This blue tinge represented extreme fear. What's wrong? His comrade asked suspiciously. After all, if the 2 of them joined forces, they would have a decent chance of escaping, even if they encountered a monarch-level being. Anything that could elicit this sort of fear in his comrade definitely couldn't be ordinary. This was intense fear. This was a huge. By the time he asked what was wrong, his comrade had already growled in fright, "Run! Hurry up and flee! It's the primeval underworld monarch." Who was that? That robot didn't even get the chance to ask anything before the figure on the screen stabbed lightly in their direction. His sword was made of white bone. There were no dazzling lights, or might. However, when that sword stabbed forward, the 2 divine marquis-level robots from the Machine Empire and their spacecraft no longer showed any signs of life. They were dead. Although they had both been high-level exponents of the machine tribe that could have escaped even if their source cores had been severed, they had just been exterminated with one-sword technique. The primeval underworld monarch sheathed his sword. His deadly expression hadn't changed in the slightest. To him, killing these 2 members of the machine tribe wasn't any different from squishing 2 bugs. However, just as it appeared like he was getting his bearings, the void was ripped open and a spaceship thousands of meters long suddenly appeared beside the smaller spaceship that was filled with death. Who was it? Who dared kill my servants? I am the sacred magnet monarch and I will fight the culprit to my last breath. A thunderous voice was heard from the spaceship. The sacred magnet monarch was one of the 3 monarchs with the greatest strength in the machine empire of the Bloody Space River. There were very few people that would dare hold a grudge against the sacred magnet monarch until he died. However, the primeval underworld monarch paid no heed to the other monarch's bellows. His white bone sword was raised gently. You are the primeval underworld. Weren't you in seclusion? I thought that you would never come to the Bloody Space River unless you advanced. Why are you back here? There was a slight quiver in the sacred magnet monarch's voice as he spoke. Indeed, the existence bestowed with the title of the monarch of the machine tribe was trembling as he spoke. The primeval underworld monarch stopped his sword and said indifferently, "Do you have any objections to my return?" How could I dare have any objections? You are the primeval underworld monarch, the supreme monarch that dared challenge countless seniors. By this point, the sacred magnet monarch seemed to have regained part of his composure. If my subordinates are dead, so be it. This was just their luck. Scram! The primeval underworld monarch spat out icily. Then, he turned his head and the white bone sword in his hand stabbed at the void again. When he realized that the primeval underworld monarch was about to leave, the sacred magnet king asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" "I want to kill someone from the divine union. He slayed my younger brother." As soon as he said that, the primeval underworld monarch stepped through the crack in the void. The sacred magnet monarch only relaxed when the crack was sealed. Then, he lamented, "That lunatic seems to have become even more impressive. I have to stay far away if I encounter him in the future. To think that the divine union actually killed his younger brother. Ha ha ha, this will be exciting to watch." Luo Yunyang naturally didn't know that he had incited the wrath of the primeval underworld monarch. While the primeval underworld monarch and the sacred magnet monarch had met, Luo Yunyang was on his way back to the divine union's base. However, the nagging ominous feeling in his heart got so intense that he sensed an extreme danger. Although Luo Yunyang couldn't pinpoint the source of this danger, he knew that a massive crisis was drawing closer. Change course, he instructed Shindulu without any hesitation. Although Shindulu didn't know what Luo Yunyang was up to, he still didn't object. He just followed Luo Yunyang's instructions. In just a moment, the spacecraft changed directions and jump points. There weren't really any big wormholes in the Bloody Space River. However, there was a considerable number of space jump nodes. Every jump covered a distance of millions of miles. After changing their course 3 times, Shindulu and the others felt some sense of fear. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could tell by Luo Yunyang's manner that this was a big deal. Luo Yunyang didn't know who his foe was, but his gut feeling told him that this enemy was really terrifying. He hadn't come into contact with the sensation of death for quite some time now. However, he sensed this feeling at the moment. "Yunyang, let's perform another space jump and continue to pass the 9th successive galaxy. That is the route we have to take to return to the base." Shindulu didn't let Linlong speak. Instead, he spoke directly to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who understood Shindulu's intentions, pondered this shortly and waved his hands. "Pass through the 9th successive galaxy as fast as you can. Any spaceship would need a month to pass through the 9th successive galaxy, even at a speed higher than the speed of light." Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's order, Shindulu instructed the spacecraft to travel through the 9th successive galaxy as fast as possible. A day later, they approached the 9th successive galaxy. However, just as the spacecraft was about to enter the 9th successive galaxy, a deadly silent, extremely boundless aura emerged from within. Seas of blood started to appear in the originally vast, boundless void. Amidst these surging seas, a faintly discernible white bone started to appear. The blazing main star that overlooked the entire 9th successive galaxy dimmed severely. However, by using various instruments, some powerhouses could see a massive throne above that star. It was a white bone throne that could actually cover the star. "Leave immediately." By now, Luo Yunyang had finally determined where that sense of unease had been coming from. He didn't even have to think before he told Shindulu, "Retreat. Hurry up and escape. You murdered my brother. Now, you will die." An icy voice resonated through the boundless void before a sword light filled with a vast deathly power ripped through the void and shot towards the spaceship that Luo Yunyang and the others were on. When the sword light passed, the void solidified. Luo Yunyang's ominous feeling felt the strongest in the face of this sword strike. He knew that if he couldn't come up with a response, Linlong, Shindulu and the others would all die here. Thus, he soared out and raised a finger towards the onrushing sword light. World engulfing finger. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.